That's up to 3.
That's how I'm feeling this morning, folks. That's how I'm feeling this morning. Oh, baby. I mean, drive safely. The rain is coming down hard. Drive safely, everybody. If you're getting off a graveyard shift, drive safely. If you're getting ready for work and you're going to work, drive safely. Teachers, students, parents, leave early, drive safely. It is nasty out there. But is it nastier than the Golden State Warriors defense right now? Is it nastier than their unbalanced offensive attack? Is it nastier than players quitting on plays? Is it nastier than some of the rotations that Steve Kerr has employed? Is it nastier than the Warriors' road record? As we say, good morning to everybody out there. I'm a little fired up today. And I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. I'm not saying the season's cooked. I'm not worried necessarily about their road record going into the playoffs. I'm just worried about the habits that they've developed this season.
What about their chemistry?
Exactly. The connection with this team, the disconnect with this team. At times, I feel like there's the veterans and there's the youngsters. I'm seeing James Wiseman. Everybody's going to point to his plus-minus. He goes 10 to 13, whatever. What is going on with this team? Why can't they become a consistent basketball team? Now, look, they're 5th place in the West. They didn't lose any ground. They're still up on Minnesota.
That's insane.
They didn't lose any ground. They're still 5th in the West. They're in prime position to make a run here. But where's the resistance going to come from when it comes to defense? When's the chemistry going to come? When are they going to click? When is it all going to work? I have no idea, man. I'm kind of done figuring it out. And I'm just waiting for the playoffs to see what happens, Shasky. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Bonte. They're not cooked. The season's not over. They have to play better, like they have to evolve a little, slightly offensively, right? And then defensively, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be a good defensive team every single night. It's funny, and I'm not ripping Fitz, and I'm not ripping Kalena, but like every night, so-and-so team, let's say Minnesota, last night Oklahoma City, they're shooting the lights out. There's no way they can keep this up. And I want to go on to the broadcast and be like, no, actually they can, because they're getting great looks, getting wide open looks. A guy puts the ball on the floor, somebody does the Matador defense, and then somebody has to go scrambling to help. They kick it back out. Teams are getting any shot they want on this team at times. Not all the time, but too many times. They gave up 40 in the first quarter, Bonte. 40. They gave up 40 and lost in the sauce. I thought Kuminga had a tremendous game.
Yeah, he was good at times.
Couple of goofy turnovers.
I don't know about the starting lineup. All right, you come out right away. You get cooked.
So they started Kuminga.
They started Kuminga and Dante DiVincenzo. They come out and get cooked with a 13-2 run.
Yeah.
Right off the rip.
It did not.
It's the 6th straight game.
Did not look good.
The Warriors have fell behind by 10-plus points in the first half.
And it felt like bombs away from the get-go.
6th straight game. They've fallen behind by double digits in the first half. Now, Fitz and Buki, I know what you're talking about. When I'm not ripping them. But you know what, Shasky?
Huh?
There is validity to that.
To what?
Two teams shooting the lights out against the Golden State Warriors.
But isn't that
it's a byproduct of the Warriors' defense?
That's what
guys are feeling comfortable. But
yes,
Mully, every game, every season,
what does he say?
He's like, yo, Bonte, how many threes does that team make per game? And last night is another example. Oklahoma City. Okay. Averaged 12.5 makes per game.
Wow.
Made 13 threes in the first half alone.
So you're saying that's luck?
I'm saying that the Warriors need to do something about that. Teams feel very comfortable against the Golden State Warriors. So they make 13 threes in the first half alone. Then Oklahoma City says, you know what? We're up 4. Let's not go bombs away against the Golden State Warriors. We don't want to get in a 3-point shootout. So let's go down to the paint in the second half.
Yes.
And in the paint, they outscored the Warriors in the second half, 32-22. And Sarge got layup after layup. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, got into the paint at will.
He's very
Josh
nice.
Giddey was out there dropping 17 dives. He had a monster triple-double.
How about this guy Joe shooting from deep?
Isaiah Joe, he was with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Stroking it. Did you see that last one?
I did. Well, all 9 of their players that played, all 9 players that played for Oklahoma City, they all hit a 3.
Saric
Every
did too?
last one of them. Dario Saric. Usman Dang, who I'd never heard of before. Lindy Waters III, I'd never heard of him before. He hit a 3. Josh Giddey, Jalen Williams, Aaron Wiggins, Lou Dort, who can't shoot worth the damn.
I like Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams is nice.
He tries hard.
Lou Dort looks like a damn fullback out there. He's got the biggest biceps I've ever seen. And he's out there stroking threes and playing defense and getting to the free throw line. I just, and there's a couple things that's bothering me here. There is.
What is that?
One is Jordan Poole and the three-point shooting.
It's really bad.
It's time to adjust.
Yeah.
It's 4 of 22 in his last 3 games.
Wait,
His percentage.
wait. Say it again.
4 of 22 from 3 in the last 3 games. All right? Well, I got deeper numbers on that. We'll get to that in a second.
That's not good.
But his three-point percentage, I believe, has dipped below Draymond Green's three-point percentage for the season.
That can't even be true. That can't be true.
I mean.
So what is he at, 31, 32%?
32%, dog.
Wow.
32%. And so you have to figure that out. He's not starting. He's not going to start. And then there's going to be a reacclimation period when Andrew Wiggins and GP2 gets back. So it's like, when are we going to get consistent? Or is this the theme of the season? Is this it? This is just who the Warriors going to be?
I feel like we're in a rom-com. Is this it? Is this all there is to love?
I mean, I guess. I'm looking at the percentages here right now with Jordan Poole, right? Jordan Poole shooting 32.5% from 3. Draymond Green, 33%.
That's insane. Bonte, the defense is one of the big problems with this team. The other thing is that, they're just...
And nobody's saying we're cooked. I want to get that out there right now. Joe and I are not saying the Warriors are cooked. But there is room to be frustrated about a performance last night where you score 128 points.
Of course.
You hit 23s. You shoot 53% from the floor, and you still give up 137. Season is not cooked. But damn it, I'm frustrated as hell right now.
There's been, 6 games this year where you can say, man, the Warriors really cared about that one.
Boston.
Memphis
twice.
Look at your... This is the face of the Warriors on TV.
Cleveland.
Okay.
All right. The Clippers game last Thursday. They cared to win that one. And I give them the Pelicans game coming back in that one. Okay. I'll give them the 5-game homestand. Okay. I'll give them the 5-game homestand. I'll give them the Boston game, both Boston games, both Memphis games.
So 1 out of 8
Cleveland
games.
game. I mean, I guess, man.
I know, but that's why it's frustrating. Right there. And I'm not trying to critique you. I'm saying that right there is why it's frustrating for a Warrior fan. Give me effort for I don't know, a quarter of the games. You know what I mean? You're 1 out of 8 games, you're playing hard.
Right.
That's where this frustration lies. And so when I see this team, they won it all last year. They could flip the switch. Yeah, they can. All that is true. The team I'm watching during the regular season doesn't care. And it's very frustrating to watch.
You better start caring.
That sequence with Draymond Green. So Jordan Poole's got pressure in his face.
Right.
Draymond flashes to the elbow.
Do we have that sound? No, I guess the sound wouldn't do it justice.
But Draymond flashes to the elbow in the middle of the key. He wants the ball. Now, whether Jordan Poole saw him, couldn't get the pass to him because of the defense, irrelevant. I thought even if Jordan threw it to him, even if he backdoor cuts, I don't know if he gets a layup because there was another guy in the paint and there was a big man waiting there. It looked like they had the help defense ready, whatever. I don't even know if Jordan Poole could pass him the ball.
So
he passes to the top of the key, and then the next guy goes to throw Draymond the ball. Draymond, in disgust, throws his hands up, turns his back, and the ball goes in the other direction. Now, in a game that turns into a 2-possession game late, you don't think that possession matters?
So, Steve Kerr mentioned it after the game. We'll get that sound up about the disconnection about that play. He was asked about that play. Jordan Poole picks up his dribble, and there's no pass there.
No.
He passes it to Draymond. Josh Giddey comes in, steals it. They go the other way, and it's Steve Kerr's now yelling at Jordan Poole.
Exactly.
So Jordan Poole passes it to Clay. Draymond Green, look.
Yeah.
Clay throws it to him, and he's walking off. And now, luckily, OKC missed the break. They actually missed the layup on that break. They missed it.
I thought they hit it.
No, they actually believe it. Trust me, I thought they made it too. I was so disgusted with the play itself.
So now I'll stand down.
So, as a leader of this team, so-called leader, Draymond Green,
yeah,
you just can't do that. There's no place in basketball for that.
Well,
you're showing up your teammate.
There you go.
You're showing up your teammate right there. You're disgusted. You walk off the play. You literally take yourself out of the play. What?
And you're alienating a guy who's already struggling.
Well, you're alienating a guy who you punched. You gave him PTSD for crying out loud.
I know.
And if not treated, it will not get better. But you know what I'm saying? So you walk off. Would he do that to Steph and Clay?
No.
Would he do that to Steph? Would he do that to Iguodala?
And Steph had 6 turnovers last night. And 4 in the final couple minutes?
Iguodala had 3 turnovers in the 6 minutes of the first half.
I can't believe I'm here. If someone tweeted at me in the first quarter, how you like Iguodala now?
He had 3 turnovers in the first half.
He stinks. He's
6
done.
points.
He's done. You know what he is?
Don't give me this plus-minus crap. I don't want to hear anybody about a plus-minus.
Bro. He's so overcooked, it's not even funny.
Damn.
Honestly, no one wants to say this out loud because Iggy and what he represents and all. Yeah, it was all back when. He's done, dude. Like, Anthony Lamb can do more for this team. I can't believe I'm saying this. Anthony Lamb can do more for this team right now than Andre Iguodala.
So here's my issue with Iguodala. And I whatever. I don't go that crazy over Iguodala because he's only going to play 11 to 15 minutes a night. But
there's ramifications.
I don't need to see him right now.
Well,
I don't need to see him right now. Come back the last 5 games, last 10 games. Iguodala decides when he wants to play, when he wants to come back, and all of a sudden you're taking minutes away from other guys. Now, luckily, Kuminga played 13 minutes in the first half alone after playing 13 minutes all Sunday against the Lakers. And Kuminga was solid, but defensively, there's a lot of communication breakdowns because all these combinations don't play together. Dante DiVincenzo, smoking switches. Jonathan Kuminga, smoking switches with Stephen Curry. Klay Thompson, smoking switches with Jonathan Kuminga. Just over and over and over, just simple breakdowns. But the alarming part is the disconnection of the basketball team. Why aren't they connected? Why? We're deep into the season. There's 16 games to go.
But they've been hurt all year, and so you've had revolving lineups. And then when you get back Steph Curry, like this is the thing that I
say smoking switches to some of the people out there, smoking pick and roll defense. Pick and roll defense. When you don't switch on the defense and just blow the coverage because you're not communicating, or a guy fake set a screen, he feints, and all of a sudden,
it's a slip screen. One of the things that's like, okay, just hear me out here. So Curry's one of the greatest players ever. He's still awesome. He's amazing. He plays such a unique brand of basketball, right, that there is an adjustment period to how the other guys are going to play with him. There was something, too. Poole and Klay were starting to kind of feel it together, and they were starting to get on a rhythm, and then you insert Curry. And I'm not blaming Curry. I'm saying there's an adjustment period to try to acclimate to the way, because the way he plays is very unique. Wouldn't you agree, B? And it is. And there were times in that fourth quarter, and it was like a 5-minute stretch where I was like, Curry, I love you. Can you pass the ball to Klay?
I
said that. Like, I love Curry. I'm like, it's okay to say it out loud. Curry was on fire last night, and no one else was. But still, worked the ball around a little. He came up and took 2 auto jack threes early in the shot clock. I'm like, just work the play a little.
But he's Steph Curry.
I know. I feel sacrilegious even bringing this up.
So here's the issue, and I'm looking at the stat sheet. It's late third quarter. Klay Thompson finishes the first half, the game high, 17 points. He's 7 to 14.
He's heating up.
Midway through the third quarter, or deep into the third quarter, he had 1 shot attempt. Now, overall in the second half, he had 3 field goal attempts.
How does that happen?
3.
How? On a guy who's on fire. You could say he was the best Warrior for 2.5 months.
And he was 2 of 3.
I know.
On those threes. And he gets 3 FGAs. I don't know what's going on there. Jordan Poole. What's going on with him?
Is that, okay, on the Klay Thompson.
Right.
Is that play calls? Is that guys not moving the ball? Is that not dialing up a play specifically for Klay?
Honestly,
what is that?
I don't know what it is, but it's Klay Thompson.
That's what I'm saying.
I know who that is.
So am I not alone saying?
And I know that he can shoot the lights out, and I know that 3 FGAs in the second half is not enough for Klay Thompson,
at all.
One of the best shooters in the world,
at all.
Who's been on fire the last 2 months.
I'm totally.
So all of a sudden you get 3 FGAs in a game like that. But then it's also defense, and it's the unbalance of the offense.
Yeah.
So Sunday afternoon, the Warriors, they attempt 91 field goals Sunday against the LA Lakers. 52 of those 91 shot attempts were from 3. 52 of the 91. Last night, they shoot 89 times. 51 of the 89 shots was from 3. Where is the balance? OKC doesn't have Anthony Davis.
No.
They don't have anybody blocking shots.
Well, they were going to the rim for a minute, and then they stopped doing it. When they fought back to tie the game at whatever, 24-24 or 30-30, whatever it was early in the game, I was like, all right, you're moving the ball and you're going to the rim. But they got away from it. And to me, when they bomb this many threes, it's not... They're settling for bad shots.
Yep.
These aren't good shots. Like, not all shots are created equal. Mm-hmm. Where's the mid-range game, Bonte?
There's no mid-range game. There's no mid-range game.
Like, there was a play. Poole got a rebound, or maybe it was an outlet, and he threw it ahead to Kuminga, who sprinted down court. And I was like, oh, my God, a fast break.
So they're not...
How weird was that? Because, like, they don't run at all.
Yeah, well, teams are shutting them down because the reason why they're not running is because they're not defending without fouling.
And when the ball goes through the hoop, you're going to walk it up the court.
Not only that, but you're going to walk it up, but you're fouling.
Yes.
And then the third quarter, the OKC Thunder... out of nowhere, They had 2 free throw attempts, I believe, in the first half, if I'm not mistaken. Third quarter alone, OKC, 15 free throw attempts. You've killed the flow of the game. 14 to 15 for the free throw line, OKC in the third quarter. So all of a sudden, your flow is not there. Your rhythm's not there. They're setting their defense. All of a sudden, you got to play catch up. And some of the fouls are bad. No doubt the NBA officials they've never been worse. Tony Brothers, Scott Foster. These guys are idiots. These guys are dumb. They don't know what they're doing. And it's an adjustment period. I get it. There's no better referee, so it is what it is. These guys are awful. We got to live with it. You got to play some defense.
Exactly.
Put your hands up. Exactly. Don't foul. Don't reach.
But I guess my question is, when you have Clay, Curry, Poole out there simultaneously, and then it wasn't for a lot, but when you have, can you be a great like even if you have Draymond out there, can you be a great defensive team?
Well, I don't know.
It's really hard.
I don't know. They play defense when they want to play. I'm looking at Jordan Poole's numbers here. 16, 26, 38.
He's not good enough.
43, 53. His last 63-point attempts. Last 60, Shasky. He's made 15.
That's terrible.
I mean, he's attempting 8, 10. Look at these numbers. Just look at these numbers. Last 7. 2 of 7. 2 of 8. 1 of 8. 3 of 10. 5 of 12. 0 for 5. 3 for 10. 1 for 7.
Is that more than half of his shots from the field, too?
Last night, 7 of his 12 was from 3.
Yeah.
The night before, 10 of his 11 was from 3.
When he's cooking, he's going to the rim.
He's going to the rim. This hasn't been good enough.
No, and I want to see him take that little hard dribble, stop, and take the mid-range shot.
I mean, sometimes I'm just like, he gets shut up there, and Steve Kerr talked about that. We're gonna play this sound because it was very disturbing to me see Draymond Green do that at this juncture of his career to show up Jordan Poole because he didn't get the ball. He was not that wide open. He was not.
But even if he wasn't, was it that big of to throw that big of a tantrum?
I mean, I hope Steve Kerr addressed it. Let's go to Scott on the Bay Bridge real quick. Let's get Scott in here. He's driving to the Bay Bridge. It's raining right now.
Yeah, be careful, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? I look forward to talking with you guys when I can.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back a second. Last Friday game, there was a moment when Draymond Green was just chewing out Andrew Lamb, and I think that really shows what kind of cloud he brings over that team. People are afraid. He doesn't do that with Klay Thompson or any of the real veterans, but he intimidates those players to not let them really get loose, and I think the coach is really afraid to confront that. And
I think you're spot on this. There is a culture of certain guys on the team are playing so afraid to make a mistake, walking on eggshells. That is the worst way to play sports.
Yeah.
I don't care how old you are. I don't care what level you're playing at. When you are thinking and not just playing, you're never going to play your best. And Bonte, the thing with leadership, I was hoping over time he'd be the guy. Yeah, he'd get into somebody here and there. He'd put his arm around a guy here and there, and he'd be able to, coach him up and talk him. This is just who he is. Like, dude, zebras don't change their stripes at this age. Like, This is who he is. And the thing is also, we could talk all this about how the contracts affected the organization and their decisions. I think it's affecting him too.
Yeah.
I think in part he's had a good year, but I think there are times where his rage boils over.
Yep.
And it's not productive for anyone, himself included.
I wonder. So Kevin Durant's last season.
I'm talking about Alan Styles with this.
What?
I said that basically Draymond Green this year is doing very similar to what he got mad at Kevin Durant for doing, which was holding, not hostage, but holding the decision till the end of the year. Well, everybody not knowing what's going on, and you being very defiant about the thing.
I wasn't mad at Kevin Durant because he got asked the question all the time.
Yes.
All the time. New York City, Porzingis, New York City. Nobody's asking Draymond Green about the contract situation.
No. Well, they're afraid. Everyone's afraid of him.
So Draymond Green is actually
included,
flying under the radar about this contract situation and to opt in. Kevin Durant is a great basketball player. One of the 10 best basketball players I've ever seen in my life.
There you go.
And yet he got asked. And everybody had no problem asking Kevin Durant about the situation.
Nonstop.
And he was just saying, I just want to play basketball. I want a three-peat. But nobody's asking Draymond Green this situation. It's the big elephant in the room. Are you in or are you out? I know he's played great basketball this season. Don't get me wrong. Draymond Green is playing excellent hoop. excellent hoop this season.
Yeah, but is he absorbing all the oxygen in the room to where others can't breathe?
I don't know.
Like he individually is good.
Well, somebody needs to check him.
Well,
who's going to check him?
Hire David West.
That can't happen at the end of the first half. What he
Who
did
does
yesterday.
check him?
But also, this team's got to play some defense.
Yeah.
George Poole's got to take better shots.
I would say defense first.
Recognize Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on with the rotations? DiVincenzo starting next to Klay and Steph, not working. It's just not working.
I'm with you.
Fix it. Nobody's panicking on the season, but fix it.
Shot clock violation.
Gave up 137 to Oklahoma City. All right, this segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman Supplies, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit FreedmanSupplies.com today. Everything going on with this team. 137. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, very good, though. Guys putting up 31, 6, and 6. Guys balling out of his mind. OKC is in the play-in tournament. They're on the cusp of the play-in tournament. They're playing well. 137 to Oklahoma City. We'll talk about it. 888-957-9570. Is the panic meter back? I have no idea. Maybe we'll discuss that on the other side. That'll be sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus.
Thompson retreating. He comes up hopping in the air, very happy with himself. It's 88-84.
The defense, we never were able to gain any traction defensively. They were coming downhill at us all night. Couldn't stop them. Third quarter really hurt us. I think they shot 12 free throws. That changed the game considerably. But yeah, you give up 137 and 17 threes and 53% shooting, you're not going to win.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin, Fozzie, Coach Hall will get to you in just a second. Steve Kerr, after the loss last night to Oklahoma City, the Warriors fall to 7-26 on the road. It's March 8th, folks, and they have 7 road wins. 7-25 on the road. I already counted the Memphis game as a loss, but I shouldn't do that. 7-25 on the road. They haven't won a road game since January 30th in Oklahoma City. So they've now gone a month without winning a road game. That's impressive.
Impressive is not the word I would use to describe it.
It's pretty impressive, man.
But like, I don't even know. Like, I'm not even outraged. It's not like the end of the world. Like, I'm frustrated. I'll admit that. I'm very frustrated. But I don't think it's like some end of the season scenario.
It's not.
To me, the vibes and the form are the bigger issue. It's not the loss. It's the way everything's looking. It's the culture of the team. Like, the one thing about the Warriors throughout all of the good and bad times of the last 10 years, and primarily great times, the vibe's always been there.
Yep.
Do you feel the vibe?
Hasn't been fun.
No.
Hasn't been. At times we get the vibes haven't lasted longer. The good vibes, that is, hasn't lasted longer than 10 days.
What was Mullen and Festus, the two guys that played, and one Hall of Famer, Festus?
Festus was depressed yesterday.
No, but what was their thought on the Draymond play?
Oh, they was just like, can't do that.
Yeah.
Can't do that. Got to address that in the locker room right away.
But who? Okay. So
right away.
Who is the person that's standing up to him?
It's got to be Iguodala. It's got to be Steph.
Iggy?
It's got to be Curry.
But does Iggy have that kind of runway when you're not playing?
With Draymond, maybe.
Okay.
Steph and Curry?
That's not in Steph's nature.
I don't know. We're going to play some sound in just a second and get to that.
But I think this is a part of the problem of why we've gotten to where we're at. And I'm looking at
somebody's got to talk to him.
Yeah.
It's a disconnect there. Do you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors game? Now, some people may say, to hell with the Warriors. March 31st, Spurs, Warriors, I'm good. However, these seats are great.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen. And every hour you listen is another chance to win. So you get 8 entries per day to get a chance to win these tickets to go see the Spurs and Warriors. March 31st. So what are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Howard Beck, 7:30. Kirk Morris at 8:30 to talk about the NFL. We got to get to Take Him to School real quick, Shasky.
Let's do it.
Let's get to Take Him to School. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC. Klay Thompson passes up Paul Pierce on the all-time three-point list. Listen to this one.
Thompson on top of the logo. Off the screen. Klay pulls up, launches, and fires and banked it in. A bank in 3 for Klay Thompson. That's 55-46. He passes Paul Pierce, now 11th all-time on the all-time three-point list.
He'll be in the top 10 early next season. Klay Thompson, man, had he not missed those 2 seasons with leg injuries, he would be probably in the top 8 right now. But passing up Paul Pierce yesterday as one of the all-time three-point leaders, number 11 now on that list.
I just watching that game. I'm like, what, can Klay get the ball? That's all I kept saying. I'm sitting there with the dogs. I'm folding laundry. I'm putting new sheets on the bed, which is one of my favorite things. Nothing is better than going into a bed with fresh sheets. I don't know. I love that.
I love fresh sheets. I don't like the fresh sheets. I don't like the process of putting sheets on.
100% agree. Because then you got to go into the corners, lift the mattress up, and my wife gets mad at the way I fold it because she says I don't fold it tight enough. Yeah, don't even start me. But getting into a bed with fresh sheets is great. So I'm doing that. I'm like, can Klay touch the ball? Like, he didn't even touch the ball for periods. And I'm just going back to like when they were humming. Klay was the catalyst. And I'm not saying he has to be the catalyst every night, but you got to keep him involved.
3 field goal attempts in the second half. 2 of them coming late in the fourth quarter. Just can't happen. Let's go to Fozzie in Indianapolis. Fozzie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hello, Bonte. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. We're good.
I don't want to talk about Draymond Green and Jordan Ball drama because I'm just tired of them. I got 2 questions. the first one is why do we have to start so slow the game? And the second one is we don't want to play defense. I think the players. I don't know I don't know if the players doesn't want to play defense, or if the coach is too late to fix it. The defense.
Well, I think it's. The coach could talk all he wants about schemes and doing this, that, and the other. It's about effort and staying in front of your guy and not falling for easy pump fakes and, sticking with your dude. Like Kuminga, late in that game, you could see how hard he was trying on defense.
Playing his ass off.
Right? You could see how hard. Other guys got to meet that intensity.
Yep.
And you got to do it throughout longer stretches of the game.
Playing defense takes second, third, fourth efforts.
Thank you.
You got to grind on defense. You got to grind. It's a tough league to play defense in as well. All these leagues now, it's all offensively driven. So everybody wants points. Everybody wants touchdowns. But you got to dig deep if you want to play defense and stop somebody and slow somebody down. Or you will get embarrassed all night long. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander embarrassed these dudes all night long. Josh Giddey embarrassed these dudes all night long. Dario Saric got down to the paint and punked these guys in the third quarter. This is absolutely boxing 1, 2-3 zone. Did not matter. You got point-blank layups. Hey, Dario Saric, and I like Saric.
I know.
That can't happen.
As an eighth man.
Right, exactly.
Right, I'm with you. B, the more I'm thinking about this, because everyone's Dre and Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and Jordan Poole. Are we surprised? Honestly, is anyone's? You've watched Draymond's career, people, okay? And you see what happened earlier this year. Is it no coincidence that a young ascending player is now struggling throughout the year? When you see the demeanor of one mistake on the floor, why are we surprised?
No, we shouldn't be surprised.
Now, look, I'm not excusing all of the stuff that Jordan Poole has not accomplished this year. I don't think his defense has been anywhere near the attentive defense that I need from him on a nightly basis. But there is an element, I'm not excusing it, but there is an element of I'm not surprised any of this is happening. No. And quite honestly, the more I look at it, if I was Joe Lacob, I want both these guys out of here next year.
They might be out of here next year. It just might be. We don't know what's going to happen this offseason. They just might be out of here. Because now you got to ask yourself, is Clay going to stay? Is Steph going to stay? And would you rather have a wing or would you rather have Jordan Poole? That's a conversation for another day. But they may both be out. Trust me, I told Willard this last month. They may get rid of Poole in the offseason.
What's the most drama-filled season the Warriors have had in the last 10 years?
This one and then 2019 but it was really just Kevin Durant.
That's what I'm saying.
But you had the Draymond Green situation, which is funny.
This one feels so much deeper.
It is deeper.
You've got young guys, old guys.
Well, because this one feels like the end. This one feels like the end.
That's a good point.
Of the big three.
That's a really good point.
Let's go to Coach Hall real quick in San Diego before the break. Coach Hall, what's happening? We'll get you in here. 45 seconds, Coach Hall.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hope you all doing well. Just wanted to say, man, it seems like Draymond Green has one foot out the door, and we really see how important Wiggins is to this team, man. It is a jarring difference when basically Kuminga is our best defensive player, and he has no help.
Agreed.
As far as JP goes, he's been average at best all season. I think he's better coming off the bench in spot minutes to give us a spurt. I'm not sure he's ready to carry that load yet, man. Hope all is well with you guys. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Coach Hall. We got a break here. We'll give you longer next time you call us. We love when you call down there from San Diego to 619. All right, I get it. Text line want to correct me. The Warriors are tied with the Mavericks, 34-32, but technically they're in sixth place, I guess, for tiebreaker reasons. But they're tied with the Dallas Mavericks. They're in the top six.
You know what I call that?
What?
Just unnecessary. Unnecessary details. It's like when your wife's telling a story, and then it was sunny, and then, the waiter, he took 17 steps to come here with our mimosos. I don't need those details. Tell me the real story.
910 Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm sorry.
He's laughing.
I got to be accurate. My bad. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Marcus in Oakland. We'll get to you. 888-957-9570. Where's your frustration level at with the Golden State Warriors? Where's it at? Give up 137 last night to OKC. Where's the defense?
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need...
Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Howard Beck, 730, Sports Illustrated. Does a great job covering the NBA. And then Kirk Morrison, former Raider, is going to join us at 8:30. Talk about the NFL and what the hell's going on there. Daniel Jones? Really? Real quick, before we get back to the Warriors. Daniel Jones really signed a deal worth up to $160 million.
And this is how
$82 million guaranteed.
This is how the housing crisis happens, Bonte. When you overpay for property that won't retain its value.
I mean,
am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. $82 million guaranteed for Daniel Jones,
who had one really good year.
It was okay.
Well, for him, I'm saying
him.
on his thing. And the other part is they had to give him something because they couldn't franchise him because they wanted to do it with Saquon, and there's so much into this.
Saquon gets a $10 million non-exclusive franchise tender, and Lamar Jackson can't get anything. Not exclusive with the Baltimore Ravens. The team could trade 2 first-round picks to go get him. Maybe it's the Raiders.
Let me just.
But what was so weird about the deadline passing yesterday at 1 o'clock West Coast time?
Yeah,
is the deadline passes, and all these teams start coming out. We are not interested in Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, why?
You got the Falcons, the Panthers, all these teams out of nowhere. Yeah, we're good off Lamar, huh? It's so strange.
Atlanta, Carolina, Washington football team, go around the league. You have done nothing forever. This guy would be the face of your organization instantly, and you'd be a playoff contender. Like Washington, you want to sell right now. You're trying to sell the organization, right? You need a rebrand. You have been sputtering in the mud for years. Mm-hmm. You get Lamar Jackson, instantly credibility. Instantly, you have an identity. Instantly, Terry McLaurin becomes everyone's favorite fantasy target.
Yep.
Instantly, you're looking at that entire team completely different. And you're a defensive-based team? How does he not fit Washington perfectly? Ron Rivera, you coached Cam Newton.
Baltimore may not want to trade him down the road because it's like the Bay Area, Washington and Baltimore. It's right there. It's like Oakland, San Francisco. But
that makes sense. I'm talking about why you're not interested.
Right, yeah. Why you're not interested is stupid.
It's beyond me.
Atlanta?
Atlanta. I mean, I don't know what Atlanta's doing. I know you have all these weapons and you have no quarterback.
Little strange. What's going on in the NFL. Look at the
even like the Colts. Like I referenced them yesterday.
Yeah.
Like what are you? You have played quarterback roulette for 5 straight years.
I know.
What are you doing?
I know.
Figure it out. Tennessee Titans. You're trading everyone away. You want to completely revamp this thing for your new stadium? Get Lamar Jackson and keep Derrick Henry.
Lamar Jackson would be like, I'm good. Not Sydney.
I know, but I'm just saying, why are they not interested? It drives me crazy.
I just was shocked at how many teams come out and said they're not interested.
How about the Minnesota Vikings?
How about the Raiders said, we are in the quarterback market.
Yeah,
we're open to everything. Go get Lamar.
Let me
go get Lamar silver and black.
Can I throw an analogy at you with the Warriors? And I want to hear from the fans. 888-957-9570. If you were diagnosing this, let's say this is a car that goes into the shop, okay? What's the problem? You know when you go to your mechanic, what's wrong with my car? I want to hear from people. What do you think the diagnostic check would tell you is the problem with the Golden State Warriors?
That's funny. Is it an oil change? Is it a flat tire? You need a new engine?
Transmission?
You need a new engine?
What is it?
New shift gear?
So have you ever seen Cars, Sponte, the movie?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, my brother's kids are...
It's one of the few movies I've watched.
It's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
And there we go, Lightning McQueen. Look at him, Lightning McQueen. It is it puts kids in a trance. My brother's kid just face stuck.
Cars is amazing.
It's incredible. Okay, point being, in the story, if you've never seen it, Lightning McQueen is a race car. The Golden State Warriors are like a race car, a prize-winning race car. Mm-hmm. He gets lost on his way from one challenge to the next, and he gets stuck in Radiator Springs. Mm-hmm. I feel like this whole season, the Golden State Warriors have been stuck in Radiator Springs, and they can't get out of it. And every time I think they're going to make their getaway, something happens inside the town that lures them back in to being in the middle of nowhere. I feel like they are just stuck in Radiator Springs nonstop. It's like Groundhog Day.
So with the car, what do you think it is? Is it a new engine that they need? Which means, in this analogy, a new engine means you need a new roster. Is it an oil change, which means you got to sub one player in and sub a player out, or move on from a player, remove some, what is it? Is it a flat tire? Is it a bump in the road? Do you have a nail in the tire? Do you need to pull the nail out the tire? Is the nail the road games? I don't know.
If you were diagnosing what the number one issue is, you go, hey, you got your new Tesla, Bonte. Hey, I'm the mechanic. You're asking me, Joe, what's the biggest problem with my Tesla? And I would say this right now. Attitude. The attitude of this team.
What's wrong with the attitude?
It's twofold. Number one, too cool for school has been the attitude all year. What I mean is that we're too good for the regular season. We'll figure it out down the line, which they've earned some level of it.
They have earned that equity.
They have. But also, what comes with that is you're creating more problems for yourself as you wait for the season to tick down. Your seed goes lower and lower, and you get more and more desperate. You are now creating an environment that might be too difficult to overcome. That's number one. Number two, because of this arrogance that you have that we play ball our way and we will not allow mistakes unless you're one of the vetted superstar made men. Everyone else, I have zero tolerance for your mistakes.
So that's on Kerr.
That has, and the other players, Draymond Green as well, that has created an environment that is not sustainable for young player growth, which they absolutely needed heading into the season to go where they needed to go. They needed not all of them, but a couple of these guys that contribute. Have they provided the soil for those trees to grow?
No, it feels like two different teams. Feels like there's the veterans on one side,
yes,
and there's the youngsters on the other.
And that goes back to attitude.
There hasn't been any mesh point. Hasn't been any mesh point. There is an attitude there. Do it our way, do it our way, do it our way. And all of a sudden, the veterans and the coach get frustrated at the youngsters, and the youngsters are like, well, I've only been in the league 3 years, 2 years, 4 years. I can't make a mistake. I'm watching our leader make mistakes. I'm watching Draymond Green brick layups.
No, stop. Okay. Kuminga last night. Not a great game, but I was like, not his perfect game.
I would have liked more rebounds.
I'm with you. He was playing his ass off last night. Effort wasn't the problem. He's going to make a mistake here and there.
Right.
Now, and Shea took him to the woodshed on a couple of plays defensively. He also played brilliant defense on 3 different possessions where he went straight up vertical at the rim, almost got his nose broken. He actually is playing athletic basketball. He's sprinting downfield. Like, there are so many great things he's bringing to the table. I'm willing to accept a couple of mistakes here and there. Yet the tolerance level of the coaching staff and the veterans for a couple of his mistakes, they drive me nuts. He's doing so many other things that are special.
I say this.
Stop worrying about the one mistake.
Thank God he got to start yesterday. Because if he didn't get to start yesterday and he only played 15 minutes, he may have lost his kid for the rest of the season.
I'm with you.
That's what you're flirting with here with the last 60 games.
Done.
Moody is cooked. Moody's in the G League. Moody's in the G League. Moody is scared to shoot the basketball. All right? He's done. Don't even count on Moody, which is disappointing as hell.
It is.
Some of it is on Moody. I'll put a lot of it on Steve Kerr. Moody can't play over some of these guys that we're seeing on the court? All right, fine, whatever. Moody's lost. It's a lost cause. Kuminga, he was lost Sunday in L.A., playing 3 minutes and 25 seconds, whatever the hell it was, Sunday in L.A. They didn't play Kuminga the minutes that he played yesterday, 27 minutes, 46 seconds. They have a chance. They had an opportunity, or they were going to risk losing him for the rest of the season, going into the playoffs. This is when you need to get him ready to roll. Kevin Durant is coming. Giannis Antetokounmpo's coming. Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic are coming. Jokic and Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray. You need Jonathan Kuminga, because here's the other thing that nobody's talking about. And we've missed Andrew Wiggins now for a long time. And hopefully Andrew Wiggins comes back. But Andrew Wiggins just can't come back. He has to come back and be the Andrew Wiggins we saw in the postseason.
Oh, there's no like ramp up period. It's like you got to hit. You got to get thrown into the deep end, and you better start swimming at an Olympian level.
You got to be an all-star right away.
Exactly.
You got to come in at an all-star level. And GP2. We don't even know what GP2 is going to provide.
Right now, until I see GP2 on a court, it's hard for me to say that he's going to be a contributor. That's for right now. He could prove me wrong.
Right.
Bonte, yesterday, they played Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who was...
SGA is a monster.
Incredible. Who was the only person who could, at times, stay in front of him?
Nobody.
Kuminga.
But he had trouble doing
But that's my point.
Right.
Like, so that's as we want to rip the youngsters, the only guy who could stay in front of him on a couple of possessions, and trust me, he struggled at times, but the only one who was even capable of stopping him once in a blue moon was Jonathan Kuminga, your 20-year-old. But you want to treat him like he is the reason that this team is losing. That is wrong.
Hey, this is why I love SGA, though. He doesn't settle for the 3.
No.
And he goes in and gets buckets.
He's got this little, like,
he's got the hezzy. He gets it. I told you, the dude's a good player.
He's very
14
good.
to 24,
You're right.
31, 6-6 on the season. And the most important thing, he shoots 91% from the free throw line. So SGA, as a leader, Nobody thought OKC would be 31-34 at this point of the season. They are. They're knocking on the door to play in tournament. Good for them.
I don't want to see them.
Josh Giddey.
I can't believe I'm saying that.
Josh Giddey, 17 points, 17 assists, and 11 rebounds. I'll say this. Hey, Kings fans, Bonta Hill, do not want to see you in the first round of the playoffs. I do not want to see the Sacramento Kings in the first round of the playoffs. I'll tell you that right now. They're not ready for Sacramento. You got to go up there to Golden One. That arena is going to be like we believe back in 07. They're going to be roaring. And with the latest team is playing defense and the way Fox closes games, I want nothing to do with Sacramento right now. Let's go to the hotline.
And also, one last thing. Steph Curry turned the ball over a zillion times down the stretch and played
6
a little
times.
too much hero ball for me. He was great yesterday. The numbers look good. I'm just saying, like, we gotta call it what it is. Like, I love Steph. He's an all-time warrior. He could do no wrong. But yesterday he had a rough game down the stretch.
Kept him in it, though. He kept him in it.
100% agree.
He almost had a crazy rally down the stretch.
It sounds sacrilegious to even critique him, but I'm just saying.
I mean, they all deserve it. They all can't say in front of their man.
No.
They're all food on defense. They're all food. Steph Curry, the second half, though, 26 points, 9 of 17 from the floor, 6 of 11 from the three-point line. Klay tosses 3 shot attempts. All from 3. He makes 2 of them. 6 points, 2 rebounds. Kuminga, 15 points in the second half. How about that? Gave up 137 points. Okay,
925. They're the smart kids in high school who don't do their homework, but they feel like they have to get the A on the final. Then they get stressed out and make excuses. It's an interesting analogy. I like that.
How about this? Draymond Green. No rebounds in the second half. No rebounds for Draymond Green in the second half. Bat line. Pops.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's
How
up,
you guys
Pops?
doing today?
Oh, man.
Hey, Dad.
I could be better, Pops. A little frustrated.
Aren't you in the free state of Florida, quote unquote?
We are. We're driving down to Key West. I had to give you a shout out. It's only 82 degrees. It's beautiful out, sunny, not a cloud in the sky.
Damn.
Loving life. Hey, I just one quick word about the Warriors, and we'll get off this Dutch. It just seems like the team itself puts too much pressure on Curry to do everything, right? And where everybody seems like when he's not playing, they're playing a team game. When he comes back, they want to rely on Curry to bail them out defensively and offensively without making any stops. It's just frustrating.
I know. I'm with you. What about Draymond not stopping in the middle of the play? What'd you think of that? Are you sick of Dre?
You know what? I couldn't watch the game last night. I just saw highlights. But when Curry scores 40, you think they're going to win, right? But you can't when you give up 137 points, right? I mean, how can you go from keeping teams from 100 to 110 the last 10 days? Now you're going to give up 137 when Curry comes back? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make any sense. How's Noreen doing? And where's she at right now, Pops?
We got you. I got you on speaker. I got you, Marianne. And Noreen on speaker.
Marianne and Noreen, good morning.
The Bolognas.
Yeah, the Bolognas. Oh, wow, the Bolognas. Hey, I got beef with the Bolognas. You made Papa Shasky watch the Cowboy game at your house. It was almost a loss, so I still got beef with you guys.
Yeah, well, I just want to give you guys a shout-out. We're just living a life. We're heading down to Key West.
Living a life.
Give you guys a little shout-out.
Yeah, as we drive in, and it's an atmospheric river going on here in the Bay Area. I love you guys. Have fun. Hit him straight on the golf course. And tell John I will see him in San Bruno Little League Baseball at some point this year.
All right, you got it, brothers. You guys have a great day.
Bye, Noreen.
Bye, Mom.
Let's get to Marcus.
He's golfing up and down the state of Florida.
It's unbelievable. Oh, Marcus, where'd he go? Oh, I was just going to Marcus in Oakland. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Beef with the Bologna.
Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage.
I can't find the Toms.
And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Don't forget about our ticket giveaway. We're giving away 2 tickets to the Spurs and Warriors game on March 31st. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 95.7 The Game. And the longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen. And every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Here in a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman Supplies, trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today. Let's bang out some calls here. Jose, real quick in Oakland.
Hi, Jose.
Wants to talk about Lamar Jackson. Then we'll get right back into the Warriors. Jose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Mr. Roy is bringing us two things together that you mentioned, Lamar Jackson and attitude. I think a lot of teams are scared of the fact that he's already coming out with this kind of attitude, and the fact that he represents himself means that 3-4 years down the road he might start trying to renegotiate his contract again.
Doesn't every player do that? Hold on, Jose.
Yeah,
doesn't every player do that?
Yeah.
Doesn't every player do that in the league? All the players do that. If you got leverage, renegotiate. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Well, no, that's not a problem. The problem is are you willing to give up 2 first-round picks and a ton of money for a guy that might give you problems later down the road?
What problems?
That's the reason why personally, I wouldn't take Aaron Rodgers into the team meeting if they could get it for $10 million. Why? Because of his attitude and all the other crap that he brings with him. I mean, granted, the guy is very talented, but those teams, keep thinking, okay, what if we give up 2 first-round picks? The guy comes in, and all of a sudden he doesn't want to extend his contract. He wants to go somewhere else. Then we'd have 2 first-round picks. So that's what they're looking at. That's the reason why teams, rather just wait. It would have been different if he was a free agent without having to give up any first-round picks.
Jose,
that would probably make a difference.
Jose, I'm going to let you finish, Jose. I don't want to cut you off, Jose. Stay on the line. What problems has Lamar Jackson caused to the Baltimore Ravens other than, I don't know, winning an MVP? I don't know.
42-19.
42-19. I don't know, throwing to no names other than Mark Andrews. What problems has Lamar Jackson caused?
No, I understand your point, but it like they say, perception. It's what people do. How they see you, and other teams see him that way. I mean, there's no other reason why they wouldn't even want to touch him. Like you said, the guy is extremely talented. The guy has been an MVP, and you know right away that the minute he comes into your team is going to be a better team. But like I said, most GMs see what is going on with other teams when they get a player that tries to renegotiate his contract and doesn't want to sign in. I don't know all the issues they're having right now with Lamar Jackson. They've seen him.
I hear you. I've had about enough though. Lamar has been a model NFL player. All right, people were frustrated that maybe he didn't return because of the knee injury. He had so much to lose. I understand why he wouldn't come back unless he's fully healthy. He's given his body and soul and his identity to the Baltimore Ravens. I will defend the young man.
Yeah,
got better every year.
I mean, the reason why no one's touching this, you guys know why, right? It's because of what Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, did with Deshaun Watson.
Guaranteed money.
It's the guaranteed money. And if they sign Lamar Jackson, if a team goes out there and signs him to like a similar contract, that's going to set a precedent down the line that the owners are not wanting to do.
Exactly. The attitude product. That's the first I heard.
Whack, come on with that. Doesn't make
Lamar?
sense. Out there all the time with the community.
There's a video I saw last year.
Come on.
Lamar, they retired his number at Louisville.
Yeah.
And they had all these different counselors and teachers, and he choked up and remembered their names, talked to them, hugged them, hung out with Lamar. The kid with the video with the kid last year where he walked into the ballroom and the kid, who's a little white kid, I think he had I forget what it was, but he made his day. Attitude. I follow a lot of Raven fans. For some reason, I got a lot of Raven fans on my timeline. Rita out there, she works out there at Baltimore radio, so all the Ravens flock. They love Lamar. Love what he does to the community. Jose, this perception, where's the perception coming from? Where's it coming from? So teams would rather go pay Daniel Jones $82 million guaranteed and say, Lamar, you won an MVP, but we don't like your attitude. What? Makes no sense.
I don't get it.
All right, let's get back to the Warriors. Coach Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think the Warriors' problem is it starts with management. I think they do not want to acknowledge that they need a big man. They need someone, after your Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, those guys get through the lane and get past the first line of defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no spirit there. And like for Kuminga, I mean, isn't it amazing that big guy can stay with a lot of point guards? And if he were to play, closer to the hoop or play forwards, I think his rebounding numbers will go up. But when you're chasing around point guards all the time,
I'm with you.
It's kind of hard to be a great rebounder,
It's a great point.
I think that the Warriors need to acknowledge that they need, a JaVale McGee or somebody just to stand there and be a big guy and make that, a harder shot to make, and admit that small ball right now, the league has pretty much caught up with that. So I think they need to admit and have one big guy.
Well, Coach, real quick, don't you think that the whole small ball theory with the Warriors was a myth. Kevin Durant's not small. Andre Iguodala's not small with his wingspan. Right. Draymond Green's not small with his wingspan. That whole, hey, it's small ball, that's a misnomer. Now they're really, really small. And they got two guys, Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, who struggle on defense. Clay's not the same guy. Draymond's at the back end. It's problems. They can't go small this year. You're not going to win going small ball.
I agree. That's an excellent point, Bonte. And you got an older Iguodala. So sometimes you have a front line of a Looney, Draymond, and Anthony Lamb. That's not going to stop anyone.
Hey, Coach.
No.
Coach, when Draymond did the thing yesterday with Jordan Poole, because you've been very, critical of Jordan Poole, just in general. What was your assessment of that situation?
Oh, I was totally disgusted. He quit playing basketball in the middle of the game. He walked off to the side.
I couldn't believe it.
I think Jordan Poole did nothing wrong. He passed the ball to an open man at the top of the circle, and Draymond throws up his hands and runs to the sideline. I would have benched him. I don't care who he is. If I'm Kerr, I'm pulling him out the game and benching him.
Well, that's a great point to leave off at.
Thank
before
you,
we break, Coach. And Anthony and Daryl, I want to get you guys 888-957-9570. What's your curve done in that situation? Should he bench Draymond Green like Coach said? I want to play that soundbite where Kerr said after the game. We didn't hear from Draymond Green afterwards, unfortunately, after the loss. Clay came out late. We were done with the postgame show by the time Klay Thompson came out to speak to the media. So we'll get to that coming up here on the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. Second episode of the Prep Rally podcast will be released later today. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Shout out to the Midi Girls. Midi Girls winning their section championship, and Oakland High boys upsetting Oakland Tech. They had lost to Oakland Tech 3 times this season. They beat them last night at, I believe, Laney College. It was packed last night at Laney College. I want to say it was Laney College. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st?
Must have been from last season, huh? GP2, what's happening? Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, the podcasts are all available completely free. You can watch every Warrior game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Howard Beck in 13 minutes. Kirk Morrison. Now we're in 13 minutes to talk about the NFL. We got a couple calls here. So asking what's on your mind.
All right, so there was a play last night. The Warriors lose last night, and there's a variety of reasons why they lost. Right. But one thing stuck out to a lot of people. And there was a play with Jordan Poole getting the ball on the wing above the three-point line toward the bench, and it feels like he's being pressured. Draymond cuts to the elbow, the key, whatever your terminology is, sticks his hands up, doesn't get the ball. Poole kicks it back to the top of the key. Person at the top of the key passes to Draymond. His back is turned in disgust as he's throwing his hands up. Ball goes the other way. And the way people interpret this is so funny to me because I didn't see a pass there for Jordan Poole. I feel like it was being ball pressured. And even if, you're not going to make that entry pass every single time, depending on what's going on.
Go ahead.
No, but here we go from the 209. Oh my God, the coach doesn't know what he's talking about. Jordan Poole's on the sideline. Your first read is to throw the pass, and he's not immune to criticism in this situation. Draymond Green overreacted, but Poole's got to make that pass. So another one. Draymond did that because players are tired of Poole. I'm sick of scapegoating Jordan Poole. At what point are we going to, accept I feel like Draymond could shoot someone in the head on video.
Don't say that.
You're right. I shouldn't say that. But it feels like people are, you're right. I shouldn't say that at all. People are coming up with excuses on Draymond. Dre's not above criticism. He has done time and time again something to a teammate on the court that's like, dude, come on. If you're supposed to be a leader, you can't do those things. And there's a certain segment of Warrior fans that give him a pass no matter what and instantly criticize. Poole has not been good. Poole has not been good. But stop with this rhetoric that Poole is the reason the Warriors are as bad as they are this year.
Poole's not the reason why they're that bad. Poole's got to figure out how to play off the bench, though. He does have to do that.
I agree.
He has to do that.
He has to shoot better. He has to take care of the ball better.
Let's go back to the play and let's try to explain it to people because we're going to play this Kerr soundbite. Draymond Green flashes. Jordan Poole's right there getting suffocated on the wing, so he passes it to Klay Thompson. Because if he passes it to Draymond Green, Josh Giddey is stealing that pass. He's stealing that pass.
That's your interpretation.
That's my interpretation. Yes. So Draymond doesn't get the ball. Klay Thompson gets it. He looks for Draymond and passes it for Draymond. But instead of Draymond looking for the pass from Klay Thompson, he's already put his hands up in the air for disgust and walks away, which starts an OKC fast break. Now, thankfully, I don't think OKC capitalized on the break.
Yes.
But you even heard Bob Fitzgerald say, that's an oddity. Draymond Green just kind of quit on the play. And Buki was critical. It's like, no matter what, you got to get back on defense.
That's what I'm saying.
He walked away to the corner, soaking. So Steve Kerr was asked about that. And here's what he had to say.
We were a little disconnected in the first half several times. We talked about that at halftime, tried to get back out there and compete, the second half, but there was definitely a disconnect in the first half, and that cost us.
A disconnect. They gave up 68 points. They were down 4. They gave up 40 in the first quarter. But was that situation addressed? That's got to be addressed.
Why do we hold Poole?
As a captain of the team, but he's got to be held accountable.
I'm glad you're bringing up the accountable word. Why do we hold Poole accountable for every mistake? Why do we hold Kuminga and Wiseman when he was here and GMG or whoever it is accountable for every little mistake? Now, I get it. Draymond has earned a long runway. But we can't hold him accountable every now and then when his antics override. That was such a small play in the fabric of a game for him to lose his mind. And if you watch the game from the get, which I know you do, he was crying and whining and complaining all game. It felt like he didn't want to play all game.
I mean, they fell behind 13-2. Draymond goes to the cup. And he's yelling for a foul. He goes, God damn!
Yes.
He was yelling before he even got touched and shot the layup. I'm like, geez. And you can hear the hot mics. Draymond always gets on he was telling somebody from, I think it was the Blazers. Was it the Blazers game? He was telling somebody, 4 rings, all-stars. Just chirping. Jesus Christ. I mean, but Jordan Poole, we're going to scapegoat him because he doesn't have the equity. We're going to scapegoat Jonathan Kuminga. But at the same time, we're scapegoating Klay Thompson. We always pick and choose who we scapegoat.
That's true.
The problem is,
and I'm guilty of that.
It's not just you. No, it's not. It's not you. We all are. No. We scapegoat everybody. That's what we do.
But I try to be an equal opportunist in terms of criticism.
But who's going to hold Draymond Green accountable?
That's why I'm asking.
You're disconnected in the first half. What about that play?
What about the final 4 minutes when Jordan Poole's on the bench?
It's not closing games.
And he shouldn't have.
And he shouldn't.
And in that situation, he shouldn't have. But you could blame Jordan Poole for this, that, and the other. Okay, final 4 minutes. What did it look like? He wasn't even on the floor.
He wasn't on the floor.
Did he start the game when they were down?
No, he didn't start the game.
When they were down 10 points early?
13-2? No, he wasn't. He didn't start either.
So, no one is saying that the core group of guys, Klay, Steph, and Draymond, no one's not saying that they're not amazing and all-time greats. All I'm saying is you can't pick and choose who you want to criticize and when. Either we're going to be realistic and assess that, it's been spotty, and his attitude, Draymond's attitude, is a big reason why this team has been so inconsistent.
No, it has. It really has. 34 and 32 on the season. You could say sixth place, tied for fifth. They had the same record as the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
Now, I'm looking at Grizzlies at the 3 spot. I'm looking at the Grizzlies at 3. I don't mind being 6 if I'm the Warriors. I'm telling you right now. Right now, the Warriors do not want to play Sacramento. They do not want to play Phoenix. They do not want to play Denver.
I have a hard time looking at the standings for a variety of reasons, but right now, I am so focused on form. Yeah. Just play better.
Build good habits.
Yeah, exactly.
Build good habits.
So that the sky's not falling. The season's not over.
No,
it's all those things.
Another thing we haven't even addressed, because they're last in the league and they always turn the ball over, but 21 turnovers last night.
And how many down the stretch?
And so, numerous. But here's the problem.
They blitzed Curry and he just threw it away.
Points in the paint.
Yeah.
Points in the paint. The Warriors lead that category 19-9 at the half. Well, they ended the game 30-26. So OKC closed that gap in a major way. Points in the paint in the second half, 32-22. They have no rim resistance.
I know.
Coach was talking about the big. Well, damn, I'm watching the big in Detroit.
don't
10 for 13.
Don't even.
Don't get me started on that. Anthony in Richmond. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. So first and foremost, John wanted to hug you about 5 minutes ago. When you gave that analogy.
It was terrible. I'm sorry. I should not even insinuate that. That is. I apologize.
On your road, I always appreciate the passion. I know that is not what you meant. It's all good. But I wanted to say 2 things. Well, actually 3. 1, leaders are not above criticism.
Exactly.
Draymond cannot be a leader if he can't be criticized. And I am of the belief, even at your job, you do it with respect, but you should be able to criticize or hold your boss accountable. It's human nature for people to try to get at the lesser people because they're afraid to point the finger at the person that's really responsible.
Totally agree. That's a great point.
Thank you, guys. So the next thing is we're not athletic enough. These guys are closing out on us so fast. We get steals. They're right in our face. As soon as they're down there, I've seen a lot of plays and possessions where they were just so much more faster and athletic than us. The only people that were really kind of hustling was DDV and Kuminga, and that just comes with age. The other thing I wanted to say is I kind of just wanted to respond to David and Brentwood because I actually usually agree with everything he said, but Lamar Jackson has done nothing but been a model citizen as well as a professional. And you guys remember when what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. He came down from Seattle, and he did his own. Remember when he negotiated
Richard Sherman
contract? And
yeah,
Richard Sherman, and everybody was up in arms about that.
Yep.
And so he took a lot of criticism because he bucked the system. And Lamar has done that as well. When you consider he uses his mother as his agent, and there's nothing wrong with that. And when you don't kind of go along with the social norm, people just decide to criticize you for no reason. So I didn't want to come at David, but I wanted to kind of just put that out there because the perception of Lamar is not something that he created.
Exactly.
It's what other people are creating for him because Lamar has been great.
Exactly.
But I did just want to...
Dude, he's everything you want in a franchise quarterback.
That's a great point.
He's been an MVP.
I don't know where. I think that was Jose in Oakland.
I don't
know where the hell he was going with this bad attitude thing. We just throw bad attitude on certain players.
People keep saying, well, he sat out a playoff game. No, he didn't. He hurt his knee, and the team balked at giving him a fair amount of money on the front end of the season, and his career is on the line. We know how small these windows are. Yep. I don't blame him at all. I keep thinking about this. Bill Belichick, where are you on the Lamar Jackson sweepstakes? You can't draft a quarterback to save your life. You're in flux, okay? All you want to do is run the ball and play tight games. Why are you not all in on the Lamar experience?
Look, two things could be like you asked me, do I want Lamar in the Niners? Knowing Shanahan,
we don't have the ammunition too.
You don't have the ammo, don't have the cap, don't have the picks. But with Shanahan, I'm just like Lamar. Like quarterbacks just drop like flies with Shanahan.
I know.
I don't know if I would take that risk. But I looked at a team like Miami. That is close.
Yeah.
That has a lot of speed.
And he's from South Florida.
He's from South Florida. He would pop down there in that community. Pop.
Oh, he'd be huge.
I mean, what about the Jets?
Him and Tyreek and Waddle. Oh, my God.
Now, the Jets are talking to Aaron Rodgers. What if that doesn't fall through? What about the Raiders? I don't know.
Aaron Rodgers doing the exact same thing Brett Favre did. It's just, I mean, you can't write the scripts.
He's got to be sick, Lamar stealing the headlines now. He's got to be sick.
But Lamar has a bad attitude. What has Aaron Rodgers done for the last 5 years? You guys want to talk about attitudes?
He quits.
He's just zany. Aaron Rodgers. He's just, he's just out there.
Let's go to Marcus real quick.
Not one teammate swears by him.
Right, not one. A lot of teammates swear by Lamar, though. Let's go to Marcus in Oakland. Marcus, what's happening?
Yo, what up, y'all?
What's good, baby? Oh, man, I'm a little frustrated about the Warriors, but I'll get over it.
The rain's got me depressed.
Hey,
I'm not going to lie.
Man, I ain't talked to y'all since Philly, man, but it's all good.
Hey, didn't it feel good to watch Kansas City win that Super Bowl? Let's put a smile on your face,
really
Marcus.
Isn't it?
Felt great.
Isn't it?
It felt great.
But
and now they're talking about they're talking about cultural problems in Philadelphia. Oh, life is good. Go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
But to our Dubs, though, man, I feel like the veterans failed us in bridging the gap with these young guys, man. I mean, I feel like it started with Wiseman in his rookie years. You got Draymond yelling at him, getting a technical because he yelled at him too much, Wiseman get a fair shake. The coaches got such a short leash on these young guys. It's like they don't even have a chance. We don't have no bench to do anything,
Yeah. Nah, Marcus, it's, you make a great point. Anthony in Richmond makes a great point. Athletic teams have destroyed them all season long.
Oh, yeah, but that's to be expected.
That's to be expected with a veteran team.
When you only have one athlete, or I can say two, Dante and him. Dante and Kuminga.
But, the Warriors are pressing up on OKC, knowing that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Josh Giddey will blow by any one of those guys.
I know.
I mean, Anthony Slater put out a great article last night with the breakdowns of the pick-and-roll defense and them blowing assignments. You can really learn a lot from Anthony Slater. He knows the game inside out. Really smart writer. Really smart when it comes to basketball. I mean, just simple blow-bys. Shasky, you'll see why your team wouldn't do this stuff that the Warriors are doing right now. Breakdowns and coverages. These guys have been playing together forever. The core, at least. And everybody's talking about the starting lineup. Oh, best net rating, blah, 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 blah.
I don't want to hear about
net rating. They fell behind by double digits in 6 straight games.
They averaged 33 points per game in the first quarter. That's
Teams
what they're giving up.
Them.
Yeah.
Cooking them.
If I hear about net rating in the first quarter, that is the war of basketball
it's terrible.
right now. I don't want to hear about it.
And by the way.
You saw that thing that I sent you the other day.
Oh, the war stuff? Yeah.
It was like Dante Bichette and some David Justice's entire career, the war, both of them, two great players. Their war combined was less than Joey Gallo last year, who batted 189. It's the most flawed stat ever.
I've never incorporated war.
Oh, that's the main
PFF grades.
Plus minus.
Well, since people want to talk plus minus and Andre Iguodala.
Oh, what was his?
Oh, Iguodala looks so good. Iguodala, man. Minus 14 last night. The dude had 3 turnovers in 6 minutes in the first half.
When you're running a team or a business or an organization, this thing that you can't treat everyone the same. Totally agree with that. How I motivate Bonte Hill is not, or empower or talk to or discipline Bonte Hill is not the same as me talking, discipline, working with, Joe Spadoni or Sam Lubman. You react differently, and your motivations are different, and your core beliefs are different, and so I'm going to try to connect with you. But on some level, you cannot give somebody full runway at the end of the bench in Andre Iguodala, I'm just using him as an example. And he's minted, he could do no wrong. And then every little step of this guy over here is going to be, raked over the coals.
It's unfair.
You got to meet in the middle a little. And I don't expect you to treat them exactly the same. That's foolish. But what I'm saying is they're so far apart, the disparity is so big, you're creating a toxic work environment because now none of the youngsters, they can't even take a step without looking over their shoulder.
Well, they don't respect it either.
No,
and that falls on coaching. All of a sudden, they start disrespecting the coaches because they're saying, well, You're holding us accountable for this turnover. What about that guy?
Yeah.
What about this guy? All of a sudden, I make a mistake, and I'm getting chewed out in front of everybody. This guy walks off on the play, Draymond Green. Nothing happens. Nothing. So I guess they addressed it at halftime yesterday. Anyway, Howard Beck, one of our favorites, national NBA writer for Sports Illustrated. He's covered the league for many, many years, going back to the 80s with the old L.A. Lakers. I've actually from Oakland, California as well. Catch him on the Crossover Podcast with Chris Mannix. It's a really good pod. You'll learn a lot there. Howard, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Roast. Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. And we weren't going to start with Ja Morant, but let's start with the Golden State Warriors. They give up 137 last night to OKC. OKC's a tough team. They play hard. I love Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Defensively, the Warriors haven't been there. We know about their road woes. Whenever they trailed after 3 quarters, on the road, they're 0-18. But did you see the Draymond Green play? And if you did, what was your thoughts on the Draymond Green play when he kind of just walked off when Jordan Poole didn't pass him the ball?
I didn't see the entire game. We had an old friend drop in unexpectedly last night, so I caught pieces, and I did check out a few things this morning. I did see the clip of that play this morning, which I was unaware of until about 30 minutes ago, and my jaw kind of dropped. Like, we all know what Draymond is about and how smart he is about the game. And obviously that's a moment where his emotions took over, his exasperation got in the way. And, I'm sure he'd be the first to say, maybe he did last night if he was asked about it, but he has to be better than that, right? And at any point, especially now, especially this stage of the season where they have to tighten up, and you can't, if we're going to keep pointing toward, the young guys who didn't quite step up this season, or the bench that has been kind of unpredictable, unreliable, you still have to start with the veterans who are the tone setters and who do know what it takes to win at the highest level, and you start there. And if Draymond is having a lapse like that, where he lets the exasperation take over, and the next thing you know, it's a fast break in the other direction. And look, that was ultimately part of that is Clay making a bad pass too, and he had a couple of those last night. But still, you never want to. You never want to extrapolate too much from one play and say, there it is, the season in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. But there are times when you look at a play like that and you go, well, maybe this isn't meant to be. Because we're still seeing this.
And there's irony, hypocrisy, I'm not sure exactly the word. He was so mad at Kevin Durant for not committing to the team long term, and every day Kevin Durant was asked about it. Yet this year, with his contract option looming, he hasn't committed one way or the other. There is some hypocrisy on. I mean, obviously he's got a lot of things that we all do as well, where you can be, a hypocrite. It's just I feel this whole thing. The underlying thing is the contract and the offseason. There's just so much going on here below the surface. Is that the sense that you're getting from people that are in the know?
I'm going to push back on that theory a little bit, just in the sense that, I don't think the analogy is lines up. Durant, there was so much noise that he definitely was, unhappy and wanted to leave, and he was a straight-up free agent. Obviously, Draymond's got the option. The better path, for the most part, over these last 10 years or so, in this era where stars are changing teams all the time, the better path is usually to do what Draymond's done, which is, I'm not going to talk about this. If you're making a bunch of noise about it behind the scenes, and then just not addressing it publicly, that's a little different. There's a gap between your private words and your public presentation on it. I'm not sure that that's what's eating at them. I don't know what exactly to make of the general state of things anymore. I would say this, too. Just, look, this sounds too easy, but if Steph is just healthy all season, they're still probably having some struggles on the road, and the defense is still going to be what it is and whatever, but there are a few more games up in the win column, and maybe a couple spots up in the standings, and we'd be thinking about it in a different way, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
And so so much it's funny how much has gone wrong and how much the discussion around the Warriors is about what's gone wrong, starting with obviously Draymond punching Jordan Poole and everything that's come since then, and Weissman and young guys, bench, trade for Gary Payton, and how that's turned out. Like, all of these things. All of that said, Clay is having this renaissance type season and is better than the player he was a year ago at this time, when they were on their way to eventually winning a championship that we didn't see coming. And Steph is still Steph. He just has to stay on the court. But, he's had injuries, and that happens with older teams.
Howard Beck, national NBA writer for Sports Illustrated, tapped in, one of the best out there in the business covering the NBA. Let me ask you this, Howard. How was Jordan Poole looked at nationally?
I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest. It's...
And the reason, real quick, Howard, the reason why I asked is because out here in the Bay Area, we're like, all right, Jordan Poole's rising. He has this crazy split. When he comes off the bench, he averages 14.5 points per game, and he's a non-factor. When he starts, he's averaging nearly 25 points per game. You're like, wow, look at Jordan Poole. He could one day carry the torch for this franchise once Steph and Clay and Draymond all move on here. And it's such a weird he's kind of a polarizing figure out here in the Bay Area in which some fans just like, hey, trade this guy to the All-Season. He plays no defense. He's all about himself. And then some fans are like, well, this guy's a talent. He can get to the cup. He gets to the free throw line. He can shoot the three, even though he's not doing it well this season. But it's just a big enigma right now with this basketball team, Jordan Poole, that is. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's kind of the, like, I have not asked around recently. I don't know how, opposing scouts or coaches would view him. It's not something I have a handle on. I know what I see in him from my vantage point, which is there is that inconsistency. And, there are a lot of guys with talent in this league who, especially early in their careers, they flash just enough to make you believe that this is somebody who is going to keep rising on a steady trajectory, and they'll be an all-star someday, a perennial all-star. A team that, a guy you can build a team around. And, it's never that simple. Poole has those moments and has the talent that you look at it and see that the outline of that kind of trajectory is there. But it doesn't always follow. It has to do with guys, mental makeup and their commitment and their work ethic, and whether they're constantly still trying to improve or whether they're satisfied with where they are. And I'm not around that team enough to know where Poole falls in that spectrum. He's obviously a really intriguing talent, and at his best, he is a guy that you think is the bridge to the next era, whatever that era looks like. But the consistency isn't there yet. He's still young too, so you don't want to fall on the other side of that and say, well, he's never going to be any better than this. Trade him now while you can. I do think a lot of people felt like it was a bit of an overpay on the contract, but it was also an understandable overpay given where they were and given how much they need their young guys to step into the fray. And Jordan Poole had overall a pretty important postseason last spring.
And when you look at Andrew Wiggins, things I never thought I'd say 2 years ago, they desperately miss Andrew Wiggins. Career year last year, shines in the playoffs, second best player, we all thought. And then this year feels like a lost season. How bad do they need this guy?
Well, that's the other thing, too, and I should have mentioned that off the top. When we're talking about all the things that have gone wrong this season, or we're talking about where they are and what's caused it, and all this still theorizing about underlying rifts because of Draymond and Jordan Poole. Again, if Andrew Wiggins is just playing the majority of the season instead of between injury and personal issues just being gone, again, might be a completely different story. And that's the thing I keep coming back to with this team, and it's why I said on another Bay Area show within the last week or so, I know every single data point, all the logic points to saying that at this stage of the season, a team with this record and this defensive rating and this road record and this inconsistency, we should all just write off, and yet I still cannot write them off because Steph is still there and Draymond is still there and Clay is still there, and because their starting five, their preferred starting five, and a couple different versions of their starting five, still rate among the best lineups in the NBA. And in the postseason, you don't have to worry about going 8 or 9 deep. You go 7 deep. And Wiggins is a huge piece of this, clearly. If we want to talk about their defense struggling, well, we can't pretend that he wasn't one of the linchpins to that defense last spring. There are still scenarios here where everything falls into place. Wiggins comes back, they stay healthy, and they make a run. I don't know how deep that run is, but like I say, there's still, in my own head, there is a big gap or just a tension between the part of me that says that all the data points to this is already over. Nobody, has this record, this stage of the season. And even all that said, I think at the time I said that they were still like 7th in the West or whatever. What are they today? 4th? Wherever they are. It's and that's that's also the state of the West this year, which is another another check in their favor. There's things are very fluid.
Last one for you, Howard, and we'll get you out of here. Ja Morant, what's going to happen there? Is he going to get to 50 games? What do you think happens there? Do we see him on Thursday at least against the Golden State Warriors?
Well, it's not 50 games. My buddy Mark Stein, good friend of mine, had thrown out that number on his podcast and then later followed up with a tweet that said, I misspoke. There's no automatic.
Got it.
The league has complete latitude to decide how long it needs to be, and they'll count the games that he's already missed, right? I don't think we're going to see him back on the court soon, guys. I mean, I don't think we're seeing him against the Warriors, and I don't know how soon we'll see him back. I mean, I don't know. I'm not about to guess. The league is investigating, and when I say the league is investigating, the league has an entire security apparatus staffed with former cops, former FBI agents, and they will know far more than we do. They sometimes know, I think, more than the local authorities do when things happen.
Right.
They will gather all the information, and they'll render a decision. And until they do, there's still a lot we don't know. Yeah. We still don't know if he's in trouble with the authorities in Colorado. We don't know if that gun was his. We don't know if it was loaded. We don't know if it was actually a real gun. We don't there's a bunch of stuff that is still plausibly up in the air. But I'm guessing it's weeks, not days, that he'll be out. I think that's probably safe to say. And there's still a lot that we don't know.
And they may drop in the standings here. Third place in the Western Conference. Phoenix is rising. Sacramento now at a 2 spot, 7.5 behind the Denver Nuggets. Sacramento, what a story they have. But the Warriors, they got to get out track here. 7-25 on the road. They'll take on the Grizzlies, who have the second best home record in the NBA on Thursday at 26-5. Howard, we always appreciate the time and the insight.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Thanks,
Anytime.
buddy.
Howard Beck, National NBA writer for Sports Illustrated. A lot to unpack there. And I do want to get to a Wiseman watch. I'm here for chaos today.
So listening to him, Howard Beck, he's very reasonable, measured, well-informed when it comes to just the opinion of the Warriors as you zoom out. We ask so much locally, like, if you got rid of Draymond, who could replace him? How many guys in the league? And he's so unique as a unicorn. Yes. It's very difficult to find any one player who can even do 2 or 3 of the things that he does so uniquely well. How many guys could you, if you remove Jordan Poole, how many guys can do what Jordan Poole's been doing right now for the last couple of years?
Not many.
That's what I'm saying.
Not many.
Like, people go, Tyler Hero. And I go, Tyler's got the ball in his hands a lot.
But also, Tyler kind of went through a similar situation to where Pat Riley and company had him on the bench.
Exactly.
And Pat Riley heard him after last season, said, you want to be a starter? We'll compete for the job.
Yeah.
There's not just one end of the court. You got to go play defense as well. And they started bringing Tyler off the bench, and they stopped playing him for a while.
And I think that Jordan, when on his best night, is a better all-around offensive player than Tyler Hero.
I do agree with that. He could do more.
Yes. I think Tyler might be a more consistent shooter, but he could go to the hoop better. I think he can set up for his teammates better. He doesn't do it as much as we all want. But where I'm going at with this is that I find him to be an interesting case study. He always seems to be the pivoted scapegoat on this team right now. It was Wiseman for a minute. Now you referenced Clay. Now we're going straight to Jordan Poole. And I'm not saying that you can't criticize him. He deserves criticism. We want him to play better. It starts with the bigger 3 guys that are getting paid the most money. Clay doesn't touch the rock in the fourth quarter. Curry turned the ball over late. He was awesome otherwise, but he's been hurt a lot. Draymond Green, the attitude, we could talk about all this stuff that Jordan isn't. The money hasn't kicked in yet. We can argue about whether they should trade him in the offseason when the money kicks in. All that. But to say that he's the reason why they're losing these games, I'm pushing back on that.
I don't know anybody in their right mind that could blame Jordan Poole for giving up 137 points.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a team defensive breakdown.
And he's part of that.
Right. He is part of that. Offensively, the disconnection. Again, when I see the balance of this offense, they shoot 52 of their 91 shots against the Lakers, all from the 3-point line. All right? That's way too many. Way too many. And the Warriors are number 1 in the league in 3-point makes and attempts. They attempt so many threes. They attempt damn near 47 threes a game. It's just too much. And also, when you look at last night, the balance, and I pointed this out right away, it's like, oh boy, here we go again. 51 of their 81 shots from the 3-point line. But Jordan Poole, here's your adjustment he needs to make. He's shooting 32.5% from the 3-point line this season.
It's not good.
That's not good at all. Yet he's attempting 7, 8. I think he attempts 8 threes a game, if I'm not mistaken, Jordan Poole. That's way too many.
I agree.
You have to make an adjustment. You have to go live in the mid-range. Go to the free throw line. Shooting way too many threes. So, Jordan, make the adjustment. Coaching staff has to help him make that adjustment. And he missed a lot of wide open threes, and I get it. You're wide open, take the shot.
The corner one late.
But there's a couple times I see it.
Or fourth minute.
And he misses Steph Curry coming off a screen. Yes. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather have Steph shoot that shot. Steph shot 16 threes. Well, hell, you know what? Make it 17. Yeah. Make it 18. Jordan Poole sometimes has personal heat checks, and it's like, dude, slow down, man.
Well, but you also understand the message being sent to him when he's playing off the bench is, you got to get yours. Right? So I think
is that the message?
It feels like it.
It feels like every day is a different role for him.
That's my
one day facilitate.
I'm with you.
One day do this. One day do that. It's part of being a pro.
I know.
I'm not coming down this road.
No.
But we got to point out he's playing awful basketball.
I agree with that. Would you X's and O's? I think the media at times, like Anthony Slater, does a great job at that.
X's and O's.
We were talking a lot about like the finances of sports. Mm-hmm. I don't think we do a great job as a media talking about financing the finances of sports. We always do. Well, they're billionaires,
right?
Well, are we really like looking at their profit loss margin sheets? A lot of people have never run small businesses or any business, or have never had any kind of business degree that are talking to media. One area that I think is underserved: psychology of sports. Especially in this data-driven era that we're in, we have lost the human element touch when it comes to discussing these teams and these players.
I know what you're getting at because the analytics, the WAR, the PFF, it's all numbers, and these guys are all robots. There's no human element to anything.
And I think
that's why last year, not to cut you off, I want you to continue this because it's a great point. But last year when the Warriors were humming and then they slumped a little bit before the playoffs, people looked at me crazy. I was like, why are you so confident about this team? And I was like, the human element tells me. It's not the numbers. It's the human element. Just watch the freaking game. And that's the problem. Too many people are doing this, tweet, during the game and not really watching.
As someone who, I've been working on my mental health for a long time. Anyone can do this. You don't have to have quote-unquote issues to be doing this. I've had many issues. And I watch Sopranos, and when Tony's losing his mind, he's the head of the crime organization, and what's he doing, Bonte? He's sitting down with this therapist, and he's talking. Yep. There are times when I watch this team, and I truly believe psychologically, this team all needs to sit down and have a kumbaya. And I feel like it's never going to happen because that's not how sports work, and I understand that. But there's just something about the spirit and the connection of this team that's not the same as it was in years past.
It's not the same. How could it be after what happened in training camp? I don't give a damn what anybody says. What happened in training camp, the spirit was lost for a while. And then, of course, they did have the team meeting. Remember they had the team meeting? But they were basically calling out Klay Thompson for shot discernment, for chucking. And I get it. Klay Thompson was chucking. He was trying to find it right away. Klay Thompson was just, it's like, I need to find my game to help the team win. We're off to a slow start. But we need a team meeting on everything. Every issue needs to be put on the table before we get through this playoff run.
Kuminga fouled a couple times, yesterday early, and he turned over. I watched him.
I told you all day. He does that all the time.
He turned over and he was like, please, can I stay in the game? And I'm just thinking, think of the psychology of Jonathan Kuminga.
But listen, you can have so many team meetings all you want to. If it doesn't translate to the court, it does not matter. These guys aren't getting younger. They're not getting bigger. People were talking about, oh, man, we need a big. Well, that big's in Detroit. Well, you have no rim protection. Yeah. You didn't develop the big in Detroit. Now he's in Detroit trying to learn how to play, and everybody's going to point to his plus minus. The guy's 10 to 13, 21 points. Y'all told me he was a bust. What? Busts don't do that. What? So we'll get to Wiseman a little bit later. But defensively, the athleticism, and then just the catering to the veterans, I get it on one end because they've won you championships and they won a lot of big games.
Yeah.
But you're also realize that Kuminga is fragile psychologically because he's 20 years old. And he's like, I'm trying to get mine. I do want to help the team win, and I can help the team win, but you got to give me a longer leash. Moody did it all season long. Now Moody's cooked. He's in the G League.
The way I look at Moody now.
Moody was so scared to shoot the last month of the season. He kept looking over every possession. He's looking over at the sideline.
He's the car in the driveway that no one can drive.
No.
Right? It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. The other thing that I keep going back to, and it's like, okay, a couple of years, when they first started winning, pure joy. Playing together was I would say, the spirit of the team. When Durant joined, there was some joy, but I would say mercenary excellence. Mm-hmm. Like, we are out to rip people's hearts out every single night, and it's all about winning the championship, and we are all here united to win a championship.
Yep.
I don't know if I can define their spirit right now.
Well, Steph Curry, we'll play some sound coming up here. We haven't played a lot of sound today. We on the show, we don't play a lot of sound here, but we will play some sound from Curry and Clay because they said some interesting things last night. And I do want to get to the calls in just a second. Nobody's coddling Jordan Poole. I want to put that out there right now. Nobody's hugging. Jordan Poole has not played good basketball.
He sat the last 4 minutes, though, too.
And he shouldn't close.
I agree.
DiVincenzo should close.
Yes, I agree with you.
He gets beat on defense way too much.
And he didn't start.
And then there's times in the second half, I'm watching Jordan Poole dribble. I said, this guy don't give a damn right now.
No.
He's going through the legs and around the back. And, dude, give up the rock. Give up the rock, dude. And sometimes he takes some heat checks that drives me insane. I watch the game sometimes in that tunnel that I tell you guys about. And I seen him pull up on the heat check. I'm like, dude, first of all, you're not hot.
No.
You pull up from the logo. You're bricking. I had to go back upstairs and just go to the gatehouse. I said, I can't do it.
I know.
He frustrates the hell out of me sometimes.
I know.
But he's also had to shorten of the stick this season.
And he's played every game.
On
a team where no one plays every game.
Beat up, banged up. He works in the gym. So I can't get on him too much because he is one of your hardest workers. He does want it. But the IQ sometimes, I'm like, damn, Jordan.
I know.
What's up?
I know. But his role is constantly changing.
It's constantly
and I think
changing.
it's easy for anyone to sit here and be like, play this way every night. It's hard when the parts are moving around you.
It's his fourth year.
I know.
It's his fourth year.
Well, and there's also nights where you just don't have it. Like, that happens. Like, that's the thing I don't think people understand.
Well,
there are nights where you just don't have it in you that night.
Yep, no doubt. Let's go to Doug real quick in Utah. Then we'll get to the injury report. We'll get to Rich on the other side. Rich, hang on tight. We appreciate the patience. Doug, real quick, before we hit the injury report, what you got?
Thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you all the way from Utah.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Utah.
Yeah, I'm here. I just want to know, can you hear me?
We got you, Doug. We got you.
Can you hear me?
Doug, all right.
You got
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We don't have time. Let's hit the injury report. What the hell was he doing?
I think he was selling us Verizon.
His phone was injured.
His phone was injured.
What the hell?
That's good.
Verizon.
His phone was injured. That's a good one, Swadoni.
Verizon. It's just, what? Can you hear me? How many times are you going to say that? Yeah,
He's to get Xfinity Mobile, Bonte, is what he needs to get.
Man. The Giants got some good news this week. That's good stuff. This week regarding outfielder Austin Slater. Austin Slater's hurt? Oh, my God. Giants baseball. It's the only time we're talking Giants today. No, we're not going to talk about Kyle Harrison getting rocked yesterday. I will watch some Team USA Giants today, though.
There you go.
Love to put me onto it.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on. Or maybe I'll watch some EPA.
WBC.
I don't know. WBC. Slater has missed a week of action in spring training due to elbow discomfort, but luckily an MRI revealed no structural damage. According to Giants beat writer Susan Slusser,
he'll be ready to
the
pinch it all
source
year.
of Slater's discomfort stemmed
thank
from an angry nerve in that elbow. Did you really type this, Lubman? An angry nerve in the elbow? Slater is expected to only need rest and anti-inflammatory treatment. While there's not a timetable for his return to lack structural damage, is a good sign for Slater and the Giants moving forward.
An angry nerve in the elbow.
Those were her words, not mine.
That is not good, number one. And number two, if somebody said to me at Little League practice, Coach, I got an angry nerve in my elbow, I'd be like, oh, God.
Dude, Austin Slater. I didn't even know he was still on the roster.
Oh, well, he's a platoon special. You know that. Against lefties, we are going to Austin Slater no matter what so that he can bat 270.
The Giants are going to be so mediocre.
Oh, dude.
We got so many mid guys.
Austin Slater was once a prospect 8 years ago. It drives me nuts.
2015.
And they're going to win 86 games and back into the playoffs. And everyone's going to be like, look, success. It's like 9 teams in baseball aren't even trying.
Well, you know what the real Giants fans are saying? Bonte, they were 500 last year. They're 81 and 81.
You're telling me Vaughn Brown can't come up now and take some of these Slater at-bats? I can't see Elliot Ramos. Just see it.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer Cares, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Kirk Morrison, 8:30, talks some NFL. We will not talk Giants because we'll lose our minds and we'll get really, really angry. So we're not going to do that.
I have an angry nerve on the Warriors.
You have an angry nerve on the Warriors. We have a Wiseman watch. You want to get angry about that? Well, we got the Wiseman watch coming up and the rest of your phone calls. Rich, hang tight. The rest of you hang tight. We'll get to the calls. 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Kate, you look amazing. Thanks.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It is a Warriors Wednesday.
When you do it so low-key like that, I always think of Back to the Future. I told you this before, but ooh la la, as he's like flipping through the magazine and it's not the Gray's Almanac.
I can't believe it. Butthead? Dude, I can't believe how much I love Back to the Future.
It's one of the greatest trilogies
every time it comes on. The music, the theme music. Oh, man. It's just...
So why don't you make like a tree and get out of here?
It's make like a tree and leave, butthead.
Dude, when Back to the Future Part 2 came out, you know where I watched that?
Where?
St. Francis Theater downtown.
Really?
Yeah. Remember the old G?
I do remember
with
that.
the matinees, like $4.75.
Yeah.
They had the black dude security guard. They had the Asian people giving the movie tickets.
1000 Van Ness just closed.
Yeah, I know.
That hurt my soul.
It's open for 20 years.
I mean, God.
We used to go there all the time. 38 Gary, boom, and they had the nightclub down there by the movie tickets.
I'll never forget the day I met Rapid Forte right out in front. Swear to God.
By the way, Rapid Forte one time, I think it was like 7 years ago. He's just walking around Fillmore with his platinum plaque.
Oh, yeah? Did he have airbrush hats on?
Did he at the time? Nah, I think it was just an SF.
He used to hang out at the round table on Van Ness a lot.
Oh, that was my round table.
Look at
little buffet with the salad.
The Burger King right up the street.
You had the salad. You had the Burger King with the drive-through.
Speaking of fast food, boy, were the Warriors fast food on defense.
Boy, they were food on defense. It wasn't fast food. They were just food. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supply. It's a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today.
I'm here.
Warriors lose last night, 7-25. Good morning, by the way, to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to all the strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, teachers, students, cops. I see a guy walking across the street right now, Broadway Battery. His pants are sagging. He has no belt on. He has no shoes on. He's got a short, wide open chassis. Look at this guy. I think he's about to walk into Gambino's. White button up. That's not buttoned up. And he's like yelling at the world. Look at that.
Yeah,
Good morning to that guy.
Bonte, guess what? There's a lot of crazy people out there.
Yeah, you see him walking up the hill? Can you see him?
No, I can't see it.
He's walking up. He's speed walking now.
Oh, wow.
He's speed walking. Look at this guy.
Yeah, avoid him. Oh, wow. Yeah,
he just waved to us, I think.
He's a character.
Yeah, he is a character. Good morning to that guy.
The rain's making me sick. Now that we're here, just for a quick aside, because I want to get back into the Warriors.
Sorry, that was so random.
Is Round Table the best of the fast food chain pizzas?
Absolutely.
I think so, too.
You know why? I had it last night.
The fresh ingredients?
So I didn't eat. Dude, it was weird how I ate yesterday. Like, I had my breakfast.
Yeah.
I go home, take a quick nap. I get up, have a lot of tea. I didn't eat. I had a bag of chips during the entire game, broadcast,
hardest
everything.
Thing for me to eliminate out of my life as I'm going
Chips.
all this. Yes.
It's
I
hard.
love Doritos nacho cheese.
See, I love the Ruffles cheddar and sour cream.
Oh, I love those too.
And then they got some
green
jalapeno chips.
onion.
Got some jalapeno. So I was starving.
Yeah.
I had to go to CVS to pick something up for Anna. So I was like, oh, they got the new round table. Bay Hill Community closes at 9. I'm calling them. I'm hurrying. I had to call up.
I need a personal pan.
Dude, I was like, personal pepperoni, mushroom, black olive, 3 garlic twists. Thank you.
Hey, the knots do hit. With the garlic ranch sauce. So good.
You know what, though? They had the garlic ranch sauce, but they didn't give me my ranch dressing. They forgot my ranch dressing.
No, you got to ask for extras. Always. You got to. And they go, this is
well, I told them that.
And I'm like, just throw 5 in there.
I
just
told them
charge
that.
me extra.
I told them that. They forgot about it. But anyway, I had Round Table last night. It is the best fast food pizza.
Of the fast food
It
category.
doesn't even feel like fast food.
Yeah, I agree. Because like Little Joe's Pizza for me and Original Joe's, which is over there on West Portal, Mission Street and the West Portal, those are my 2 favorite
You like Bravos
traditionals.
up there?
I'll eat Bravos, hell yeah. And everybody likes Tony's, and obviously that's going to be like, you know, the higher end. Golden Boy's off the hook. But
Right.
like when we're talking straight up fast food style,
Right.
I'm taking Round Table,
I'm taking
power
Round
ranked
Table.
1.
I'm taking Round Table all day long.
I'll take your wallet too. Expensive. I'm sorry.
Well, all
That's why a lot of people don't.
It was
go to
only
Round Table.
$16 last night. Personal pizza, the garlic twist.
How
Cost me
big
less than
was the
$20.
pi- How big is that though? Is that a large? Or is that a medium?
Personal. The little personal
Yeah,
pizza.
see, it's
4
$16 too
slices.
much.
It's a power pack of carbs.
I
It
can go
is.
to Domino's and get take in $7 for a
Where
medium.
is
Well, except it's going to taste bad, though.
No,
Domino's is good. Love it.
Domino's isn't bad.
Love it. Hey, Domino's, you want to sponsor the show? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it is. I like their little logo guy. What's his name? The little domino guy.
I don't know.
They used to give you the little like figurine back.
I
in
had
the day.
Domino's. Last time I had
Little Caesars, the pizza.
No, I know
guy?
Pizza.
Yeah. Last time I had Domino's was in Boston. It was the only thing open after Game 6. And there was a bunch of 18-year-old kids. I felt so old that day. They were coming out the club, and they were looking at me like somebody said, this is why I knew I was old. They're like, hey, what up, OG?
No, they didn't.
I said, damn, I'm not the OG now.
No, they didn't.
I swear to God,
I knew when I was old.
The second time it happened at the Niners game where, I'm not going to say who threw up, but somebody threw up, and thank God these kids that was sitting in front of him weren't there at the time. He threw up all in their seats and came back, and I was like, hey, man, just want to let you guys know this guy threw up. It's all good. They're coming to clean it up. He goes, how long ago did he leave? I said, I made up something like 20 minutes because I was like, thank the Lord this guy wasn't there because it would have went down. And then the guy like kind of slapped me in the chest and goes, right on, OG. And it was like, oh, he called you an OG.
That's the moment you knew? See, the moment I knew, it was very recently. I went with my niece and my wife. We went to the bar, went to Carl's Beacon, and I'm like, I'm going to run into somebody we know. Because there's always somebody at Carl's there. And it was a bunch of kids that I coached. And they're like, what's up, coach? Can I buy you a picture? I was like, at that moment in time, I was like, the kids that I coached are now adults trying to buy me a beer. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm old.
Yeah, no.
I had to reassess myself.
I actually...
That was the moment when I said Apple Watch is in my future and working out every day.
Listen, though. Like, whenever... we always say, what up, OG? What up, OG? Like, OG Gene, Uncle Gene. What up, OG? We do it.
It's a term of endearment.
I got called OG, and I felt some type of way. I almost cried. I was like, really? They called me OG? I tried to act like they didn't. And it's like, no, they called you OG. Like, the dude was like, right on, OG. I was like, damn.
Dude, it's so hot in here.
It is. It's 87. Listen, it's 87 degrees on the thermostat. What does it say now? Does it say 83? 83 degrees in the studio right now, folks. Great working conditions.
Workout guys.
I should have wore shorts. I didn't know I was in the sauna. I should just wear a towel.
Sweating out those roundtable carbs, right? Man, let's go. All right, let's get to the calls, man. Let's get back into this game. We had to laugh a little bit, folks.
Yeah.
We had to laugh. We're so damn frustrated with the Golden State Warriors.
Noid was the Domino's guy.
Noid? Who?
Noid was the name of the Domino's guy.
Noid? I don't remember the name.
My boy Kyle Hay was hitting me up.
By the way, roundtable, I saw this as I was picking up the pizza. I said, damn, I didn't know they had this.
What?
They got the stuffed crust.
Oh, they do?
Cheese.
With cheese in it? What a novel idea back in the 90s.
Pizza Hut.
Dude,
they were awesome. And
we begged my parents to get the cheese in the crust.
I did too.
Months.
Forever. And it was $5.99 for a long time.
Months.
$5.99 for a long time. The Pizza Hut right there on Fillmore and O'Farrell. Oh, man. All right. Let's get back to the Warriors. Let's start off with Rich.
Not Nade, 11-5.
Oh, Nade, like the weed?
Remember that?
What was Nade?
Well, it was Raid sprayed into it. That was the
rumor.
Yeah, that was the rumor.
Raid, like the bug spray?
Yes.
And we were smoking that?
Who knows?
You were smoking that? Not weed. You.
Hey, look, I'm sure the Garcia Vegas and the Swishers that we inhaled were worse than that.
I bet our lungs look terrible.
Oh, God.
Rich in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. I promise not to pull a Doug, whatever that was.
Well, hey,
they're connected.
Hey, guess what, folks? Doug is back on the line. He said he's going to come correct. But go ahead, Rich.
Well, he can't hear you. Quick point. What Draymond did yesterday, I can't excuse it, but it was real similar to what Luka did when he missed that gimme right at the cup and then decided to sulk instead of foul right away. That kind of stuff is inexcusable. You hurt your team. That's not cool. But I have to say I kind of understand where Draymond's coming from. The only way the Warriors have been winning is by ball movement, by cutting, by everything, and that's exactly what he did. And Poole missed him again. At least Poole didn't just chuck up some garbage shot, but Poole got his bag, and I fully understand why Draymond was so mad. He's like, dude, you got to get on our side. You got to get on our team. You got to get with the program. And when somebody cuts uncovered, you got to feed him the ball.
Yeah, but he wasn't uncovered. Giddy was right there. And Rich, I'll let you finish. I don't think he was wide open as everybody making it seem.
There was
Giddy
pressure.
was staying right there, and there was pressure in his face. So he made the simple pass to Klay Thompson. Said, Klay, you take it. Klay's looking for Draymond, and he walks off and just quits on the play. That's what bothers me. Whether or not Jordan Poole should have passed it to him, he quit on the play, Rich. That's inexcusable.
Oh, no, absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly that he quit after the play, but as he was moving to the lane, he was wide open until that guy got on him, and he just blows right by him. You know Draymond. He's the Draymond Express. But Jordan Poole's got to do better, man. He's in there as a point guard / shooting guard, and he's not moving the ball around the way that they've probably practiced and preached from the senior teammates to the entire coaching staff.
But Rich,
still not doing it.
Rich, can you meet me here? Because you said Jordan Poole got the bag and da-da-da-da. What about when Draymond got the bag and quit the year everyone was hurt?
That's a great point.
I mean, like at least Jordan Poole's out here trying. Now again, I would like him to execute better, but at least he's out here available every single day. Yet nobody had an ounce of criticism for Draymond when he got the bag and quit on the team.
Go ahead, finish, Rich.
I did.
Okay.
I was not happy with what Draymond did, but you don't think that maybe because they lost effectively everybody on that team that they didn't shut him down?
No,
tell him, hey,
he can still shoot.
Well, here's the problem. And thanks for the call, Rich. Call us back. That was a good call. And look, we could all disagree on this one. I don't think Draymond Green was wide open. Jordan Poole made a pass to Clay. The fact is, Draymond showed his teammate up. I didn't like it when Steph threw his mouthpiece showing up Jordan Poole. I didn't like it. I didn't like when Draymond Green was yelling at James Wiseman and got tossed. I didn't like it.
Draymond screamed at Wiggins earlier this year.
Right, I didn't
like it. And Wiggins just looked at him like, what?
I didn't like it. But when Draymond Green did sign that extension, so remember, I was driving around the center and listening to Steiny JD. I'm like, what? And it was late in the offseason.
100 for 4? Give or take.
Yeah, give or take. And Draymond Green said, I didn't play hard because I knew we were going to lose a lot of games. And some people gave Draymond a pass saying, well, Clay's not there, Steph's not there, he's all alone by himself. Well, how about you just work on your game?
Yeah.
Because now the shots that are presented to you, wide open threes, warm-up threes, those are there for you. Just work on your game. Instead, he admitted that, I didn't give him my all. Jordan Poole, I don't get the sense that he's not giving it his all. Is he making smart basketball plays? No. Is he breaking a lot of threes? Yes. Is he shooting 32% from the perimeter? Yes. That's not good. It's not. Has he been coming off his splits, coming off the bench and starting? It's not good.
But the irony...
But he's at least giving me effort.
Yes. Bonte, the irony of Draymond losing his emotional control on a team, over a play that the ball wasn't passed him, on a team that is the most careless basketball team offensively in maybe league history, it feels like, in terms of their turnover ratios. And yesterday, how many charges did they have yesterday?
I mean,
how many illegal screens?
The third quarter.
Well, I think Looney got called for 2 consecutive illegal screens.
It was some back calls.
I'm just saying, like, so you're going to lose your mind on a singular possession with Jordan Poole, but yet you're going to also throw the ball all over the place for the whole season. And Draymond, your assist-to-turnover ratio isn't the greatest. If you actually want to dive into it in terms of ball usage, if you're going to play like a point guard, then I'm going to hold you to the standards of carrying for the ball like a point guard, and he does not do that because everyone wants to point to his assists, but they don't want to look at assist-to-turnover ratio, right?
That's
so
a great point.
There's layers to this. But the fact that you do that, like, come on, man. I need you pulling the rope in the same direction at this point in the season.
Just can't have that at this point. Can't have it. No, you can't have it. Steve Kerr was asked about the disconnection there. Here's what he had to say.
We were a little disconnected in the first half several times. We talked about that at halftime, tried to get back out there and compete, the second half, but there was definitely a disconnect in the first half, and that cost us.
What went wrong last night, Steve Kerr?
The defense, we never were able to gain any traction defensively. They were coming downhill at us all night. Couldn't stop them. Third quarter really hurt us. I think they shot 12 free throws. That changed the game considerably. But you give up 137 and 17 threes and 53% shooting, you're not going to win.
So Oklahoma City averages 12.5 3-point makes per game. They had 13 in the first half alone.
I mean, come on.
Warriors are now 0-18 when they trail after 3 quarters on the road. In the first quarter, they give up 40. It is the 6th straight game. They fall behind by double digits in the first half. 6th straight game. So you want to keep playing uphill?
But what happened to this highest net rating as a starting unit? I just don't know how those two things can coexist. How can you be such a horrific first quarter team and then champion that you have the highest net rating?
Right.
That doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't.
The math isn't mathing.
Doesn't add up. Here's Klay Thompson. I don't know who asked this question or what the question was, but I guess he was discussing the privilege of playing in the NBA. I want to hear this.
I know how fragile this business is and how it can be taken away from you in an instant. So it's important just to realize that it's a privilege to be out there, and it's our dreams, our childhood dreams, and I can do a better job being more vocal and keeping the team connected, especially early. I did not feel like I did a good job of that tonight. So on Thursday in Memphis, I will do that.
So that's leadership.
I feel like Klay is filling a lot of that void.
Yeah, he's taking accountability, saying, as a veteran,
I agree.
I need to be more vocal. I need to connect the team a little bit more. But I wonder what the question was, because he started off that answer saying it's a privilege of playing in the NBA, which tells me, are players on that team taking it for granted? that they're in the NBA?
Interesting.
Why'd he go down that road? Are people out there just saying, oh, whatever, I'm in the NBA, it's all good? Like, Clay's right. It is a privilege. And he has perspective because his game was almost taken away from him.
Well, if you look at how they've constructed the roster, we made such a big deal about the rooks, right? I mean, really, they're not really soaking up any roster spots. Right now, two guys that are veterans that have done zero. Like JMG has had, 2 moments all year?
He had a few moments.
Okay.
Hey, by the way.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to pick on him.
No, but defensively in that third quarter, Darius Saric looked like Charles Barkley. I mean, he literally put the ball in his chest one time and then laid it up. What?
But between him and Iggy, you're looking at 80 years of experience, and you got zero. Like, you've literally, from 2 slots, have gotten zero. So you can scream to the high heavens about how Kuminga over-pursues, he fouls too much. At least Kuminga's there doing stuff freakishly athletic around the rim. Like, Moody has done nothing. So that's a third roster spot that you're wasting. Right? Like, just go around and look at this team. So if you're going to lose your mind about rookie playing, some of these vets have done nothing.
Nothing.
And then I look at someone like Dante DiVincenzo. Every time he's on the court, it looks like he's playing for his NBA life.
Yes.
And I love that about him.
And he struggled the last 2 nights in the starting role. Maybe he could come back off the bench with 7.7 assists, 6 rebounds. He plays hard. That's all I want.
He missed a 3-pointer, hustles after his own rebound, gets it, and then spurts it, kicks it back around, and then Clay hits a 3.
He actually got called for an egregious loose ball foul. It would have been very interesting down the stretch with Lou Dart.
It was a bad call.
Well, and I've done a great. I think
the Kuminga one where he came closing out, that wasn't a foul either.
Well, see, I didn't want to crush the refs today.
No, they were bad. But you fall behind by 10. Yeah. You have no margin of error to complain.
No doubt about that. And those ticky tack calls that don't go your way, well, you know what? You still play better defense.
Exactly.
But I've said this back in November, Shasky. I've said it every month, maybe every other week, because I know Dibbs loves his referees. I know Steiny loves his referees. I've never seen the refs worse in the NBA. Just go look at the Denver-Toronto game. It's Scott Foster, what he did.
Well, Scott
Look at Tony Brothers.
You mean the guy with 400 minutes logged with Tim Donaghy?
I swear to God. I was watching Boston-Cleveland. Boston's up 14 in Cleveland, rolling in the fourth quarter. I said, I'm going to go back to Heat Hawks. And then I get a text, yo, you see what Tony Brothers just did in the Cleveland game? What? These guys have too much control. They're awful. They're all-time awful. You know what? It's going to cost some guys some playoff games. It really is.
Bonte,
wait for it.
You saw that Netflix doc.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was it called?
Donaghy doc, whatever it was.
Donaghy. I can't watch the refs the same way.
No, I can't.
Especially when Scott Foster's so prominently featured as guilty. I mean, he's so guilty. It's not even funny. I mean, you play Clue, okay?
Yeah.
It's Colonel Mustard with the knife in the library. That is him, Scott Foster. And he is front and center as one of the marquee refs in the league. It's impossible to not see it.
Flagrant foul on Netflix.
It's just...
And then the check Jordan Poole got.
What?
The check Jordan Poole got for
he bounced the ball back to the official.
And he teed him up.
It was so bad.
And I think Steve Kerr said something to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole snapped back. It's like, dude, I'm chill. Well, you're going to get on Jordan Poole about the technical, Steve?
It was
and
so
I love
bad.
Steve Kerr.
It was so bad.
But that's what we're talking about, the disconnection.
I know.
Veterans get a lot of leeway, and I get it. They earned it. But you're so hard on the young guys, man. So hard. You need these guys to win another championship. That's the cold part about it. Yeah, you need Poole and Kuminga.
That's the funny thing about the Iguodala thing. I swear people think that, Kuminga's going to be out of the people that are defending Iggy. Like, Iggy's going to be available for 30 minutes a night, all games throughout the playoffs. Yeah. Like, you're fooling yourself.
He was on the injury report yesterday.
What was it?
The sore hip. Terrence is seven tail. Terrence, what's happening?
He did not have a sore hip.
It was probable yesterday.
No.
It was probable.
No way.
It was probable. What's up, Terrence?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, this Draymond dude is starting to piss me off. Every play, he got to argue with the referee.
Every play.
Our guards are out-rebounding our bigs. How are we going to win a game if our guards are out-rebounding our bigs? Who's getting back on defense? Our bigs? That's why we lose.
No, because Draymond... real quick. I think Draymond's arguing with the official 4 consecutive possessions early in the game.
First quarter.
He literally goes up for a layup and then just turns and starts arguing.
Terrence, he didn't even get the layup up. He was in motion. He was going through. He was about to jump, and he's and he throws up the prick, and he goes, God damn! And I'm looking at the replay saying, God damn, that's not a foul, Draymond. God damn, you driving me crazy.
It's crazy.
Damn.
It's crazy. Like, all of them.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry, Terrence. Terrence, this guy literally, he didn't even shoot it yet. He's like, ah! I'm like, what is he screaming for? Terrence, go ahead. Sorry, man. Terrence, you still there? Sorry, man. Let's go to...
I texted the group thread. What did I say? It was like 4 minutes into the game. Spadoni, what did I don't even know my exact words.
It was Draymond wants to get ejected tonight.
Right,
Something like that.
Well,
was I the only one that felt that way?
Tell me this, though. The referees know that he's on that last technical.
100%.
And they are afraid to give him a technical foul to suspend him for a game. They are petrified.
You know who's right on him?
Who?
Jordan Poole. He's got like 13.
I think it's 12
Is
now?
it 12?
Is it 12? How many Poole? It was 11 or 12. I mean, he misspoke last night on the broadcast. Listen, Draymond Green, go back and watch the first. I swear he was driving. I think it was against Giddey.
Yeah.
Who was it?
No, my favorite was the transition fast break run where he just collided into the guy, doesn't even throw the ball up, and is turning with both hands, and the ball's still in the air.
And he yelled, God damn! I'm like, dude, what?
And you wonder how his wrist got hurt because he's slapping his hands together, arguing it with refs.
How many technicals left it for Jordan Poole? Doug in Utah.
They're the most explosive technical duo of all time.
Oh, my God. It's
Artest has nothing on them.
Those two out of all people, too. After all the history between them, they have the technical issues. Unbelievable. Driving me crazy here. Doug in Utah, we can hear you. What's up?
Hey guys. Thanks a lot. You know, I'm in Utah, and I listen every morning when I'm home in Berkeley. I just hooked myself up with the Odyssey app, and that was the trouble I was having.
You're all good, Doug.
You're all good, Doug. Okay?
You're all good, Doug. We love you.
Okay. So just a couple comments. You mentioned that Donahue, that Donahue thing. Man, you got to think about that when you see some of the stuff the refs are doing. As an aside, it's a little scary. But anyway, about the Warriors. Do you realize, if you could listen to yourselves on every morning, you're saying the same thing we've been saying for 2 months?
I know. I sound like a broken record.
I
know,
the Warriors are doing, man.
I know.
I really don't think. Do you really think? Last week, you were saying we're having a parade down Market Street. Shasky was saying, do you really think? Can you look me in the eye and say that? We traded away our big man. The league has swung. The pendulum swung back, and you need a big man in the middle. We don't play defense. We haven't played defense. It's just not going to happen this year. We should have just gone to rebuilding. I hate to say it because I'm a big fan, but reality is reality.
Look, man, they get to the playoffs, it could be a different story. It's going to be hard to beat this team 4 times in the series. It really is. It is.
Yeah, but baby, I'm watching this team. I'm watching this just real quick, as you say that. And we got no time to let Kuminga develop. Who on this team right now is guarding some of these freak scorers in the West besides Kuminga?
That's what I'm saying.
You need Kuminga.
You need to get this kid ready for Kevin Durant. You need to get him ready for Devin Booker.
Luka
Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George.
Michael Porter Jr.
Jamal Murray. All right? John Morant, if he comes back.
Yes.
Desmond Bain, possibly.
Exactly.
All right? Who else is in Sacramento?
If you play the
De'Aaron
Lakers.
Fox, Keegan Murray. You know what I'm saying? Harrison Barnes.
I know. What about you didn't even remember the Clippers. You're going to need him
if you
play.
Kawhi and Paul George.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. No, you need Kuminga.
Yes.
Thank God they gave him 30 minutes yesterday. All right. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supply. It's trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today. Let us know about the biggest names and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. You want to be featured on the Prep Rally podcast? First episode is now available via the Odyssey app. Had some big games last night. We're going to talk about Oakland Tech going down to Oakland High. How about the Oakland Tech girls winning and going to a state championship?
Let's go.
Mini girls. How about that?
Incredible.
That freshman had a monster game. I saw the stat
29 and 21.
Sick.
I told you.
Sick.
She's the number 4 prospect in the freshman class in the country.
It's unbelievable.
In the country.
That's unbelievable.
To be recruited for college.
David, TJ, Moose, Dennis, we're going to get to you. Hang on tight. We will get to you before the show's over. We got Kirk Morrison. We're going to shift gears to the NFL. We'll actually ask Kirk about the Warriors, too, because he's a big-time basketball fan. He knows his dubs. So we'll do that coming up next. 5-2, Kirk Morrison on the roast.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a $5.
I want Iguodala.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
He's probably not listening to the roast. Not the way he's getting butchered.
Well, you can't listen to someone else while you're recording a podcast.
That's true. You got more podcasted points. Oh, has the point forward been released lately? What's going on with that?
I want Iguodala.
Oh, boy. All right.
At Fast Five, we're going to do something fun. I have an idea for Fast Five already. I want, and I'm going to tease it now, 888-957-9570. Wildest Bart stories ever, riding Bart, because I saw something online that I'm going to play for everyone, and I just want what is the craziest thing you've seen on Bart?
Craziest thing I've seen on Bart.
Don't answer now. It's Fast Five.
I'm just thinking about it. Maybe I'll just ask Kirk Morrison. We'll put him on the spot. 5'2", joining the morning roast. We love Kirk, former Raider, former pride of Bishop O'Dowd High School, Oakland Zone. Of course, doing the Rams pre- and post-game for ESPN LA. He's great with college football as a football analyst on College Football Series XM. He's doing everything. I need to get him up here to the roast, Shasky. We need to get him to the studio for an hour. 5'2", what's happening?
Oh, I'm good, man. Y'all taking me back. We talking about them Bart stories, man. I got some Bart stories.
Give us one right now.
Y'all remember the red Bart tickets? They still got the red Bart tickets?
No. Oh, the OG red Bart tickets.
Way back when. Now they're all white.
I'm talking about the red Bart tickets that were like a different price for, I believe, 12 and under, and I was like 17, still with the red Bart.
Oh yeah, we all know that move.
No doubt. You had to hide it, and you slid it in, and like try to cover it up with a blue one.
Oh yeah, and they were walking tough.
Looking at you, yeah. They like, excuse me, you're not 12. I'm like, I am 12. Like, nah. I got that one. You remember the Marshawn Lynch? Remember he got ejected from the game and rode home on Bart? You remember that one?
I do remember that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
And there was like pictures circulating, like, oh, Marshawn Lynch, riding Bart.
Riding Bart, just chilling. We used to do that with Beauty. Remember it was 35 cents for youth 17 and under for the longest time. I was like 15 years old. The lady, what's your birth date? And I had it right on cue.
Now, this is when you're bad. When you go to Sizzler and you're like, yeah, all of these 17-year-olds are 8.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you get the little child's all you can eat at Sizzler. Come on, Sizzler was a spot.
You get the ice cream sundae right there.
You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, 5'2". Kirk, man, it's good to talk to you, man. We love having you on. And, I know we're going to get to some football talk, but the Golden State Warriors, you're tapped in with hoops. You're down there in Lakerland. You know about the Golden State Warriors. What'd you think of last night and the play with Draymond Green just kind of walking off on Jordan Poole? It's not the end-all, be-all, but that is just kind of encapsulates what's been going on with the Warriors this season.
Well, I mean, it's frustrating, and you got to think a lot of times. Remember, this is a team that won a championship last year, so you're going to have your championship moments. You're going to have your championship woes. It's not going to be easy. Remember, every other NBA team is trying to accomplish what the Warriors did last year, so it's just bumps in the road. The big thing I've just been looking back and saying, this team is still not fully healthy. This team isn't still fully whole. This team has so much going on right now that everybody's role has had to change. You know what I mean? To a point where I give this team right when the playoffs start. I wouldn't even say the playoffs start. I would hope that the first round matchup that the Warriors do get is one in which is more of a favorable matchup for us so that everybody can get back to their roles, man. I think, missing Wiggins has been huge for us, and I know his situation is a bit delicate, but you got to think a lot of guys are being asked to do a lot of things that they're not accustomed to. Remember, that was what's great about last year's Warriors, right, fellas, was that everybody knew their role. Like, when you came to the arena, I know what I was supposed to do. I'm 3-and-D. I'm a D guy. I'm off the bench scoring points. I'm here. Everybody had a role. This year, your role has changed because of so many missing parts, because of Steph missing time. We mentioned Wiggins missing time. You know what I mean? Now Wiseman is out. Like, Wiseman's been traded. Like, everybody's doing something different. And I applaud, like, Dante DiVincenzo. He's bringing the energy that you need, right? He's the new he's the new guy. So I think, honestly, he's the guy that's kind of keeping things together because he's that new face. And guys really want to help a guy like that. Even though he's won a championship, you still – that new energy is what's going to bring this team through down to the end of the season. That gets us into the playoffs in round one and allow us to really know the team who we're supposed to be.
Totally agree. I mean, he gives you those Sean Livingston vibes, even though they play so different. Just that maturity, that energy, just that zap. That he always seems to be a great teammate too, which I really appreciate. I want to transition to the NFL though, because Kirk, like, I'm looking at this, and me and B are talking about this morning. I'm like, I can make the case for at least 5 or 6 teams at minimum who would be like, I can make Lamar Jackson the face of my organization. We have been searching the Mojave Desert for an oasis to find a quarterback or someone who could be a franchise player. You've wasted a zillion draft picks. You've wasted money left and right on mediocre quarterbacks. Why is Lamar Jackson not being coveted by more teams? It's mind-boggling to me.
It's not mind-boggling to me.
You
know why?
Why?
Ain't nobody about to give him no guaranteed contract. That's just what it is. Ain't nobody about to give him a guaranteed contract. And I know the NFL is not going to come out and say, oh, the NFL owners are not colluding. But, man, they were really upset last year at Jimmy Haslam for his contract given to Deshaun Watson. That fully guaranteed $200+ million contract, that's not how the NFL owners operate. That's not how franchises operate. And so that was sort of a one-off. Right? It wasn't the Kirk Cousins deal that was guaranteed over 3 years with the Minnesota Vikings previous. This was a more of a long-term deal, the most guaranteed we've ever seen, a fully guaranteed contract. And I think that's what the owners right now are showing. I've never seen so many teams outright come out and say, yeah we're good. Yeah, we're good. No, Lamar, we're not in those sweeps.
It's wild.
That was wild. I couldn't believe it.
Like, come on, man. That just tells me. And I mean, sometimes the NFL, I feel like, tells on himself at times that I think some, owners are coming together and saying, look, we're not going to do that. We're not going to give a guy that much money guaranteed. Look, the contracts per year will still be upwards of, $50 million. That's going to happen, right? Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, those guys are up next. That's going to happen. But Lamar Jackson, look, nobody really involved in this one. Trust me. I think this is more about the league trying to get back to how it's always operated, more so than the talent of Lamar Jackson.
Wow, that's very interesting. Kirk Morrison here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, former linebacker with the Oakland Raiders prior to Bishop O'Dowd. He does a little bit of everything. ESPN LA for the Rams pre and post, Sirius XM Radio. You catch him on ESPN for college football on Saturdays as well. That's wild with Lamar Jackson. Our technical producer, Joe Spinotti, was all over that. He basically echoed the same thing you just said, 5'2". Baker Mayfield. He was rumored last week to maybe be an option for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Now, look, Baker Mayfield, I thought he played pretty decently for the L.A. Rams. And with the names getting thrown out as a backup for the Niners, Matt Ryan, Andy Dalton, I'd be open to Baker Mayfield. What is up with Baker? Do you think he comes back to the L.A. Rams? What's the situation down there?
Man, it's funny you said that. I brought that up yesterday on a show that I do. And I was like, man, we haven't talked about Baker Mayfield, how quickly things have changed in 5 years, right? Here was a guy that was a can't miss, the first overall pick in the NFL draft. And yet he is now going to be relegated to being a backup. He's been on 3 teams now, three teams in literally 1 year. How crazy, well, a year and a half to say. I thought Baker played some of his best football last year toward the end of the season, having really just showed up with the Rams at the end of the year. So, a lot for me tells me this. Baker Mayfield can still play quarterback in this league. I still think that he is a spot starter, and he's a guy that I trust. Remember, that's the word that we got to use now, okay?
Yep.
It's if anything happens in a season to your starting quarterback, who do you trust? I trust Baker Mayfield in that scenario. Now, do I trust him 17 weeks of doing it over and over, the consistency that you need? Probably not as much. But I know he can get the job done. I know what the caliber of quarterback that he is. But I think also, too, the right situation also can make him a starter in this league again. And we know what Kyle Shanahan can do, man. That's the one thing I know. I was down at the Combine last week and just talking to 49ers dignitaries and guys who are with the team and no longer with the team. But the one thing that I kept hearing is that the monster that Kyle Shanahan has created, if you look at last year, this is from somebody close to the organization, the 49ers offense got better each time the quarterback that was previous got hurt. And I scratched my head and said, wow, Trey Lance, the offense looked one way. He got hurt. Here comes Jimmy. And then Jimmy ran the offense, and the offense looked great. And then when Jimmy went down, here comes Brock. And then the offense got better, right? Think about it. Each time the quarterback that was put in got better. So I can only imagine putting a quarterback in that system with the experience of Baker Mayfield. Yes, I would trust him to be my backup, but more importantly, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a starter at some point because I think he can be that player still with the right system.
All right, now I got to pick your brain on these 49ers that you talk to.
He wants the inside. He wants the sources.
No, like quickly, like succinctly, like and quickly, like how Trey Lance,
right?
Where does he stand? Is there confidence? Is anyone campaigning for him, or is his champion within that organization, or is he a distant third? Brock Purdy, where does he stand? Is the jury still out? Do they need to see more? Do they think
surgery?
Do they think he's the dude, or like the two of them? Break them down very quickly and how they're viewing them within that organization.
Yeah, look, the surgery hurts. Right now for Brock Purdy, he's got to get that surgery done, and with that being said, he's kind of on the back burner. He's on your roster. He's not going anywhere. And when he's 100% healthy, he's got a full opportunity. That's what I think the 49ers fans should be upset about, is that let's really just roll the football out. And the best quarterback goes out there and wins.
Totally agree.
You know what I mean? Like, honestly.
Totally.
And look, it's okay if the 49ers whiff on Trey Lance. It's not a problem. That's just part of doing business. This is a team that still made it to the NFC Championship game this past season. And if they missed on the quarterback after trading up, it's fine. This is still one of the best rosters in all of the NFL, but you want to get that quarterback position right. You don't feel like, okay, well, we're obligated to play Trey Lance because of what we gave up to get him. I look at the New York Jets, man. They drafted Zach Wilson 2 years ago, and we haven't heard Zach Wilson's name. He's done with the Jets. They're already moved on to Aaron Rodgers. They're moving on. They didn't get Derek Carr, but they're already moved on from that. If the 49ers realize that, man, Trey Lance remember, this was more of a project from the beginning. This was a hope and a prayer. You hope that, man, this dude can be the guy for the future. If he's not that, I don't blame Kyle. I don't blame John. I don't blame the guys in that organization, because you went after what you thought could be the quarterback for the future. Is just not there. But that being said, you may have to start the season with him. And we don't know. He could light the league on fire when he comes back, having this time to being away and now playing. But again, right now, I would have loved to see it. We can still see that, to see him compete for the job, rather have the job handed to him.
So when you heard what you heard at the Senior Bowl, did you hear that? Hey, we still have faith in Trey Lance, because all these reports that come out in the Bay Area, they're talking about every quarterback but Trey Lance, and it feels like Trey Lance may be the odd man out.
Again, I always say sometimes the NFL teams and coaches and general managers, sometimes they tell themselves. I mean, the telling thing from the combine was, obviously when they asked John Lynch, "Hey, how's Trey Lance doing?" The first thing he did was do what? Grabbed his head, rubbed his head, like, man, And I think that was just because there's still question marks at that position, and Trey is definitely in the mix. Trey is definitely the guy who they still feel can be the starter. But, man, you can't deny what Brock Purdy was able to do. You can't deny what Jimmy was able to do. And then you can't deny what bringing in a possible veteran quarterback can be able to do. And that goes back to what I said earlier, talking to someone at the Combine, was that the 49ers system, their scheme, their culture, the franchise, it's a monster. That to a point where it's almost insert coin and just play the game.
So let me ask you the one last thing quickly on Lance. You're his teammate. You got these mini camps and these OTAs coming up, and you got to seize the opportunity. What would you, one of the middle linebacker, someone on the other side of the deals, what would indicate to you, oh, he's got something here, or he's doing well, or he's not doing well? What are you looking for? Or is it just, I got to see it in a game? Like, I don't know what, like, how can he win over his own teammates when there aren't real games, I guess is the question.
I mean, just go out there and execute. I mean, that's the best barometer to kind of speak on a player. That you learn really quickly, and that's just from my experience in the league. I've had guys who were drafted in the first round, second round, and I've had undrafted free agents. And when you go out there and you compete, sometimes you don't have to say much. The play on the field, the practice on the field speaks for itself. And something like, man, that undrafted dude is better than the guys who we drafted in the first or the second or third, whatever it may be. That's what it's going to be for Trey, is that he's just got to go out there and prove that this offense is his now. He knows the checks. He knows the audibles. He knows where to throw the football. He's been in this system now, going on his third season, fellas. Like, it's time now, right? The red shirts are over. The unfortunate injury last year, it's all over. Now it's time to take the chains off, you know what I mean? Because he's a little icy on the sideline.
He does.
But now it's time to go out and go play. You know what I mean? Time to go play. Go show your teammates. Because the one thing, man, I can go on all day about this, fellas, but I think that he also has to take the leadership role too, right?
Yep.
Like that's the role that the belief. See, right now, he doesn't have to be a leader. Fred has that. George Kittle has that. You got some OGs on the team who lead this team. The 49ers need a leader at quarterback. And that's who was that going to be? Brock was like the late Mr. Irrelevant. It was like, can he still be our leader? Or can Trey Lance be our leader? He hasn't proved anything. That's what the transition this offseason has to be for Trey Lance, more than just going out there showing his team. He has to prove to his teammates that I can lead you guys.
Yeah.
Stand behind me. I got you. That's what this offseason is about, which hopefully leads into the regular season with him being a starter. But he's got to prove, hey, man, I'm a leader. You guys can follow me.
I love that. Take the chains off, take the Louis V's off, the Prada shoes
Take
or whatever.
all that off,
it's
man.
time to play. It's time to play quarterback. 5'2", man. You were so good. When you back in the Bay, man?
Yeah, we gotta get you in studio.
Yeah, I'm coming up there probably like next month, I think.
Okay.
Hit us up.
Hit us up. Come in the studio, and
we'll
then
go get breakfast.
we'll have you in the studio or whatnot, and
Yeah.
then we'll have you come to the Gatehouse. We'll do some Warriors pre and post.
Let's go.
With Mully and Fezzi.
Only if my red BART ticket still works.
No. We got car service for you, 5'2". No more BART for you, buddy. We don't do the BART trade no more. Man, we passed that.
Oh, good, man. Anytime, fellas. I will. I'm going to take y'all up on that offer, man. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Kirk Morrison, man. You're the best, man.
So
Love you,
good.
man. 5'2" here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. Gave so much insight. We're running out of time here. But I do want to react to that tomorrow on what he had to say about Trey Lance and everything. Because news is happening. The legal tampering period starts on Monday, folks.
Yeah.
We're going to be all over it. Deals are going to be flying off the table. Money's going to be flying in the NFL. And then, of course, the new league year starts next Wednesday. So it's going to be a lot of fun here on the Roast over the
I
next 4
also
days.
wanted to talk to him about just the John Morant stuff, because wasn't he teammates with Javon Walker?
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, we ran out of time. That's a good call.
And, I know that...
Javon Walker already signed for Green Bay, and he got beat up in Vegas, and he just was never the same.
Just perspective of being a guy who seems very measured, who's seen a little bit of everything and been around.
He's from Oakland.
That's
know
what
what
I'm
time
saying.
it is.
So, I would love his perspective on the John Morant thing.
Should've
And,
brought that
who
up.
could step in. Well, we don't have enough time. I mean, I'd love to do, a couple hours with him. He's a guy that's got sports opinions on everything and life opinions.
And he's tapped in.
And I also want to play some sound this morning on Bart.
Right. All right. We will do that in just a second.
Let's
But let's go up to Santa Rosa.
Let's go.
Santa Rosa. I have a feeling who this is. I think he works with me at NBC. David Tedler. He didn't have the bat. I didn't give him the Batmobile line.
But does David have my number?
No, he doesn't.
Somebody misses Giants pre and post. FaceTime your boy. I'll come into studio.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
It'll depend on how this phone call goes.
Oh. Tedler. Why the hell are you calling our show, man? Aren't you supposed to be working? What's going on, Teddy?
No, I have to flash back real quick. October 19th, I was driving in the morning. Bonte, you were thinking, you're saying good morning to the strippers and baby mamas and baby daddies. And I had to hear, Joe Shasky cackling, laughing, because the Warriors got their rings and they beat the Lakers. Well, let's flash forward to the day after, the All-Star break, first game back. Lakers whooped the Warriors. You guys were depressed that Friday. Then they beat him again. And you know what? All I want to say is, the Darvin Ham report came out where it said they want to match up against the Kings. No, we want the Warriors. We want the Warriors. Who are you guys? This is unbelievable. This is an embarrassing team to watch.
You don't even believe what you're saying. You can't even finish the sentence, Teddy. You don't even believe what you're saying.
This is embarrassing. Well, what are we watching out here, guys?
Wow.
We're
watching Draymond verbally assault teammates on the floor
Teddy loves
and then
this
give
stuff.
up on the middle of a play. That's what we were watching.
Hey, Teddy, this morning, look, last week I saw a championship parade down Market Street. Don't hold me to that.
David, let me ask you this one.
Teddy, this morning I'm saying that I don't even want to see the Sacramento Kings in the first round. I don't want no smoke with the Kings.
And listen here, my guy Austin Reeves was putting Klay Thompson in hell and Steph Curry. Oh, my God, locked him
David.
up. So,
who gave up more?
I am not worried about the Warriors.
David, who gave up more? Brandon Belt trying to bunt with an 0-2 count or Draymond Green yesterday?
Ooh, the Brandon Belt. That cost him in 2021. Brandon Belt!
Teddy, I love you.
You around, baby?
I know he's working the games Saturday and Monday when Kevin Durant comes to town and Giannis on Saturday.
Oh, he's like you. He only shows up for the big ones.
He shows up for the big ones, man.
I like that.
He shows up for the big ones. All right, the BART trade stuff. I won't get to this, Shasky.
So, there are certain things that happen. We did the bub rub thing where there are things that I see on the internet that I have to bring to the table. And there's this guy, I think his name's Manny or something. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Emmanuel, I don't know who the guy's name is. Someone will know. He's on Instagram, and he's interviewing people about their craziest Bart stories, and this came up. And this came up.
I don't know if we pulled the sound. Don't know if we pulled the sound. Manny.
Oh, Shasky, behind the scenes here for a second. He's like, do you have the Bart sound? And what I thought he meant was just that Bart drop, because that's the only Bart sound that I know.
I sent it to
No one
Lubman.
told me anything about it.
Oh, man.
My fault.
Oh,
Apologies.
man. Botched that one. Can we flip it? Because I do want to hear it. I haven't.
It's basically, he's interviewing a guy. He says, what's the craziest Bart story? I'm sorry, I apologize. Lubman and I were in lockstep until we weren't, clearly, in the middle.
Let's hit the Fast Five, do that, and then we'll grab in the meantime before Crosstalk.
I want the wildest Bart story.
Well, no, I want the Fast Five for the Bart story, because I know we got some calls here. I guess we'll get to Fast Five. Lubman, wake up, baby. Team USA plays the Giants today in Scottsdale, and this guy always talking about, Team USA, Kyle Harrison got rocked yesterday. No big deal. But to get the chance, it's like, dude, love it. Calm down.
Did you see the worst thing that happened to Lubman yesterday and Farhan? The Giants were ranked 29th in terms of teams with 26 players who are 26 and under.
Well, that's because they don't have that many players 26 and under, Shasky. Come on.
They don't have anyone 26 and under.
Well, that's the problem.
Literally, it's Duvall and Logan Webb.
It's been 5 years, Farhan. Let's go. Farhan, what are you doing?
Into year
By the
5.
way, the Warriors struggling is Farhan's wet dream. Because this guy has got no heat. Trust me, Farhan, we have not forgotten about you.
He's thawing out.
Dude, you're on the clock, buddy, coming soon. We've not forgotten about you, dude. Seriously. Like, what the Giants are putting out there, I had to read an injury report about Austin Slater.
You just wait until you get completely nauseated by the Rogers brothers.
Oh, my God. I do want to work some Giants games this year at NBC.
Those angry nerves, man, they're going around.
They are going around. Hey, Lubman, how angry were we on the postgame last night? Did you see Radio Bonte on television last night, Lubman?
I did see Radio Bonte on television last night. I get to see Radio Bonte every day, so it wasn't that different.
Sam, you do realize the Giants season's already started and they're 0-2, right?
I mean, you do realize that it's still spring training. And hey, how about
no, I'm
Fast
saying
Five?
They lost.
What a pro.
Hey, Lubman, we're going to rock with the Giants. We'll be talking Giants. Trust me. Nice, constructive criticism. I'm not going to get all angry. Well, I'm not. I'm chilling with the Giants this year.
I promise you on that one.
I'm not. I promise you. I'm not going to be yelling
swear
at
to
all.
God, first series of the year, they play the Yankees. I'm going to say this. If they throw one hittable pitch to Aaron Judge, I will lose my mind.
I need to stop you there. You should just get angry right now because it's going to happen. He is going to go deep against the Giants in the first series of the year. It's going to happen, and it will be a walk-off. Just prepare yourself mentally right now because it's going to be bad.
I want to work with Contos and Estes and Laura Britt. Maybe Rick Ewing.
Contos' shoe game way better than yours.
Whose?
Contos.
Oh, he ain't got. No, he does have some Jordans, though. I need that plug, Contos. We need to get up on the show. I need that plug. ASAP. I got no room in the closet, but I need that plug. I'll find some room.
Okay, so my craziest Bart story.
Right,
I'm on Bart. It's Giants A's. Bonds hit a home run. It was my buddy Mikey's birthday.
By the way, real quick, this is pretty funny. Can I read this? I don't want to cut you off.
Go.
Bonte quits on the show like Draymond when a crossover happens. The hell with the crossover. Dibsy Willard. I don't care. That's good. That's good material. All right, sorry.
This was, I don't know, 15 years ago, maybe more. And we're on Bart. We're coming back from the Coliseum. Giants A's. Bonds hit a home run. Place is packed on Bart. You know how everyone's trying to get on those first couple Bart trains. And it happened to be Little Bat giveaway day.
Oh, my God.
So you can infer from there what was going on inside the Bart train between Giants and A's fans.
Wildest Bart story, honestly, and kids, parents, if you got kids in the car, you may want to turn this off. But I saw some things in the back of the Bart train between two homeless people that I cannot unsee.
How do you know they were homeless?
Well, because they had holes in the pants. They were really dirty. Smelled like they had. I could smell them from the front of the train. You know how they got different cars or whatnot? It was like a 9-car train.
There was a rumor COVID originated inside those Bart
trains. Yes, I'm not surprised. How anyone gets on Bart.
It's a joke,
How anyone gets on Bart
not a report.
post-COVID is wild.
It's not a report.
But yeah, I just will say I saw some things. I saw people shooting up on Bart. And I just sat there and read a book like nothing was happening. Oh, somebody shooting some dope. No big deal.
I've gone from cart to cart walking through, so you have to keep walking until you find one. I went from
sliding
someone
the doors,
smoking crack to two people doing it 2 needles. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see it
It's a
all
great
on Bart.
timeout.
You see it all on Bart. Nothing surprising. TJ in Atlanta. TJ, real quick.
Hey, TJ.
Xfinity Fast 5. We got TJ, David, and Elude. TJ, what you got?
I appreciate you guys for taking my call.
Anytime.
I'm not going to give too much on Jordan Poole because, again, we have to remember he's young. So, things are like that. That's going to happen. But Draymond is absolutely in the wrong because nobody said anything to him when he was throwing bonehead lob passes and it was slapping the backboard. So all that extra stuff, he got to cut that out. But this Iggy experience that Kerr got going on, we need to cut it ASAP, burn it to the ground. Because, listen, Iggy played, roughly 12 minutes last night?
Right.
What about that performance made you guys feel any optimism, as a Warriors fan?
He had 3 turnovers in the first half in 6 minutes. I mean, what are we doing? David, South City, real quick. David, what's happening?
If it's working, don't change it. We won 5 straight games, and then we changed the lineup. Going forward, Jordan must start with the Splash Brothers because he plays well as a starter. Clay should play small forward like the last 5 games, wherein he makes short range jumpers and drive to the basket.
No doubt, David. Good stuff. Way to be in and out. Elude in San Jose. In and out. We got about 20 seconds here. What you got?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the 49ers. I'm a Raider fan, but I watch everything. So the 49ers are talking about getting all these quarterbacks and all that stuff. They need to address the offensive line. Every time somebody gets in there, they get hurt. And if they can get another quarterback, so what? He's going to get hurt too because they need to address the offensive line. Even in the Super Bowl, if the offensive line was better, they could have won that Super Bowl. So they need to address the offensive line. That's all I got to say.
All right, good call, Lou. Way to be in and out. That was the Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Now that I think about it, probably shouldn't have went down to Bart Hall because they were a sponsor at one time, right?
We could bring it back.
What are we doing? Bart.govs?
I love Bart. I read Bart every day.
So Mario,
I used to date a girl back in the day. She met me on Bart. I lived in Berkeley.
That's elite. You picked someone up on Bart?
Well, she picked me up. She had me. Yeah,
Damn.
It was a 4-month fling. A 4-month fling.
My favorite way to travel around the Bay.
Yeah, Bart was great.
Bart.
A lot of women. A lot of people used to
Find
catch
a
Bart for the
partner in
women.
life.
So I guess we can't pull the audio
Bart.
properly, but 2 guys were fighting with swords on Bart, and that was the guy explaining the story. He was sitting in front of him, and Mario, who's all on Instagram, he was like, he's interviewing some guys. Like, what's the craziest thing you've seen on Bart? He's like, 2 guys sword fighting.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father.
Dude, every once in a while,
prepare to take Bart.
Every once in a while, a guy looks at you sideways. You got to unsheath and
Hey, man. We need that Bart sponsorship again, man.
All brought
Some
to you
things
by.
happen. Things happen on Bart that happen on Beauty.
It can happen on any transit.
I like that as a tagline. Bart, things happen.
Things happen.
That's the Giants.
Things happen.
Giants slogan
get you
for
from
this
A to
year.
B.
Now,
Maybe something will happen.
Some things happened.
I'm not going to name the. Well, let me not go there. They're a sponsor too. It's look, man.
Sounds like we got a lot of sponsors.
That's what makes the Bay Area great. Hey, Lubman. Hey, this is great for San Jose Jazz fan. Ponte has dating advice for Sam Lubman. Why Bart? There you go.
There you go.
We try to give Sam Lubman some game. He's been a little too nice with the ladies. Too nice.
Yeah.
Guys, gotta have a little jerk in you.
Not enough things happening. Bart, there you go.
All right.
Make some things happen.
Make some things happen. How about the Warriors making some things happen?
Oh,
defensively.
Yuck.
That was gross.
Look, I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a lot.
He's a star.
But good Lord. Can you get a stop?
Kaminga got a couple stops.
Can I get a stop?
He played defense a couple times.
Oh,
the one at the
Turn
rim
that
was
into a
sweet, and then the
layup
one
line.
where he didn't leave his feet and he forced a short miss. But again, we want to crush Kaminga for all the things he isn't. What he is the only guy willing to defend on the perimeter right now on the healthy roster.
Last night just felt like a relapse. When you get over the cold and you're like, all right, I'm ready to go back to work. And you go back to work one time and you wake up the next day and you got the tickle in your throat again. It's like, no, they're still sick. They still can't do it on the road. They still can't play defense. And I appreciate the entire conversation you guys had about Draymond Green walking away from a play that's not excusable, but I also think that's the much smaller point here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need somebody to convince me that these veterans don't hate playing with Jordan Poole.
Yep.
You're going to have to convince me because the stack of evidence, if I'm a lawyer, I'm ready to go to court. I got Clay's arms up in the air. I got Draymond walking off the floor. We got a punch to start the year. We got Steph Curry, the nicest human being on the planet, getting fined for hucking his mouthpiece in the stands. And it's all pointed at the same person. So this isn't to blame him. I don't want to microcosm yesterday. You're right. He wasn't wide open. That's not the way you handle it. That's totally unprofessional. But I just think there's a bigger issue. How are you going to convince us right now? You could say whatever you want in the microphone. How are you going to convince us that they don't hate playing with Jordan Poole?
But why do they? Because last year it didn't seem to be a problem when Jordan Poole was carrying their ass through the month of March. Because Jordan Poole started off the postseason hot.
Because
they need Jordan Poole. He gives them something that they don't have on the roster.
You're right. However, last year was a different year in terms of the power structure of the Golden State Warriors because Jordan Poole, A, had not been paid yet, and B, was just coming into his own as a player who could do this at the NBA
That money
level.
hasn't kicked in yet.
I know, but
They made
he
that
signed
commitment,
it.
though.
He signed it, and it's guaranteed, and it's changed the power structure for sure with the Warriors. And you look back to the beginning of the year and training camp and what happened, and that was a time when the Warriors still thought James Wiseman was going to play a key role going forward. Like there is so much evidence that this chasm that we've wondered about is real.
We didn't even get the Wiseman watch.
He did some things last night, didn't he?
He's been doing some things in Detroit.
Team Morse minus 10.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to focus on that one. Iguodala came back. Oh, my God, Iguodala plus minus.
Yeah.
Well, he's minus 14
I mean, over the weekend, he scored 3.
Plus minus is so...
It's not a great...
It's a bad individual.
You use it when you need it.
Right.
You ignore it when you don't.
I think the Warriors would be better off if they just did more things like jump stops.
Coming right down my road.
That was the funniest thing I've ever read.
I've been saying it for years. They
was the
literally
funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Klay Thompson
How many turnovers yesterday because of the lack of jump stopping?
You love Klay Thompson, though. He jump stops.
Yeah, he does. And that's why I love Klay Thompson. He's fundamentally sound.
There's a beautiful youth coach comment. We need a jump stop up in here.
You're not athletic enough to go off of 1 foot. Not one of you. The only guy who can.
You're not wrong.
The only guy who can is literally Johnny Kuminga, and then off foot JP when he does the under thing when he goes off the wrong foot and then uses the reverse hand. But like the JP thing, I don't subscribe to that. I just don't.
Okay.
I'm watching Klay Thompson and him start to build chemistry,
right?
Because they've been out there together now. Finally, this is before the Curry reintroduction. Like they looked awesome for 5 games together. Awesome.
Right.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it either, especially because I see Klay's brother. He's been working out with Jordan Poole before games for the last 2 seasons. And if there's a disconnect there, I don't think his brother would be working him out, knowing that, hey, one day JP may take Klay's spot. I mean, the disconnect thing. It's the veterans and the youngsters. That's what it is. It's not just Jordan Poole.
Well,
you can't just isolate him because it's also with Jonathan Kuminga. They got an issue with him because he blows an assignment. You know how many times I see Steph Curry blow a pick and roll or Klay Thompson blow pick and roll on defense? Draymond Green has not been the best defender. He's taking the ball out the hoop a lot this season. Hell, he's taking the ball out the hoop a lot the last 3 seasons. So it's the veterans and the youngsters. I don't think it's just isolated to Jordan Poole at all.
Jordan's the focus of that. He's the only one that gets consistent high-level minutes, and relationships are not rational. So to say that I watch them on the bench having fun, I watch them build chemistry, take it to our business, and maybe it'll help make a little bit more sense of what I'm trying to say. Have you ever known a radio show to have 2 people, they can function, they can be partners, or even a relationship? You can be partners, you can have good times together, you can usually be fine, but underneath the surface, you're exasperated, and when that person does something that frustrates you, it blows up into something that should be way bigger. Simply not getting the ball at the free throw line, and now you're walking off the court in the middle of the game.
Jordan Poole when there is a CVS receipt on Draymond of him getting mad at everyone.
Here's the trouble with the point I'm trying to make. I'm not pointing at anyone. I'm making an observation.
Okay.
My observation is y'all are exasperated with each other. And you
that's different than Jordan Poole.
I'm not
I'm
blaming.
not
blaming anyone.
You said the veterans that they don't like playing with Jordan Poole.
That's my observation.
But I don't think they like playing with the youngsters. I think it's it's 2 teams right now.
I mean, they got
it's been 2
Wiseman
teams all season. Exactly. And that's
they got Moses Moody in Santa Cruz.
He's looking at James Wiseman's game log saying, damn, all right, you want to say minus 10, but I see 10 or 13, 21 points. Yeah. So I see a guy who put the ball in the hoop, which his team struggles, and I see a big who's getting better and better with reps that he should have received earlier this season, and that falls on Steve Kerr. And you almost did it with Kuminga. Thank God. I was praying, Mark, When I got the alert that they were starting Jonathan Kuminga, I said, thank God, because they were risking losing this kid after having his best week of basketball. Yeah. Iguodala comes back. Andre Iguodala, who's had more podcasts than games played or points scored. Kuminga's on a heater, and wait, you're going to play 13 minutes against the LA Lakers.
No, what? You're absolutely, listen, you're right.
Thankfully, they started Kuminga last night because they're going to lose this kid.
Maybe a better way to say it is they don't enjoy playing with the young guys, and Jordan is the representative. Right. He's president. That bridge. He is the president of the young guys. Because what I see is the incidents are built up so many times, and they are pointed at Jordan, whether it be a punch, a thrown mouthpiece, walking off the court last night like Draymond. There's something there, and I can't be convinced otherwise.
And he has the biggest. And he has the biggest role.
Right.
He's going to be in those spots where he has the ball in his hands. He's taking these shots. He's making these passes. Yeah, he's going to be the one that I think draws that ire because his role is supposed to be so outsized.
Let me ask you guys this, and we go around the room with this. Is Jordan Poole asked to do the most on his basketball team if you take Steph Curry away? Think about the roles. Think about the roles that he's had to play this year.
We ask more of Jordan Poole at times than we do from Draymond.
Exactly.
And it's crazy to me.
All the different combinations.
Those are the candidates. I mean, Clay until recently wasn't even asked to play on back-to-back nights.
Why do you say Jordan Poole?
No. Because you think about, all right, the start splits and the bench splits. When he starts, he averages 24.5 points per game. When he comes off the bench, he averages a meager 14.5 points per game. The percentages are nearly the same. They're identical, but also the different combinations. All right, tonight we need you to be a facilitator. Wait, tonight we need you to score. Wait, tonight we need you to come off the bench after Andre Iguodala and get this team a jolt.
It's load management night. We ask you to be a one.
You go play with Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb. Exactly.
From this perspective, I agree with you completely, or I would answer your question, yes. He is certainly asked to fill the most roles. He has different roles every night. And for someone who's 23, that's probably pretty hard.
That's hard.
We probably don't give enough credit for what that's like because an NBA always has a totem pole. It always has a structure, but not for Jordan Poole because from week to week, what the Warriors need him to do is different,
right?
Yep.
I don't know. When I was listening to your earlier, and I know this is a different question, but when I was listening to your earlier thing, I was flashing back to the big three clowning Mario Chalmers. And Mario Chalmers isn't half the player. And isn't half the player that Jordan Poole is, right? But they needed Mario Chalmers to compete, and they needed him, and he wasn't even close to what Jordan is for this team. And so I got a little sad. I'm like, wait a minute, man. Like, Jordan's so much more important for what they're trying to do.
Sure.
Maybe he is the microcosm, the metaphor of what they get frustrated with. But, like, I would tell each of these guys, he can also simultaneously be your fountain of youth because he can help provide the game to be easier for some of you at times. And I just think that takes them off the hook. Last night, he was on the bench with the final 4 minutes to go. Yeah. He was on the bench, and they didn't execute. He's on the bench to start the game, and they're down 13-3.
I think in their heart of hearts, they know what you're saying. They know they need him. That's why when Draymond Green hauled off and punched him, they all came to his defense because they know they need him, but he drives them nuts.
Yeah,
he drives them nuts. You cannot look at the games.
Couldn't I say the same thing about Draymond?
I guess, sure.
Draymond drives
I think he drives everyone nuts.
But
Kuminga,
there's a respect level there that when things get difficult,
fear or respect,
whatever it is. I mean, there's a cachet, there's a resume, there is a pattern of success, and so therefore the rope is longer. You get when things get difficult, if there is an underlying respect and connection. You work through things in a different way. If I see people throw their hands up and acting like babies, walking off courts and hucking things into the stands, that tells me that there is an underlying respect that's missing.
I don't know. I think to use Draymond, Steph getting angry, that Steph never gets angry, whatever. That you file it away. Draymond in particular, the guy's angry all the time. He's screaming at referees left and right.
But to the point that he is quitting in the middle of a play.
He yelled at John. He's yelled at Johnny Kuminga all year.
That's unacceptable.
He's yelled at James Wiseman.
He's yelled at Anthony Lamb.
That whole group.
He's yelled at everyone. He yelled at
Anthony Lamb.
He's not running up the court yelling at these guys, clapping. When he yelled at James Wiseman and got teed up for yelling at his, he was at least back on defense. he turned away and just walked into the crowd away from the play.
Like,
so then why are you
act.
identifying Jordan Poole as the problem when the individual who's getting paid $25 million right now and is 31 years old should act like a leader?
Again, I still think you're falling into we're pointing the finger. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. I'm making an observation.
It's excusing behavior that's bad.
Nope,
that's the way I would describe
Draymond
it.
is completely out of line. Draymond is completely out of line, but when I watch someone react that way, that's not I'm frustrated in the moment and I'm a hothead. That's I'm giving up. I've had it. I'm out of here. I'm walking.
And that's on Draymond.
That's what I'm saying.
It is on Draymond.
No, Mark, I understand. I understand completely what you're saying.
There's something going on there.
I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with that because I look at the play and I'm saying, wait, Draymond's been coming up to the podium saying, I need to be a better leader. I need to be accountable. He said that all year after the punch. And he's gotten better at it. But then you do that. And you're like, after the first quarter, which he's drawn on, he's pushing the line for technicals.
He always does that.
He's pushing the line. And by the way, the Lakers game, when it came down to it, and those guys want to talk about the youngsters or whatnot, 3 fouls were committed late in that Lakers game.
Yep.
Iguodala and Draymond.
Yep.
Late in the shot clock.
No,
the
you guys
veterans.
are right.
And so, can we get some accountability with the veterans instead of blaming all the youngsters and saying, oh, my God, the youngsters are driving us crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Mark? Matson and Shasky, the veterans are driving me crazy this season.
That's fine. That's totally fair.
The vets are driving me crazy because of lack of leadership. And it starts at the top with Steve Kerr.
They always know what to say when they calm down and get to the podium.
Yep.
And they're pros. They're pros. They've been doing this now for over a decade at a very high level. They know how to handle the fishbowl in which they sit. But this is, again, you can be, as a fan, you can be mad at whoever you want. And there's no way I'm going to sit here and tell you that the way Draymond handled the punch or last night is acceptable. Of course it's not. And he, when he calms down, is usually the first one to tell you that. I need to be better. But the point is we are starting to see a pile, not one or two, a pile of instances where the veterans are literally acting out of character because of their exasperation with the young players, usually Jordan.
Could it also be that they've...
I just wonder if that's acceptable, if the veterans...
No, it's not acceptable.
Definitely
it's not acceptable.
No.
You have to compartmentalize and put that away.
To me, also, that's deflecting because when you see this in lots, whether it's celebrities, music, acting, sports, they're the last to know. The mirror's the last to know. When you're a step slow, it's not my fault. It's that guy. Hey, we're not as good as we used to be. I used to be able to stay in front of these guys.
Yes.
Can't do it anymore. Let me look for somebody to blame. I think that takes the onus off them.
Well,
like straight up, look, this team cannot move laterally like they did just 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that.
Let the teams destroy them.
That's totally fair. However, let's not act like we as fans haven't ripped hair out of the sides of our heads because of Jordan Poole.
Oh, I do it all the time.
All the time.
He's
I do it all the time.
He's
My hair
not
is
a great...
gone.
Well, and it's because of Jordan Poole.
It is.
No, let's be honest. He's not a great decision maker on the court.
But this whole team, that has been the hallmark of the Warriors. Horrible turnovers for that decade, and they were so good they could get away with it. How many turnovers did Steph have last night?
It's bad
turnovers.
shots, though, too.
It's
bad shots, and bad shots basically are a turnover because you come down, and Jordan Poole did this last week. I was in the tunnel watching it. I said the story. I had to go to the gatehouse and said, all right, I can't do this. I'm going to just watch this on television because the Warriors are cooking, and Jordan Poole out of nowhere is like, oh, let me dribble, go around the back, dribble, pull up for the Chase Center logo, and brick. And I'm like, well, damn, you just killed the flow. That's like a turnover.
That's
it's
exactly
the heat
right.
check after one made bucket. That really
after no made buckets.
Well, it's awareness. You're up by 7 with a minute to go, and you huck something up with 15 seconds to go on the shot clock.
But they do it too. Klay Thompson took a bad shot yesterday in the first quarter.
At the end of the
in the first quarter, chucked up a 3, no wherewithal, and then they hit a 3, and all of a sudden you're down 10.
Jordan does that the most. Let's be honest.
Agreed. He's also the youngest, and he's also played the most.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like all those things are true.
Again, go ahead.
2 questions. One, we'll start with this one. We'll go around. Do you think, Joe, we'll start with you. Do you think that if the Warriors had not signed Jordan Poole to the extension this offseason, that the season's going the same way?
No, I think there might even be weirder turmoil for Jordan specifically because where am I getting my money? I'm the Lone Ranger. I got to do everything I can to get every single bucket. On some level, I think that he's trying to prove that he's worth the money. On another level, I think he's probably a little more, But if you don't think there was a domino effect when it comes to the musical chairs of you got paid, got paid, and I didn't, That's being unrealistic. Everyone thinks that way.
And I've been here for 4 championship runs.
It's the same thing
and
as
I helped build this thing, and you're giving these guys the money? Oh, yeah, there's a problem. There is something.
No doubt.
Which is hypocritical.
I go back and forth with that. It's a great question, Matson. You're right. It's a great question because I go back and forth with it. Shasky knows I love players on a contract year. I love making them play on a contract 100%. Year, which was my biggest beef with Draymond getting the extension back in 2018. It's like, make them play. Make them play. Now, you gave him his money, whatever. It is what it is. You win another championship. But I would have been very eager to see Jordan Poole play without that contract. And then the Warriors have to make a decision after the season. I thought you needed to lock up Wiggins. That was a good move. But Jordan Poole, in hindsight, I'm like, I don't mind him playing on a contract year.
I was with you. That's what I thought they were going to do. That's what I would have done. Again. However, let's also go back to that moment in time. And I don't think that they signed it because he got punched by any stretch. But at that time,
he got some extra money.
At that time, yeah, no joke. The Warriors thought, this is back when they still, at least I think, they thought this whole seamless transition thing was realistic. And so at that time, if you're buying that James Wiseman is going to be a thing, if you're buying that Moses Moody is going to be a thing, you think you've got your future core. Why would you not sign your 2 best young players, Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole? Then you start the season and go, oh, this 2 timelines thing doesn't actually work. I do wonder if they regret it.
Well, see, I don't think they regret it at all because you're missing the cold calculated part of, well, we've got him under contract, then we can trade him and get something back. Yeah. We're so far over the cap. Right. You are forced into a position, just as an organization, get an asset or don't get an asset. We lose him because someone signs him to an offer sheet. We get nothing back. We have him now at least at a controllable aspect where he's under. This is what happened with Dunleavy and Murphy. Everyone lost their minds. They were able to get Stack Jack and Al Harrington because they locked those guys in. So there's a couple. There's the emotional side, but I think there's the business side of, even if we don't think he's that good, we'll be able to move him because he's under team control and someone else will take him.
So you think if the NBA said, hey, Warriors, sorry for the GP2 thing that happened, we're going to give you a redo on any contract, do you think they would do that for Jordan Poole?
I don't know if they would. Because of what Shasky just said.
I don't know.
Like, we can have our opinions about it, whether or not the Warriors should have done it. But I do think if the season goes awry and they get bounced in the first or second round and Joe Lacob sitting there like, you know what, this plan didn't work. It's time to move some pieces.
You have flexibility.
Jordan Poole's a very attractive trade.
Exactly.
And you can move off of that.
Staple him to a lot of deals.
$30 million, $32 million a year, it's actually a bargain for a player like that.
Part of why they lost a lot of options with Wiseman, he didn't make enough to staple with someone else to get something back of significance. And so the one thing, like, I know we're losing, you paid him too soon. Okay, if you hate him in the offseason and you want to move him, you staple it to something else, and now you can get something back that's worth the value because you're so far over the cap, the money's got to add up.
Look what they did with D'Angelo Russell. We all went crazy. Oh, my God, they signed him, blah, blah, blah. They were able to flip him for not only Andrew Wiggins, but Jonathan Kuminga. And now it looks like a steal, and D'Lo's now back with the LA Lakers.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. If you got Jordan Poole into a private room with no microphones and no recording devices whatsoever and said, do you hope that Draymond opts out and leaves? What do you think he would say?
I don't think he'd ever tell us.
If I'm Jordan, I think Jordan. If I'm Jordan and I'm part of his crew, I'm like, listen to the rhetoric from fans, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but anytime something goes wrong, the first person, it was Wiseman for a minute, it is straight to Jordan Poole. And I'd be like, dude, I'm kind of sick of that.
Not for everybody. I don't think everybody's like that at all.
This city, I think a lot of people risk Jordan Poole.
Sure. And
he'll never be able to come out of the shadow of the core 3 in the sense that they have such a long runway, which is earned.
Following
it's very difficult.
Is impossible. Sure. I get that. And I'm not saying that he isn't a focus of frustration, and I think he's done a lot to earn that.
Agreed.
But there are plenty of fans in this town who have been ready to move off Draymond Green for 3 years.
Well, I think Kerr.
I mean, that's like there's
it has. I've traded him about 85 times on the show.
Everybody.
I'm trying to get him
interview him later that night. Hey, Draymond, how you doing tonight? Great game, buddy. Congrats on the win.
I tried to get him to opt out at halftime of the Portland game last week. I did.
Yeah.
I emailed it.
Got a separate email. Like,
never mind. They wanted.
But no, seriously, like with Poole, it's crazy because last year at this time, we're all having a pool party.
100%.
Poole was cooking. He was a fan.
He was the second best offensive player on the team last year.
Chase Center popped differently with Steph Curry hits threes, and it popped differently when Jordan Poole was cooking. And I was like, this guy's a superstar.
The carry thing has taken away so much from his game.
That swag.
No one has talked about it. He used to be able to and get any shot he wanted. It's not there this year.
How much of this is on Kerr? Because I go back to the Cleveland game, and Draymond does what he does, and you see Kerr like coddle Draymond, and he coddles the veterans. Jordan Poole got called for a delay game in Cleveland. They won that game when Jordan Poole's asked, hey, go play with Anthony Lamb, go play with Ty Jerome, go play and try to help us win. And that was a great win for them. Great win. But Jordan Poole gets a delay game, and Kerr goes crazy. Kerr goes crazy and undresses Jordan Poole in front of the entire team. I was like, that's interesting.
Because they're exasperated.
But that's not right. That's not good. Other guys see that on that team.
I agree.
You don't think Kuminga's taking notes and Moses Moody's taking notes and Ty Jerome?
Unless that's the way to get through to Jordan Poole. Like, if that's the type of coaching he requires, I don't know. I've not I don't know.
You don't dress him in front of the whole team. You're not going to do that to anybody else.
You've got a culture here that is, I mean, successful is the understatement of the history of this market. And I just think that gets to a point where it's very hard to penetrate. When we talk about Steve Kerr's decisions, I think we're actually talking about a group of decisions. Mm-hmm. Steph has a voice. Steve has a voice. Draymond's got a voice. Clay's got a voice. Myers has got a voice. And they've all been doing this thing together for a long time at a very high level. And to come in and challenge the habits and challenge the way that they do things is very, very difficult. And to ask them to get off of the way they've done it in the past, like, I'm not saying that excuses it, right. But this is like these habits and this way with this group are ingrained in there at a deep level. Mm-hmm. And he challenges those things, and maybe that's
you think
good.
He does, Jordan Poole?
I do.
He's the first one in the gym, the last one to leave.
I don't think he's doing anything necessarily wrong.
He works his ass off.
Yeah. He turned himself from a G leaguer to a 20 points per night guy.
Mm-hmm. So the veterans should be coddling him like, yo, Poole, thank you. You give us another guy who can handle the ball and can facilitate the offense.
Until he starts taking a shot that Steph should take.
Until he ticks me off. Exactly.
Right. And that's where I think
that's interesting because like last night, and I said it to the group thread, and I said I didn't see the post game because I was so angry. Steph Curry didn't pass the ball.
Radio Bonte come out?
He didn't pass the ball the whole fourth quarter. We all love Steph. Steph's amazing. He can do no wrong. But last night, if we're being real, he took 3 bad 3-pointers at the beginning of a shot clock when they got to stop. He didn't pass, and I said, why is Clay not getting the ball? Now, I'm not saying, of course Curry's amazing, of course, but there are times other guys on the team also need to take responsibility and realize, like, dude, work the system a little.
There's no question. However, the same way when your snot-nosed kid acts up, we don't look at it the same way as when someone else's snot-nosed kid acts up. You know what I mean? But
Poole's on the bench when Curry is getting double trapped, and he has 3 turnovers in the final 4 minutes. That's not on Poole.
But Steph's got different rules.
No, trust me. How
does Steve Kerr fit into all this?
I get that.
Yeah. How does Steve Kerr fit into all this? Because he's been so rigid. Like Kuminga, for example. We talk about this all the time, Shasky. He's on the 3-point line. Get his ass in the dunker spot. We know Kuminga struggles with the split action. How about we adjust and run some simple pick and rolls with him and get him downhill? But Steve Kerr loves his system. And so if the players don't, like, how about you play to your players' strength? We see Shanahan do it all the time. Yes. Shanahan does that. You know, we see great football teams. Belichick did it for years. Okay, we're going to be a run-first team this year. All right, next year we're going to spread it out, throw the ball all over the yard. Steve Kerr doesn't do that. It's like, it's my way, or you're sitting down there, seat number 10.
Maybe Damon Rado will ask him today at 4:00.
Oh, that's a good tease.
I'm going to tell Lucas. I'm going to say, Lucas,
unless
tell
they
him to
don't,
ask
then it was a terrible tease.
Oh, boy. Maybe they'll ask.
Then
Maybe they won't.
Then
Maybe
you
they
sold
won't.
them out,
Tune in to
and
find
they're
out.
going to come at you young buck trying
David
to come in.
How would Phil Jackson, I always think about this. I think Phil's the greatest. How would Phil Jackson deal with this Warrior team right now?
Put him in the triangle.
It's true. He'd go on vacation.
Which has read and react concepts.
I'm just asking. It's as a thought.
Damon ain't no punk. He's going to ask a question.
He's definitely going to ask.
All right. Willard and Matt. It's fun crosstalk. Sponsored by Bay Street Emeryville. Follow Bay Street Emeryville on Instagram for contest details to win VIP access to their Bay Break Dining Terrace grand opening event on Saturday, March 25th. Food, fun, local heroes, community support. Instagram at Bay Street Emeryville.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet.
Go ahead, Kyle.
By the way, this is not the way I was going to start the show. This is quick aside, and I'm speaking to you, Kyle, and you, Spadone, and everybody listening in our station. Our show open, we got to change up for baseball season.
Oh.
We're not having somebody say Major League Baseball, you stink, but when we get to April.
We'll have Dibs.
Switch it.
We'll have Dibs run cuts of like NFL, you stink.
Thank you.
NBA basketball, you stink.
I mean, by now, we should have enough cuts of Dibs saying you stink because he thinks everything stinks.
It's a good point.
Right?
That's a good point.
Today, his health stinks. And so, Dibs, we're thinking about you. Hope you feel better, buddy. But here's Kyle Madsen, everybody. Let's hang out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Twitch, YouTube. Yo, the hell are you doing? Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. Let's comment. Let's interact. Let's talk this out because if somebody can convince me, I'm open. I'm all ears. 888-957-9570. Convince me that this Warrior team likes playing with each other. Because I don't think they do.
Okay. Counterpoint. The 4-game winning streak, the vibes were great. I was at that game against the Clippers. And that means that I know more about it than the people that watched on TV.
The vibes were great.
The vibes were A+. You had Draymond. Remember, we talked about Kuminga when he fouled and he got mad and Clay just reached out and went, dog. And he went, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Matt Nahigian posting the video of Draymond and Jordan Poole dap, bro hug. It's like, we are back, baby.
That's right.
The Warriors are back. So it's there. It's in there. But all it takes, you said this in the changeover, and I think you're right. All it takes is that one little thing. That thing that should be a minor inconvenience turns into a game-losing issue.
Have you ever gotten into an argument, had someone else being like, dude, you guys sound like a married couple? What does that mean? It means people are fighting over little crap that the rest of us are like, why don't you just brush your shoulder off? Like, why did that bother you so much?
Right.
It bothered you so much because inside that home, you got two people that just pick for 30 years and 35 years. And sometimes that rubs people raw to the point where it's like, I can't take it anymore. And you freak out over small things, such as, I don't know, not getting the ball at the free throw line on a random play in the second quarter. And you're like, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm going for a walk.
Like, all I did was ask you to wash your dish out.
Can you not? Here's the common thread for me, because I'm not there. You're all right. Some of you are going to be like, you don't know Jordan Poole. You're right. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I see. Consistent overreactions.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
That's what I see. Throwing mouthpieces, going for walks in the second quarter, punching people in the middle of practice. I see constant overreactions, and that tells me that there is something at the core of those relationships that's unhealthy.
Yeah, and maybe it's the relationships, and that's where I hesitate on this, with that they don't like playing with each other. Because maybe it's what Joe Shasky was talking about. Maybe it's, you know what, Draymond is just a step slow and a little bit less athletic than he used to be. So these stops he used to be able to get, now you got these young kids who are coming off the bench and cooking him on defense. Not all the time. He's still having a good year defensively, but he gets beat more often than he did. And Steph Curry, same deal. Watching these other guys, because he's still playing at a high level. But you have Klay Thompson, can't quite defend how he used to. And then you're trying to incorporate some new guys, and you got two-way guys, and you're trying to... It's just a mishmash of different lineups and different personnel, and it's just not the same. And I think that might be where the frustration buildup is. And then, Jordan Poole is involved in that. But I don't think it is hey, if you remove Jordan Poole from the equation, it's kumbaya. I still think you'd get an overly frustrated Draymond. I think you'd still get a Klay Thompson who gets frustrated and takes bad shots sometimes.
You get a worse team.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they know that.
Yes.
They know that. Like, again, I'm not here to say, because I don't know that. I don't think anybody's like, we hate Jordan Poole. They don't hate him.
Draymond might.
Maybe. He might hate Draymond. I would.
No
By
doubt.
now, wouldn't you? If you were Jordan, be like, bleep that guy.
Although I'm a pretty forgiving person. You could punch me in the face and I would talk myself into, I probably earned that.
You and I are like, we're like puppies. We just come right back.
Like,
hey, thank you, sir. Can I have another? Yeah. Listen, I don't think they hate the guy. I think they're fully aware that they need him, but changing of the guards are very hard.
And the forwards and centers.
Thank you. Only Kyle Madsen can come up with content like that.
You're welcome.
Let me give it to you in a really light and fluffy way with something I even referenced yesterday. So I played 18 holes with my 16-year-old son over the weekend. Guard done been changed. He can hit the ball farther. He can play better. It is a changing of the guard. Now, I know a lot of dads who are like, damn it, like you can't, right? Now you got to start to play the mental games because you can outwork, like, and mess with him a little bit in his backswing and
Get
all
that
that.
old man game.
Yeah, except for this is actually my son who's a high school golfer, and I can't wait for him to be better than me. And I've known since he was 6 years old that he was going to be better than me, so it doesn't emotionally hit me. It emotionally hits him. He'll outdrive me and be like, hey, there you go, old man. And I'll act like it bothers me, and it doesn't. I love every single piece of it. So that's a light and fluffy way, though, of talking about, I mean, yes, is there, though, still a piece in me was like, damn, I wish I was looser like I was 7 years ago when I played golf. Like, yeah, I wish I was playing like I was a few years ago when I played every week and all of those things. But there's not actual emotion there. When you watch the Warriors, it's so clear that this is the same thing, but there is deep, cut, hardcore ego, emotion, hanging on by the fingernails to any potential run that they may have left. And they feel empowered because of what surprisingly happened last year.
Right.
They won it all. Jordan was wobbly in the playoffs. So they've got all the empowerment they need to be like, look, we still run this show, and he's got to do it our way, not the other way around.
So you said something there that I want to get back to. It gets away from the vets a little bit and goes to Jordan Poole, because Jordan Poole draws a lot of attention. I don't want to say ire necessarily, but he gets a lot of attention. And I think it's because there was an expectation, at least from me, and I think maybe from other fans and maybe from these veterans, when you watched him in the postseason last year, there was a question of, hey, can he do it in the postseason? He lights it up at home against the Nuggets.
Yep.
And remember, I think it was Eddie Johnson, I think, came on and was like, yeah, but can he do it on the road in the playoffs? And then he went and he did. It was like, this guy, got pushed around a little bit against Memphis, figured it out enough that in game 3, he's at home. I'll never forget this. I was watching in Washington, D.C. He hits a 3, and he turns to the Warriors crowd, and he's going, I'm him. I'm really him. And it's like, yes, Jordan, you are my guy. Finals. You saw the text. I was like, unplayable. Get him off the court. Can't play. Figured out how to impact the games. Did he score 30? No, but he figured out how to have an impact. It was like, this bodes well for him in this next season, in the 22-23 season. And then it just hasn't played out that way.
No.
And I think that's also, is he making bad plays and making boneheaded mistakes? Sure, but everybody does. I think there's an expectation that he would help lift this team. And right now he's just kind of, he's just there.
You said the vibes were great during the 5-game win streak.
A+ vibes.
Vibes, sure. Fan vibes. You had a drink? Did you have a drink? Might have had a drink, right? Chase Center.
I was day drinking.
Everybody loves a comeback.
It was the evening.
Let's be honest, okay? Sure, the Clippers came in, but the Pelicans, It wasn't great competition, and they had to rally from 15 to 20 down every single time. You can do that at home. You can't do that the same way on the road.
Doubt.
And so the vibes were great, and it was fun, but there's a potential that this was a little bit of a cloud, a little bit of a paper tiger, where we thought the Warriors were in a healthier state than they were because they kept winning, and so we walked to the window with, they won. It's not like they played well for 4 quarters. They won, but they played well for 2 quarters, and it was good enough.
No doubt, but Bob Myers brought this up on the executive show with Steiny and Guru, and he said there were times this year where we felt like we were going to let go of the rope, and then we didn't. I think he said this after the Portland game.
Okay.
And it's like they weren't letting go of that rope. That showed a togetherness and a unity that they didn't really have earlier in the season. At least it did to me.
Or a stubbornness.
Yeah.
Whatever word you want to use.
Unified in their stubbornness. Sure.
Yes.
No, so I thought
they're champs. They're champs.
And that's why I thought, okay, they're turning a little bit of a corner. And maybe they have. Maybe they're just not going to be a very good road team. And that's what it is. And they'll make the playoffs and they'll win their home games. And we'll cross our fingers that they win one of their 4 road games. But I'm not ready to. I think that's why I'm personally frustrated because I can't punt.
No. I'm not burying them. It's not over.
Right, I know.
But what's the characteristic of a team when you go, hey, you could defend 9 months ago and now you can't? Why? Everybody got old? You could win on the road better than anybody last year. You can't this year. Why? You just don't like that color uniform? What is it? And the characteristic of teams that do well on the road and defend is what? They're together. Mm-hmm. They're gelled. They are mature. That's what the line is so fine in professional sports. Even that crappy team, like the Rockets, have talent. Mm-hmm. They've got great athletes on that team. What's the difference? It's veterans know how to do all the tricks, stay together, work as a cohesive unit. And so when I see this team that is quote-unquote elite at home, but they can't take it on an airplane, that says to me you've got something rotten inside the chemistry, inside the togetherness, whatever word you want to pick there. Something is sick in there, and they have not taken the pill yet.
It's so odd. It's so odd that at home, did you know at home, the Warriors' defensive rating, so the points they give up per 100 possessions, would be the best in the NBA. And their defensive rating on the road would be the second worst in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of those things. It's like
crazy.
It's one of those things you don't understand unless you've been a professional athlete and you've traveled and you've played and you've been in locker rooms and stuff. But that's what I can't put my finger on. I think you're probably right, but it's like, why is that? Why is that when you get on an airplane and you stay in a hotel, you start missing backdoor cuts and you start lazily not going around screens?
What's been the rule through the years in the NBA? Role players, right? You mentioned Eddie Johnson. Yeah. Role players, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're talking about. You're talking about how do role players, how does it work on the road? Well, it works when the role players are just kind of falling in line with the people in front of them, and it all works as a cohesive unit. And if it's not, then you get this. You get 7 and 25 on the road, people throwing mouthpieces, hucking their hands up in the air and going for walks in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. That's what you get when you're not together. And so that's why I started off saying what I would love to be convinced otherwise. But to me, if I'm a lawyer, I now have what I need to go to court and accuse the Warriors of not being together. I have a stack of exhibits.
And
I got a stack.
And I want to make it clear for me that I put that on those veterans, on the Steph Curry, on the Klay Thompson, on the Draymond Green.
You can put it on whoever you want.
It's like it is because I agree with you on that. Like I'll buy your premise. It's on those guys to like, dude, get over it. Like you're supposed to put this stuff away and go play. Draymond said, I can compartmentalize this. It's all about winning. We're about winning championships, and that's what it is. But it's like, apparently it's not. And I'm not putting that on Jonathan Kuminga. That's not on Jordan Poole to bring everybody together and go, hey, everything's fine.
Okay,
that's
but
not on him.
Devil's advocate for a second. The veterans respond and say, my guys, we have been hammering these young fellas on the head for these guys are not brand new in the system. Poole, Kuminga, Wiseman, who now is gone. We've been hammering them on the head in practice and in film for 3 years in some cases. Mm-hmm. And we're still out here getting the wrong decisions. Mm-hmm. This is not new. We have tried. We've tried to get them into the system. Now, you could argue that. You also punched one of them in the face.
Sure.
Right? But what if their answer, like if I'm Steph, let's just look at Steph. I've been trying to get these guys to go the way of the championship, and it's still not working. Mm-hmm. And so when we go, hey, Steve Kerr didn't develop, was he allowed to? Sure. I don't know.
Sure.
But you look at your $50 million athlete, if he walks into your office and says, Coach, get him off the floor or send him to Detroit because I can't win with him. Right. What do? You just ignore him? No. Wow, but we need to develop. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm throwing out scenarios that I think something pretty similar to those is happening behind the scenes.
Regardless of whose fault it is and whether they got a chance to develop, how many NBA players come in and are just awesome in year one? Or awesome even in year two?
Yeah, I mean, very few.
It's really hard, especially when you're 19, 20 years old. So that's why I put this on the. It's like you have to figure out, and this is on Steve Kerr and those and the three guys we talked about, and Andre Iguodala, I think to a lesser extent.
Sure.
Like you have to figure out how to play with those, like to make it work with those players. And I think maybe 5 years ago they could have, but they're at a point now where they're at the point that Tim Duncan, Monty Ginobili, and Tony Parker were, where they were like, hey, we're going to unload a lot of this on Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
And Kawhi, you're going to help us out. And they can't do that. So that's why for me, it's like, dude, vets got to figure it out. I think the Warriors can win a title because of them. I don't think the Warriors can win a title because like, oh, Jonathan Kuminga will get better.
Right.
That's not what I'm leaning on. I'm banking on the guys who have done it before.
Well, listen, I got called a negative Nelly coming out of the 5-game win streak because I said I still want to see. I want to see two things. I want to see you do it on the road, and I want to see you not fall down by 15 points at the end of one.
Negative Nick. Nevertheless.
Oh, well.
We'll try again.
Try again next week. Brian in Walnut Creek, 888-957-9570. We want to go. Dalton Johnson's going to join us at 10:30. Outside of that, it's all you, and a lot of you want to weigh in. So let's rock, okay? Brian in Walnut Creek, you're on with Willard, Kyle Madsen. What are you doing, Brian?
Yeah, I'm just driving home right now. Just basically what I want to say, I don't think it's that big of a deal. All buddies argue, all best friends argue, brothers argue. That's pretty normal. Plus, they have a pretty big age difference, which that's just as normal. They have a ring on it. They can go out and get some drinks with their ring on. It's all fine at the end of the day. I think the bigger problem is that who are the role players? Like, where's Ty Jerome? Where's Anthony Lamb? Like, what roles? Like, who are the role players? The whole year, like, it's been a big mix and match. Like, I think that's the bigger problem is the stars are just frustrated with who are our role players. Like, what roles, like, just what's solidified and what is solid going into the playoffs.
Yeah, Brian, I think your 2 points are connected, though. There's a little bit of a chicken of the egg conversation going on there. You're saying on one hand, people argue, brothers argue, families argue. Sure, that's all true. But why are they arguing? I think the answer is the answer to your second point. Who are the role players? Well, that is the chasm. Who gets the minutes? Are we giving it to the young guys who we all know have more talent in their toe than some of these other role players, Lamb, Jerome, even Iguodala at this point, who doesn't even play? We know Kuminga and Poole have all the talent. However, the veterans are also looking at who makes the right decision in the right moment. If I'm Steph, Clay, and Draymond, they're like, yeah, we need Jordan Poole. We'd like Kuminga. I don't know if we need him. We want Wiseman to be good. Whoops, he's not. Get him the hell out of here. Moody lost his confidence. It's all a matter of trust. They know that Poole and Kuminga are way more talented than Jerome and Lamb.
No doubt.
But I think they also see that Lamb and Jerome and people like that make better decisions within the game. And if you are an elite athlete with 4 rings, that's all you want around you. Just give me the guys who can make a good decision. Get me the ball in the right place.
No doubt.
And so that's the disconnect.
So let's run through real quick, because I think that caller had a good question. Let's run through real quick the playoff rotation.
Okay.
Let's just I'm going to make this the starting lineup. I think it would change based on series.
Everybody's healthy?
Everybody's healthy.
Okay.
Every player on the roster is available. So it's Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Kevon Looney.
There's your starters.
Like, let's just say, just for in general.
Yep.
DiVincenzo's coming off the bench.
Sure.
GP2's coming off the bench. Jordan Poole's coming off the bench. That's 3 guards coming off the bench.
There's your 8.
Okay. Jonathan Kuminga, Andre Iguodala, maybe they're kind of mix and match. I don't know if you're getting, those guys are splitting 20 minutes a night, and that's how it's going to. Maybe. I think it's series dependent, matchup dependent.
Agreed. Kuminga probably gets more if there's a defensive assignment that he needs to take.
But my thing is, and just zooming out away from last night and looking at this season, and I think the reason I get so frustrated is like the 2014 49ers coming off a trip to the NFC title game, went 8-8, but like halfway through that year it was like, this team's not very good.
Yeah.
But with this team, when I lay out those 10 players...
Sounds great.
Jonathan Kuminga is the only one that hasn't played like major playoff minutes or in big playoff spots. I trust every single one of those guys in a big playoff moment. And I like Kuminga for 3-4 minute stretches here.
So there's a trickle-down effect of who's on the bench based on two names that you brought up that aren't available to them right now. If Wiggins and GP2 are back, GP2 is a high-level defensive option, obviously coming off the bench, and a trusted member of the group. And Wiggins coming in, that trickles all the rest of them down to where you're trusting the bench a lot more. I know you don't get to just assume that everybody on every NBA team is going to be healthy when you want them to be. But, yeah, if they are, that's a different squad. And you're right. I'm not giving up yet. I'm just noticing in this moment that they're not together. You don't react that way. That takes down any roster that you can. Okay, this looks great. It looks good on paper.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen something look good on paper and then it's not? You go, what's wrong? Well, there's a rotten pill in there.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like to me with this team.
Yeah, and I think you're logically yes, but after what happened last year, I can't divorce myself from the idea of the Warriors winning a championship. I'll just never bet against them again. I mean, you're right. Everything you're laying out is right.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
I bet on them last night. How'd that go?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But at the end of the season, if they're in the playoffs and they have those 10 guys that I just laid out available to them, why not?
Why not? Especially with the framework of the rest of the NBA right now. It's very true. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Coming up next, more of your phone calls. A lot of you want to weigh in. Stay right there. We come straight to you next. Plus, we tell you how you can win your way into a Warriors game later this month. Kyle Madsen's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st? Yes. All you have to do is download. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
My favorite thing, and this is sports radio. I love this. I don't mean this in a sarcastic way. I love this. The YouTube chat right now has taken our conversation and it's ended up on Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh,
because sports radio is a walking NBA trade machine. That's what happens. You bring up a problem. Somebody goes, you know what? They should trade him. And then the next thing is, you're right. We should trade him. And this has ended up with the Warriors should get Karl Anthony Towns, and that will stop Nikola Jokic. Problem solved.
Can I tell you something that I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to? Because I'm like mostly joking, but not all the way.
Okay.
There's times I'm not listening to you guys because I'm enthralled by what's happening in the YouTube chat.
Did you just say something?
No. What? No, I just that it's great. So I'm gonna dive into the trade machine.
The YouTube chat is, and by the way, you YouTubers, and I think they know this. They know this. I think they're trying to distract us. You YouTuber, you know this, because especially now you're different because they can't see you. I know they do this to me and Debs and all the hosts. You can see our eyes. They can see where we're looking. And they're like, we finish a point, and then they're like, and then they looked at us. Then they read. I can tell. Mark's reading. You're reading. Hey, Mark, you're an idiot. Ha! I saw his eyes. And then look at him. He got mad. Oh, he took a sip of his iced coffee. Oh, that's his tell. Pay him. Pay that man his money. That's like the little lick of the Oreo. If Willard takes a little sip of iced coffee, he's mad. I know this is going on. And so there's a love-hate relationship. Mostly love. But the YouTube, like, I'm trying to have a conversation.
Dude, I can see your eyes. You're looking at
It's like our phones. Do you walk by your phone? Like, plug your phone in and stick it on your mantle or wherever you put it. Nightstand.
Oh, God, no.
You ever walk by it and not touch it just to see what's going on?
No chance.
Exactly. Well, that's a YouTube chat. It's sitting here bouncing like it's on a scroll. Boop, 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 boop. You finish a point, and you're like, what? It's like a tick.
Did they like what I said?
Yeah. Did you hate it? Did you hate it? What? Light the beam? Oh, God, they're still mad about yesterday. I mean, all of that stuff. Yeah. It's a love-hate.
Yeah, no
it's
doubt.
A problem.
So I've had enough. I've had enough mean things said about me on the internet and on text lines and all that.
We're over that.
But dude, Drew Down in the YouTube chat earlier said that he didn't like my sweater, and I'm shook.
Your sweater,
I really like this sweater.
Is controversial, but it's controversial. You got to go to YouTube. Let's hear it. Let's get some reviews and be genuine.
What's wrong with it?
Don't just be.
Why is it controversial?
Because
it's warm and cozy.
Because it's a style. It's a bit of a statement. It's got a lot.
Is it?
I like it, but I understand.
It's a sweater.
But it looks like a mountain lodge on a sweater. Like, do you see that? When I look into those diamonds that are across your chest, I feel like I'm at a ski lodge and I'm getting, like, is there a hot toddy after a day in the snow? Kind of a feel going on in there. I don't know why.
Sure.
That's just where my mind goes.
Sure.
So I think people's minds go to a lot of different places. It's got a lot going on. It's not a quiet sweater.
Right. You ever seen the Santa Claus with Tim Allen? There's the Neil sweater. That's what that is. Right there.
You go. And it's got brown. It's got brown, and you matching it with a Padre hat, which you do a lot. Mm-hmm. You have a lot of Padre gear. The Padres are lit. I get it. I understand. I know you're not a Padre fan. You're making statements. To some people, these are statements. It's just clothing.
The hats typically aren't a statement.
I know they're not, but they don't know that.
But here's the thing. When people ask me, like, hey, what do you do if the A's move? Chances are I'll just still be an A's fan. I'm a clown.
I mean.
But I'm not going to quit being But, like, the Padres are the logical choice, right?
They are?
I'm not going to pick the Giants.
Why?
Because.
That's not an answer.
I won't do that. I can't.
Okay.
There was a rivalry there. You cannot, like, if like the Raiders moved, like there was a lot of people like, oh, you got to root for the Niners.
Listen,
absolutely.
I'm an interviewer. I'm just asking questions. I don't know why the Padres are the logical answer.
Allow me to explain.
Please.
So the Giants are not. I'm not picking the Giants. Like I can't do that.
Got it.
All right. I can't. I would feel weird.
I
feel like
right. No. If the Giants went to St. Pete, you can keep your A's. I'm not rooting for the A's.
No doubt. No doubt.
Jose Canseco, get out of here.
So that's there. I'm not rooting for the Dodgers.
Yeah. No, because then I would punch you in the face.
No doubt.
Right.
I would punch myself in the face for that. The Angels, no chance. The Angels are at the bottom of the list.
For me, that's probably my logical next choice. Because
for you, Mark, or for you if you were me?
If I were you. If the Giants left him. No, but thank you. In the back.
Why?
Yeah, because when I did play-by-play in the minor leagues, it was within the Angels organization.
Okay, but I didn't do that.
Right, and when my sister's kids live in Orange County, and they're Angels fans.
Mm-hmm.
So there's family structure in there. I used to work sort of, I guess, kind of loosely attached to the organization, so we would follow players that used to be in single A and end up on the team, right? Oh, I know. I'm trying to drip drop over here. Thank you. Finally.
You and your boy Mike Trout over there.
I knew Mike Trout when he was 18 years old. We used to eat hoagies together in Boise, Idaho.
But
anyway, go ahead.
I don't have those ties to the Angels. I hate that team.
It's actually true about John Lackey.
With
Anyway, go ahead.
Burning passion. I cannot stand them.
Plus,
they're
they've
at the
got
bottom of the
Shohei
list.
now.
If I had to pick between one of the three teams I just named, it's probably Giants, Dodgers, Angels in that order.
Right.
But there's a fourth team in California.
There is.
And that's the Padres. They're like the opposite of the A's.
They're fine.
They have a great stadium.
Yeah, they're fine.
San Diego is fantastic. The beer selection at their stadium is unbelievable.
Okay, you've sold me. That's fine. I just wanted to know.
And I just have no ties. Like the Padres are just there.
That was
right?
just way too.
They're not like good.
You made it sound way too obvious, like the logical choice.
Yeah,
I'm
for
like,
me
why?
personally.
Now I get it. Now I get it. That's fine.
Very good.
Let's go back to the Warriors.
All right.
Shall we?
Back to
everybody, back to Wiseman.
Thanks, Kyle.
Let's go to Dave
Thanks, Gil.
in Pleasanton. And just to reset the table for those of you who are just joining us, the Warriors all hate each other. That's my premise today. Dave in Pleasanton, go ahead. You're on with Willard and Kyle Madsen. And what are you doing?
I am stuck in traffic.
I'm sorry to hear that. I heard it's really rough today.
It is, but it's all good. I got you guys. So what I was going to say was I think the problem with the Warriors is the role player issue, but I think it's with the players not accepting their roles like a Jordan Poole. We all know Jordan Poole is good enough to be a star, possibly in the future a superstar. I don't think when Steph's there, he likes coming off the bench. I don't think he likes being that number 2 guy off the bench. Now, I also want to bring up, I don't think getting rid of him is the solution. I think fixing his mental ego is the solution because he is the one that's supposed to take over when Steph leaves. Now, we got an issue with Draymond. Kyle, I believe you brought it up earlier. He's a step slower. He's not as athletic as he used to be. And I think he's losing some mental edge. When they played against the Lakers, Draymond used to be that guy that would say, you know what, Iggy, you're not getting the job done. I got this. And he would have checked Anthony Davis, even if it was coach's orders. He would have done that. He's not doing that anymore. That's all I got.
Yeah, Dave, I think there's some good points in there, although the one thing that kept bouncing in my head when you say, like, someone like Jordan Poole's got to know his role, what is his role?
That's it. And that's the point Bonte
And it's different every single week.
And I think that's super difficult.
Yes.
Like, hey, improve your game, but at everything. Like, become a better distributor, become a better facilitator, also a better shooter, please, and also a better scorer. Can you also get to the line sometimes when we need it? Like,
oh, but by the way, we don't need that tonight.
Yeah.
We need that next Tuesday. Yeah. We've got a scheduled day in 3 weeks on the 21st. Are you available? We could let you be the one on that night. And then, let's see, my calendar says, on April 3rd, we're going to need you to be the 2. But right now, go back to being the 6 and just sit over there. We'll call you when we need you. Thanks so much. Just have a seat right over there. We'll call you.
You got all that? You got all that down? Oh, wait, hang on. Steph's hurt. Scratch all that. Come back.
Exactly.
We still need you. Let's redo this.
It's not easy.
Really difficult.
It's not easy. And so I'll give Jordan that. I want to just to sort of reboot the whole thing. I don't think the Warriors hate each other, but I do think that the word that kept coming into my head when I watched Draymond Green walk off of the floor in the middle of a basketball game last night is exasperated. Mm-hmm. And exasperated does not come from hate. It doesn't even necessarily come from dislike. If I ask you, anyone who's listening, who are you exasperated with in your life? some of you might be like, oh, my kid, or right? Maybe it's your boss. Maybe it's your spouse. Maybe
I
it's
have a wife.
your mom, your dad. Maybe it's that damn person who's in front of you at Starbucks every day who takes 13 words to come up with their Frappuccino order. I don't know what it is, but you all have an answer there, and you may have multiple answers, and I would bet few of them are about someone that you hate. It might be someone you probably is, by the way, spend a lot of time with.
No doubt.
You might want to spend more time with them. There's some love in there. But the issue that I see with the Warriors is a complete disconnect in terms of decisions that should be made in moments on the court. It's old versus young. That's been well-traveled and well-discussed this year. But I'm watching Steph throw a mouthpiece. I'm watching Draymond throw a punch. I'm watching Klay throw his hands in the air. I'm watching Draymond walk away from a pass on the middle of the court in the second quarter last night, and it's all pointed at the same person. And that means that they may love Jordan. They know they need Jordan, but he exasperates them. And if you want to know why a team that's so talented suddenly has trouble with defense and travel, that tells me there is a chemistry that used to exist with the Warriors that no longer does.
Yeah.
That's what I see. And that's not pointing blame at any one of them. I can't tell you right now. I can tell you in moments, Jordan don't take that shot and Draymond don't react that way. But it's not, it's at this moment, it's really nothing more than an observation.
Sure.
And I think I got all the evidence I need.
Sure. And I'm with that for the most part. So let's take that, and it's like, how do you fix it? And that's where it all circles back. I understand, okay, maybe they're exasperated with Jordan Poole. Maybe they're exasperated with the rotations. Maybe it's Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe Draymond Green is exasperated with the fact that he didn't get paid. And he's just over it. And that's why we see him, that singular play last night, like, I don't care who you're mad at and how mad you are at them. When you're a professional athlete, and he quit on that play.
Totally.
In the middle of a game.
Unacceptable.
At the end of a first half where they had battled back.
If this was a youth sports game, you'd have yanked the kid out and put him on the bench.
If that's Jonathan Kuminga, they yank him out and put him on the bench.
Of course.
And that's where my issue with this lies. Is like, okay, you're right, but it's on the vets. Jordan Poole is going to be Jordan Poole. It's not on him to fix this.
No, but it's on him to make better decisions.
Sure, and I think he'll get there. He's still 23 or whatever.
I hope
22.
so.
And he's getting his role moved around, and he's trying to figure out, and he's navigating his first season with an NBA team committed to him. They said, Jordan, you're our guy moving forward.
Yeah. Sometimes I will say this. I don't think anything you said there is wrong. I was just thinking of John Morant when you brought this up. There are times when I feel like we act like 23 is 11.
Sure.
He's a young player. Well, you know what? He's old enough to know not to shoot from 30 feet when you're up by 6 with 30 seconds to go and 20 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah.
Sure. You're old enough to know that you don't go on IG Live from Shotgun Willie's and flash a pistol and then tell, he's young. He's just a little pup. He doesn't know what the hell. Like, yeah, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are. Now, challenging? Absolutely. Jordan, multiple roles. Ja, $200 million. Be everybody's leader at age 23. Challenging? Yes. But we can't use that as an excuse for everything. If my 16-year-old did some of those things, I'd be like, butt down in your room, and we're going to talk this out because that's a bunch of ridiculousness.
But it's not, he's a young in an NBA sense.
Sure.
He's young in the sense of his first season was basically a wash. His second season, he's in the G League. He comes back, he starts to figure it out, hits a big shot in the play-in against the Lakers. Like, okay, that's cool. Last year, second half of the year, really came on, and in the playoffs, he started to figure it out. This is his first time being this player where a championship team. Guys, how old was Jordan Poole when the Warriors won their first title? 14?
Yeah, right.
These are guys he grew up watching dominate in the NBA, and those guys are going, hey, we need you, dog. And I understand why there's some spots where he's like, all right, it's Jordan Poole time. I'm pulling up. I like this shot. I can hit this shot. So, like, I get it. And that's something that's tough to navigate and not something he's going to figure out even this season because it's not been a consistent role.
Or maybe ever. Or maybe ever.
Not. Maybe, but I
And I think these three guys are sitting there looking at it going, I'm sorry, you said it's Jordan Poole time? I'm sorry, you're in a Warrior uniform in the middle of this run, and you've decided that it's money time?
The Warriors decided that.
He ain't wrong. I'm just saying that's the reaction you're going to get.
And then maybe that's on the coaching staff or the front office for not going, hey, bring this together. Here's what's going on. That's what Steve Kerr was so good at. Remember, hey, defining roles. He sat down with all the players and, hey, Andre, you're going to come off the bench, and Draymond, you're going to start, and David, like, that's what he was so good at. Like, that's on him.
Yes, 100%. There's a reason it's really, really difficult for rock bands to stay together for 40 years. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets really rich, and everybody has huge egos, and everybody's thinking about their path.
Yes.
And it's very hard to keep it all together. That's where the Warriors are. It's where they've been. Donna is next up here. Willard, Kyle Madsen. Hey, Donna, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just babysitting my great-granddaughter right now.
Oh, a great-granddaughter? You got to be kidding me, Donna. You sound like, I don't know, you sound like you're 50.
I wish I were again. Then I'd be able to handle her.
What do you got, Donna?
But I'm loving the conversation. And I come from a big family. And you're going to have, like, infighting or, one sister who don't like the little brother or whatever. But what I'm seeing in some of these games is these young kids are really playing ball on the other teams. They are coming for the Warriors. They are shooting threes like it's nothing now. And that used to be our thing. So I'm just looking at some of these other teams and going, oh, my God, they right on steps behind. Or, they're shooting better than Clay is. But, you're going to have that infighting. And I don't know if it's so much the chemistry now or what. But what I see, and I love basketball all around. I'm a big Warrior fan. But I see these young kids coming for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think you're wrong about that. That's the natural cycle of the whole thing. What I notice, though, is when these young players are coming for the Warriors, their shots now, they all go in. And it's because no one's guarding them.
Yeah.
So the Warriors, you're right, Donna, they're coming for the Warriors. And it's like, hey, Warriors, you should be there when they get here. Yeah. You should not be standing on the other side or going for a walk in the second quarter and letting all these shots. Like, how many games in a row, especially on the road, do we have to do this? Like, man, this team only averages 12 threes a night, and they've already hit 16 by halftime. It happens almost every road game. They're not playing defense because they're not a cohesive unit.
The amount of times the Thunder just got layups last night, like uncontested. Warriors battle back. They take a 1-point lead. Layup. Stop. Layup. And they're back up 3. Like,
137 points. That's a non-starter.
And that's not
it's like a non-starter.
The Thunder aren't like awful. They're not that. I think Josh Giddey's a really good player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's one of my favorite players in the league.
What are they? 2 games behind the Warriors? Like
they're right. So I don't want to make this sound like the Warriors got dragged by the Pistons, but man, that was so frustrating last night because you keep expecting them. You said it yesterday. Like, this is a game I expect them to go on the road and win.
Yes.
You keep waiting for that. Like, okay, there they are. There it is. And it's just like we've seen it at home.
Yeah, the good news is after these 2 games, you're all of you think they're going to get housed tomorrow night in Memphis. Probably win by 11. That's the way the Warriors do it.
Coming back from down 30.
Of course. I think that you want to save energy, you want to do load management, just tell the league, let's start the game down by 25 and then start in the second quarter. We all know that's just save the energy. Why run around out there and carrying on the way you do?
Why even play?
BPA's here. Hey, BPA, what are you doing?
Well, not much, guys. Just a couple points. I mean, I think, I've been a Draymond critic historically, but I mean, the bottom line is the organization's commitment has proven to be over the last 12 months to Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, committing almost $250 million to those guys. not to, and it's pretty clear Draymond's not going to be here much longer. They're probably not going to extend Clay. And so to say it's all on the vets when the organization has made it clear that they're not committed to them long term, maybe Steph, maybe not, I don't know. It's patently unfair. It is. And, the bottom line is they committed almost $250 million to a guy who shoots a lower three-point percentage than Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and plays no defense. And no defense, no effort on defense. The other guy, Wiggins, he's not around for reasons unknown. He's not here. And so, to me, it's, it's not, you can't put it all on the vets anymore. And then you have other guys like, JaMychal Green. Come on. This is not a serious roster in rotation they're putting on the floor. And then Anthony Lamb, who they said, hey, we don't want to go in the buyout market. We can't improve this team because we can't do better than Anthony Lamb. In a must-win game in Oklahoma City last night, he was playing in the G League. So it's like...
Well, they can't use him. They couldn't use him yet. But, Brian, I think, look, you're saying some interesting stuff here. I really, it's not all on anyone. It's not all on the vets. It's not all on the young guys. It's on this whole group to figure it out, and they haven't yet. And I want to give lovely Christy some credit here on this one. We were having this conversation on the way in because, thank you, she's really good, like good Warriors conversationalist. Mm-hmm. Like a fan, but also brings this sort of like human angle to it.
Pragmatism?
Well, did you come to any Warrior watch parties last year, or were you a Super Bowl guy only? Did you come to any Warrior playoff game watch parties?
Super Bowl guy only.
You're Super Bowl guy only.
I didn't even know you did Warriors watch parties. That's cool.
Yeah,
that's tight.
We did. No,
I got lost in the
invite, but
that's tight. That's super tight.
Well, she
By
was
the way,
like,
not to cut you off, Mark. Christy makes me feel horrible about not getting to the gym as much as she does. I follow her on social.
Bro, I
tell
she
you
gets
what,
after it.
She
athlete. Athlete. What an F.
The workout videos are nice. I enjoy them myself. I do. Luckily, she's so I'm sorry, hon. She's going to get 400 requests now. She's a private account. She's going to have to turn all you weirdos away now. You all understand that, right? But yeah, the workout, Spadone got accepted because he's come to the house. So
you know what? I take back what I said earlier. No. I was mean.
No, she
I made it. I made jokes about you not inviting.
Invite you to the Warrior watch party
because remember I said they're winning when I watch with my family.
Right,
I have to watch with my family.
You were.
Yes,
there was concern that you would wear that sweater and no one would be able to see the TV.
So, yes,
but no, right?
Even worse, I wear a basketball jersey with no sleeves under.
God, yuck! That's not acceptable.
Yikes!
There's food there.
They were winning. They were winning.
Anyway.
I went sleeveless starting in Game 4. You're all welcome for the title.
Listen, I don't think she'll think I'm putting her on notice or blast or whatever. When I said she's a big Wiggins girl, she loves Wiggins.
Okay. Does she know what's going on with him?
No.
Back to Wiggins.
Boy, does she want to know, though. Boy, does she want to know. However, not so much of a pool girl. Not like
more.
If I was going to give anybody a real nod in this whole conversation, that young lady a year ago was like, nope. This Jordan Poole guy and that attitude, that's not going to roll around here. Don't like it. Shouldn't do it. That's not going to work. I'm telling you, she said it a year ago. And I don't know yet 100% that she's right. But I look at the conversation we're having today, like, that's a pretty interesting point there. You know what she brought up today? She goes, I think this is really hard for Poole. She goes, aren't Poole and Wiggins close? Yeah, they are. Poole's actually even talking about Wiggins yesterday. They wrote, I think this might be real tough for him right now because guy's not there for him. So,
It's tough for the Warriors because their best defender's not there for him.
Book Christy for 11. We got 11 o'clock open. All right, we got.
Go request her on Instagram.
She gonna say no. All right, we got more of your phone calls for sure. 888-957-9570. Let's keep it going. This conversation's been fascinating today, so keep that coming. But we're also going to get Dalton Johnson, who covers the team for the NBC Sports Bay Area crew. He's going to jump in here as well, give us his spin on what he sees with the cohesion or lack thereof of the team. And that's next on Willard and Dibs, which is brought to you by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, again, if you're just joining us, the breaking news today is that the Warriors all hate each other. And it's all gone to hell.
It's over.
Until they win a basketball game.
It's all over.
And then Guru will come in and start counting money so that he's going to win from Steiny. Lay off for the Warrior Championship. That is clearly on the way. Something in between is probably the case. Hey, before we get to Dalton Johnson, can I remind everybody that while we're sitting here talking about the Warriors, you can end up inside Chase Center to watch them play. And here's the good news. When they play there, they win.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Such a fun time.
Super weird. So March 31st, Warriors Spurs, you can go, and all you got to do is listen to us and all of our shows here on 95.7 The Game. But you got to do it on the Odyssey app or at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you will have to win. You get one entry for every hour you listen. Therefore, every hour you listen becomes another chance to win, and that goes all the way up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. Don't wait. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, to get your tickets, go to warriors.com. We will go to our guest line for Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, covering the Warriors. Good morning, fine sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for doing it. Like, what are your observations based on the chemistry, the cohesiveness, if you will, of this group, and in particular, what they've had to navigate this year?
I thought Steph Curry said it perfectly last night when he was asked how he physically feels. He said he physically feels great, but emotionally all over the place. And that, to me, kind of says everything about what that game really was, too, right? Where I think, this team has dealt with a lot this season, whether it be the injuries right now, the absence of Andrew Wiggins, the James Wiseman trade deadline, with Gary Payton II being a win-now move with somebody who can't play. And then last night, we saw it on display with what happened with Draymond Green at the end of the first half there. And it's not what you want to see, obviously, at this point in the season. And with what should have been finally a road trip where we can gain some momentum. And those first 2 games were huge before going into Memphis. Like, those were just 2 performances that you can't have going into this rivalry game, whether there's Ja Morant or not. Like, it was just it's pretty frustrating to say the least. And I think that you could feel it last night while watching that game.
We see the vibes at home. They're great. We see them ratchet up the defensive intensity at home, and that's great. Then they go on the road, and the vibes are bad, and they can't get a stop. Why is that?
That's the thing, too, right? When I'm there, when you're watching the games, anything, it's like, when they're at home, obviously we've seen the kind of like the resurgence of these third-quarter Warriors. I mean, they outscored their opponents by 83 points in the second half during that 5-game win streak. But on the road, if they can't make a stop, or if there's a little bit of miscommunication or anything, I mean, you even see like the heads hang and things like this where it's like, all right, we're not at like the quarter mark of the season, the third mark, halfway point. We're in March. Like, this is when it's ramp-up season. This is when it's playoff push season. And to see that last night, it was pretty disheartening to me where it's, hey, and it wasn't just the young guys. Like, these are leaders on the team. Like, that can't happen. So I wish I had the answers. I mean, I feel like we've been asking Steve Kerr the question over and over again, and it's like, I wish I had the answer. I don't know. You know what I mean? Steph Curry, even last night, kind of caught himself where he was saying, I feel like I'm repeating myself, that hey, we have all the confidence in the world. We know the core that we have, but we want something to show for it. And until you do, what's the point of still talking about it and not actually producing it on the court?
Dalton Johnson covering the Warriors is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kyle's in for Dibs. Okay, Dalton, let me sort of like ask, and it may sound like the same question, but I'm going to ask this in a little bit more of a pointed way, or maybe I won't even ask a question. This will be a request, if you will. I have watched Draymond Green punch Jordan Poole. I've watched him now almost walk off of the court in the middle of a game. I've watched Steph Curry throw a mouthpiece. I've watched Klay Thompson throw his hands in the air, all of it being directed at Jordan Poole. Convince me that these 3 guys are not exasperated with him.
That's a tough question right there. I mean, to me, I thought last night was inexcusable with Draymond Green. I think the other ones, when it came to Steph and Clay, are a little bit different. You know, like there was frustration there, obviously, in the moment with Steph. Even the other night in Los Angeles, you could see when Jordan took a shot where it's, hey, what are we doing? Like know the moment kind of thing, which has obviously been a problem this whole season with Jordan, kind of knowing the moments and when to make these kind of shots. Klay Thompson literally just turned to the bench and was pointing at Steph and saying, get him in the game when the Lakers were going on that run. But then last night, like, that can't happen with Draymond Green. I mean, sure, he might have been open for a split second. Josh Giddey was also coming, and to throw your hands up like he did and to wave him and walk off, like, though, that's different to me than what Klay and Steph did, if that makes sense. I felt like Klay and Steph have shown some frustration. That, to me, what Draymond did was way more of showing up to teammates. And that's not okay. And he just doesn't go back on the other side on defense when the Thunder somehow just missed forward layups and tip-ins. Like, they're incredibly lucky that they didn't score on that end of the floor. So I don't have the perfect answer for you there. I just think that Steph and Klay's things that we've seen on the floor compared to last night is different, if that makes sense.
I'm of the mind that despite all of this, because we see the road struggles, we see the things we're talking about with Draymond Green quitting on a play, we saw the video of the punch before the season. Despite all of that, I still look at this team and go, yeah, hey, if they get right, they can go win a title. Is that the feeling in the building?
Oh, yeah, I really do think it is. I definitely think it is. And I think what's tough about these last two games, especially last night, is the fact that the 5-game win streak with this homestand felt different than, remember earlier in the season when they had that 8-game homestand, they won 5 in a row, and then I think they lost 3 at the end there. Yep. But that 5-game win streak felt different than this one, because this one was, again, like coming into March without Steph, without Wiggins. You know that Steph is about to get back. You're assuming that you're going to have Wiggins back back at some point this season. You're assuming that you're going to get Gary Payton II back at some point this season. You know that their best basketball last season was at the very end of the season or once the playoffs were starting, right? That they never had this cohesion of Steph and Klay and Draymond all together on the court together. The difference is this season, they didn't start out 18-2. And the defense has been nothing compared to what it was last season. But I still 1,000% believe that the core belief is still in the building. It's just right now, after kind of reaching that new level of high this season, to stumble down is definitely a bit of another blip in the road right now.
Dalton, I know that this is under total wraps, so I'm certainly not asking for any speculation. Have you got, like, is there any indication from the Warriors on some sort of an Andrew Wiggins timetable at all? Any clue that you've even picked up?
Truly, no. I mean, this is about as under wraps as anything that I can remember. Everything that I've been told is just family matter. You know, even when at first they were saying personal matter, they really wanted to push, hey, this is a family matter. Like, this is not an Andrew problem where, like, you know, Andrew's in trouble or anything like this, right, where he did anything wrong. Make it clear this is a family matter, a family issue, and it's clearly serious enough where he feels he needs to be there. And the Warriors, everything like that I've asked, been told, seen, is that they're just 1,000% respecting it. And they've been in touch with him. You know, Steve Kerr has, the players have. They've shown their support for him. But aside from that, I wish I had more.
Man.
Dalton, great to have you, man. Really appreciate you jumping on with us today.
Hey, thanks, guys. Always fun.
Okay, there it is. That's Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area on the Warriors. I mean, I guess the only clue remains the one that Bob Myers told us, which was, like, I don't expect him to miss the whole year.
Yeah.
That's literally the only thing we got. So, on we go.
I guess.
Yeah.
Like that. And, like, at this point, it's obviously something very, and if he winds up missing the year, like, I'm personally not going to be surprised. Like, if it's just reached this point,
I don't know how
where
it
it's
could
still
be.
this tightly under wraps, like, man, hopefully it's whatever is happening, he's going to come out the other side of it, or family comes out the other side.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's keep going with you. Oscar in Stockton is next up here. Willard, Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Oscar, what are you doing?
Just out here working, just kicking back, just celebrating a little bit myself and sign a track scholarship, and I'm disappointed at the same time with the Warriors.
Well, life has good ups and downs, Oscar.
Yes, it does. I mean, because like I say, people know me. I run my own business. I build my my time frame around the Warriors game, but it seems every time I stop it, they lose on the road. But so. Other than that, man, the Warriors, as I watched them, like I say, when Steph came back, these road games, this was taking place. The lineup change, I can understand that. But we keep on giving these kids, I know we call them kids, but at 23 in the NBA, we cannot keep on making all these excuses. I know what Draymond Green did was wrong, but if you watch what Clay does, the same thing, even though they've been playing well, Jordan Poole, his decision-making. But through all of that, my whole thing is that when are we going to start playing some defense? Mm-hmm. I don't care about none of that. That's on Steve Kerr to get the cat. If you don't want to play no defense, come out the game. Because I watched too many times these young kids that shoot 29, 30% from three-point range, they get open shots. They are professionals. And that is the main thing, and they're not stopping nobody off the dribble. This is the point. This is why you're losing on the road. No on-ball defense and too many open three-point plays. I don't care about the offense. The defense is the problem. And Jordan Poole, as fast as he is on offense, he has to use that same energy on the defense because his point of attack always get the defense off kill. And Steph, the first unit come out lackadaisical too, but the defense is the key. I don't care who's out there.
Well, and here's why that's such a like last night was so frustrating and such a disappointment because the question we've played with for 3 months is when it comes to the Warriors defense, is it that they can't or that they won't? And what I did feel in that 5-game win streak, the vibes were great. Mm-hmm. And I also felt, though, that, like, they weren't actually playing great 4 quarters. But the reason it made me feel optimistic is I thought we got an answer to the can't versus won't, and it was that they won't.
Right.
Right? They can do it. Mm-hmm. They just haven't been.
Right.
So if you can flip that switch or if it's in there or whatever phrase you want to use, if that's the case, then you have got to access it right now. You have got to access it on the road. And I don't think to a man they're sitting there going, I'm just not feeling it tonight. Like, you're paid way too much. These games are way too important for anybody to react that way. Mm-hmm. So I think they want to, and they're willing to. And so the question is, why don't they? And that's when I connected all of these dots last night with Draymond Green almost walking off the floor. I just think defense takes not just effort, but it takes the 5 people all working together
on a string.
They don't. They're not. They're not on the same page.
And that's where I do wonder if, like, okay, you get Andrew Wiggins back and you get GP2 in the lineup, and I know GP2 is not going to be a game-changing, like, oh my God, the Warriors back player, but if you have a guy who can just harass the ball handler at the point of attack, I think that makes life so much easier on everybody behind them. And then you get Andrew Wiggins. Now he's guarding the best wing. And that allows Clay to take on a little bit of a lesser role. And it takes some of the onus off of Draymond to do everything. So that's why when we talked about what their playoff rotation looks like earlier, it's like, man, you put Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton II in there. Yep. Maybe Jordan Poole still takes some bad shots. Maybe Klay Thompson still takes some bad shots. Maybe Draymond Green is now getting beat by guys like Naz Reid when he wasn't getting beat by those guys ever. But there's still a fix in there.
No doubt. But I don't care what the names are if they're not on the same page. This is why when
but I think they can get on that page.
They can.
With
I
those
agree
two
with
players
you.
in the
I
lineup.
agree with you. But this is why at the trade deadline, when everyone went, well, that's it. Phoenix and Dallas are going to the conference finals. I'm like, let's wait. Maybe, but you got to be on the same page. And sometimes your talent can just be so overwhelming that it doesn't need to be perfect. Phoenix is off to a really good start with Kevin Durant, and maybe they're just going to get on the same page. Kyrie and Luka, no. I mean, defensively, that is a team that is not going to be.
They have no length.
They're not going to be talented on defense. They're not going to be on the same page. I don't know how much those players even care to play defense. Dallas doesn't scare anybody right now. But when they made the deal that day, I mean, my gosh, if I had a nickel for everybody who was like, oh, they are going to be a problem. How are you going to stop them? Now you've got these two. No, you got to be on the same page. So we can list this Warrior roster blessed with health and go, oh my God, this is a devastating roster. Sure. Get on the same page and then I'll be interested. Right now you're not.
Man, I think maybe I'm putting clown makeup on right now, but I really feel like they're going to get
there. They can. Oh, I don't think it's impossible.
But that's
I just
why,
thought last week they were, and we found out last night they're still not.
And that's why this whole season has been so freaking frustrating. It's like they're so much better than this. Like they're so much. They won a title less than a year ago.
Yeah.
10 months ago.
Yeah.
9 months. I can't do math.
Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They won a title
June
less than a year ago.
Yeah, 9.
9 months ago.
9 and a half. Or
less than a year ago. I'm going to stick with less than a year.
Enough.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. They won a title less than a year ago. So I'm going to continue buying in, and I'm going to continue thinking, hey, whatever's ailing them, whatever issue they have with Jordan Poole or Jordan Poole has with the vets or the vets have with each other with Steve Kerr, the front office, whatever it is, come April 5 or whenever the plan is, second week of April, I think they're there. Like I expect them to be there. If they wind up in the plan.
Expect, hope, difficult words for me. Listen, if you put us, I'll speak for me. You put me in a corner right now and ask me if I think the Warriors are winning a title. No, I don't. And that's not that crazy of a statement.
Sure.
But do I still think that there is a better pitch than this? Yes, I do. And I'm very interested to see what happens if and when the roster is fully healthy. But last night was a massive disappointment.
Yes, big time.
Huge setback. You know me. I don't come in off of one game and be like, championship. And then the next day it's like, they're terrible.
Right. It's really frustrating. I wish you would.
Last night was a huge setback. Not because they lost, but because of the way they lost.
And how it looked.
137 points and your leader walking off the floor? No. That's a no.
They could have come back and won that game 138-137,
Still
and
not
it
okay.
still would have been rough.
I'm with you.
No doubt. But I'm you guys you and Dibs get into the idea of a must win a lot. And this idea of like a theoretical must win.
Yeah, gotta have
versus like a hey, game 7.
Right.
Like you win or your season's over, do or die. Like that's where I think when the Warriors get into a must win, it's game 6 elimination game or a play-in game. I think that's where you sit down and you're going to talk to each other and be like, yo, squash it all. We have 48 minutes to go win a game. Dig deep and do this. I think they will.
I like their chances. But I also think that sometimes we're like, just get in a room and be like, squash it.
Hammer it out.
That's so easy to say.
I've seen so many movies where they do that.
I mean, if you think about that this year, you're actually saying to Draymond Green, like, I know that this might be the last time you wear this jersey, but put all those emotions aside and go make the right pass.
But that's why, but honestly, you pick Draymond, and I know you mean like there's more players than Draymond.
Yeah, because he could opt out.
But Draymond specifically, like, of anyone who's going to do that,
I'm with you.
I feel like
he could. Yeah.
You're going to get a triple-double and great defense from Draymond.
Probably. You're probably right. Fox in Oakland, next up. Willard Kyle Madsen here. I don't know. He's very good, but not a star. Hi. Hi, Fox. What are you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Just enjoying listening to the show. Dibley, if you're listening, get well soon. Kyle, got to say thumbs down to the ST hat, but I love the sweater, buddy.
No, thanks, man.
Oh, so that's all he cares about.
That is, I'll take this hat off. Well, I'm not right now. I'm not taking it off.
Don't take the hat off. Yeah, thank you.
So, gents, there's an underlying aspect of all this that I don't believe you've specifically touched on this week, and I think it ties into everything you all are talking about this week with everyone on the Warriors roster, including what Dalton just hit on with Curry's emotional state right now, and it's the mental component. And for all of us who have played competitive sports at a high level, you know how important the mental factor is and how it directly impacts confidence, both individually and as a team. And if you have all the talent in the world, that's great, but if your mental game isn't there, it doesn't matter. And some players, like Curry, they have the mental strength, the focus, the fortitude. And when you have that, it not only fuels your team, but other players on the team also feed off of that, and generally it lifts up your teammates. And I don't know if you guys saw it during last night's game towards the end of the fourth quarter when the Warriors got within 4. During that timeout, Steph said something along the lines of, we are not losing this game. But when the team doesn't, as a whole, have that same confidence, and they're not mentally locked in and or thinking, oh, great, looks like we're going to lose yet another road game, they're already heading down that road of defeat. And unless the Warriors, from the starters to the bench players, have that strong collective mental focus heading into and throughout the playoffs, and it pains me greatly to say this, but I just don't see them winning the chip this year. Thanks, gentlemen. I'll take your follow-up comments off the air.
Yeah, oh, there he goes. Fox is gone. And that is why what he just said, with the mental state, Steph says we're not losing this game. Spoiler alert, he was wrong. They totally lost the game. What? Go ahead. What?
I'm going to...
Hit me.
They got a steal in a 4-point game with 1:12 left, and it got called a foul.
I know.
That was outrageous.
That was
not a foul.
I'm so glad you brought that up because Dibbs is not here, so we can actually connect on this for a second. I hated that call. Not because it was a bad call. Yes, it was a bad call. But it was also like, I wish there was a way for referees to really have like spatial game awareness. There are bad calls like, oh, we missed things. And then there are things where like, the good stuff, you take the reward away from the good stuff. Dante DiVincenzo, that was the good stuff. That was the hustle.
Yeah,
that was the momentum of the whole building switching into a fascinating direction. And the ref was just like, I would like to take all of this from all of you and send someone to the free throw line, drive home safely. I hate that. I hate when that stuff gets robbed from us.
I didn't even think it was a foul.
No, it's not. It was a non-call. No, I'm not saying it should be on OKC either. Or just let it go.
Right.
Totally. I'm with you.
And that was, you saw what all the players just like you could see them deflate.
Air went out of everything. Everything.
Just brutal.
Yeah. So,
anyways,
what we're bringing up though, the emotional state, is why I think it's rare that we should go micro instead of macro. Last night was one of those nights, though. We go micro instead of macro, in my opinion. You can be mad about the loss. You can be mad about 137 points. I'm with you. You should be. That's macro. To me, the story of last night was micro. It was Draymond Green wanted the ball, and when he didn't get it, he pouted and walked off the floor. And that, to me, is the entire story of the Warriors right now. And the micro sort of reaction of just that play is Draymond shouldn't have done that. Sure. But let's talk about what that actually means. What is that a symptom of? That's why when I saw that, that was like, that's for me, last straw. Last straw. Don't tell me that you love Jordan Poole and there's nothing between the young guys and the old guys. You can't convince me anymore now. Not now that I've seen that.
Steiny has talked all the year about agendas. That was an agenda to me shining through. The conflicting agendas shining through on the court. Steiny and Goo coming up in about an hour.
That's right. They will. They'll be here in an hour, but we're not done yet, which means more of your phone calls. We'll tell you again how you can win your way into the Warriors-Spurs game later on this month. It is all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And, oh, by the way, brought to you in part by the downtown Los Altos St. Patty's Beer Stroll. Enjoy craft beer and live music at the St. Patty's Beer Stroll Friday, March 17th. Well, when else would you do it? Sponsored by Hyperspace Los Altos, State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria, and Star One Credit Union. Tickets are limited. Visit downtownlosaltos.org for tickets and information. 888-957-9570. We'll keep going with this conversation next on Willard and Dips.
If you own a small business.
spins, rotates to a wide-open Jalen Williams. 3 balls up and good. Yeah, you talk about defending threes. The Warriors aren't stopping dribble penetration, which sets up the 3.
The defense, we never were able to gain any traction defensively. They were coming downhill at us all night. Couldn't stop them. Third quarter really hurt us. I think they shot 12 free throws. That changed the game considerably. But yeah, you give up 137 and 17 threes and 53% shooting, you're not going to win.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Hello, Jordan. Hello, Steve Kerr. We'll have more from him in just a second. More of your phone calls. And hello to Tim Roy. I love angry Tim Roy. Speaking of exasperated, I love it.
You got to be kidding me.
Thank you. That's my guy. I love driving around. You got to pick up the kids, and there's Tim Roy to be like, pass over to the right. Here comes another 3, and it freaking went in.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's my favorite version of Tim, except for it usually coincides with the Warriors losing, which is not my favorite.
The reason it's my favorite is because, look, I understand there's a level of objectivity for a broadcaster, but also, I just want to know that the broadcaster here, feels what I feel.
Yeah, speak to the fan. That means that, Tim knows, and it doesn't mean I think most broadcasters do become, at least loosely, fans/followers of the team. How can you not? You're around them all the time.
And it helps you if they win.
Yeah, another good point. But it's also your job as the play-by-play guy or girl is to know what your fan base is thinking and feeling and speak to that. And Tim does a great job of that. So, speaking of fan bases, I would also like to say hello this morning before we end up getting out of here. I'd like to say hello to the city of Sacramento. I would like to say hello to all of the Sacramento Kings fans out there. Thank you so much for all of your messages last night. It meant the world to me that you would reach out at this time of need and think of me and send me your messages. Sacramento Kings fans went on a victory lap last night, even though they didn't play. The Memphis Grizzlies lost a basketball game, and apparently that meant to Sacramento Kings fans that they got even better. Oh, now we're the 2 seed. Are we still plucky? Uh-huh. Yeah.
You're so mean.
I just want.
This is mean-spirited now.
I don't want
to
do this again. Here's what I want to say. This is actually
Is Terrence Davis a star?
Yesterday was yin, today's yang.
Sure.
The conversation went a certain way yesterday. I want to say this, and this is genuine now. If the Warriors get knocked out, I'm rooting for the Kings next. This is my second, air quotes, favorite team in the NBA.
Sure.
Not really. I'm not that emotionally invested. But you're Sacramento.
It's a great story.
Yeah. I got friends. I got family in Sacramento. I got friends who are big Kings fans. This is Northern California. Harrison Barnes. What up, HB?
None of your children were alive the last time the Kings were in the playoffs.
This is also true.
The last time they were the 2 seed was in April of 2004.
I wasn't even alive.
April 2004.
Yeah.
That's nuts. So I used to work at their flagship station. And I feel like I have an intimate knowledge of how Kings fans feel. There's just they've been just beat down. They've been the doormat and the laughingstock for so long. They hear plucky and it's but no.
Oh, pluck you, Mark.
No, right.
I know.
They are the 2 seed. They just want a modicum of, because you hear them, even Ramona Shelburne comes on and goes, yeah, the Kings are good, but come on. Let's be. And that's not an indictment on the Kings. I think this is what you were trying to articulate yesterday.
Yeah, look.
This is not an indictment on the Kings.
Not at all.
They have built this from the ground up. Monty McNair, their GM, has done a great job. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, all-stars, and they should have been. Really good players. But when you build a championship team and a championship contender, it does not happen in one offseason. And I guess you could say this is technically 2 offseasons, but it does not happen this quickly. You don't go from, hey, you're out of the playoffs to, hey, you win the title.
Yeah.
Even this Warriors team, they won that first round series against the Nuggets, got knocked out by the Spurs, but hey, gave the Spurs a series. You take Lob City to 7 games the next year.
Right.
Then the next year, even the 2015 year, I think Ethan Sherwood-Strauss is the only guy that picked him from like ESPN's big panel before the year to win the title. So like there is a build up to this. But Kings fans have not been like, yeah, in the playoffs, yeah, here, there. Like, it's been up and down. Like, no, they've been nothing. And now it's like, 2 seed!
Right.
This is the best!
So
to be told, like, yeah, calm down, it's like, no.
No. I'm not telling you to calm down. Like that. This is another one that we talk about at the ranch sometimes. Like, how do you, no, I don't have a ranch. How do you tell someone to calm down and have them take it well? Like, they better be under 10 years old, or else that phrase doesn't work. Hey,
relax.
Calm down.
Right.
Bleep you.
Right.
Right? So I'm not telling anybody to not have a blast with this. I think it's hysterical that y'all took that at face value yesterday. But there is a portion of truth in this, which is to not throw water in any of it, not criticize any of it, not dismiss any of it, but assess, in my mind, this is wonderful, but it's not complete yet.
Mm-hmm.
That is my prediction and opinion, is that you're not there yet. You're on the road there.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't arrived. Therefore, you're adorable because you're brand new.
Adorable is mean.
Of course. It's not mean. It's needling. What's wrong? When does needling mean? That's not. I'm poking at you a little bit. What's up, Sacramento?
Okay, and
we could do. Okay, Sac, you want to go? You want to do what we used to do? We're going to ignore the hell out of you for the next 6 months and never even bring you up. That's our other option. We can act like you don't exist. We've been doing that. Let me check. Checks notes. My entire life.
That's what I always used to say with the Warriors. Like in 2016, 2017, when people were talking, these championships don't count, and they ruined our 3-1 lead and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, I'm just happy people talk about the Warriors.
Yeah,
you don't even have to like them. My friends like them. I like them. My family likes them. That's all I care about. I got people to celebrate with and win.
Come on. We good.
Like,
we good.
There's going to be that quote-unquote disrespect is going to happen from all angles all the time, no matter how good you are.
I love it up there. My gosh.
Sacramento.
Come on, man. You got like we're in that Lincoln, Roseville area. You got Bass Pro Shops and a Top Golf. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
I could spend the whole day there with my boys.
No doubt.
Like, come on. It's all good up there. And
the River Cats are there?
Super genuine here. If the Warriors get knocked out, I'm rooting for the Kings.
Sure.
They're not going to win it all, but I'm rooting for them.
Sure.
And it'll be super fun to watch them lose in Game 7, 165 to 162. It'll happen, and it's okay. You'll be back next year.
They gave up 108 points to the Pelicans the other night. It was the 10th time all year they'd given up 110 points or fewer. That is the fewest amount of times they've given up 110 in the league.
Listen, Loyola Marymount,
R.I.P.
like
Hank.
Hank, like and UNLV. You can run people out the building, and it usually doesn't end in a trophy.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun, but there's going to have to be, in my opinion, tightening of the screws over the next couple of years if that's actually going to end up with an O'Brien trophy.
Sure.
I mean, come on. So that's all. Adorable. Adorable is a good word.
Oh, man.
No, if you got a kid.
Not in the
so you got a
macho
stroller,
realm of sports.
You got a stroller, and you're cruising down the beach. Someone goes, the baby's adorable. Are you like, shut your mouth? You get out of my face with that criticism.
That's a baby. That's not a macho sport.
And the Kings are babies
if you had said
in this conversation.
If you had
are
said,
they not? They just got born.
They're a professional team of professional NBA
The Kings
players.
is a good team.
They're
Were
not babies,
born
they're
4
men.
months ago. They're 4 months old.
If you had asked,
and you're adorbs.
If you had asked Sam Munson yesterday
I
about
like that you
Brock
call him
Purdy,
Munson.
about
Sam
Brock
Munson.
Purdy, and he went,
pretty decent unit.
and he'd went, oh, that's adorable, but come on, you would have been like, what? How dare you?
They were just
You would have
born
been big mad.
4 months ago.
You'd have been mad if he did.
I'm going to go over to their house with one of those little orange spoons, and I'm going to scoop championship DNA, and I'm going to pretend it's a helicopter. Open wide, and I'm going to put it in. It's cute. Let's go to JD.
Oh boy, Kyle Madsen does not endorse this.
JD.
Sacramento, you go after
No,
Mose.
so I mean, beautiful. Congratulations on your baby, JD.
Willard, stuck it in.
JD in San Mateo, what are you doing, man?
All right, nothing. Just finished eating some home skillet from home skillet. What is this? Eggs and bacon and stuff. So
Hey.
pretty good.
Those are good words. Those are good words.
Yes, sir. But hey, this is what I'm putting this on Steve Kerr, man. Why we not giving Kuminga the looks for what's his name, Wiggins, since he's been out? Only thing they giving him is rim running. That's good luck with that. And Jalen Tenzo, whatever his name is, he's taking Gary Payton role for the moment. But we ain't getting these other when Curry and Klay Thompson and Poole not going, man. Why Moody ain't getting the looks that Klay Thompson should be getting, along with Patrick Baldwin? They should be getting his looks just like the rest of them.
Well, I think, JD, you got some interesting points, but then I think you took it too far. Like, why? Sometimes I think some fans were so excited by something that's new or potential. We love that word. Why are you in the middle of a championship, whether you want to call it window defense, the defense of the championship? Why does everybody want to jam young guys down our throats? Like, gotta Baldwin. Like, is that a topic? Baldwin? Like,
no, I think it's they're 7-25 on the road. Do literally anything different.
Okay, but does anybody in their heart of hearts believe that that's going to change that record? Like, let's turn it over to the 20-year-olds and watch them cook?
The answer is maybe.
No.
That's what I don't necessarily. I think that I think Moses Moody got mishandled a little bit, and that's why his confidence is down, and that's why he's now down in Santa Cruz.
Maybe.
Like, I think that's happened. But like the Jonathan Kuminga stuff, he gets a ton of burn, and I think he's gotten to play through more mistakes than other players have because he's learned how to impact winning here and there.
Right, but when he makes mistakes, he gets yanked. Like, he had 2 games, those back-to-back games last week. I thought maybe that was his best 36 hours as a Warrior.
No doubt.
He was fantastic. And then he gets on the road, and it's just like, you get 12 minutes, and we're not going to put you out there. And I do think that is a fair frustration for Warrior fans. However, I have questions about where that actually comes from. So let me throw a scenario at you. You tell me if this is valid. So everyone goes, why does Steve Kerr not play those guys? Well, what if Steve Kerr is sitting in his office, big sneaks up on the desk, scribbling out lineup possibilities, and there's a knock on the door. Oh, yeah, let him in. Oh, Steph? Yeah, come on in. Sit down. What's up? Yeah, hey, Steve. We got to stop playing these young guys, man. They don't know what the hell's going on out there.
Yeah.
All right, what do you do? What do you do? And I don't know that that's happening, but it feels like it to me. James Wiseman is a Piston, for crying out loud. It feels to me like these dudes are with a voice in the room, don't want young guy minutes as much as all the fans do.
Sure, and I think there's maybe something to that. But I also think if you're Steve Kerr, specifically with Jonathan Kuminga, a player that is more athletic than anybody on their roster, that has shown flashes of being able to guard guys like John Morant and guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kawhi Leonard, he was really good against Kawhi, I thought, against the Clippers. He did a nice job on Dame against the Blazers. Like, he's shown the ability to guard these guys, but then there's, an errant pass here, a missed assignment there, where you start to get a little frustrated. To me, that's on Steve Kerr to look at Steph and go, completely understand, but this is a guy that can help us win a title, and here's how. Like, we're good. There's going to be growing pains. There's going to be mistakes. But Jonathan Kuminga not throwing a pass where it needs to go is not the reason that they're giving up 130 points a night on the road.
Agreed on that as well. We like to do this. This is a collective. Sports, teams, businesses, corporations, whatever you do, everything, families, they are a collective. Go back to the San Francisco Giants courting of free agents and all the discussions that we've had over the last 3 years about high-level free agency and what happens. We end up going, Farhan, you really think that this is one guy? Yes. And by the way, do you all think that when $350 million are about to be offered, Do you think the president of baseball operations is the one who's making that call?
Right.
No.
No.
It's not. The owners are making that call.
The people with the money.
Right. And there is a conversation. And by the way, they came out and said when we turned the car around and went the other way on Carlos Correa, we went through about 8 people and everybody nodded and said we're all in agreement. We got to turn around and go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
These are all, so same thing when Jonathan Kuminga doesn't get your minutes. It's not my opinion. I don't think that's one person's decision. Sure, the buck stops with Steve. The buck stops with Farhan, Kyle Shanahan, whatever conversation we're having. The buck stops with the boss. But these are not people who run these things like dictatorships.
No doubt.
They're going to take a lot of different opinions into play, and I firmly believe that these veterans who deserve a voice in the room are not big on 20-year-olds on the court.
Sure, but at the same time, when you talk about like why do we go after Steve Kerr or Farhan? Because as a sports talk caller or as a sports talk host, I'm not going to go, damn it, Jama. I wish Jama Malalela would speak up more. Like, that's not.
I'm proud of you for saying that right, by the way, because you haven't interviewed him. Like, you're here.
No doubt.
But you haven't. Yeah, great job.
I've had to type his name a lot.
Sure.
It just kind of
Malalela.
osmosis and stuff. No, but it's the figurehead. It's like that person is at the top. It's the reason, like, you get mad at the president, but everybody knows that it's not a dictator. There are levels of government, both local and national. But you go, hey, who's at the top? That's who I'm going to go. Well, so that's why I think
he has
people
the power to make that decision on his own.
Sure.
I don't think it's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody, and maybe you do, and in which case, like, you're just, I think it's incorrect. But I don't think anybody actually thinks it's only Steve Kerr, and he's got people going, hey, play Kuminga 30 minutes a night, and he's going, no, I will not.
I got something against
like,
that guy.
It's an organizational thing for sure. Whether that's right or wrong, I think can be debated.
Especially in the age of analytics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, gosh, we've reached the point in baseball where everyone's looking at a manager going, I'm sorry, what do you do here? You just hold a press conference before every and after every game? Other than that, what are you doing? Yeah, it's a fair question. I'm following orders. is often what to a degree. To a degree. I mean, they're making decisions, but like if you're mad when the Giants start playing, if you're mad at the lineup, I wouldn't just go scream at Gabe Kapler. Mm-hmm. He's not doing that by himself.
Right.
Not even close.
He was brought in specifically because he wouldn't do it by himself.
Yeah. Smooth in Oakland is next up with Willard and Kyle Madsen. Hey, Smooth, what are you doing?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Listening to you guys.
Back home.
I heard the press conference for Steve Kerr, and they asked about the defense, and he goes, I don't know. If I knew, I would tell the team. Kind of bothered me because I know. I'm watching the game. I'm watching Klay Thompson on a couple of plays play an Olay defense, like not even getting his feet set. Guy goes right by him. So how can you say he doesn't know? They have the stats. It was well known that OKC goes to the hole more than any team. Why weren't they prepared for that? Could it be, guys, that this coaching staff sucks?
No.
We got it.
So no is going to be my answer to that.
Yes, it could be. Yes, it could be.
Well, four rings would suggest that they don't suck, Smooth. I mean, right? Can we find some sort of middle ground here? I'm not saying they're perfect, but good Lord.
Let's say they are underperforming. Let's say that if you can explain to me why this team is not playing defense, because defense is not something that you have to have a great ability. You just have to have a desire. When you watch the games, there is no desire there for whatever reason. In the away games, you don't see the effort. Why isn't the effort there?
So I think that we've been trying to answer that all morning long, Smooth, which is, in my opinion, the answer. And this is my opinion, but in my opinion, we do simplify the NBA defense when we say it is only a matter of effort and desire. Because the individuals can all have effort and desire, but if they are not collectively working together as a unit, they will stink out loud. And it is my opinion that this team has too many disconnects, too many players who are making poor decisions, not understanding the rotations, and therefore not working together. Take it to an offensive line, right? You guys know this. I've done a bunch of shows in the past. Like I've had a lot of partners who are offensive linemen. Fox Sports Radio, 5 p.m. On Sundays. Mark Willard from Slop. A lot of guys who are former offensive linemen. They will tell you can be talented, have effort and desire. This animal who's trying to attack your quarterback who is standing across from you, you can do your job. And your offensive line will stink out loud if all 5 of them don't know where the other 4 are supposed to be, and therefore grab their assignment. So many fans look at this and go, block the guy in front of you. That's not how the offensive line works. Right. In fact, Kyle Shanahan's offensive line is the flagship that doesn't work like that. There's movement, there are assignments, there's directional movement, all of this. So it's not just try. You've got to be cohesive. And when I watch Draymond walk off the floor because he doesn't get the ball, it screams, we are not cohesive.
And do we honestly think that the Warriors coaching staff looked at the Thunder and looked at the fact that the Thunder like second in the league in shots 0 to 3 feet from the rim and went, we're not going to defend that.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is defend the perimeter.
Which they didn't do either.
We're going to zag.
They didn't defend anything.
Yeah, no, it's just like it's up to players to execute on some level. And to me, what I'm seeing with the Warriors is an execution problem more than a like they're not defending this properly. Like they're just letting this guy shoot. They're not doubling this guy. They're not. It's just Oklahoma City has rangy, long, tough to guard offensive players, young, athletic. Josh Giddey had 17 and 17 last night. 17 points, 17 assists, 11 boards. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had, what do you have, 40? He had 40 last night? 33, 40, something like that. He was really good. Oklahoma City's a good team, man. And the Warriors just
okay. I mean,
but don't have a lot of high level defenders.
Yeah, and no one here is saying that Steph, Clay, and Dre have not made tons of mistakes and that they're not starting to slip. They are
33 for Shai.
Yeah, they definitely are. But the bigger issue to me is what appears to be me a complete lack of chemistry and an exasperated look with playing young versus old. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. That word disconnect. Steve Kerr talked about it after the game last night. We'll let you hear that coming up next, plus more of your calls at 888-957-9570. Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st?
Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got a Spadone trying to just add a seventh thing to my bucket that I need to get to right now. The first thing I want to say is you can win 2 tickets to the Warriors and Spurs game on March 31st, and all you got to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to our station on 957thegame.com. The best way to do this is just to listen the whole day and just don't ever turn it off. That's how it works. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. 1 entry for every hour you listen. Every hour you listen, another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. What are you waiting for? 957thegame.com. That's where you listen as well. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors, and always you can get your tickets at warriors.com. There is some quarterback stuff that we want to bounce around and mention. We want to get to more of your phone calls. We want to say this from Steve Kerr with regard to the disconnect.
We were a little disconnected in the first half several times. We talked about that at halftime, tried to get back out there and compete, the second half, but there was definitely a disconnect in the first half, and that cost us.
It's funny how sometimes certain words make it seem like it's okay. There was a disconnect. Well, what the hell have I been saying the whole day?
That there's a disconnect?
They're disconnected. If I add an ED on the end of this, doesn't it sound so much worse? Oh, there's a disconnect in the first half. The Warriors are disconnected.
In the first half?
No. The Warriors are disconnected.
Also in the second half?
Period. Walk out of the room. Like, the Warriors are disconnected.
Like they didn't have service because they were in Oklahoma City.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Disconnected. Yeah, they are. They got no cell service.
Yeah, and I think
if the cell service is connection.
So if we just buy that that's right, like, okay, because I don't really have a ton of pushback on that. The question now is, can they connect? And that's,
I don't know. I mean, that's what we're waiting for.
I think they can, because
I
think winning erases a lot of this. Well, I thought they might have turned a corner, but it's clear, like, just watching last night, it's like, man, having Andrew Wiggins on the perimeter here would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, you start getting a couple of stops, and now that 1-point lead that you sneak up to, now instead of immediately turning that into a 3-point deficit, you're stretching your lead. You're getting a stop. You're hitting a 3. You're getting an and 1. You're getting another stop. And all of a sudden, you've battled back, and now you're up 7 instead of down 3 or 4 again. And that's where I think things can kind of turn. So I do believe that they're not all is not lost. Now, when you look bigger picture, when you talk about them being disconnected, it's like, can they connect for one last run? Like, I think they can. And maybe I'm being a homer.
They can.
Maybe I'm being a homer and saying they can't. But my bigger concern with what you're saying is, like, down the road. Because if you're disconnected this year and you find it for one more title run, you're not going to get together in the offseason and go, all right, we're good again. Yeah, right. Run it back. If they really are disconnected, then it's...
Yeah.
Then after this year,
the end of life as we know it following this Warrior group is coming very soon on some levels.
So this gets to the question I've been wanting to ask.
Yeah. You're dying to ask this question. Let's go. Ask the question.
Are we seeing right now, we keep hearing about The Last Dance, right? Was last year actually The Last Dance? And we're now seeing a postscript to The Last Dance documentary, the Bulls. They disbanded after the 98 finals. Are we seeing what might have happened if they tried to run it back one more year? Where, like, yeah, the stars are there. Yeah, they're going to win some games. They're going to beat Boston at home. They're going to beat the Grizzlies at home. They're going to hang with Boston on the road. Their backups are going to beat Cleveland. Yeah, here they are. And then at the end of it, it's like, yeah, this ran its course.
So I don't think last year was the last dance. I think that's because of our definition of the phrase last dance, because the Bulls were such a unique situation where you had this disconnect between ownership and the players to the point where they broke up something that was still elite, which you don't see franchises do. Like, you don't do that. You don't end something that, and that's like what the Warriors, I mean, last year might have been the last dance if they hadn't won it, but the Warriors weren't going to disband in the middle of a parade like the Bulls did. So this might be the last dance because this is what last dances usually look like. They usually don't end with a parade.
Right.
Yeah, probably. Look, it comes off as negative when people say it, but take a look at what's going on around us right now. Draymond Green probably, I would say, more than 50-50 opts out.
Mm-hmm.
You're definitely more than 50-50 not going to win a championship. It's March
8th.
Bob Myers got no deal.
Which is
Steve Kerr reported to be devastated if he doesn't come back. I mean, and we're sitting here watching, this is all after a year where an old guy punched a young guy, walked off the court in the middle of the game, mouthpiece gets thrown. Add all that in together, it almost sounds laughable, the idea that everybody would be back and they would try to have it look the same next year.
I would be pessimistic next year, even if they won a title this year. They figured out, they band together GP2 and Andrew Wiggins, and whoa, the Warriors are back. Let's say they make that run. It would be impossible to be optimistic if they were like, we're doing it again. We're running it back in 23. You'd be like, oh, God.
It's not happening.
I don't think.
You can't.
I don't know how they.
Financially, logically.
I don't know how they do that.
You can't. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, what are you doing?
Well, hey, guys. I'm getting the corned beef ready. Last Sunday, if you were here, it would have been Willard and Ribs 2.0. Hey, here's my take on it. Are you there?
We're here. Go ahead, man. I mean, you said
Getting the corned beef ready.
Yeah, and then now my head was at the deli. But anyway, go ahead.
Corn, beef, corn.
Okay. Yeah, this is my take. I think Kerr sorely misses a co-pilot with experience and talent. Luke Walton and Mike Brown are both gone. I don't know what the association rules are, but can they get Walton back or Udoka? They can help take the pressure off of Kerr, by good, sound, and respected advice.
D.
Kenny Atkinson, dog.
D. You had me at corned beef, and then you lost me with everything else. Here's what I would say to that. I mean, I get it. I understand when you're a fan and something does not look like it's going the correct way, everybody wants all kinds of tweaks. I would just suggest run your thought and your take, like really run that back a couple of times in your mind. And you're telling me that Luke Walton, who left the Warriors and his coaching career immediately went nowhere.
Kaput.
And then you brought up Udoka, who found a way, coming off of an NBA Finals appearance with potentially the best team in the NBA, he found a way to cough that gig up before even coaching another game, and you've decided that the coach who's won 4 rings in less than a decade needs one of those two people in order to make things work. I don't know what to tell you here.
I don't hate the Luke Walton idea, but that's
I don't know what the hell it does for you either.
No, but that's just it. Like, okay, sure, bring back Luke Walton. Are the Warriors 15 games over right now? Like, no, I don't think so.
I mean, Luke Walton.
There's such a deeper, and that's why
we
had a caller earlier that said maybe the coaching staff just stinks, and it's like, I don't think so.
No,
but let's buy that. That's not what's wrong. That's not the problem right now.
Right.
You want to have beef with how Moses Moody's minutes were handled or not handled, and how Jonathan Kuminga's minutes are handled, and what they did with Andre. Fine, but that's not the greater issure with the Warriors. Right now.
They did not turn into idiots.
They've been bad from game one. There's never been a point this year where it's like this team is rolling.
No. Even in little moments where we thought they were, turns out they weren't. In fact, every time they win 5 in a row, something real bad happens the very next week. 888-957-9570. We got time for more of your calls. Steiny and Goo are going to get in here. It's all brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture. We keep rolling. Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's.
Doritos.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I haven't checked of late to see where the Warriors rank in defensive rating.
Not high.
Actually, I can get that. The Warriors right now, what have they moved up to? Okay, they've moved up to 15th.
Oh.
They're 15th in the
not
NBA
bad.
in defensive rating.
I've got them at tied for, and it doesn't matter. They're in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. I just clicked on defensive rating, and the Warriors are 15th. They're tied with the Knicks. The Knicks are technically 16th, but they're both at 113.4. They're just behind the Brooklyn Nets, just behind the Los Angeles Lakers.
What side are you on?
NBA.com.
Huh. Okay,
Defensive
so that's
rating.
definitely more.
Yeah.
Apparently, Basketball Reference does their defensive rating different.
Well, those crazy cats over at
But
Basketball
no,
Reference.
your source is correct.
The only reason I bring it up because I just saw this from an old friend, DJ Foster, on Twitter, and he wrote that every championship team in the last 20 years in the NBA has finished the regular season in the top 12 in defensive rating. 20 years running, no one has ever bucked that stat. Top 12 defensive rating, all champions have been in there. For reference, he doesn't even bring up the Warriors. He brings up that the Clippers are 17th, the Dallas Mavericks are 23rd, and coming in 25th place, the Sacramento Kings. Just saying.
If you'd told me to pick the team leading the league in defensive rating, I would have gotten it wrong.
It is the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Would have gotten it wrong.
Right. So
Are the Cavs a sneaky contender in the East, Mark?
I'm going to say no because the Milwaukee Bucks are number 2 and the Celtics are number 4. So in other words, those two teams are right there as well.
The Heat are number 5.
The Heat are number 5. Top-rated team in the West, the Memphis Grizzlies, who are 3rd. The Phoenix Suns are 6th. The Sixers are in the top 10. So are the Pelicans. So are the T-Wolves.
The Lakers, number 13.
OKC Thunder, number 11. And if you're wondering about the top seed in the West, they are right now in the top 12. They are 12th. The Denver Nuggets. So the Warriors are in shouting distance, by the way, of getting into the top 12 if they play well over these
Just need some home games.
Yeah, going to need to play at home, and then everything will be fine. All right, Steiny and Goo are going to jump in here shortly. I'm glad you're with us. Again, 2 tickets to Warriors Spurs, March 31st, all month long. We're just going to be tracking you. We're just going to be watching what you do, listening to you, listening to us. Download the Odyssey app or listen to 957thegame.com. Those of you who do that, you are eligible automatically to win your way in to the Warriors Spurs game on March 31st. And it is simply a matter of the more you listen, the more opportunities you will have. So 1 entry for every hour that you listen on the app, and every hour, therefore, is another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app right now. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors, and if you want Warriors tickets, always go to warriors.com. Can we chat with Kitty, please? Kitty has found her way, apparently. That took you a minute to find your way over to 95.7 The Game, Kitty. I've been here for a year and a half, for crying out loud.
Hello, Mark Willard.
Hello, Kitty. What are you doing? What's going on right now?
Oh, boy.
Well, my husband listens to you faithfully. He's downstairs, the architect. I'm upstairs talking to clients 24/7. Just hanging out, waiting for baseball. I will call you during baseball season. I have my own opinions, too, about basketball, but I'm not going to get into it. I just wanted to say hi and tell you I love you and I miss you.
Well, I appreciate it. If your husband's downstairs listening all the time, what's stopping you? Kitty.
Also, if you have basketball takes, let him rip.
Kitty called all the time after Giants games. Big Giants fan. I'm sure not quite over the Carlos Correa experience yet. But yeah, Kitty, I don't think I've ever gotten a Warrior take from you yet. What is it?
You don't want to know.
I think I do, actually.
Well, we watched last night, and I'm on the same page as you. It is. And I usually am. I don't think we ever agree. And you know me, I don't say anything negative, but it's constructive, right? Best seminar I ever went to, Mark, was a complaint is a gift.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. We should go to customer service places around the country and let them know that complaints are gifts.
Please complain. You're welcome.
I know. I teach that seminar. Okay.
Yeah, we can fix this. We can fix this right now.
I'm with you. You sense the disconnection. Disconnected. Disconnect. The big D.
The big D. There it is. That's right.
That's a walk-off.
Kitty,
And now we know
It
why
is.
she called.
Okay, can I just share? So there's two things that were very subtle that happened today on the radio. And Dibbs, my God, we hope you're feeling really well. We really do. I hope Dibbs is back tomorrow. There are two things that happened real subtle on today's show, and I don't mind because I like to be an open book, sharing them with the audience.
Great.
Okay, you complained about that call at the end of the game on Dante DiVincenzo.
It was great. It was exhilarating.
And I took that call from Kitty. Neither one of those things would have gone well if Dan Dibley were here today.
Oh.
They would not. I mean, you would have been absolutely torched for your ref take. And oh my gosh, a caller calling in and addressing just me, that would not be okay.
I would not.
Squirt.
I would not have gotten torched for my ref take because I would not have given
You would have made it.
I'm terrified of Dan Dibley.
And Kitty probably picked the right day to call. I don't know if we would have been able to get there. But maybe we would have had Ramona Shelburne on the air. We could have done that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Momo.
They get along really well.
Yeah,
So,
no doubt.
All right. Anyway, it was great to hear Kitty.
Joy Taylor.
Kitty used to. I think this is the first time I've talked to Kitty before midnight. That's never happened before.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that she's
have
awake at this
questions.
hour.
Some lady named Kitty that Mark used to only talk to after midnight
That's
just
right.
called and on her way out said something about the big D.
Meow.
I told you about my big tip, right?
Yeah. Oh, good. All right. This has been really, really good discussion today. This has been a whole lot of fun. Kyle Madsen in for Dibbs. Here comes Steiny and Goo. Kyle's got his hands raised. Let's go to Kyle in the back.
I want to circle back to something that the YouTube chat was talking about earlier, not my sweater. Although I saw on the Xfinity mobile text line that somebody tuned in to and liked my sweater, so shout out to that person.
Good.
Hey,
Good.
Drake in Mountain View, I think it was.
Thank you, Drake.
The Karl Anthony Towns trade that we were talking about, or that the YouTube chat was talking about.
Yes.
That he's
It's not even doable,
ineligible to be traded until June 29th because he was the designated veteran player extension.
Well, I don't actually, and
He
I'd
can't
have
be
to go
traded
back
till a
from.
year after
I'd
the
have to
deal's
go
signed.
back to the very beginning of the YouTube chat, which I don't even think we can do. But I don't think the idea was trade for him now. You know what I mean? Like this is there is going to be a big discussion at some point. What do the Warriors do next?
Mm-hmm.
We have to wait to see what Draymond Green's going to do, and as soon as you get that, the whole wheel starts to turn. Is Bob Myers the GM? Is there a big trade on tap this offseason? It's also going to be based on how they finish. All of that. I'm focused solely, and I can't wait to hear the reaction of both of you gentlemen, Steiny and Goo. There was the game. It was disappointing. 137 points is gross. But I am singularly focused on a Warrior veteran screaming for the ball at the free throw line, having one Jordan Poole not throw it to him, and having that lead to said veteran turning around and walking off the court. Nobody is here to defend that kind of a reaction. Obviously, you can't do that. This is professional sports. But for me, if I'm a lawyer, I have a stack of evidence and exhibits of these veterans being exasperated with the young players, namely Jordan Poole. And that is my observation as to why this team does not defend at times and does not play well on the road, because they are completely disconnected.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Hi, boys.
I texted John Dickinson at 5:45 yesterday and said the Warriors'
That's crazy.
old-young disconnect has never been so apparent.
Okay.
It's not a disconnect. They're disconnected.
Yeah. There's absolutely no doubt that there's a disconnect between the old and the young players. And Poole is the focal point.
Representative of the young
Correct.
players.
I
Yes.
agree.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Stan.
That's
we
it.
got 3 hours.
I have never, ever been more offended by one play than I was last night by Draymond Green. And Willard, I heard you with Bonte and Shasky, and I'm not saying you're wrong. The organization knows who they are, where they're trying to go, what they're trying to accomplish. So that Jordan Poole stuff, that's cockamamie stuff. They paid them. They surveyed everything, and if Draymond wasn't on board with Jordan Poole, Kyle Madsen wasn't on board, they surveyed the whole who they are, their being, and said, we're going to give you this chicken. So that's not good enough. And who I want to call out, that's too strong, Coach Kerr. How do you not pull Draymond Green immediately off the floor for quitting? I don't care. It ain't like you were going to go Moses Malone and shoot it, but the fact that the ball went the other way and that's allowed, and then in the postgame presser, Kerr, you're going to say we were disconnected? No, I want to hear about Draymond. That's not cool. But you know what? It is cool. It is cool because he did it, and he pissed on the whole team and Dub Nation, and nothing happened. And the coach didn't even call him out by name. That is uncool. Tell me I'm wrong. Take my mic. You can't do that. I'm sorry, man. I would never do that to my teammates. And then to say, oh, it's the guy I clocked in the face. Maybe if I want to do that, I won't do it because I did that. No self-reflection.
Well, there'll be self-reflection. There'll be self-reflection at 2:00. He's doing a podcast. And if I know Draymond, he'll come out and say he messed up last night.
He's going to say all the right things.
I think so.
Because they always do.
There were only 40. I think there were 40 seconds left in the second quarter. When
it
that
was
happened.
late in the second quarter.
Taking him out may have been, but
benching him for the rest of the game.
I know. You're right.
Okay.
I can't. But
I'm sorry.
the thing that was amazing to me was
you all right, man?
They didn't score. The Thunder didn't score after they got the steal.
They skipped a bunch of layups.
They missed about 3 layups. He still wasn't back in the frame.
Oh my
He never came into the frame, even though they missed. They missed again.
Okay, so first of all, you are clearly listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. So there's absolutely no way, especially after the way you just delivered your point, there is no way to come back and say that you're wrong. What I will say, though, is there is a piece of your point that I guess misses the way the real world works at that level.
Okay.
That's all, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of it either. But yes, if this were youth sports, go get in the car.
The Shasky jump stop.
Get in the car. One of my favorite moments, and I don't think he's listening. One of my favorite moments, this was like a year ago in flag football. We're out there. Hi, I'm Mark Willard for Next Level Sports. Amazing flag football organization.
Incredible.
We're out there for a flag football game, and one of the kids clearly had seen Tyreek Hill the week before.
Wow.
He's got some speed. He gets to the right sideline. Nobody's catching him. And the fingers go up, and he is doing the whole thing down the right sideline. And the beauty was, the first thing you see as a fan or as a parent is not the defense chasing him down the right sideline. It was his dad. His dad is chasing him down the sideline, gets into the end zone, and goes, if you do that one more time,
he was on
that will be the last time you put flags on.
He was on
and that last name on the back of your jersey. You can do that when the kid is 8 years old. When you make $25 million a year and have a contract option and 4 rings, I'm not saying it shouldn't be the way you're saying, Goo, but it just isn't. They created this. The players are way too empowered for the punitive sort of reaction of go get in the locker room. I don't want to see your face anymore.
And Bob Myers told you guys this on the executive show. The executive show with Zaza Pachulia coming up today at 1:00, presented by Yellow Sack. He said, Draymond is going to be Draymond, and you kind of live with it, and it's on him to toe that line. And like you said, Good, this is what they've I don't want to say created, but this is where they've allowed it to get. It's like, man, as long as you're not punching anybody, fine.
Even if you are punching someone,
right.
they punish him for that.
Adding to it, man. And I'm gonna tell you this. Another takeaway I had is you touched on it, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. There's something bigger going on with our team. I thought it wasn't. I thought everything was good, Steiny, and something that was more than the ball not being delivered.
Oh,
I don't know.
100%.
No, I'm
and it pains me.
I'm on board too, and I don't know that we'll ever get to it, but the thing that struck me last night, and I was, I always tend to exaggerate things a little bit.
No.
Just to make a point, I think you could make a point that that this veteran championship core is kind of they've used their pedigree to the detriment of the long-term future of the organization.
That's very interesting statement.
They have convinced the fans and the front office that they can only win with a certain kind of player, smart, veteran, and they're harsh on these young kids. They're look at the scoreboard. They're judgmental a little bit. They're almost elitist, and it's the young players clearly have something to do with it. But now you look at it and think, boy, this was going to be tough. Why didn't we know 2 years ago this was going to be hard? Well, because you don't know until you really see it.
I mean, if you go back to the beginning of the year, and I had told you that on March 7th in a road game in Oklahoma City, that Moses Moody would be in Santa Cruz, Jonathan Kuminga's rocking 10 minutes, James Wiseman's on a different team, and Jordan Poole is getting Draymond Green's backside. Well, I mean, that was the four that was supposed to be the next core.
No doubt.
And never until, there's been all the stories, but last night I thought a moment where you could really sit up and look at what has happened to that supposed future core four. And they have been disenfranchised at an unbelievable level over the last 4 months.
Now, couldn't one make an argument that where does the core or the older guys stop? Because there are nights and days I want to put Poole with the OGs. Okay, because this didn't matter. That you want to chip with Jordan Poole. Okay, I get that with the punch, but the scoreboard reads vets 1,000, youngster Moody's gone. Wiseman got traded.
Thank you.
Now we're talking about Kuminga, who right now, and Bonte and I got a saying, Draymond's taking the ball out of the basket more now than I've ever seen him take it out the basket, which means the other team scored.
Right.
So,
you invented that.
So I know, Steiner, you came at me yesterday on the ball defense, Kuminga, but when Kevin Durant pack comes or Booker, he's probably your best op GP2. But you can't just blank Kuminga. Like, you're going to need him.
No doubt.
And I agreed with both you and Bonte today. Poole's the focal point, but it is all the young guys. But Poole, to me, Poole represents to the old core. At least the old core can say, hey, Kuminga, you didn't really do much last year. Well, they can't say that to Poole.
Yes.
He helped them win it.
Yeah.
They weren't crazy about the way he helped them win it because he's looser.
But he did it undeniably.
He did.
Although when it got to the playoffs, he was worse than he was in the regular.
No doubt.
But I don't think they win it without him last year.
Agreed.
I totally agree.
And so I think they feel like
him figuring it out.
He hasn't paid his dues all the way yet for the veterans, and maybe it has to do with the contract. Well, and I think there's a pecking order with the contracts.
Yeah.
Draymond said, "I'd love to get an extension." They give one to Poole, then Wiggins.
So Willard and Collins, Donnie, I know I was emotional. I'm back now, but am I barking up the wrong tree just as a fan? As a spectator to want Kerr to call out Draymond. You got to sit him down the rest of the game to tell everybody they're not running this.
Then I think if you do that, like, I get what you're saying and I agree with you, but if you do that, you risk losing Draymond for the rest of the year.
And they haven't done it his whole career.
Right. So you're so far gone down that road.
They'd have to use the franchise tag on him here in a couple of months. Is what would happen.
Apology too, Stoney. I'm so with you.
Maybe.
I know you think he's going to. Like,
I don't know.
There was a fast break the other way. The man said, F it.
Your best defender is hanging out in the second row.
Staring at his own bench.
It's
like, I dare you.
Yeah, it's inexcusable. It's inexcusable, but I just get more. This is just me. I'm more interested in what leads to that reaction, not the reaction. Because it's not the only one. Because he punched him. Because Curry threw a mouthpiece. Because Clay threw his hands in the air. And I know to some that sounds like I'm blaming Jordan Poole. I'm not blaming Jordan Poole. I don't know what it is that happens behind closed doors that we don't see. But clearly, things happen that have led to those three veterans being very quickly, highly annoyed by Jordan Poole's on-court behavior.
No doubt.
You know what the worst part is for me, just like as a Warrior fan? I'm still like, I think I can win it.
Yeah.
No, see, right.
It's like,
I'm
Will win without John last night.
Like,
Tomorrow night, they got this.
But if they're going to win it, there's only one way they can win it. Wiggins must come back.
Yes.
Gary Payton II must come back and be the same player he was last year. And you know what? Honestly, it's still possible because they have their starting five, Poole, DiVincenzo, Payton II,
Kuminga.
I'm happy.
And Iguodala.
That's your 10.
So the veterans can't complain about that.
Right.
You're not being asked to win it with Wiseman and Moody.
Right.
So the veterans are probably holding out hope that Wiggins and Payton come back.
But with everything we're talking about right now, despite that, like, even if they connect and they figure it out and they win another time, like, it's over.
I can still be turned off. Okay, got you.
It's just there's no. It's not going to be like, oh, great, everybody had their kumbaya moment, and now they're going to come back and they're going to go for a three-peat next year.
Right.
Like, no. I think it's over. It's just, can they bottle it up one more time?
And was Draymond's actions was it a signal that he's out?
Well, I just think here's what you look at, because you said the organization made their choice back before the year started, and they did. They gave money to Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole.
Yes, they did.
Two things. A, Draymond can respond and go, well, I'm not the organization. I wouldn't have made that decision. That's number one. But number two, as soon as the organization did that, every choice they've made since has been the opposite. So that's, to me, where there can be a criticism of the Golden State Warriors, even though it's understandable. But the criticism is, preseason, they were like, we're in on the next regime.
Gotcha.
And from the moment they did that, they've done exactly what Steph, Clay, and Dre have asked them to do. Wiseman plays for another team. Moody's in the G League. Kuminga's struggling for minutes against Anthony Lamb. And Jordan Poole is getting guys to throw stuff.
And the other thing, too, is Steve Kerr has let us know who he is. He's the exact same guy he's always been. He won titles as a player. He's won titles as a coach. Anytime something comes up with Klay Thompson, I'm going to ride or die with Klay. Like, no debate. Well, Klay's being selfish. He's hurting the team. No debate. Right. I'm riding with Klay Thompson. Curry's an outlier because he's a special person. Every time Draymond Green gets into something, that's Draymond. That's who you live with. We accept it. Andre Iguodala, and we talked about this yesterday, and I'm not, like, my point is, well, if he's healthy, he's got to play. That was the whole plan. But why does he get to not play all year long, then say, I'm ready, and then the veterans want him to play, clearly, but it comes at the expense of younger players
that have busted their tail.
And that's going to be...
Because they trust Andre to do the right thing.
No doubt.
And to be in the right spot and to make the right play.
If you're Kuminga, I could see how you're looking at Andre Iguodala or even Moody and be like, I don't get it.
Totally, but also if you're Jonathan Kuminga, I think you have to know, like, Andre Iguodala's there. He's in practice. He's on the bench. You see him working out. You know he's going to come back. Like, Jonathan Kuminga has to be privy to this plan. This wasn't sprung on him where he's all of a sudden. You had to know this was coming. Jonathan Kuminga could have been like an all-star. And it was still going to be like, yeah, hey, Andre Iguodala's going to eat into your minutes when you come back.
Yeah, and the effect that it has on these guys, the youngster psyche. Oh, I know it's not grade school, Goo, but, like, Kevin Durant's coming. Booker, Ja, if he comes. Like, Kuminga is a better I know, Steiner, you guys can. Would you want Iguodala on whomever?
They would want Iguodala.
The Iguodala one to me is easy. That one I think has a very, very low chance of working. But other than that, this is one of those things, and I don't want it to sound like flimsy as far as a take, but for me, this is more kind of observational than it is me picking who's right, because we don't know yet. And I would say we as fans have even been on both sides of this at the same time. For everybody who wanted these young guys to develop, the same fan has been screaming, you've got to give Curry everything that he needs on the way out the door to squeeze every single championship moment. And if Curry believes that in the fourth quarter that's Lamb and not Kuminga, I have a hard time arguing with that.
Yep.
Do you know?
I got a quick Curry take.
Yeah, but that's one where it's kind of not unsolvable, but how do you feel? It's hard.
Yeah.
And I've been in denial. This is my Curry take. He's transcended. He's everything. Generational, I know. But I've been in denial that they've accumulated this road record pretty much with him out there. And what I saw from others when he wasn't out there, from Clay and Poole, there was a rapport. There was a sense, I feel, of like basketball empowerment, because you knew shots were coming. So here comes the chef, who was spectacular. But now I'm watching a team, and I just can't ignore the feeling of, I'm not going to get as many cookies. I'm not going to eat as much. And I think it's working to the detriment of the team. So,
are you saying they're better without Steph?
No, not at all. We know. I'm not saying that. But how do you lose to OKC with the chef?
They may be too different without Curry. They're like, when Curry's here, and when Curry's not here, it is so different because he's that important.
No doubt, man.
That it's not. Like, I get it. Curry's come back for 2 games. It's like, well, he's the number one on the pecking order.
I'm not no problem, but
offensively, they weren't a problem last night.
I mean, you're right.
Like, they just couldn't get a freaking stop.
But
like,
are
that's the bigger problem.
But are they worse defensively when Curry's in? I don't think. Yeah, like
I'm just home split.
What I look to is where we started. I think that these are intricate NBA things. This is not a talent thing. This is not a rotation thing. If what you're having trouble with is defense and the road, that speaks to chemistry, cohesion.
Can I add something, Willard?
Being on the same page.
What about a voice?
And that's why I can't buy that they're worse.
Is there something? Is there a disconnect? If they're not getting them, these are champions 4 times over. You know what the drill is. How are you not fixing this with umpteen games to go?
Because
I'm just wondering, are they not listening to the coach?
Yeah, maybe they just don't have enough good players.
Right. Can you walk into the room and just use your voice and then that's it? Is everybody listening?
Well, I know you can give up on a play and not get yanked out of game. That we know.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not.
It's real talk, Steiny.
I was going to say that's not unimportant.
I know he's the best, one of the best, but something, if they can do it at home, something is not resonating.
It's a sign of that culture that Draymond does that, and it's like, moving on.
Draymond being Draymond.
Yeah, that's it.
Like that, but that was an embarrassment to all these teammates.
You
man.
It sucks.
Do that.
You cannot do that. It's one of the most egregious things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Not good.
Steph made 10 threes last night, and it's just it's not even
him scoring 40 or 50 this year has been bad.
He had 40 with 10 threes, and it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
he's never been out. He's just automatic, man.
All right, show meeting for us. Steiny and Goo have plenty of energy without us, so here they come.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get it going. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. You see a game like last night, where do you put the blame? Or what do you attribute last night to? And again, Goo, I right in the middle of that second quarter, I said, man, this disconnect between the old players and the young players is real. And one way I feel that's the case is look at Steph, Clay, and Draymond's numbers last night. They're pretty good. Yeah. They all had pretty good games, but they couldn't win the game. And so that tells me that two things. One is, look, the big three is diminished. They have diminished some. And then the players around them are not good enough right now to help them over the top. So I think there's frustration with the championship core with themselves, but there's a little transference, and they're kind of blaming it or pointing the fingers at the younger players.
You help me decipher what you just said, because the way you said it, I pictured a war movie, Steiny, and you know how your comrades hurt and you got to put them on your back and you got to carry them, back to safety, but sometimes you're not strong enough. So when you say the big three, the core is diminished, I'm not making excuses, but do you think they diminished to the degree that they can't pick up the youngsters? Like maybe It's not, and I'm not caping for the youngsters, but maybe in the past that trifecta, they could take the others to that point now.
I don't think they can. And here's the real. I mean, we can talk individually, but their defense stinks. Steph stinks on defense. Clay stinks on defense right now. Poole is terrible on defense. Draymond is not the defender he was.
So these results are real.
They can't guard anybody. But that's why their only hope is, could they possibly get Wiggins and Peyton back by the end of the year?
All right.
They're both healthy, and now you have two. They might be the two best defenders on the team right now.
Hello.
So that's the
reinforcements are coming.
Clay is not okay on defense to earn a Z. He's not. He cannot guard off the ball as well as on the ball, and his on-the-ball defense has really, really dipped. It's dipped.
I'm in denial, Steiny, but I'll say this, because there's two things going on here. I'm more upset. I don't know if I'm more. I was really turned off by Draymond Green's actions as a teammate.
Fair.
But now we're getting to the basketball part of it, and you are right. Two guys are coming back. And right now, I believe I would put my John Hancock on. They are the two best defenders on this team. Okay, so that's good news. But damn, Steiny, I just cannot believe on a Tuesday night, Steph Curry's second game back, you can't look around that locker room and say, you know what, the Steinis and Gurus of the world and this 7-24 record we have accumulated, that's nothing. Let's go out here and kick OKC's ass. But yet, Steiny, another game, home or away, you're down early. What is that effort? What is that? That's why I'm in denial.
See, this from the YouTube text line, and we can get into this. It's nuanced. And I don't want to pick on Clay today because he didn't give up 137. That whole defense.
Dude, go ahead.
But Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat.
One of our favorites.
Clay is fine on defense. You have to compare him to the rest of the league, not his past years. Okay, fine. But see what you're doing? You're comparing him to the rest of the league. They were elite in the past. You didn't compare him and them to the rest of the league because they were better than the rest of the league defensively. Clay was one of the best on-ball defenders in the NBA. He just no longer is.
And that's a component of it.
It happens.
It ain't all him.
It happens.
What about Draymond, Steiny? I was telling you he was DPO.
But here's the thing.
And I hope the people out there are, you're mad at him, so you're going to say it's D. No, Steiny, they were going at his chest plate too. And they're finishing more times than they ever have.
And here's the other thing. I know Draymond's on your mind.
You want this 100?
It's like golf, Goo. When you concede, it's over.
Well,
it doesn't come back.
I'm going to wait for Wiggins to come. Well, when is that? Yeah.
Okay.
Pay that man his money.
I'm mad.
I know you're mostly mad at Draymond Green.
I'm mad at the culture right now. I'm mad that Curry and Clay didn't call that BS out. That's what
but they've never done it.
But you got to do because that
Why
never
after 12
happened.
years?
He never quit like that on the play.
You think? Come on, Draymond's had multiple times, maybe not that specific thing, but they've had multiple times to deal with Dre. They're afraid of him. We know that. They don't discipline Draymond Green. Wow. That's fine. That's how that won. The veterans, to me, and I'm not saying this is the case, but some thoughts were jumping into my head last night.
Give them to us.
And one is, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because they've been a different kind of team. But we've gotten to the point where it's like Steph, Draymond, and Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Like, they become hard to play with. It's hard to play with them because they're so demanding and they're so, I'll say it, judgmental. And you know what they also have been? They've been exclusive this year. That's what their championship veterans have been. They have been exclusive in terms of,
break that down.
They have not included the young players as like great leaders would. They've put up a line between themselves and the young players as opposed to acknowledging their young players and trying to help them. Instead, it feels like they are saying, we can't play with these guys. You want us to play with these guys? You cannot win. So get Wiseman out of here. Get Peyton II back. Get Moody out of here. Start not playing Kuminga as much. Put DiVincenzo in there. We like DiVincenzo. They
don't like him starting.
They
either.
like who they like. And the other guy, and you know what? Here's the other thing. And this isn't all on the veterans, but it's hard to play the champions. Their standards are really high. I think the young players play scared at times because the veterans are just so harsh. They're harsh on these young players, it feels like.
Well, two of them are gone, and you mentioned it, Whitey and Moody, in the meantime. My only thing to that is, if you're a 4-time champion and you are correct, and they're playing like, why would management go into this year thinking it would work and not knowing that Steiny or Steph Curry, my franchise player, feels that way? We have meetings with the boss all day. Sometimes I have them without you. And there's an open line of communication to voice, hey, I don't think we why did that not happen?
What?
Lacob Myers not knowing that this wasn't going to mesh. Or did it mesh and they won a chip?
Well, it didn't mesh with a young players did nothing last year except Poole. Kuminga was a small piece last year. Hey, you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. Tickets, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. If you want tickets, always go to Warriors.com. Coming up at 1 o'clock, it's the executive show, Zaza Pachulia. But next half hour, we take your calls. What'd you think of, what'd you think of that game?
Nothing easy.
minute here in the first half, and Draymond, that was an oddity. He just stopped playing. And the missed layup, Giddey puts it up and out.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Did you hear what producer Evan said?
No.
That might have been Kalen Azubuike's finest moment.
No doubt.
Let's hear it again, please.
Please. I love you.
Need some help now. Final minute here in the first half, and Draymond, that was an oddity. He just stopped playing. And the missed layup, Giddey puts it up and out.
Like, thank you, Kalina, for calling it out.
Draymond.
You're right. And what did Fitz say? An oddity.
Wow.
I was so mad.
Were you really?
No, I was so mad, but I kept rewinding it to hear them basically say, Goo, you deserve to be mad.
That was an oddity.
I just wanted Steph to be mad, Steiny.
They don't get mad at Draymond. Like
we don't. I'm going to do you. I hear you, Steiny, but we don't know.
When has Draymond ever had a consequence?
When he screamed it, he got suspended with the Durant thing.
One game.
Yeah. No, I'm here.
And you know what? And then he threw a fit. And then he got mad and said that Bob and Steve messed up the whole situation. Yeah. So the fact that Draymond quit on a play last night, I mean, he does stuff like that periodically. Maybe not quit on a play, but he does these kind of things periodically, and there have never been any consequences. So I didn't expect any consequences last night. But I think what we're seeing is the championship core is diminishing, and they're frustrated because they need more help. They don't think they're getting it from the young players, and I think there's resentment. That the organization didn't trade the number 2 pick for a veteran, or use the 7th pick that they took Kuminga with and get a veteran in here, or somebody. I think the veterans feel like they've been hung out to dry. And again, I'm playing both sides because I think the veterans have stunk in a way this year. I really do. I think they've been too hard on these young kids. I think they expect too much.
But their plus minus is still league leading. And I know that plus minus is not for 40. Hey, I heard the guys in the morning talk about it.
Dead.
It is kind of. But, they took pride in that.
Well, Trucker George, get us started. Castro Valley. What's up, Trucker?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Love the show, by the way. And I totally understand where Guru and you as well, Mrs. Steiny, are coming from. Oh, by the way, this is real Trucker, too, by the way.
Nice.
I just wanted to say the 2 timeline thing, it's been really messed up. The battle of what was and what will be is really messed up. And I want to notice that JP, Jordan Poole, mind you, he has positioned himself correctly. He has not only gotten his contract and his chicken, as Guru would say, but he's also made alliances with not only Looney, the Midwest connection, but he is in tight with JK, and he's also speaking on behalf of Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's positioning himself well for the future. That's all I got, guys. I would love to hear what you guys got to say in response.
There's a disconnect.
Well, he got it, Steiny. Everything that you're saying, if you're right about they're alienated by the youngsters, because my thing is how many youngsters are really on the list? Okay, we got Kuminga.
Wiseman was on the list.
Well, yeah, he's gone now.
Right.
So,
why is Wiseman gone?
Right.
Why is he gone?
Point to Steinmetz.
Okay.
My thing is, okay, damn, Dre, you would think you would be chill. You know what I mean? Like, it's working. Dudes are dropping like flies. My thing to you is, it's upon the Warriors organization to know what their vets are thinking, what these youngsters represent to them. Why would you pay Poole if it's really as funky behind closed doors as we think?
925 Steiny, can you provide some evidence that supports your claim that the big 3 have been too harsh on the young players?
I think I'm asking you that.
Well, first of all 3 veterans have come down Poole's road at some point in the last year.
Yeah, with the hands up, and I got you.
That's obvious. The second thing is, before they thought Gary Payton II could help them, the 3 veterans went into Bob Myers and said, sign Avery Bradley, please.
Yeah.
Oh, and then then the organization made the right decision, signing Payton II. Oh, yeah, then that's okay for the veterans. I also believe the evidence is that it's not that it's malicious. It's that they have won 4 titles, and they are locked in to a style of play which is different than 99% of the other teams that play in the NBA. And because they have the big 3 who have mastered that way of playing, they are demanding that the young players must fit in to that system, which is difficult for young players to pick up. So it's not like it's malicious or mean, but those 3 guys have become really hard to play with.
Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm looking right now at a 7-25 road record, and those guys, and I'm in denial because I haven't subscribed to this as much as you, Stoney, they're slipping. You can go young all you want, but I'm watching teams put up 137 to OKC, 14 3-pointers in the first half. They're not even guarding the perimeter.
Imagine
their hands are dirty too in this.
Right. I mean, it's like it's not as. I mean, it's going to be boiled down to, well, the young players haven't lived up to their expectations, or the old players haven't lived up to their championship standards.
I'm gonna say something.
It's a matter. It's both. That's what's happening here, and it's just like let's just take a look at the year. Forget Curry, because to me he's the outlier. The way Klay Thompson played at the beginning of the year. I'm going to use hyperbole. It was embarrassing.
Right.
We all saw it. He was selfish. Okay? What does Steve Kerr say? We will live and die with Klay.
And I love that.
So the young players see that. Now, they understand it because they're champions.
And he's earned that.
Draymond Green, he's never held accountable. The young players see that. Okay? They understand it. They're 4-time champions. Andre Iguodala just gets to hang out, play when he wants to. The young players see that. They understand it because Iguodala's won 4 titles. Doesn't sit well with them, though, especially when they're there day in and day out, and they feel like they're getting, like, I think the young players feel beat down. I really do.
Wow. And I have something for you in Dub Nation, Stoney. If you're a pitcher on the mound, I'm going to call you Bob Gibson. You could throw high and tight at me for this take because it just dawned on me. Steph Curry, nor Klay Thompson or Draymond said they're talking to Wiggins. It's Jordan Poole. And I just had the thought that if you're right, is the culture or toxicity why he's not come back? Like, I just had that thought, like, is there something to where maybe he ain't dying to get back? And I could be totally wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But if what you're saying, we don't know where Wiggins fits in with this team in that. I'm wondering if that's what has him on slow to get back. And hopefully I could be wrong, but Stanley, I'm sharing with you how I feel. I do it every day. But I just had the thought maybe he's not in a rush to come back to what you're describing. And why would Poole be the only one I talk to Wiggs every day?
They're tight. They are tight.
All right, okay.
Remember, they were...
But the leaders do things like that, too. We ain't got to be tight, but I'm going to check on you, Steiny. How you doing?
Yeah.
Because you always call and check on me.
Text you.
Well, you've called, too. Sometimes at the wrong
You had something to play, Evan? What is this? Explain.
Yeah,
set it up for us.
I've been talking to him over the course of these 3 weeks, and obviously we're giving him strength and all of the support that he needs. Whenever he's ready to come back, whenever he's ready to join the team, he will. And I think our staff and organization is doing an amazing job of allowing him to really spend this time with his family. We're just going to hold it down as best as we can until he gets back. And I think he knows that we all have his back. And he can take as much time as he needs. And we're all a really good support system and wishing nothing but the best, obviously.
I'm going Johnny Cochran before you go.
Okay.
I think he knows. Because he should know we all have his back. I think he knows we all have his back. I think he knows. Because it should be he knows. I think he knows. I'm sorry, I'm going this. It's fine. I think he knows.
From the 650, Steiny, I think it's sad you're so critical of 4-time champions, but cut all these slack, cut all the slack to the kids that haven't risen up to the challenge. They're in a men's league. They need to grow up and earn their place. Listen,
Wow,
I'm
man.
not saying it's one thing or the other. I want to be clear on that. Because all season long, when people say, why doesn't Kuminga play? How come Wiseman can't get on the floor? What do I say? They're trying to win a championship. Okay? And so that doesn't necessarily fit those young, raw players. That's one thing. But that doesn't mean the veteran core can't try to lift this group up a little more than they have. That's all I'm saying.
And they're disappearing.
650. So your same text. So your recommendation for the OGs is to adapt to the unproven kids. No, maybe a little bit more than they have. Yeah. Yes, that is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Well, two of the youngsters are out.
Listen, I came in here today and said, you know what? Maybe we should talk about how disappointing the veterans have been.
Because we could do that.
Like, I don't know if it's the veterans have not been as inclusive as they should be, or the rookies just stink more than we know. Maybe the 5 champions think that the 5 guys who are young on this team stink. They stink. Well, then there is going to be an issue. Then the 5 champs don't want to play. They don't think they can win.
But we're watching them.
Guys.
Up until yesterday, they haven't quit. And you've never once told me, I haven't heard a Warrior fan or a host say, I'm in the world, they're 7-25. Keep going to that. They're 7-25 on the road because of Kuminga. They're 7-25 on the road for Poole. Poole saved your ass. He saved your, and I come down this road, but I come down this road knowing you've done some good. So, Steiny, when you were gone, Kuminga was making strides. And I just don't see him being propped up enough. So don't tell me the big 3, including Draymond, are not at fault. And then they had to call a team meeting to tell Clay, who's been just great here these last few months,
on
brother,
offense,
you got to slow it down.
Here's the other thing.
Oh, man.
The Warriors used to be a great defensive team. They're not. That's
when did it change?
It changed because they've gotten older. Priest, Palo Alto.
What's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Priest.
Hey, listen. Thanks for taking my call, man. Listen, it's Steinmetz. It's finally somebody that admitted what's really going on here. Listen, like I told you guys in the beginning of the year, the big 3 have gotten too old. They can't pull this wagon anymore. And as a result, the young cats were going to have to fill in. Now, what happened is, when they won that championship, they got way too arrogant. We're going to run it back. We're going to do this. We still got it. No, you don't. What you got is lucky. And they forgot. See, in my opinion, that championship earned them 2 years to make the transition. Because that's how long it's going to take. And everybody knew, I told you, it's going to be blood on the floor, man. It was going to be blood. This is not going to be smooth. It's going to be ugly. But Steph and Steve Kerr, I blame them, both of them, because Steph never wanted to play with James Wiseman.
Nope.
Never wanted. See, it's a philosophical difference, and Steve Kerr knows how to coach that way. But Steph don't want to play that way, and Steph and Steve Kerr didn't want to coach that way. And they brought that kid in here with no plan and never gave him a foundation to work with. He's coming off an injury. They gave Clay the grace period. They didn't extend that to James Wiseman. It's either get on board, get with it, or get out of here.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call.
James Wiseman, who had 10 to 13 from the floor yesterday, Stoney, 21-5.
They win a game yet?
Lost by 2.
So they've lost 10 in a row. They haven't won a game with Wiseman yet. And I'm not saying 21. That's great.
Yeah. He can actually play basketball in the NBA.
Well, but can he play winning basketball? We see he still has to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not taking shots at him. But that's why he's not here. because he can't play. He didn't play winning
Priest
basketball
had a point.
yet.
They didn't have the great.
Priest is
so. And again, he didn't pick you. You chose him. So that's where I'm going Steve Kerr with that word, the disconnect. And we talked about it at halftime. Steiner, if I was the coach, I would have talked in front of the whole team to one player, man.
Who?
Draymond Green.
But they've never done that. Why after 12 years and 4 titles?
Because you think the book or the movie's over on how you can do something to just disrespect your squad, and he finds another way. So today at 2:00, he ain't saying, sorry don't mean nothing. You can never take that back.
Jason in Oakland. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
How you guys doing? I feel like y'all wrong in a little ways, man. Warriors defense is based on all 5.
Yep.
It's not one individual player. Steph was always a small player. Draymond Green was always undersized. Klay Thompson, yeah, he was a two-way player, but he still had his faults with his defense. When GP2 came, he shored up that defense with playing that perimeter D. So guys is on the perimeter getting them 3-point shots, them taking Poole off the dribble, 2 points, or drawing the foul. That's 3, 6, 9. That's 12 points. So Warriors is down 10 points in the first quarter, or down 6. Yeah, they haven't been coming back, but certain guys. Warriors, when they get certain defensive players that can play with Steph, Klay, and Draymond Green, and you got a good perimeter defender, then their team can run better, and guys that know the defense. Warriors is not based on one having dominant defensive players. Their defense is predicated on all 5 knowing where to be at, knowing how to send one player to the next player. They don't have Poole and I'm not picking on Poole. But Poole is not a defender in no way, shape, or form. Nope. Some of the players they got, when one guy is off, it tears the whole team up.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call. Look at this. When they were really good, they had Curry at point. We all acknowledged that he'd gotten better over the course of his career. So 9-10 years in, let's say Steph was solid, or just marginally below average. Then you had Klay, who was terrific. Then you had Iguodala, who was terrific. Then you had Draymond Green, who was terrific. Back in the day, you had Bogut, who was unbelievable. Last year, you had Wiggins, who was terrific. Steph is not the defender he was. Klay is not the defender he was. Draymond is not the defender he was. Can they get it back? I don't think so. But they have not been the defenders that they've been in the past. They just have not. And anybody who doesn't think that the 3 collectively have slipped defensively, I don't think you're watching the same game.
I give you that, and I think they slipped last year, but they had 2 dudes, to the caller's point, that are out. And now I'm a bit excited when that day does present itself. Their 2 best perimeter defenders, Wiggins and GP2, if healthy. That's going to help their slippage, talking about the big 3. Now, if I'm right, Steiny, about Wiggins, and there's more to it on why he's not back, and that goes to the culture of whatever's going on, I mean, then we got real problems. But to the caller's point, and now I'm up here feeling a little better. Okay, those 2 are going to be back. When, I don't know.
Vince in San Jose. Hey, Vince, how you doing, man? Zaza Pachulia coming up in 10 minutes. Hey, Vince.
Hey, how are you fellas doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, so my whole thing is this. Excellent. My whole thing is this sometimes when I watch the Warriors games, and I really didn't like Draymond turning his back on Poole. I thought that was really Bush League. But, I feel like sometimes with this team we get a little bit out-rebounded. And, yeah, we're going to have the Wiseman debate. We're going to see what type of player he develops. But my whole thing was this, and I wish I was able to ask Steve Kerr this question. Looney's a phenomenal player. He gets it done down there, but when it comes down to it, he's really not a true center.
No.
You look at this Warriors roster from top to bottom, they don't have a true center. So my whole thing is this, and I really wish I was able to talk to someone about this, but, you take Looney out. Okay, Looney plays 8 minutes. He might play 9 minutes a quarter. He might play 7 minutes a quarter. Why the heck was Wiseman not coming in for Looney? the rotations have been all off this year, fellas.
Yeah. Thanks, Vince.
I mean, man, you can't even. I'm sharing with you assumptions, thoughts, because it's out of control right now. And I got Sean John, Warrior fans on YouTube, just mad at the notion that we're trying to figure out what's going on. Don't get mad at me. Be offended by what Draymond Green did to his own teammates in Dub Nation last night. That's who you direct that ire to. I'm tired of giving them passes, man.
Yeah.
Can you remember a play like that?
There have been plays like that, but not off the top of my head. Lefty in Oakland. What's up, Lefty? How you doing, man?
What's up, boys? Hey, man, there's a lot to chew on today. I was going to call about one thing, but then the last three callers got my mind going again. Anyway, hey, I don't think there's a chasm between young and old. You know, I just don't see it. I don't hear it. I only hear it from people on this station, actually, but I don't see it. Every time the veterans talk about the young guys, it's always positive stuff. So, I mean, the reason the record is what it is, let's face it, they've blown a handful of games they should have won. So there's 5-6 games right there. Their defense has sucked pretty much all year. That's the reason their record is. I think it just comes down to effort. They're missing Wiggins, you know, so I'm not worried yet. Okay, I think this team's going to be fine. They're not too old, for crying out loud. Clay just had his best 2 months of his career. Curry's MVP level when he's playing. I mean, what are you talking about? They're too old. I don't buy that. They brought in veterans last year. I heard the same thing last year. The core needs more veterans. They brought in Iguodala. They brought in Porter, Bielitsa, Payton. Same thing this year. You know, they filled the bench. They got your Michael Green in there. DiVincenzo's a solid player. You're only going to need 8 or 9 guys come down to the playoffs. The team will be fine when they get healthy. I don't see this chasm. I think it's just a media creation.
All right. I think you're wrong, Lefty. Yeah. I should say I disagree. I think what we saw last night was a residual of it with Draymond and Jordan Poole. And
man,
if you think the big three can get it back together, and
well, you got me. Wiggins and GP2 are coming back.
We'll see.
All right.
As a fan of Draymond's behavior is hurtful. Seems like he's done with the Dubs. I don't know about that, but maybe. All right.
Zaza.
I mean,
he keeps it real like always.
I just, it's you're right, Guru. It's like I'm just looking at last night's game and said, well, like part of me is thinking, yes, I do think there's a big disconnect between the young and the old guys, but like everything worth talking about isn't worth talking about because their defense stinks. Like they gave up 137 points. So I don't care that Klay Thompson is shooting well. And I don't care that Steph was 10 for 16. And I don't care about Draymond's line. I could care less. They can't stop anybody. That's their biggest issue. And you know what? Watching a game like last night, I don't think there's a switch. I just don't think there is one
there's two components
with these players.
Yeah.
So maybe there will be when they get the players back. All right, we got Zaza Pachulia on the other side. He's brought to you by Yellow Sack. Zaza Pachulia on The Executive Show.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty. Let's get it started. Zaza Pachulia joined us on The Executive Show. Hey, Zaza, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me, Gay. And by the way, I really like when the Bob's comments about, talking about the past and appreciating and respecting all the people who have been part of the Warriors journey. So it's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, Zaza, I was around for their 12 straight non-playoff seasons from 95 to 2007. So maybe that's a lesson to not take this for granted and to appreciate it. But appreciate the comments. Let me just start out by I'll just put it out there because it seems like it's a theme. Is there some kind of disconnect between, let's say, the veteran type players and the younger type players in terms of how each has assimilated themselves to the other?
That's a good question. I've been a young guy, I've been a veteran too, league, fortunately, and of course there is a difference, right? There is experience, there is the speed, there is the decision making, right? The comfort zone, the confidence, and so many small details, right? We can talk about. There is. And that's why it's so important, to really understand, what kind of team you're part of, right? So we see the teams that this goes to bring on, right? So, for example, because we pay attention because James moved there, right? So, for them, there's no difference. So they're all the same page because they got a bunch of young guys, and it's about developing the young guys, right? So with the team like us, seen a couple teams in the league where they're trying to win the championship, and it's time now for them to win the championship, right? And there is a difference because you have a bunch of veterans who've seen it, who've been through whatever the young guys are going through. And Marcin Rivera is very slick, right? And also, it's important to identify that you got to fit in. You got to really understand the young guys. So you should not look at what other young guys are doing in other teams because everybody has a different path to the success. So you have to be mindful, in my opinion. But teams like us is definitely the difference, right? All the differences was mentioned, and that's very normal.
Zaza, we like having you on, man, because you always keep it real, and there's nothing we can't ask you. I'm a fan. You're a former athlete, and you're a part of this team. And last night, the heart and soul of the team, I dub him the heart and soul, is Draymond Green. And Zaza, there was a play to where he pulled in passing the ball, and he basically gave up on the play. And this might be too strong. I was mad, offended, but as a former player, when you see something like that, or if you're Jordan Poole, how do you come back from that? And for the fans like myself saying, okay, there should be not punishment, but somebody should call him out. What were your thoughts on that sequence last night? Because I was mad.
Well, we all noticed that, obviously, and especially what this team has been through this year, ups and downs, and, small thing looks big, right? And that's the reality, and we live in it. But, I'm proud of guys because actually after that play, we moved on. And, things happen, so especially when you play so many games and, this is emotional. Guys are emotional. We're competitive. We're trying to win. When things not going your way, it might be that game. It might be that week. Or it might be a season, right? I mean, so many things can happen. But and these kind of moments are, we've seen it. It happened before, and we're going to continue to see, once we're watching, a lot of games and part of the journey. But I'm proud of the guys that we moved on actually after that play. Game continued. We took a lead, if you remember. So, I wish it didn't happen, but at the same time, like I said, sometimes it's going to happen. And, success, I wish it was easy. every human being will be successful in their own way, right? So that's why the winning is so sweet. It's so emotional. How many times we've seen the guys crying, they're getting emotional after winning the chip, after the last game or the finals, because you keep thinking about all these highs and lows you've been throughout the season, throughout your career, right? And that's why it's so sweet, because of the moments like that last night.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the executive show. You know, the one thing that I've been thinking about is, you know, you look at this team, the Warriors, with Curry, Clay, Draymond, Iguodala, Looney. Those are championship players. Then you look at the style that you play, which is different than most other teams, maybe every single team. And I thought about it last night. It's like, man, it must be tough for a young player to play here, because you're playing with Hall of Famers whose standards are so high, and you're trying to play a style that's probably pretty complex. Is that a fair statement?
It's a very fair statement. And, you know, I remember when I came in the league, I think it was year 14 for me when I joined the Warriors. And thinking about for a 14-year-old vet was hard. That I've been through a lot of things, that I already played a couple hundred games, you know, in this league. It's different. It's very unique. It's beautiful. I love it. You know, once you're going to get used to it, you know, it's becoming so enjoyable, but, you know, easier, right? And, but until you get to the point, especially for the young guys that have not coached a lot, have not seen, you know, different systems, right? Have not been through different times, and not seen ups and downs. It's always challenging, especially you mentioned the word complex. I totally agree. It's complex, but at the same time, this is a reality. This is the modern basketball. A lot of shooting threes, a lot of movement, and, you know, most importantly, understanding who Steph Curry is and Klay Thompson and Draymond, our core guys, the way they play. They've been doing it for years. I mean, success didn't come for them overnight, right? It took some time for them to, first of all, make playoffs and then go to the finals and then win the championships, right? So it took them years, and, you know, maybe took them a decade, obviously, to come to this point. So it's not fair to put a lot of pressure on those guys and criticize those guys why they don't fit in right away. But at the same time, I just glad that they experiencing something unique and special and learning the game where we pitch.
Zaza, for the Warrior fans that are concerned about the defense, and you hear names like Andrew Wiggins and GP2, you know, when they get healthy and get back, would you say that, you know, that's enough to make you not concerned about what we're not seeing from the defense?
I was watching. I watched the game last night, and, you know, then I looked at the stats, and, you know, the amount of points we gave out, and to those two players that you mentioned, Wiggs and GP2, not playing, you know, kind of comes into head, right? You know, almost 140 points. It's a lot of points to give out, especially, you know, knowing Steve and, you know, his system, and he's paying attention to the defense and details defensively. You know, those two guys are key guys, let's be honest, right? Probably one of, you know, two best defenders with Draymond, right? And they were definitely missed. That's number one. The second thing I want to mention is the little run we had after the break that we won a couple games in a row. Even though it was the home games, right? It kind of got me thinking, and also that's what I felt from outside, you know, with the fans and, you know, even with media or social media, that, oh gosh, here they come. Like, you know, I felt they kind of buy. And it's interesting, even though ups and downs we had throughout the season, right? And you're gonna hit that couple game, you know, with straight. The thing's gonna change like 90 days, right away. That's beautiful, because we've been there, you know, we've done it, and we're champions for a reason. And not once, not twice, we got 4 championships. So this kind of team is always scary, you know, and God forbid, like, you know, the thing's gonna start clicking for us, and I think it is. And, you know, we still got a couple more, you know, less than 20 games left. And as soon as we're gonna hit this stride where, you know, have wins, a couple wins in a row, the energy and everything going to change. And again, we're working hard to get to the point. I know it's easier to say, but at the same time, the reputation we have and the experience we have and the history tells us, watch out. So, but hopefully we're going to get those two guys first of all, because they're really going to solve a lot of problems and they're going to help the team, especially in the defensive end.
Zaza, thank you so much for joining us as always, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Always great talking to you guys.
All right, Zaza. That was the Executive Show brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
Wow. Yeah,
my Twitter's getting hit hard, Goo.
Oh. That's Steinmetz NBA.
Of course. That's right. Of course.
I think that's good. Go ahead.
I guess I'm slandering the championship players.
Just stop, man. Just stop.
Not slandering the championship players. In fact, what I'm saying is much of what is happening right now is a result of them being championship players. They're championship players. They're playing with guys, or at least I don't think they think Kuminga's a championship player. They didn't think Wiseman was a championship player. They feel like they're at the end of their run and they need, and they know exactly what they need.
But what is that, Steiny? Because that sounds like a scapegoat. Well, you know how many quarterbacks, I know this is
but people are going to say, well, they've earned that, Goo. They've earned to play with whoever they want.
Right. Okay, well, you take that into Joe Lacob's office. You take that okay, well, that's who if you're mad, that's where that stops. But don't take it out on the kids that are in the jerseys that have no say over who brings them to town. And it's like a quarterback dropping back to pass. I want to throw it to Randy Moss. I wanted to throw it to Jerry Rice. But you know what? I'm throwing who my receivers are. So, I'm all over. Draymond Green played 128 to 137 last night. You know what that tells me, Steiny? It was a whole lot of misses. It was a whole lot of opportunities to get rebounds. You know where I'm going? 33 minutes for Draymond Green, your heart and soul. How many rebounds you think Dre got last night?
I don't know.
He got one.
You get that many?
He got one. Is that Jordan Poole's fault? Is that Kuminga's fault? No. So give me something more than one freaking rebound, or you going shopping saying, oh, let's throw this out. Let's throw this out. They don't fit our ideology. That's bull crap. And I bet there's two sides to every story about these other guys not being able to do what they do because they're so walking on eggshells.
I guess that's why I took offense to me slandering the big three. I'm not putting the blame on anybody.
Well, I am. Well, and it ain't the youngsters.
Well, I'm putting it on the youngsters for not handling it better, for not improving more, for not picking it up sooner. But I've also got to look at the veterans and realize, man, they are tough to play with. They are unbelievably demanding. So if they're unbelievably demanding and the young players can't play with them yet, then we've got an issue that really can't be solved at this particular time. The way this is going to get solved is simple. Wiggins comes back.
Yep. That's big.
Peyton comes back.
Oh, my gosh.
And the only young player in the rotation then becomes Jonathan Kuminga and Poole.
Oh, right.
That's
Poole, the first man off the bench.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, that to me is the only thing that can happen now to get things on track.
And I will not do this to you, but I'm going to do it to you. Another day, another game, no Wiggins. We just ride it out and
there's nothing to do there. You can't do anything there. You just got somebody said it yesterday. Just pretend it's an injury.
I think he knows we have his back.
Yeah. Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich?
Rich.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. And, last night's game is pretty much what I've been preaching, from since December. And that is that at the end of the day, I don't care who's out there on their floor. If you guys don't play proper perimeter defense,
Thank you.
You're going to lose games like that. You allowed the 11th seed in that conference to put up almost 140 points on you. I mean, come on, guys. Where are we at now? What? Sacramento? The Kings are number 2? Are you serious right now? I can't believe it. Not to mention, the Lakers, they have moved up. They were at the bottom, and they moved up, and you guys can't get it done against OKC? Are you serious? It doesn't matter who you're playing against, okay? If you don't play proper defense, you're going to lose games. I don't care about the quantity. If you don't play proper defense, you're going to lose. There'll be no playoffs this year. Just write it off.
Thanks, Rich. Good stuff. I mean,
so you really believe it's attrition? The body's a little broken? Like,
their defense,
I love my speeches.
Their defense stinks.
You know what? I'm late to the party, but I got to wait for Wiggins and GP2 to come back.
That's fair.
Because they can.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. And yes, I'm coming back. I'm coming to the bet where you pick the Warriors, I pick the field. I think I'm going to win the bet, but yeah, I mean, if Wiggins comes back and Peyton is who he is, then somebody's going to have to beat him. They're holding the young. This is kind of what I mean. They're holding the youngsters to championship standards, but accepting childlike behavior from Draymond with no consequences. Right, I also think. Man. Let me add to that.
And that's called hypocritical, Steiny.
They're holding the youngsters to championship standards, but they're no longer holding their championship players to championship standards. That's the bottom line.
Well, Steph was great last night.
He was great,
and Clay's been great. I love what you say offensively.
There are 2 portions of the game. Like, I'm going to tell you, I don't care that Klay Thompson shot the ball great the last 2 months. He can't guard anybody.
Damn.
That's harsh.
Yeah.
But they're not guarding any. Look, I would love this stat. During their championship run, what'd they shoot last night? 39 plus from 3, 50 plus from 2. How many times did they lose a game when they basically shot 50 from the field and 40 from three-point range when they were good?
Yeah.
They never lost those games.
Man.
Never, ever lost those games because their defense was good. It's not only not good right now, it's poor.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not going to single out Klay defensively anymore. They're as a team, they stink.
Well, again, here we go. And they did. Hey, Wiggins, when you were here, the road record was what it was. You didn't look like last year, Wig. But Steiny, I'm a guy that's holding out hope like a lot of Dub Nation. I'm sorry. You said it earlier. I think you said it. That GP2, who is now a Warrior and is going to put on a uniform before the playoffs start, we think, and Wiggins is coming back before the play. That's a whole hell of a lot of defense in that suitcase. So I'm going to pop some bubbly tonight and tell myself to relax. But watching a player like Draymond Green do what he did, that to me is more severe than any play, than any defense, than any dunk, and they just allowed it.
You know, the other thing, too, that I think is part of this equation is Steph Curry. If Steph Curry's going to play 60 games a year and miss 22 to 25, then every time he's in and out of the lineup is a monster adjustment.
Well, they were 500, one game under 500 without this whole year.
That's what I mean. Like, Steph Curry's just come back for 2 games. They've lost them both. Now, nobody's blaming Curry.
No.
He had 40. But the whole game is different.
It was a different
when Steph
40.
Curry's on your team and playing. He's going to take 20-plus shots.
It's harder.
No, it's not. It's different. You think it's harder to play with Steph Curry than without?
No, I get my shot. When you compare it to what it was when he was gone, Klay getting 25 shots knowing he's walking into the Chase Center as opposed to Steph, that's harder mentally. To me, what about Jordan Poole?
Well, Jordan Poole's got to go to the bench.
That's hard to me. We say all this is easy. It's got to be an adjustment. No excuses.
Exactly. And I'm not blaming Steph Curry. What are you going to do? Sit him on the bench?
No, never.
Well, Steph Curry comes back. There's a ripple effect. The first ripple is Poole goes to the bench. He doesn't like it. I think we can all acknowledge that.
I'd bet my right on.
He doesn't like it.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, probably going to be a little bit he's not going to shoot as much. Everything's going to kind of revolve around Steph. But, I mean,
DiVincenzo, Steiny, I don't like him starting. I love him, but he's probably like, I know my roles coming off the bench, but 33 minutes, 2 of 8, 1 of 6. Hey, that's just a bad game. Chalk it up. They all have them, but, man, those two guys we're talking about, and I know GP2 can't come back until he's ready and healthy, but the Wiggins thing, I'm really – I'm respecting it, Steiny, but I'm thinking about what Jordan Poole said, and I'm wondering what is he saying without saying it. I could be totally wrong, but hey, this is what we do. And for him to say, I think he knows we have his back. First, why would you need to have his back if he's dealing with something? And then two, if what everybody's saying this culture is, we don't know where Wiggins sees himself in this culture, in this hierarchy. We don't know if he's you don't know.
Yeah.
But we need him back. Come back, Wiggs, soon as possible.
I think there's also there's a lot of criticism out there of Steve Kerr. And here's what I think about Steve Kerr. You know exactly who he is. And I'm not saying that's right. Maybe it's time to make a move. Or maybe it's time to assess him. But the bottom line is he is going down with the veterans. But he said he's all about the veterans when they won their first title 7 years ago. So if you want development, and like Kerr can't coach, Kerr only knows how to coach one way, and that's we're going to try to win a championship. And unfortunately, Wiseman didn't fit into that equation, and Moody doesn't fit into that equation, and Kuminga fits in it to a lesser degree.
To the point to where Andre has been scholarship all year. He's ready to go. Kuminga, he'll take some of yours.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Good luck with that. Boy.
Here's the other thing. You can't win a game where you don't play defense and you turn it over 21 times.
And you gave up 40 to the Thunder in the first quarter.
You know what? I'm going to stick up a little for the Thunder. They're not 10 and 50. I mean, their record
they averaged 13 threes
they're only
a game and had 14 in the first half. That's like something. Hey, I get what you're saying. They're not a dump truck team, but now people licking their chops when they're playing the Warriors.
Yes, on the road.
See,
positively.
Oh my God!
What do you mean? Oh my God!
With a Draymond Green and a Kevon Looney,
he's a quitter.
Well, he quit
you just called him quitter.
Well, he got to pass.
Listen. For whatever reason, and now
they're
I think it's
licking their chops to see the dubs
at their place. Damn right, hell yeah. This is the other. This is the other effect of being a championship team. They're vulnerable now, and everybody knows it. And when the Warriors go into an opposing arena, whether it's the chicken or the egg, whether there's no fear because the Warriors aren't as good, or the fact is that the Warriors are getting older, whatever. Teams think they can beat the Warriors on their home court, and they can.
Okay,
you know why? And you know why?
I was like,
because they play harder than the Warriors on the road.
Oh. Now Warriors, that's where we got a problem. If that's it, Steiny. Why are they not giving maximum effort?
Because
on the road?
They never have had to in the past.
Oh wow!
Damn. During a regular season, at least. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. And where are you with this Warriors team right now? I see some callers. We'll get to you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Mom, Dad, sis?
I show up and we playing against the sorry
The Sacramento Kings.
I can't play.
Oh, the Kings?
The Kings stink. You name them. OKC right now.
OKC.
Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, the Kings make it better this year, I hope. But you know, it's like, how am I supposed to get myself up like with this engine and
because you done play so many big time games,
on this soft Tuesday.
Yeah. This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Wow.
Your greatest strength is your biggest weakness. And right now, I think the Warriors' championship pedigree is their greatest strength, but I think it's kind of their weakness right now. And what I mean by that is exactly what Draymond just said. They can't bring it for 82 games.
No, he didn't say they. He said him.
Well, but
and
they
the
can't
great
either.
ones, Jordan. He showed us on Last Dance. Whatever I gotta do to trick myself into making that person feel like they're stealing money food off my table. Steiny, how could you
Real
say
quick,
that
was
into
from
a
the
mic?
shop,
Okay, go ahead.
Draymond Green from before the
so
season.
Yeah, but that's, wow. You're a leader.
650, and you know what? This is one that we haven't hit enough on. See, I'm not here to blame the veterans. It's everybody. It's the young players who haven't been mature enough to me. It's the older players who haven't been inclusive enough. It's Steve Kerr who hasn't balanced things maybe as well as he could. But the 650, this is Jay, it's not the vets' fault that the organization drafted guys who they knew couldn't help them, but it's also the vets' responsibility to work with what you got. And I think that's the other thing that I think you're right on the money, Jay. The organization, they drafted projects for the most part. I mean, it's a stretch to say Kuminga's a project, but clearly Wiseman was a project. And I think we've underestimated maybe how much that irked the veterans. That they didn't, I think the veterans feel like management let them down by not giving them a better shot at things these last few years.
Okay.
And I think the veterans said, we went out and did it last year. How the hell do you expect us to do it a year later when you're going to play more young guys? And we're getting a year older.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you ever had a corporate job, Steiny, and you got a new employee, they have the OG show them the ropes. And I think management thought the veterans would be able to have something in their tool belt, not to welcome them.
Right.
And I believe but I thought they would be on board with trying to get them to the next level.
Well, I think they tried, but I think they're frustrated.
And you know what? Speaking of frustration, I'm holding on to my money because I'm waiting on that Wiggins and GP2, but I'm looking at it all now. We talked about it briefly yesterday. I am gearing myself up for not that much Jonathan Kuminga in my spaghetti sauce come playoff. This whole season was about him taking that next jump. But I'll say this, and I'm not taking Kuminga off the hook. I see talent. We all do. I'm already your top 2 best defender, even as raw as you are. That's just me, Steiny. But you're telling me the playoffs are about to be here, and you might be odd man out?
I don't know if he's going to be odd man out.
This regular season somewhat was a failure.
Well, what if they win it all? See, that's what happened last year.
We'll be at dinner talking about how wrong I was.
They won it last year in large part. They won it last year in large part.
I thought something went wrong.
Yeah, they won it last year in large part because they didn't play the young player.
Porter Jr.
Duck Sauce, one of our favorites in San Jose. What's up, Duck?
Steiny and Goo, always good to talk to you fellas. Just had a couple quick takes on some of the topics today.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was just on analyzing the youngsters. I mean, I agree the Wiseman one hurts because, he was a number 2 pick. I wholeheartedly, wish that would have worked out. I know it didn't. That does suck. But you hit on Poole. I mean, he's drafted, 28th? Even if you move off him, he has value, so you're going to get high value for him, so that's a win.
Yep.
Okay, Moody. He may have been mismanaged. I get that. He lost some confidence. But you want the cold, hard facts? His upside was a rotation guy at best.
Right.
There's too many guys in this league that are his size and his height that have a way better handle than him and are way more athletic than him. That's just a fact. Okay, Kuminga, for all intents and purposes, he's ascending. You hit on that pick. PBJ, it looks like he's going to be a player. You might hit on that pick. You don't hit on everything. That could be 3 out of 5. Like, it's not as bleak as it looks. Right? And that's my thoughts on the youngsters. The other thing is, it is all about caring. I mean, it is annoying that they don't get up for it, but it's not just the Warriors. This is a league-wide problem. Nobody wants to play anymore. These dudes, they don't play. So the only 2 teams, I mean, the Suns are a different animal. They just added the best player in the world, so that's different. I get that. The only other 2 teams in the West that have looked dominant are the only 2 teams that have had anything to prove. That's Denver, because Jokic knows half the league thinks his stats are hollow. The other team is the Kings, because they haven't been good in 20 years. So, I mean, if we do get healthy, there's a chance, guys. They just have to
I agree.
Motivation. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, Duck. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of fatigue, I'm going to say something. This is when you love what we do with all these devices we got, Twitch, YouTube. UCL on YouTube goes, Looney looks tired. He's not only tired, he's banged up because he's Iron Man. How about you just say, Looney, take the night off. It'll be greater later. Something I coined. But, Steiny, you don't look at Looney. Give him a day off. He's earned it. So he ain't doing what Draymond does. Oh, when Superman comes to town, I'm here. Dude, that's front running. And I just hate Dre said it into the mic and we play it the day after he quit. Had 1 rebound. Oh, but I'm the mean guy. I'm the mean host.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. What stuck out to you last night in that game? Was it Draymond Green's quitting on a play? Was it their overall defense, which was non-existent? Is it the apparent disconnect between the championship core and the younger type players on the team? I think Mark Willard came in early. He said, his thing was try to tell me that there's not something going on in terms of a rift between, the veterans and the non-veterans. It's hard. It's hard to. I mean,
he used us as an analogy.
I mean, it's hard. What?
He used this. Good Lord, he used this job that there could be stuff under the surface, but you still show up and do the job.
Yeah, but then it always comes to the surface.
Right. You just stop playing.
Man, I will never forget that play.
That was pretty amazing. Here's the other thing. Let's do it this way. Steve Kerr was asked directly about Draymond Green quitting on that play.
We were a little disconnected in the first half several times. We talked about that at halftime, tried to get back out there and compete, the second half, but there was definitely a disconnect in the first half. And
With
that cost
who?
us.
With who? We're asking about Draymond. And was that cool?
Well, the disconnect was him and
we know you disagree with that type of behavior and action, Coach. That's what we want to hear. We know it was a disconnect. We're talking about Draymond Green. Steiny, he walked towards the bench like I don't give a rat's you know what. Oh, man. Hey. Maybe I'm too old school, Steiny.
No, I don't think so. I think a lot of people were bothered by what Draymond did last night.
And that's why I gave Kalina and Fitz love. But oddity.
But it wasn't an oddity. It was an oddity that he quit on a play. It's not an oddity that he's involved in something that's polarizing.
Ain't no one going to change Dre. Paul Zaraka on YouTube.
Well, certainly because you haven't done anything to him. He threatened to kill the coach.
Okay.
And they didn't punish him.
Another okay.
He threatened to kill the coach.
Well, that was years ago.
Right. It was years ago. Maybe had they done something then.
Ask me what went through my mind as well when I saw that. He's gone. He's leaving. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Steiny, that was like he's out of here. That's what you do when you're checked out.
Was that his Kevin Durant? That's why I'm out of here moment.
You know what? That's well said. We'll see.
Man, there's something to God, I want to be clear on this. Like, nobody knows exactly what's going on, but there are a million thoughts that come through my head, and one of them is it does feel like the big three in some way have not convinced management, but they've made it so that they've portrayed it so that they can only continue to win with certain type of players. Like when they were all together championship players, you could put anybody around them and they were going to win. Now, because they've slipped offensively and defensively, the players you put around them are more important. They need to do a little bit more. And maybe these young guys are not doing what they need to do to help the core. And that's bothering the core.
Incredible. I'll say this to that.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 years ago, they lose. I'm going here. 2 years ago, they lose to Memphis in the play-in game. What did we say when they lost? What was it about then? I don't believe you were from screaming from rooftops saying, "Oh, it's the rest of the roster." We still expected the big three, the core, with Andre to do what they do. So what happened that year to where, see, I just feel like, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I feel like that's not a good enough excuse is the veterans ain't on board. Dude, we got, how many games left, Steiny? It's go time. This is who you're going to dance with. Let's go. But why weren't we saying that the year they got bounced out to Memphis when Curry didn't score an OT at home? What was it then? Why didn't we roster nitpick then outside of the big four if it was about,
Clay was hurt that year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That gives him a built-in excuse that's legitimate. It's legitimate. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They play Memphis tomorrow at Memphis, and then they come home for games against Phoenix and Milwaukee.
What do you expect tomorrow? We know, you can't snitch. You know what I thought about last night's game. I'm a little light, okay, and you know where. But I don't put nothing past Memphis winning that game. Like, when's this mess on the road going to stop?
I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe it won't. Maybe the Warriors are going to go into the postseason with a 10-31 record on the road. And then maybe that's where their championship pedigree comes in and they'll flip a switch. But that to me sounds pretty out of the realm of possibility right now. At least to me.
Steiny, you didn't spill nothing. They're saying, why did you spill and quit on the segment? I said, we're having technical issues.
We are having technical issues. I didn't spill anything.
Hey, my boy quit. I had your back.
In fact, I got to look over. Well, see, do you have the phone line up?
Yeah. No, I'll bring it up right now.
Yeah, get the phone line up because I can't see it from here. 21 turnovers.
That is not
137 points given up.
Yeah,
night. I mean, night.
40-point first quarter.
See,
Charlene's in Pleasanton. Want to go out there?
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, Charlene.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
We need answers.
I don't know, man. This is so frustrating. But first, I just want to say two things. First, the league is just better. The league has gotten so much better since we first won our first championship, guys. Look at the records. There's so much competition, right? So the Warriors, I feel like it seems so overwhelming for fans, but the league is just better.
It is, but nobody wants to hear that. But you're absolutely right, Charlene.
OKC scored 137 points. Charlene, we love you to death, and I'm looking at Steiny with his eyes glistening. OKC came into that game 11th seed. They were 30 and 34 coming into that game.
So now what are they? 31 and 34.
Yeah, but my point is they lost to a dump truck team last night with some young talent, the Warriors.
See, and that's
when you lose to Boston or the upper echelon teams. I'll give you that, Charlene. Last night, nah.
Buddy, this is what you got to come to terms with, at least as of right now.
What?
They're 500, just like Oklahoma City. There's 7 teams hovering around 500. That's who the Warriors are. Like, maybe that's the thing, and that's what kind of Charlene means. It's like, they didn't lose to the Rockets last night. They lost to a team that's 31-34. They've got young players who play hard. Their athleticism shows.
You're right.
The Warriors are older, and they got out-energied, which happens a lot on the road because role players play better at home.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Teams are licking their...
I'm going to go Money Mayweather on you.
Oh, I don't like him.
TMT.
I can't stand him.
Dude, when he posts the money on Facebook, oh my God.
He's a jerk. First class
Are they
jerk.
shooting two?
Yes.
They want to throw. Are they shooting too many? This is the Splash Brothers.
Well,
are they shooting too many 3-pointers? And are they settling because athletically you got Looney and you got Dre who are not going to put it on the floor and go to the rack? Have they become too one-dimensional?
Well, they were 40% from the field, from 3-point range. So, I mean, that's one thing. Here's the other thing that I was thinking about. I'll just ask Warrior fans this. Do you think the refs are out to get them, and that's the reason they lead the league in fouls?
You're ready to go to Cobb's Comedy. Stop.
They're fouling so much.
It's
Right.
what I do at the gym on Saturday.
So I don't understand why, like, that is a tangible
trait,
piece of evidence
no doubt
that they're
about
getting
it.
older.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so it feels like you're just acknowledging that, though, right now.
Well, again, there's two people missing, and that can change when Wiggins and
Back to Wiggins.
and GP2 come back.
But it wasn't long ago that Curry, Clay, and Draymond anchored a defense.
And won a chip.
Steph Curry was at the best in his career in terms of keeping his man out of the lane a few years ago. And Draymond, obviously, high level. And Clay was at a high level before the injury.
Want to grab a call?
Sure.
Let's go to Roger in San
I like
Francisco.
Yeah, Goo.
Goo can walk without spilling cup.
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to comment on Wiggins. You know, I went to the OKC game at home.
Okay.
And Shea Alexander, he had like 10 points in the first quarter, and then Wiggins just made it a point to shut him down, and he shut him down. So, you know, things are not ideal right now, obviously, but like 9 points one way, 9 points the other. If Wiggins plays last night, we win that game. I'm almost sure of it. So I don't think things are as dire as everyone thinks. I think it's just important that we get healthy. And Wiggins, I don't know what's up with Wiggins. I don't think anyone does, but Wiggins needs to come back.
He does. Thanks for the call. And listen.
Go ahead.
Do I think the Warriors are going to win it? I don't. But they still don't. They still haven't put their. You know what? Essentially, they still haven't put their best lineup out there. Again, if Gary Payton.
Well, he's not going to start, Steiny.
Yeah, but he might. He might. And he probably won't, but he might because he's like, I'll give him this. And this is, you can hang your hat on this. Like, Gary Payton II is the kind of defender that sets a tone. Like, just because he'll pressure the ball up the court, it probably will make everybody else a little bit better. Andrew Wiggins last year did tremendous defensively. There's still some hope.
I'm not giving you the money,
but there's also tangible signs that are very, very troubling.
Yeah, real quick, we're talking about things that are behind closed doors, and that can be greater than any athletic feat. If there's stuff going on and animosity, Steiny, that can kill you.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think's going on with the Warriors? Bay Area, Warrior fans. Who's the last caller?
That was,
see how tough it is?
But now I got Kevin. Let's go to Kevin real quick in Pleasanton. What's up, Kevin? He got one talk about Steve Kerr.
Hey, guys, real quick. Steve Kerr has had the same lineup, basically the same three, since he came into the coaching the Warriors. The Warriors have not developed any talent, since Steve Kerr's taken on the helm.
What about Jordan Poole?
Now they got, hold on. I was just about to say.
All right, go ahead.
They got Poole. They got Moody. They got Kuminga. The Warriors historically do not know anything to do with talent. They haven't had any to develop. They bring in glue pieces. So now it is what it is. Steve Kerr's got to coach. He ain't coaching. There's no way you're going to come to work, Guru, and have dysfunction going on and expect everybody to be jovial. There's dysfunction going on internally, guys. And we played the same way for the last 7 years. The same way. When you guys watch the NCAA tournament, watch how those teams play defense. They're running around, playing defense, covering everybody. That's how the Warriors play. They're too old to play that way. We're supposed to develop our young guys to begin to play that same way. Steve Kerr ain't doing that. Everything revolves around Clay and Steph. That's it. If you can't roll with that, you're not going to play.
I agree. And that's where I think you have a lot of the fans saying, yeah, that's the way it should be. Those guys earned everything they got. They earned 4 rings. They're championship players. Why should they lower their standards just because the young guys aren't ready? Then the other part of it is, well, you guys aren't the same players.
Okay, but
you are not the same players. So what do you say you reach out and you try to uplift these young players? And some people would say, well, they are. They're trying. But
my question to you, Stein,
I don't believe the veteran core believed in Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. And even Poole. Now I'm throwing Poole in there. I don't think they really believe in him.
If you're correct, and the people that are trying to point that out, where's management? They know what's going on.
But they
and
made
who
their
feels
decision.
What?
But first of all, there's nothing they can do now.
So they're ignoring the champs. They're saying, hey, this is who we're going with.
No.
What are they doing?
They listened to the champs. That's why they got rid of Wiseman. And they brought Peyton II in here. That's why Kuminga...
I think if they listened to him, Steiny, Wiseman wouldn't have been drafted.
Yes, exactly. You're absolutely right. I'm with you 100%. And I don't think the veterans wanted Poole to get paid.
Wow, man.
I think the veterans feel like some of the young players have a sense of entitlement because they're on a championship team, but they're not championship players yet. I don't know specifically what it is, but and you say management. I mean, management to me, like now
they should know what you're saying, and I believe you guys are right.
They do know. They know right now what's going on, but they can't do anything now. The trade deadline's over. All they can do is wait, hope Wiggins and Peyton get healthy, see if they can make a run, let the chips fall. Hey, maybe you make a run, you get to the Western Conference Finals. You get to the Western Conference Finals, then what? You lose, let's say, to Phoenix in 6 games, okay? Well, at least at that point, you're like, hey, man, we still got back to the... So how do we go from Western Conference Finals back to NBA Finals again? See, that's a tweet.
But it ain't trending that way now,
You're
Steiny.
right, it's not.
It ain't trending that way now.
It's not something that I would necessarily count on. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. What's your take on the Golden State Warriors? This thing still salvageable? You tell us on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality.
nobody would say we've played consistent or played our best basketball yet. And that, if you truly believe that our goal is to win a championship and that the reward at the end is great enough to fight through what we've all been through and where we're going to go through these last however many games, we can do it. The confidence has to remain. That's why we lace them up. So we got to get there.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Tim Roy. Thank you. Appreciate it.
He got it.
Pretty crazy turn of events here with the Golden State Warriors. I got to move over to that other mic. I can't hear myself.
I can hear you. Yeah. But, we'll get it together. But Tim Roy, I didn't hear his call on the Draymond plays, Donnie, so I'll say this. They still got action.
I didn't hear it either. But
there you go.
We heard Kalena's call.
Yeah. Look at you with the rock room.
He just stopped.
That was great.
What's he doing?
Oddity.
What's he doing? What? Yeah, turn that mic off. Just had some issues here, but we fight through them. Yeah. We fight through them. You have the callers up because we got some calls.
Yeah, we do.
Let's take a call and I can get my computer back over.
I got you. Let's go out to New Orleans and welcome Marcus to the program. What's up, Marcus?
What's good, y'all? Glad to talk to y'all again. I feel like it's interesting that we've actually become spoiled as Warrior fans, where we can have these conversations about why aren't we championship contenders? Here's the deal, y'all. We have to accept that maybe this team just isn't that good. If you just let me get loose for a second, we talk about how the Warriors and Steve Kerr can't develop players. Well, that's untrue because they've developed Poole, they've developed Looney. They turned Juan Toscano-Anderson into a player, GP3, Kuminga, all these guys. So, what young player have they lost that's actually turned into anything else somewhere else? Let's be honest about this.
It's a good point.
They've developed people. But one of the things that maybe is a bigger issue is that when these guys first got into the league, when I'm talking about Clay, Dre, Steph, and they became that core of this team, they had a group of veteran players. And those young guys and those veteran players who had been around the league, they all had one agenda, and that was to win a championship. Well, now the shoe is on the other foot, and the veteran players are Steph, Dre, Clay, and they're surrounded by a bunch of young players. They have their own agendas. They want to win championships, but they also want to be the guy, the star. Wiseman wanted to score. He didn't want to play defense. Kuminga, he really would rather score than to play defense, right? Poole, obviously. Same issue. I just think these guys, these young players, have a different agenda, and the shoe is on the other foot for the veterans. That's why they want more veterans in there, because those veterans have a specific goal in mind. It's to win that ring. The young guys think they can do it already, specifically since they already won it. They're not winning because they can't play defense, and nobody's interested in playing defense. I don't blame Steve Kerr for not playing guys who don't play defense. And I think the Jordan Poole thing, you saw Steph get frustrated with it. You've seen Clay get frustrated with it. You've seen Draymond get frustrated with it, aside from the punch. There's something to this, and I'm not saying Poole should have been punched in the face. Obviously, he shouldn't. But on the other side, there is something going on where I feel like Jordan Poole maybe feels like he is a little bit better and more important than he actually is.
Maybe.
And to Guru's point about why the team that lost to the Grizzlies didn't get crap about their roster, well, they actually did, but they got some respect because it took Steph Curry's amazing MVP type of year to get that team to the 8th seed. By the way, a team that nobody expected to even have a winning record. So they had a lot of crap, but guess what they did do? They did bring in Juan Toscano-Anderson. They did get a glimpse at GP3. They got a glimpse with all these guys. They brought them back the next year. They won the championship. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. Yep. Appreciate it. I'm just looking at Draymond Green here because I want to make sure I get something right here. Here's what I'll say about the big three.
Yeah.
And I'll just state it. You make of it what you will. They got drafted onto a horrible team. Warriors stunk when Steph Curry arrived.
Hello?
Warriors stunk when Klay Thompson and Draymond Green arrived. So guess what, Big Three? You were able to play a lot when you were in your first year and in your second year, and you could play through mistakes because there were no consequences. Klay Thompson played 25 minutes a game as a rookie. After that, he started every game as a second-year player on a bad team. So
that's a luxury for those guys.
It is a little. It does stink a little that those guys, the Big Three, got to come in, take their lumps, grow from it, and then become champions. They're not letting, like, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, they didn't have that luxury.
Okay, but
so that ain't, like, that's something that it's not good, bad, or indifferent, but it's got to be accounted for.
Okay, but I agree. But at the end of the day, I'm going last year. Jordan Poole was a thing, Steiny. It wasn't Vinsanity. It was realer. It was like we're watching this dude that went to the G League come back and just become a bucket getter. And if you think I'm just talking, forget the local broadcast. It was the national broadcast. He had a phenomenal season. He started, showed you he could be a 2, and he answered every question, every bell. So what I don't get is, and I haven't heard it from Steph, everybody that says, oh, Guru, you're speculating about this and that, so are you. So are all of us, because nobody's called Jordan Poole out on the carpet by name. And if we're going to say there's slippage from the Big Three, well, who the hell is anybody to point the finger at anybody? Because it's not just one somebody. It's everybody. It's collectively, we are stinking it up. So I just don't get why now, and I'm going to Sunday, Jonathan Kuminga, the whole bench stands up when he doesn't give Steph the ball in the corner. It was a mistake, an honest mistake. But now I'm seeing these pointing fingers. Okay, if it ain't all Jordan Poole, Matt, that's what I need you to tell me. It's not. You said Klay is not what he was. You said Curry slipped. And I'm talking to everybody. You said Draymond slipped. So how does Poole get all of this? How does Kuminga get all of this? And they're not even in the game as much as the Big Three. I was in denial. Now I can see clearly now the defense is gone.
Bill Withers?
Stevie Wonder. I can see clearly now.
408 with a good point.
You might be right. I thought it was.
Is this true? No. Klay, Steph, and Dre all played 4 years in college?
Now, you know you're asking the wrong person.
I think they all played at least 3 years in college, but not all of them. Draymond, I believe, is the only one that played all 4 years.
408's just saying that they were young, but they were way ahead of Wiseman and those guys. You're right.
And let me finish this thought, Stoney. So, Wiseman's gone.
Gone.
Moody effectively is gone.
Yeah, he's out of the rotation.
So now you want to just blame Kuminga? Like
yeah,
who
he's
are
the only
the young
one left.
guys? See, that's what
he's the only one
that's
left.
Weak.
Well, I'm just kidding.
But I get
Poole
you.
And Kuminga.
But Poole got a contract.
But hold on.
I'm ready to really put Poole in the OG bucket.
Well, you can't.
Because he don't play D. Well, no. I can give you 3 OGs.
But the OGs don't like him.
See, that ain't got nothing to do with defense, though. That ain't got nothing to do with play. Something's going on behind closed doors to where, if you're right, because I don't think that's it, they don't like him, he wouldn't have got re-signed. They got too much cachet, the Big Three, I believe, with Lakeup and Myers to know, you know what, we don't like playing with this cat. And for Lakeup and the company to ignore that, because
how many more examples do you need?
That's a toxic
How many examples
Steiny.
do you need that Draymond, Klay, and Steph don't run the team, but they're because Lakeup does, but they're trying to influence what's going on.
And
I think
didn't.
right now they kind of went halfway.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I'll give you this: they didn't have enough pull to keep Jordan from getting that extension.
You're right.
If you're right,
you're right.
I just don't believe
but
that's
they shouldn't have enough. They shouldn't have the Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson have no right to tell management, you dare pay Jordan Poole.
I just don't believe.
Get out of here.
But to Willard's point, I really don't believe. Like, you really think this dude's rubbing them the wrong way, but behind closed doors?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, he did get hit
a little bit.
Yeah,
but again, I'm not saying it's Poole's fault. I'm not putting the blame on anybody. I'm just trying to assess the situation and what might be going on. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. What's up, Pat? Pat, what's
Thanks
up?
for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, Steiny, I think you're onto something here. It seems like maybe these younger guys, the rookies and second-year guys, or maybe there's a little bit of that entitlement attitude a little bit. We didn't see that with Lamb. We didn't see it with Ty. We don't see it with Peyton and all the other bench guys, veterans, but we're kind of seeing it with these young guys. And, I put Poole in that category now that he's got his bag,
Right.
I don't know. I just, and you look at, I'm not going to blame it all on Poole, that's for sure, but you look at the last 3 games or so, he's shooting like 28% from the field, not from the 3, 28 from the field, and he put up about 45 or 50 shots in those 3 games. I don't know if there's anyone with that many shots in the league that shot worse than that. Now, 3 games doesn't make a season. I'm not blaming it on him, but I think he seems like he's a guy that, you hear this all the time. Maybe he feels like he should be starting, and when he comes off the bench, I don't think his numbers are near as good.
No, they're not. They're not. Thanks, Pat. Appreciate the call. How about this?
And it was Jimmy Cliff that sung.
Well, no, he did a version of it. He did not.
So you were right, Bill, with the original?
I don't think I was right. I don't think I was right.
I need a podcast with that.
Okay, is this possible? Is this possible? You ready? Warriors win it last year, unexpected. And whether you like it or not, and whether, Jordan Poole was a part of it.
A big part.
Jordan Poole gets a ring, okay? Kuminga, like, I know I say he wasn't a big part of it, but he played. He was a rotation type player.
Okay.
8th, 9th man. He got a ring.
That's how it works.
Right? Even Moses Moody last year, I don't think he really contributed a lot, but he played a little, like McCaw used to play.
Where are you going?
I'll tell you where I'm going. And Wiseman, of course, didn't play last year. Is it possible that, like, those 3 guys started viewing themselves as champions? Wow. Like, did they get too big? Did Kuminga get too big for his britches as a 9th man on a championship team and think he had a lot to do with it?
Now, if this were an episode of The Real World where everybody lives under the same roof, I would say, Steiny, that's probably, you're around somebody 24/7, so they probably popped off. I'm asking you to answer your own question. Does Jonathan Kuminga, when you look at his mannerisms, does he strike you as the type of, not to me.
Yeah.
Does Jordan Poole strike you as the type of dude?
Yes.
You really think, Moses Moody, and I watch Clutch on BT about, him coming up in his stuff. They look humble to Kendrick Lamar. Hey, if they're doing it in practice, then, hey, they should be Robert De Niro, Denzel, and Morgan Freeman. They're actors.
Maybe it's something like,
don't strike me as
maybe
so
it's something like,
man.
Those guys say what you want. No, I'm not saying they're
big-headed.
No, it's more subtle than that. It's like last year they all pledged a fraternity. All right? They all pledged a fraternity. Yeah. And they got in, and they won a championship.
Okay.
And here comes Poole back, and here comes Kuminga back, and here comes Moody back, and they're like, we're now brothers in the fraternity. But the Warrior brothers are saying you're not real brothers.
Management is saying it.
In fact, we're going to ask you to kind of pledge again. Like, I think that there's a chance that Kuminga and Moody and Poole feel disrespected by the championship 4.
Okay, Steiny, everybody could see that they were going to lean on the youngsters more. So if I were one of the youngsters trying to pledge, I could see and get excited, working my ass off, that they're going to need me. Forget the results. They're going to need me. Bye-bye, Bielitsa. Bye-bye, Porter Jr. Bye-bye, Gary Payton II. So stop me where I'm wrong on the mental aspect of it from management is showing you the way that the team is constructed. We're going to need you guys, including Wiseman.
Nobody told the veterans. The veterans weren't on board. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I think there is something there with that. But
I think those guys I just mentioned that are no longer here, the Porter, shouldn't the veterans have known that they're gone bye-bye? Right. So shouldn't Steph look down the roster like, okay, these guys they're gonna get an opportunity? And to be honest, they did.
Right, and Steph's like, They're not good enough. They're not good enough. I don't think Steph, Draymond, Clay, Iguodala respect Kuminga and those guys and view them as championship players. I think the veterans view them as, you know what, we won the title kind of in spite of you guys last year. And the only reason we won the title was, thank God, we had Otto Porter and we had Peyton II. Thank God. Because if we would have had to go with Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody a lot, we ain't going to win it. And so they got rid of Porter. He left. But and now they're looking at the team, and I think from the beginning of the year, the Warriors veterans knew, I don't know if this is going to work.
Wow.
Charles in South City. Hey, Charles. No. Let's go to Mario. Mario in Petaluma. Hi, Mario.
Hey, what's up, guys? On my way to coach some soccer here. Hope you're enjoying this beautiful day. I don't think... Sorry, I like how the show started, just couldn't call earlier. I think there's no disconnect, it seems to me, between players. I think they like each other. I actually have kept some record of Draymond talking about these guys. I think they like each other, but I don't think Draymond and Steph and Clay think these guys are ready to compete.
Exactly.
At the high level, at decision-making, not making the mistakes, understanding your matchup, not falling into the tendencies of some players. I think the disconnect is totally between the top management, Joe Lacob and Draymond Green specifically. I don't think these guys have looked eye to eye in the last couple of seasons. I remember back then Draymond would put champagne on Joe Lacob's tab and be bragging about this on social media. I think the air between them in the parade last year was a bit odd. It doesn't seem like they're looking eye to eye. So I think the disconnect is there. I think the players like each other. I think they have respect. They see the talent and the upside, but I don't think they think the younger guys are ready to compete.
I'm with you.
That's what they need.
Thanks, Mario. I'm with you.
I'm going to walk out of here at 2:50 when we get off, Steiny. And for the people that, there's a line. If you subscribe to that thought process, shame on the big three, the big four, for treating these dudes like this when you can go upstairs, and you may have already done that, and lay down the law to either Myers or Lacob.
And Lacob would have told him to hit the pike.
Right.
And rightfully so.
But you're still going to go.
Who the hell are they?
Yeah, but you're still going to go be a jerk to these dudes?
Yes.
See that?
That's why you're a jerk. Oh, and I don't know that it's that cut and dry.
I just can't see Steph being a jerk.
Well, Steph, I have never put Steph in this. Right. He's like an outlier. Yeah. He's going to be, he's a lot.
But I've seen Clay throw up the hands when Jordan shoots a shot.
Of course.
But yesterday, I don't care what happened yet. Well, yeah. Yeah, man.
He threw his mouthpiece.
So where do you go from here?
You got to play tomorrow. I mean, what do you mean? Like, I know what you mean, but I don't know what you mean.
I'm not trying to, add lighter fluid to a flame. What would Jordan Poole or Moody say about how they've been treated if this is going on? And I'm almost ready to give them kudos for being tight-lipped if this is really what's happening behind closed doors. And we talked to Looney. Who did Looney give credit to? Andre. Who did Poole give credit to? Andre. But it wasn't Wiseman, Moody, or who's the other one I'm missing? Kuminga.
See, I think
I'm lost.
Yeah, Robin Milbray. Hey, Rob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Simon and Guru? How you guys doing?
Doing well.
By the way, just gave birth. I'm a first-time dad today. Baby daughter.
You calling this?
Nice.
What's her name? What's her name?
Haven't shared it with the family yet, so I'm going to keep it on the DL.
Oh, I'm being nosy. Okay.
So, wait a minute.
Wow.
So, when was the baby born? 7 minutes ago? Or a few hours at least?
No, a few hours ago.
Okay, so the wife's probably taking a nap and you're sneaking in.
Yeah.
All right. All you, buddy. Go ahead.
All right. So I want to disagree with the take. I think that the elder statesmen on the team actually respect the young folks. I know you were mentioning Andre, was getting props from Poole and stuff, but on Andre Iguodala's podcast, he's brought on Moses Moody. He's brought on Jordan Poole. And so I think there is this mutual respect on the team. But right now, they just got, Curry back. They just got to work through this. As long as we get into the playoffs, they're going to be a dangerous team. Thanks, guys.
That's where that's where my money's at, Steiny.
We will see.
Gaga goo goo. Brand new baby. That's never happened. Proud Papa calls us.
Shouldn't he be?
He said Gaga goo goo for the baby.
I know, but how come he's calling in when they just had a baby 3-4 hours ago? Is that how big we are?
Well, should he be hitting the cognac or hippie lettuce?
No,
it's a compliment.
No, he should
share that with
should
us.
Be being a father.
Think he was watching the game at the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh wow, labor.
Absolutely. But you know what? A lot of times when women are on the verge of labor, they take them for walks. Like they walk because that'll help them.
Could you imagine getting an epidural? I have a wife. Dude,
it's just like a painkiller.
Dude, it's
What's
a
the
long
problem?
needle in your spine.
You can't see it. What does it matter?
I don't want no part. Women are the best.
They're overrated.
That's where you come from. Dude, I'm honestly, do you believe what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
About what? This whole, just everything about this team. Because there's a lot of, and Willard alluded to it, and not backstabbing, but a lot of talk going on. I don't believe it's to the degree you guys think. I just really don't. And it had nothing to do with our bet. I just, like the Draymond thing we've been there, done that. I can't wait to hear his podcast, or I know he did it at 2.
Oh, God.
No, you're going to listen to see if he addresses
play.
this.
Just play. Just play. Yeah. Sophomores in Pacifica. Hey, Soph.
Actually, this is Charles in South City, but...
All right, Charles, what's up, buddy?
Guys. First time calling you guys. I'm going to give my take on the Warriors. I'm not going to lie, my basketball knowledge isn't as big as you guys, but the way I see it, what got me last night was when Draymond walked off the court onto the bench mid-play. And in my mind, I feel like this is the Warriors in a nutshell this year throughout the season. And I feel like relating to what one of the callers said about defense, without defense, you're not going nowhere. It doesn't matter how many points you put up on the board or how many shots you take beyond the arc. It doesn't matter. Without defense, you're not winning no games. They got cookie-cutter teams like OKC looking at chops, looking at us, and they're sticking it to us. Take my call.
Yeah, Soph, they are. Other teams are sticking it to the Warriors. Right?
I don't like the premise that you say they're licking their chops.
Oh, they are licking their chops. Giddy. Woo!
It wasn't just him.
Eyes lighting up.
And they're without a couple players,
Shai
too.
Gilgeous-Alexander drove to the basket twice. It looked like a replay.
It was
He makes a layup.
Go ahead.
And then he does it again. I'm like, I guess they're showing the replay. No, it was the exact same. It was the exact same.
There's no help or resistance. I'm laughing, but I'm crying.
By the way, shout out to women. International Women's Day today.
Their month too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wait, they get a
That's why
day.
the boys keep wearing their black.
I tell you what, no one's.
Women are the best.
No one's.
If I could rule.
I'm trying to think if there's ever been a bigger male advocate for women than Matt Steinmetz.
You just put your foot in your mouth 5 minutes. People haven't forgot. Dude, I help you I help you.
So I wonder if it was that guy's first baby. It was a girl.
He said his first time being a father.
All right, he's a girl dad.
Do you remember where you were? I was loaded. Yeah.
You were what? You were
all of it downstairs. We were waiting. Oh my God!
That's the way they used to do it.
Yeah,
you weren't in the room?
No. I'm queasy.
Trying to think. My oldest there. Yeah, I was there for all of them.
Were you? Yeah, a little something.
No, I was in the hospital room.
You can have something on the way and come in.
Why would I do that? I'd want to be coherent for it all.
Well, it's a natural high, but if you have it enhanced. I'm that mean with the guy pointing at his hand.
That's like
right
out
now.
of the 1950s when the pops goes to the bar and says,
"That's me."
Don't tell me about the labor pains. Just tell me when the baby comes out.
Oh man!
All right, 888-957. And I did cut the umbilical cord in one of them, but I can't remember.
I never. It was.
Actually, no, I didn't.
What do you call them?
I didn't cut the umbilical cord. They asked me to. I'm like, I'm good.
We had a C-section 3 times.
All right.
Last 2, I was in the room, and all I heard was, "Oh, he has a lot of hair." I got 3 kids in a bunch. It was like a tennis court that was blocked off.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. This is unbelievable. Come meet an elite group of Bay Area college basketball heroes at Bay Street, Embryville's Bay Break Dining Terrace. It's the grand opening event, Saturday, March 25th at 2 p.m. Food, fun, local heroes, community support, a basketball.
You just stop playing.
Mom? Dad?
days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was doing good till I looked at my Twitter feed, man. I'm getting hammered. People calling us clowns, Goo.
Well, how you throw me in it? Dude, we got thick skin. I got real problems.
Oh, I don't care, although I brought it
My
up.
registration came.
What?
My car registration supposed to be $350. It was $950. Parking tickets.
That was an oddity.
That's actually not an oddity.
Parking tickets, dude.
Right.
Why do you send them to DMV?
All right. As for Steph Curry, and people are saying, it's not. Stop simplifying things. I'm not blaming the veterans.
Oh, right. I did look on Twitter.
I'm not blaming the veterans.
Hello?
I'm going to tell you right now, Joe Lacob isn't doing a good job as an owner. He misread the 2-timeline thing. He drafted projects when the veterans didn't want projects, and that part didn't work out. I think Bob Myers has got caught in the middle somewhere.
I'm with
between Kerr and Lacob. Steve Kerr, you want to take a shot at Steve Kerr? Take a shot at Steve Kerr. But it must be for being the coach we all know he is, and that is beholden to his championship players, period, end of story. He's been that way from day one. The veterans, yes, I don't believe the veterans have helped the youngsters enough. I really don't. And I don't believe that I think they've been tough on the young guys. As far as the young guys, I don't think they've evolved as much as the veterans would have liked. So the blame is up and down the roster from Joe Lacob to the 15th man on the team. It's not the team right now the roster's not cohesive. But I'll say this. I also think what may be happening here is the big three can't do it anymore.
Well, I'm not there.
They can't do it anymore.
They just did it.
Perhaps.
Okay, right. Perhaps. I love
That's
you
right.
putting that on there.
That's right.
Right.
And
they
here's
did
the
it
other
last June, Steiny.
Right. And let me tell you something about last June. That's a long time ago. And I've said this a while. You mean it happens in 1 year? Yes, it sometimes happens in 1 year. And here's the other thing. Nobody's saying the Warriors got lucky last year, but I do think it's a factor that a lot of things went their way. It's not like they rolled through it last year and they had plenty of margin for error this year.
Yeah, but they were down in the finals to a young, athletic, up-and-coming team twice, and they bounced back.
It took off. What about this? Playing through June took too much out of these players who are too old.
Well, I would rather be reserved I would rather that be what it is as opposed to this backstabbing. I'm not even going to call it that. Or I don't like these guys are too young. If you are who I thought you guys were collectively, then bring these others up. Don't hold them accountable for being drafted to this team. And nobody was yelling Jordan Poole this or that. And I'm going to stick up for Poole when he was starting for Clay. When Clay didn't show up until January and he showed the world I'm a bucket getter. You got to don't forget that. I'm just telling the Warrior players, the OGs, don't forget that because I'm not. You can still criticize, but how front-running is that? They don't fit this or that. And Draymond, you got 1 foot out the door. We don't know what you're doing. You might be gone. So I hope this is not how you're acting, and this is why this team defense is crap or the road record. But they look like cones right now on defense. But Kuminga can't get in.
But don't blame the big three. Don't blame. Yeah. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the league. But do not, whatever you do, don't blame Clay, Draymond, or Curry for their lack of defense. Whatever you do, that's a lot of things. What I hear. Yeah. Look, nobody's going to take 4 championships away from them.
Okay, but
they're not going to win 4 more. It's not the way it works. Who's the gentleman who called in and said,
Duck
sauce. They might not be a championship team this year.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not. It's not okay. It's the price of being a champion. The only successful season for the Warriors this year ends with a championship. If it doesn't end in a championship, it's a failure. That's the price of being a champion. If we wanted, again, if we could wash away 4 titles, and this is the team we were saying, 34 and 32, we'd be like, hey, you think they can get to 4? maybe. I know they're not playing great, but they're playing. But they're champions. So guess what? They're not living up to that standard.
And I'm gonna tell you this: if you're right about what's going on behind closed doors, and guys aren't on the same page, I don't want to hear another damn thing about the Warriors culture, because that's what I'm betting on. That's what I'm banking on. That's why I betted you, because I thought everybody was on the same accord. But if it is what people are trying to say it is, that ain't the Warrior way I thought. And
Lee in Fairfield. Hey, Lee. What's going on?
Fellas, what's going on? Yeah. You know what? I kind of agree with you, Steiny. But, I mean, you got to blame the big three as some of this that's going on. But I also agree with Guru as it relates to, hey, your boy Poole showed up last year. But what I will say is this. With a lot of the young players, they haven't panned out as much as Steph, Clay
and Draymond,
Green. Exactly. So because we saw Draymond improving, and we had an all-star in David Lee, but you could see Draymond was ready to take over. When we had Monte Ellis, you could see Steph was ready to take over. With these guys that we've drafted over the past couple of years, these guys are ready to replace these guys. And we're starting to see that. And that's the reason why the Warriors have had a great team, because they drafted well, and those three guys were ready to take over, and they moved guys to make room for these three guys, and they hit it. Unfortunately, they haven't hit it this time with the guys that they've drafted. They are just okay guys. Too young, to be quite honest. All too young, in my opinion. That's it for me.
I agree, Lee. I agree. They're too young.
So this could be
you sound ridiculous,
summer.
Steiny. 650. What are you talking about specifically? That what have I said? What have I said specifically that's ridiculous? That the veterans, I don't think, trust the young players. That the young players feel like the veterans are too hard on them. That Joe Lacob maybe thought that the young players would help more quickly than they have. That the core might not be good enough anymore. Like what's ridiculous? They're 34 and 32.
And still got a chance to defend their throne. I know it looks like a long shot right now, but I'm going to say this about what we're talking about today. This is going, and we're all in it, chips in the table about invested in this championship and this playoff run that is upon us. But the bottom line, Matt Steinmetz, is this is going to be an uncomfortable summer. And it's going to be an uncomfortable summer because let me tell you two things. Let me tell you who ain't leaving. Klay Thompson's going nowhere. Stephen Curry is going nowhere. And we will never get used to what we're seeing, a lack of this, a lack of that. So there's going to be some pieces moved if you guys are correct. And behind the scenes, those guys aren't happy with what they're who they're playing with. Things are going to change. And it could start with Draymond not wanting to be around here. But I'm going to tell you this, what I saw last night when you quit and gave up on that play, and if you say body language me, I mean, you were saying some stuff without saying it, brother, because that looked like you didn't give a damn.
Yeah, it's, again, Curry.
They can look different.
Curry, Draymond, and Klay played a lot as young players. And one of the reasons they played a lot was because they got drafted on a team that wasn't very good.
Unlike Wiseman.
And now they're champions, and the young players who were drafted are having trouble playing because the standards are so high. And it's almost like the older players kind of don't, like they forgot where they came from a little bit. Like, how can...
But
it's hard for a how's a 19-year-old who played 3 college games, a big man, how the hell did you expect him to be a championship performer?
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Hey, you know where to direct that at.
Gary and Hayward, what's going on, Gary?
Yeah, it's a first-time caller. Hey, we haven't developed any players. They lost the coaches that had the culture with them, with Brown and Adams, and they haven't developed anybody in 10 years. It took 5 years to develop Looney. What? They're expecting these guys to come on, and who told Moody to go stand in the corner? That's all he does, is stand in the corners. The guy's a player. He's not been given the free reins to play. It's the coaching that's going on. It's the coaching. It's the lack of the quality culture coaching that they had for years.
Appreciate the call. For everybody that's saying, like, what do you say? Moody doesn't have free reign.
Yeah.
Kuminga can't play through mistakes. You know why? Because the veterans
We've seen
don't
Wiseman
want
get
them.
screamed at. Yeah.
The veterans can't put up with it. Like, they're trying to win a title. Like, Draymond Green's trying to win a title, and you want him to be okay with, we're just going to let Kuminga make some mistakes on defense, and we'll get over it. It's not going to be that. No. Steve in Santa Rosa. Hey, Steve.
Hi, guys. Hey, I think that there's some good points the caller a couple before me made. Like Monte Ellis, I was one of the guys that booed Joe Lacob when he left, but they got the start of the team back there with David Lee and them guys. But as far as the defense goes, to me, at that level, defense is just really difficult. It takes all your effort to guard a pro basketball player. And if you don't give all your effort all the time, then you can't do it. You'll get beat. And if you're the one that's consistently getting beat on your team, you bring the team down. And it's a team defense. And you have to look at it that way. So my thought when I watch them is that they play pretty good, and then somebody quits playing. And it's, I hate to have to single him out, but it's generally Poole that quits playing because he's overmatched defensively in the first place, physically, and then he doesn't really like it that much. And I wouldn't either if I was getting beat all the time. But that kills your team defense if somebody's not keeping up, especially the way they've traditionally played on a string.
Yep.
So I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Here's what I think. It's defensively as a collective, they've always been really good. But this year, it's like Clay gets beat. Poole gets beat. Draymond's getting beat more than he's ever gotten beat. They're just, you can't, they're not as good defensively.
I get
so
that.
What? I don't understand why it's.
This is why I don't like you saying this.
35. Steph's 35.
Okay, but to me, there comes a responsibility to have your teammates back. Draymond damn near got benched in the finals because there were younger, athletic guys on Boston. Nobody on his team called him out or said he was slipping or said it might be age. And you can sit here and look at me standing like, where you going with this? They had his back. That was kept inside. But the minute somebody or one of these youngsters, who obviously you don't want on the team, misses an assignment or doesn't pass you the ball, you got to call them out and quit playing? See, there's so many things we're talking about, but this stuff pisses me off is, when you fall off, we still got your back and act like it didn't exist or happen. But then me as a youngster, if I mess up, you're going to do what you did yesterday. And to me, that's fraudulent. That's fake, and that ain't real leadership. And karma is you know what.
The problem is that
that's what I don't like,
I think there are a lot of Warrior fans out there that saw what Draymond Green did. I don't know what the percentage is, and said, well, I would be pissed too playing with that guy, Jordan Poole.
That's man.
And you know why?
How many of the people would have said that about Poole if he was earning that bag last year?
Sure, Draymond's got 4 rings. Draymond's got 4 rings, so
championship.
Silk in Oakland. What's up, Silk?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, man, I just want to put the bat on the table, man.
Give it to me.
I think we should get rid of Clay and Draymond. I think even if we had Clay coming off the bench and let Poole play for Clay and get more defense out there. The fact is that the Warriors' defense is not the same. We don't need more scorers without defense. We need more defense and less scorers.
I'm with you.
I'll take my question off the air.
Thanks to the issue's defense.
And
the issue's not 127 points.
Because I'm going to give you something. Let's be real. Put it on the table right now. Draymond Green. I fought you all year long about, and this ain't about last night. I fought you all year long about what he was and where he's at as a defender. And I gave too much credit to him about the motor. But the motor ain't defense. That's energy. But the ball, he is taking it out of the hoop. And his man is going to the rack more now than ever. So there's no, who's called him out? Or who said he slipped? Nobody.
I have.
Well,
and you didn't believe me.
So now I'm there. I'm in line. And they need Wiggins and GP2 to kind of, why do the women wear makeup? What do you try to do when you wear makeup?
Put lipstick on a pig?
Get there. That's what I was looking for.
Jocko and Pacifica. What's up, Jocko?
Help me out now.
Hey guys, I got a Warriors take, and then if I have a minute, I would like to give a shout out to my son's high school basketball team too.
Oh yeah.
With the Warriors, I don't really think the core guys' gripe to the front office really holds water, because if you look at what they did when KD left, they turned that into Wiggins. So I mean, that gives them a pretty solid starting five. And then last year they brought in OPJ and GP2 and Bielitsa, and that's 8. You had Poole, who filled in for Clay at the 2, and then was asked to fill in for Curry at the 1, and did a pretty good job throughout last year, and has stepped into that role this year too. And then this year they brought in DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green and brought Iguodala back. So, you know, they have 8 or 9 guys without the young guys even being mentioned. So I just think that the argument doesn't really hold a lot of water.
All right. We wanted to give a shout out.
Oh man, to his son. What team you think? Oakland High played?
No, he's
Oakland?
from Pacifica.
Oh, so it was over here on
I'll
this
take
side.
the little T, my bad.
Sorry about that.
If I were a good dad, if he's a good dad, he'll call back.
Well, or he can text it in. We'll give him a shout out. Xfinity Mobile text.
Now you know
line.
the Jackals are going to say, "Oh, James Logan High." When it ain't
Well, they
really
never
him.
win.
We went to state.
Yeah, in 1984.
What you know about Kevin?
When's the
Mouton?
last time Logan did anything in basketball? Oscar in Stockton. What's going on, Oscar? Actually, I have no idea.
I know you don't. Neither do I. But nah, that's
hey, buddy, what's up?
going on?
Hey,
talk to us.
I'm gonna give a shout to. Okay, one thing about it, I've been on the air all day hearing everybody talk. I called earlier, but you know, with the situation with Jordan Poole, if you look at Jordan Poole, everybody say Draymond stop playing, but the refs and everybody around the NBA, Jordan Poole almost got more texting than Draymond. And every time as you watch Jordan Poole, you go to the hole, he start crying to the ref, don't even get back on defense. And that's a young player. The ref is in like, you haven't done anything to be talented and doing that. And that stops the momentum. He got that check yesterday, because he bounced past that ball very hard to the referee, and the ref had already been looking at him because he was hollering at the ref down the court. Jordan Poole has got a lot to do. He's the key component to everything. I'm not getting mad because Jordan Poole is only 23 years old. He's 23. But I say as much energy he has on offense, if he needs to concentrate that on defense, and I guarantee you, Curry wouldn't have got kicked out the game. Clay Thompson would throw his hands in the air. Steve Kerr definitely wouldn't be barking at as much as he do if he just do his job. He ain't got too big-headed, and he doesn't play any defense. That is the AAU mentality. I've been coaching for a long time around basketball, and I see these kids. We play them on potential, and that's it. They get to the NBA, and they come to this is a NBA championship team.
Well, hey, real quick. Let me ask you this. Why do you think they paid him then? They knew this. Why did they he did something in their eyes?
He was good.
Let me check this out. I'm not saying I like Jordan Poole, but that's where the coaching comes in at. He has to follow it down. Jordan Poole has to concentrate and start making better judgments. Guaranteed that. Steph Curry didn't love Jordan Poole. Guarantee you that.
Well,
thanks for the call.
Yeah. Oh boy, this will be the sweetest one if they get it now.
Get what?
Because we're all speculating.
The
Warriors. Because now we're finding out because we really don't know.
Yeah, we do.
But that Wiggins thing about is he really ready to come back that fast because of if some stuff's going on?
People were really upset when you suggested.
Oh no, they called it provocative.
Exactly. The hell with the fans.
Yeah, wow. I'm not
Where'd
saying
that come from?
Your women take. I'm here for you.
Shout out Granada High School boys basketball
There we
state
go.
finals bound. Proud alumni from the 408. We have 10 seconds left. Wow.
Whitey and Allen.
Whitey and Allen
Yep.
Styles coming in on the other side of 95.7 the game.
Dude, they
Steiny,
got-
are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the
Good afternoon, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles with you today. Alan, it's great to be with you. We've got a lot to talk about today. Steve Kerr, of course, coach of the Warriors, joining us at 4 o'clock on this Warriors Wednesday. We've got a lot not only to discuss, but to figure out. For example, Alan, I don't know where you are on this, but last night, Oklahoma City 137, Warriors 128. What was that? What really did we see last night? Was it more than just Warriors losing another game?
We saw a team that, as much as we want to convince ourselves is going to turn a corner at some point, going to figure out what is wrong with them and pick themselves up by their bootstraps. We saw a team that just refuses to do that. And it's still quite possible, Whitey, that this does happen in the playoffs, but I'm at the point now where I got hoodwinked and bamboozled in the 5-game stretch, and that's on me. That's on me and anybody else that dealt with the same thing. That's on us. If somebody shows you who you are, believe them. They've been showing us. I'm finally starting to believe them. And they can still turn it around because as long as they're games, that's a possibility. But I don't believe until it actually happens. And now I know that, truthfully, the home wins don't mean anything.
I could stomach the loss to the Lakers. They got off that terrible start, came back, just couldn't get over the hump. It was difficult to take, but I could stomach that. And then last night, hey, they don't defend well on the road. We knew that was part of this team's makeup. Doesn't mean that you can excuse it, but that didn't surprise me. But what surprised me was last night, and, you know, we'll talk to Steve Kerr about this, the infamous Draymond play.
Oh, need some help now. Final minute here in the first half. And Draymond. That was an oddity. He just stopped playing. And the missed layup, Giddey puts it up and out.
Yeah, so end of the first half, a close game, and Jordan Poole has the ball, and you got Draymond at the foul line, and he's gesticulating, wants the ball, doesn't get it, turns his back on the ball, and then it ended up going to Clay, and Clay threw it to Draymond, who wasn't looking, turnover. Clay doesn't run down the floor either. I mean, that to me was more than just, wow, they didn't play well. That makes me wonder about the very foundation, this championship foundation and culture that this team relies on so much.
Exactly, and for it to be Draymond, and I know you got to move forward, and we've talked to people about it here at this station in the Warriors organization. Let's just keep moving forward. For that to be Draymond, it's bad. And I don't think it helps, Whitey. I'm going to go there. I don't think it helps that it was Jordan Poole, because just last week, I saw Jordan Poole, Draymond, you know, they always help each other up. It seems to be good. But for Draymond to react that way, and really, it wasn't as if it was a layup or something like that. Draymond's just sitting there in the middle of the key. Draymond, what are you about to do with that ball? Mm-hmm. Honestly, what are you about to do with it? The whole thing was bizarre. It's not as if maybe he was just already frustrated, but that was the second quarter.
Yeah.
The second quarter.
That's Harry High School is what that is. Am I right? Did you play high school basketball?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
okay.
Freshman,
You probably played it.
Only freshman. I stopped after that.
That's Harry High School. You see that in high school, that's a benchable offense.
It really is. It really is. And I don't know. You sit there and you think, okay, it happens in the second half or in the second quarter. Hopefully the guys figured it out at halftime and they came up and they made a game of it, but you can't come back from things like that. This team simply just isn't good enough to not play their best. And I think that is the main piece of this from the Warriors of the years past. The Warriors of years past, whether they had Kevin Durant or didn't have Kevin Durant, they could get away with winning games and not playing their best.
Because they had a little more margin for error, sure.
They do not have that. Not even against the Thunder. Because the Thunder, we got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you got Josh Giddey, who is getting whatever he wanted yesterday. They're making guys look like they're future Hall of Famers every single night. You're Googling somebody as if, how did everybody sleep on this guy? And then you look at their other games, and they haven't been doing anything. But against the Warriors, they look like the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, speaking of Googling things, Alan got mad today, came into the office, looks at the computer. Oh, who's checking James Wiseman's stats? And that was me. I had seen them already.
Can we let it go?
Somebody asked me about him, and I said, oh, yeah, I had a good game. So that was me, Alan. All right?
Can we let it go? I'm looking. Why is Wiseman? What am I looking at here?
21 last night, 10 of 13 from the floor.
I'm really happy. Did they win?
They did not win.
Have they won since they acquired James Wiseman?
I don't think they have.
And I know that's not what it's about.
Right. But you also know this, that people are going to be talking about that for a long time, no matter which way this goes.
Yes. Yeah. Of course they will, and they should. And now we're starting to see, the Jordan Poole thing, and Jordan Poole is a little bit older, but Jordan Poole, Kuminga, this marriage of the two timelines, it's not as easy as what people think. And when you think off the top of your head, well, this team did it, what team do you think of? Really, the only team I think of are the Spurs. And was that really two timelines or just the older guys and Kawhi?
That's it. It was a timeline and the Kawhi timeline. Yeah, you're right.
That's it.
But the thing is, it's not about the timelines or the plan. It's about who you get. I mean, the Spurs ended up, we got Kawhi Leonard. Wow, that works. The Warriors hoped they'd get somebody like that. And none of the three guys that they drafted are necessarily going to be anything like Kawhi. Kuminga, maybe he's been a moderate success this year, but it's not just about the plan. You got to have the luck, and you got to draft the right guys. And the Warriors, and I'm sure they'd admit this privately, they haven't done that. That's been the big problem.
No, they haven't, and I don't know what to do, Whitey. I'm sitting there, our guy Kevin Dana on the call, and Moses Moody, ridiculous putback dunk for the Santa Cruz Warriors, and I have no clue what to do with that information. Zero.
He's got to make shots, Alan. In my opinion, Moses Moody, if he makes shots, he can play. If he's not making shots, and I'm glad we're talking about this too, because already in the text line, people are complaining about Kerr and he can't develop young players, and I just bristle at that. If they drafted a vacuum cleaner number 2, and then Steve Kerr wasn't able to make the vacuum cleaner into a rotational player, some people say, oh, it's Kerr, what's wrong with him?
Right.
Well, it's a vacuum cleaner. There's only so much you can do. With Moody, in my opinion, the thing with Moody is there's not one thing he does especially well. I like him. He still has a future. But in the NBA, it's not about the coach has to find that in you. He doesn't do anything well, so that's why he's not playing.
He is what you would call, Whitey, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but he is a tweener. That's what he is.
I agree 100%.
He's a tweener. Are you a forward? Are you a guard? You can't really handle the ball. You really can only shoot when you're shooting. It's from the corner, but you don't necessarily knock that down as much. Are you a 3-and-D guy? What are you?
Yeah.
And then you go to the G League and you look like Jason Kidd, but that's not what you're doing when you're up here. I will give him a little bit of grace, Whitey, if you've played in any of the sports. We go back to when I played De La Salle. I was 6th man, right? Freshman team.
Somebody in the text line says you barely made the team.
Let me tell you about this.
And don't let him tell you he played high school basketball.
Well, I told you I played freshman. And look, thank you, 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I played freshman year. I was the 6th man, but De La Salle has 2 teams. They have a silver and a green.
Yeah.
I was on the one of the teams, and I was 6th man. But when I got in, Whitey, I wasn't running the offense. This is Allen time. It's the Allen show. And you know what happened?
That doesn't surprise me.
I would take a couple shots, and I would sit right back down
feels
on the
like
bench.
leather. It's going to fly.
It's time to get it going. And after I got it going, okay, Allen, we're going to get you back on the bench. And you do feel that pressure because you're trying to impress the coach.
I know.
And I get it. This is the NBA. This is, Moses Moody. You got to fight through it. But it is tough, Whitey. I don't care what level it is. When you know if I mess up, I'm getting yanked.
Yeah, I know that. I just don't think Kerr not developing the young players. First of all, I don't think that's an issue. But if it is, I don't think that's what's contributing to this. Because again, last night we saw one of the really head-scratching aspects of the season. Okay, we know the young players aren't where the Warriors hoped they'd be, but how many times have we seen a player like Draymond last night, and I'll give you another example in a second, the players that are supposed to be making all those plays fail to come through. Right. Draymond quitting in a key moment of a game, close game, second quarter. How about, Saric tore up the Warriors last night in his limited minutes. There was an inbounds play where he scored, where you had Kenny Atkinson, Anthony Slater detailed this in The Athletic, but I remember when it happened. Kenny Atkinson's waving instructions, and the Warriors looks like they're in the zone on an inbounds play, and the ball's coming out inbounds from the baseline, and Clay is behind Saric. So you can't guard a guy from there.
No.
He's behind him. So you got the man and then the ball, and they're both in front of Clay. And so they just inbound and he scores, and Kenny Atkinson throws his papers. Those are the type of plays those to me are totally inexcusable, because those are the guys that are supposed to make the fundamental plays.
6 turnovers for Steph Curry. I know he dropped 40 points. But 6 turnovers for Steph Curry, 2 turnovers Draymond Green, 2 turnovers Jonathan Kuminga, 2 turnovers Klay Thompson, 2 turnovers Dante DiVincenzo.
I got 21 total?
They had 21 total. Andre
awful.
Iguodala had 3 turnovers in 12 minutes. That's atrocious.
And it was like 26 points, I think, Oklahoma City scored off the turnovers.
Yeah. And the thing is, we've been doing this since the beginning of the season. We've been trying to blame everybody else, okay? We come on these airwaves. You can't say anything bad about any of the core pieces or somebody's going to come after you. Well, you can come after anybody if you want, but everybody, if this failure is a pie chart, you can't exclude the core pieces. You can't exclude Steve Kerr. You can't exclude any of them. We're going to talk to Steve Kerr a little bit later as well. The point is just when you lose as a team. That's just what it is. So you can't exclude anybody. We talked about that Draymond play and how it didn't look great. It looked awful. It was a terrible look for the team, and it was a terrible look for Draymond Green. It's a terrible look for the vibes. Everybody talks about the vibes are great. Well, the vibes can be great, but as soon as you start losing, nobody has good vibes while you're losing. That's impossible. That does not happen. So I just think that we did it from early on this season, Whitey, when it was, James Wiseman's getting too many minutes. They're doing this, they're doing that. And I distinctly remember James Wiseman, I don't even know if he went on the road trip or he did not get a lot of minutes when they went on that first road trip and they lost to the LaMelo-less Hornets and they lost to the Magic.
He got some minutes in there, the Orlando game especially. Yeah. Yeah, Wiseman was, and he got.
When was it where Wiseman was not playing early on in the season, the first stint, and everybody was saying, well, you can't blame him anymore because the Warriors were still losing.
We will get back to that on the text line here, Xfinity Mobile text line. Allen would get cooked by Guru one-on-one.
Can we stop with that?
I don't even know if I should read that.
Well, you already did, Whitey. Thank you, though.
Guru said he was going to be listening. Maybe he sent that. Coming up, this is the type of rim protection the Dubs need. Everybody talks about rim protection. Tell you exactly the type of rim protection the Warriors need and don't have right now. Steve Kerr coming up at 4. It's Whitey Gleason, Allen Stiles. Today we are sponsored by Pfizer.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots.
95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr coming up at 4 o'clock today. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles. You know, Alan, if you want to win 2 tickets to see the Warriors and the aforementioned Spurs March 31st, all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get it? Listen. More and more chances. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen. Every hour you listen, there's another chance to win, up to, would that be like 8 entries per day, Alan? That was never my strong suit.
There you go.
Download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to warriors.com for your tickets now. The Warriors lost last night. And the Warriors, I bought into it too, Alan. The way they played at home, they won without Steph. And above all, they were playing defense. I thought, this is it. Proverbial corner. If they haven't turned it, they've at least gotten there. And then the last 2 games, especially last night, they didn't play any defense.
No.
None.
There were some bad, when they go back and they look at the film, there were some bad non-rotations that happened, Whitey. Just, it was as if they never played together. Some of the possessions where somebody doesn't roll over, and I know Jordan Poole gets a lot of flack, but it was a team effort. Now, Jordan Poole did not help himself, but it was a team effort and how bad it looked defensively.
I don't know if this is fair. I intend to ask Steve Kerr about this, and it's a type of question where he's probably going to just, kind of diplomatically, dismiss it. But to me, the last 2 games, Jordan Poole coming off the bench, he doesn't look like he's playing as hard to me. Now, that's hard to say when you're sitting there at home whether a guy's playing hard or not, but he just doesn't look like he's playing with much intensity the last 2 games. Plus, I know you were looking up some numbers.
Oh, I got
doing your stats. He ain't shooting the ball real well, Alan.
So the last, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last 7 games, Jordan Poole is shooting 25% from 3. Now, that's great. I know the baseball season's about to start. 250 nowadays, that's great as a batting average, but as a 3-point percentage, that's not great, Whitey. Specifically when you're shooting nearly 9 threes a game, shooting 8.7 threes a game. That's not going to do it. And yesterday, I know it was later in the game. It might have been the 4th quarter where Jordan Poole just continued to clank wide open threes. Wide open threes, Whitey.
1 for 7 beyond the arc. I saw a note today on Twitter. I think it was Steve Berman, Bay Area sports guy, pointed out that Draymond's actually shooting the 3 ball better than Jordan Poole.
That's bad.
Yeah. Good for Draymond. He's brought it up a little bit. For him, he's having a good year, but there's no way Jordan Poole should be lagging behind Draymond Green. We all talk about rim protection. They need rim protection. That team needs, he's a good rim protector. Sometimes I think that we get lost in the idea that, it's like soccer and you can have a goalie back there. You stay there and protect the rim. It doesn't work that way. But you know who the best rim protectors are in my book, Alan?
Who?
It's the guards and the wings that keep the ball out of the freaking paint in the first place.
Yeah.
And the Warriors had none of that last night.
No.
It was like, right this way, Mr. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, right.
Roll out the red carpet right to the rim.
Yeah. Would you like some tea on your way in?
Yes.
Well, Dante DiVincenzo, and you know me, Whitey, I'm on Twitter a lot, and somebody said, hey, I can't believe you're counting this team out when they're not even healthy. And I said, look, man.
That's a fair point.
Look at what we've seen. We've seen a pretty large sample size here, and they responded saying, well, you don't have Andrew Wiggins, and you don't have, obviously, GP2. My answer to that is, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I cannot, if we're going to have a conversation, I just have to talk about who's currently playing. I can't live in a world where GP2 and Andrew Wiggins comes back right before the playoffs. Because it doesn't look like that's the case, Whitey. I don't know when GP2 is coming back, and I have no clue when Andrew Wiggins is coming back. So, yes, would the defense look much better with those 2 guys on the court? It would. But until they're actually on the court, then I don't know what we're talking about. We have to deal with who's playing. And the people playing right now, the players playing right now, besides Dante DiVincenzo that are guarding at the guard position, I know Steph has improved a lot, but he's still coming back from injury. Those guys have not stepped it up.
No, they haven't. But it is fair if you're looking for reasons to be hopeful, if not outright optimistic. The Warriors' biggest problem has been at the defensive end. Like last night, they, what's the word? There's like a term for it. They stunk.
Yes.
Last night. That's a term, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, a scientific term as well.
Yeah. But, if you get GP2 back, huge if, what does he do best? He defends well. Wiggins was a good defender. So I could see how, that they are what they are right now. Their record is what you are what your record says you are and all that. Yeah, but if you get those guys back and if they improve you defensively, then it's reasonable to think maybe they start to defend better on the road. But the whole home road thing too, that's like there's so much with this team where you got to figure out that there's more than meets the eye to a lot of this stuff. It doesn't make sense.
It could be mental, and we talked about Moses Moody in the first segment and how when you have a short leash, sometimes that's tough. But it could be mental as well. I think that at this point, the Warriors know that they stink on the road, and because they know they stink on the road, they play like it. It's weird, right? I mean, you would think with the guys that they have, 3 Hall of Famers, Steve Kerr, a Hall of Fame coach, you would think somebody could get in there and say, hey, we got to figure this out. I'm not saying these conversations aren't happening, but something's not translating because there's no way that you should be losing. And I think you made a good point, Whitey. LA, things get weird. I think last weekend, wasn't it Draymond's birthday? So you're in LA, Draymond's kicking it with LeBron, I'm sure. You kind of saw what happened in LA happening. You would have hoped they could have overcome it. Didn't happen. But this one right here, Whitey, in Oklahoma City Thunder, that can't happen. Mm-hmm. That to me is the issue.
Near where we live, Alan, unfortunately, there is a skunk that met its demise in like lane 2. And I don't know if you've ever been anywhere near a skunk, and it's still out there. Mm-hmm. And that, I mean, stink doesn't begin to describe. Like my dog, we'll be walking, my dog's like stops. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Let's go the other way. Yeah, that's the smell of the Warriors on the road this year. Dead skunk in the middle of the road, 7-25.
It just keeps getting worse.
7-25. Steph addressed the issues his team's having away from home.
I think just the way we've played on the road, first and foremost, but the fact of how hard it is to win an NBA game on the road. I don't care what you've accomplished in the past or what talent you have or whatever. There's certain momentum swings that make it really even more difficult. You know, we haven't proven that we can overcome those by just raw talent. We have to continue to stay accountable to those moments where you give the other team life, whether that's a turnover or a missed box out, not running back in transition, you know, those type of plays that you watch the film and it's like, yeah, we can do something better. Those are things that you can control. You can't control whether they make or miss shots or how hot they might get. It's just those type of plays where you just give them life, and on the road it's tough.
That, by the way, is my pet peeve. I used to coach a little bit, you know.
Okay.
Really good team. I coached a young ladies team. They were excellent. They could have won most of the games without a coach. But be that as it may, the one thing that drove me crazy, if you don't get back on defense, and Steph said, yeah, sometimes you don't get back. There is no excuse for that. Just run from there to there so you're standing between the other team and the basket. And that's one of the things Draymond did on that weird play last night.
That was a weird play. And the other thing that Steph said was, you can't help if teams get hot. Yeah, but you can help if they're wide open. You can't help that.
You're right, sir.
You can't help whether it goes in or not, but you can help if you put a hand in their face. How about that?
You are right. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line, same number. Let's talk to Marvin in San Francisco on 95.7 The Game. Marvin, what is going on here with the Warriors?
Hey, I got about 5 bullet points. One, the Warriors don't have a defensive coach, and Steve Kerr can't coach defense. It's been that way since the very beginning. He's a planner. He's not a coach. Last year we had Mike Brown on the bench. Look at the enthusiasm and the energy Sacramento plays with, and they suck on defense too. But he had 2 sides of the ball to deal with up there. But anyway, him not being there, Kerr gets in no one's face. He doesn't even he hesitates even to get technicals when he's getting terrible calls against him. So Steve, I think, is a little too low energy for this team. The Warriors never come out in the first quarter, even in a game that everybody knows they have to win. They never come out with the knife in the teeth. They never come out like this game is desperation time. They go down 20 points in the first quarter. How many times in a row now, even to teams that aren't really that good? Now, number 2, he blew the first month of this season. We went 0-5 on the first road trip with our starters. He should have been playing these kids and giving them minutes in the beginning of the season, but he wanted to go 18-2 again, so they had an ability to do that maybe in the middle of the season. Not doing that, we ended up as a 500 team, and we still haven't given these kids minutes. He said he was going to give Moody time on a YouTube video, and the next game he played 4 minutes. I don't know what Moody did, but he looks a lot better than Jerome in terms of how much he can contribute to what the team is doing. He's fallen in love with those guys. And I think that the bottom line is, I think Kerr may be reaching the end of the line. We need to get a coach who communicates better with the players. And we need to bring, how about this one? Let's bring in Mark Jackson as assistant defensive coach for the last 12 or 15 games of this season. And let's see if that defense doesn't improve. I'm tired of this stuff, watching these teams go down 15, 18 points in the first quarter when they should be coming out in games they know how to win. It doesn't matter what happens in the fourth quarter. If you go down 20 points in the beginning of the game, that's my take. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Marvin. I don't agree with a lot of what Marvin said. But do you want to, anything there you want to?
Well, the only thing I would say is, yes, we've all said, okay, the Moses Moody thing has been weird. I know we spoke in the previous segment about Moses Moody being somewhat of a tweener, and I get all that. But in terms of guys and the young guys not getting playing time, I'm looking here at Kuminga just to start the season. There were some games where he did not play, but he went 13 minutes, 7 minutes, 7 minutes, 15 minutes. Couple games, he went about 4 games not playing, but then he had 19 minutes, 37 minutes. So Kuminga was playing. We talked about this during the break because I mentioned when people started saying, well, you can't blame James Wiseman anymore, and I thought it was on that first road trip. It turns out what I was speaking of was when the Warriors started losing. That was in late November, where James Wiseman was inactive for about 7 games, something like that, 7-10 games, and the Warriors only won. They went 4-6 or something like that, and everybody's saying, well, James Wiseman wasn't a part of that. But at the beginning of the season,
he played the first 10 games.
60 minutes, 60 minutes, 19 minutes, 18 minutes. So he gave the young guys chances besides Moses Moody. That's just something that we're never going to figure out because he's still not playing them. And I'm also willing to bet, as much as we're sitting here huffing and puffing about Moses Moody, I'm willing to bet the record isn't much different if Moses Moody had been playing that much more.
I don't agree that Moses Moody is better than Ty Jerome this year. Ty Jerome, by the way, I know he's a two-way player, but he was actually drafted 4 slots ahead of Jordan Poole in the same draft class.
Yeah.
He was considered he was a first-round pick. And as far as the defensive-minded coach, I mean, Ron Adams is still there. Ron Adams he's what would he be, an advisor? He's still around. He's a defensive mastermind. He's still there. I don't think Mike Brown going to Sacramento all of a sudden left them, bereft of any defensive
I think it probably
acumen. Kenny Atkinson he was a head coach. He's a good coach too.
I think it probably did affect them though. I mean,
that's fair.
But the only
But again,
reason,
the Sacramento's defense is terrible.
And I'm going to be honest right now, because people do this and we have this revisionist history because people are upset. And I get it because the Warriors aren't playing well. Did anybody know that Mike Brown was a defensive specialist before they got smacked in Memphis because Steve Kerr was out and the offense looked terrible and they lost by about 50? Did anybody know that Mike Brown was specifically the defensive specialist before that? Because a lot of people found out that day.
Yeah.
And Mike Brown saying, I focus on the defense. Now everybody latches that onto their brain and Mike Brown defense. And now the Warriors defense stinks. It also can be, it's the players that you have. Jordan Poole has not gotten better. Andrew Wiggins hasn't been on the floor. Steph Curry hasn't been on the floor. When he is on the floor, is only an average defender at best. Draymond Green, he's been okay. Kevon Looney, we know what he does. Kuminga, as much as we want to say, hey, he's ready. He's Darrell Reeves. Put him on the island. He ain't there yet. He's getting there, but he ain't there yet. So sometimes when Whitey, I love to eat. I love my shows. If my wife asks me to go make a gourmet meal and I open the fridge and I have peanut butter, carrots, and bread, how can I make a gourmet meal with peanut butter?
Anybody can do it. You
and bread?
can, but I don't like your chances.
This is a You can try to pretty it up. This is a deconstructed carrot and peanut butter sandwich, but it's still going to taste the same.
Not good either.
Not
good. And then Mike Brown, by the way, there was a time when he was an offensive coach, but he did a great job last year, without question. Mark Jackson coming here it's not the answer. Marvin, understand your frustration, appreciate your passion, but Mark Jackson coming here, that doesn't solve anything.
Well, it would never happen.
No.
Number one.
888-957-9570. Tom's in Sonoma. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. Tom, you're on with Alan Stiles and Whitey. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thank you for listening to me. Hey, the problem here is not how they're playing, what they're playing. It's a tale of one of the teams, which means that when you play at home, you got the best record, you play the best defense, you got your fans on your side, you got momentum, you got something to pump you up. When you're on the road, You got to rely on each other, and there's the problem. These guys have never healed from the pull green punch. These guys are divided. Kerr needs to meet with these guys and heal from within. If they don't do this before the season's over, they're done. They are so dysfunctional. They don't trust each other. You know, you can see resentment. Green giving up on the team. I mean, it's just, I can go on and on. I'll take your responses off here.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. It's a fair point. Where are you with the punch and lingering after effects?
It's too far gone now, I feel. I think that they've probably, I mean, there's no way they haven't had a conversation already. So now it's just a matter of, are you going to have another conversation? And hey, guys, do we need to revisit this? Because I don't believe there's any way that they haven't talked about this at least twice already. Maybe more than that.
Yeah. I think that it goes something like this. I think whatever led to the punch was, I don't think that punch necessarily started anything. I think it was a symptom of some of that disconnect and that dysfunction. So you see where I'm going here? If that's true, then you got Draymond and Poole. There's some dysfunction there. There's the punch. The dysfunction was already there. It made things worse, and then you deal with it like, hey, I shouldn't have done that. But that doesn't make the dysfunction go away. And every time there's an issue, it seems, on the court, Jordan Poole's involved in it. I'm not saying it's his fault, but Steph threw his mouthpiece. Why? Jordan Poole did something, didn't throw him the ball. Last night we saw it. We've seen Steve Kerr actually yelling at Jordan Poole, lock the F in. Jordan Poole is part of the problem. He's not the cause of all these things. That wouldn't be fair.
Why do you want to ship him off, don't you?
You can't now, but I sure would in the offseason if this doesn't turn around. If I had a chance to do that and upgrade my team, because he doesn't play basketball the way the Warriors play basketball.
Wow. I can't believe that.
He's not. He doesn't defend. The Warriors are like, defend well, share the ball, player movement, ball movement at the other end. And he's not about either one of those things. That doesn't make him a bad player. It just makes him not a very good fit for the way the Warriors play. I think there's resentment because of that. I think there's also resentment because he got paid. That's just the way it looks to me. A lot of times. It's not just the punch. Last night, another example. Something went wrong. What was going on there? Well, it was something with Jordan Poole.
You heard it here first, folks. Whitey Gleason says Jordan Poole is the same as Eric Paschall.
Eric Paschall, he just wasn't good enough. But, I think they resent Jordan Poole. I was talking to Guru and Steiny about this today. I poked my head in during their show, and they were talking about the young players and the veterans and the disconnect. To me, it's not the young players, it's Jordan Poole. And they said, they don't like Kuminga either. I think they can tolerate Kuminga, but there's something about Jordan Poole that rubs people the wrong way, and he has rubbed his teammates the wrong way. Maybe it's not his fault, but that's part of what's going on with this team.
Well, when Jordan Poole gets attacked, it's normally pretty quick. I think he's got a slick mouth. I think he can say some things to get under your skin, and I think he's
like Lucas that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I feel like he thinks that he has arrived. He did some things in this league last season, and he helped them win a championship. Let's not get it twisted. The Warriors do not win that championship last season without Jordan Poole. And if you want to make an argument for legitimately or literally the Celtics and that finals run, then we can argue that. But I'm saying even seeding, because Steph Curry was out. Okay, Draymond Green was out, and Jordan Poole stepped up. And I will say, on the positive note, Jordan Poole has been asked to do a lot. I know there are a lot of young players that get asked to do a lot. Tyrese Maxey, he starts sometimes, he doesn't start sometimes. So Jordan Poole is not the only one being put in this position, but he's the only one being put in this position to where somebody that comes back is the best shooter to ever live.
Did you think? Yeah. Did you think he should have gotten that tech last night? The T.
I was curious if he said something while he handed the ball off, but I did see, I don't know if you saw this, Whitey, back in, 2020, 2021, that same ref did the same thing to J.J. Redick in the bubble.
Really?
That same ref. He did the same thing, and J.J. Redick passed him the ball, and he came out and said, I saw the refs, whatever, and that's probably what they're going to say with Jordan Poole. He passed it back to the ref with excessive force, which is... Take that for what you want.
I don't think he did that, but you played basketball. Especially if you're an NBA player, I would assume, how to throw a bounce pass so it bounces up to a guy. And he threw it so it bounced off the guy's shit.
Is that tech worthy, though?
In the heat of the moment, the referee thought that, if you call a foul on a guy and then he short hops you so that this ball bounce off your shin, you're going to give him a T.
But I think that also is probably Jordan Poole had been maybe giving it to that ref the whole game, and it had led up to it. I don't think it was the punch. I don't think it was the pass by itself, but I do think, okay, this guy's been giving it to me all game, and now he's throwing the ball, and it's hitting me in the shins.
There's something about him. Wouldn't you agree? And maybe it's not fair, but there's something about him. Even he rubs the officials the wrong way.
Yeah, but can we really have that conversation when Draymond Green has been on this team?
Well, he does too. I'm just saying.
I'll give you this. For everybody that is upset with Jordan Poole, can we just at least have this conversation that Jordan Poole is a little bit of a result of what he has learned from the other players on the team?
That could be. That's interesting.
And maybe Steve Kerr hasn't figured out how to handle it, because where does his heat checks come from? Steph Curry. Well, last year, Jordan Poole was making some heat checks. I'm just saying. He's taking some heat checks. He's taking, he makes a half-court shot. We all loved it during the finals. Klay Thompson taking heat checks. And, hey, well, Steph's not in. Klay's not in. I got to be that guy. That's number one. Number two, chirping at the refs. Well, Draymond chirps at the refs. It's hard to say, well, they can do that because they're Hall of Famers, but you can't. It's easy for us to do that. It's hard for Steve Kerr to do that. So I would say, is Jordan Poole a product of his environment? Just a little bit.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Vince in San Francisco on 95.7 The Game. Vince, you're on with Whitey and Alan Stiles. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, fellas?
Good. We're getting ready for Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock. What do you got for us?
All right, so two things. One, I think whenever Steph is out or he's not on the floor and they know he's not going to play, I feel like there's a sense of urgency from the rest of the team. There's a little bit more effort and a little more drive with them, and versus when he's on the floor. It seems like they kind of rely on his scoring, and for him to just kind of take over games, he does, but then it's 1 against 5. Really, I mean, he dropped 40 and we lost. The other thing is, I don't know if it's necessarily our team doesn't have defensive players or guys who could play good defense. Rather, I think it's the scheme. We've been playing the same type of defense where we switch and we rotate and we switch. And I think teams figured it out and they cracked that code and they're able to just be a step ahead of us, because it seems like guys are getting a lot of open looks in the corners, or there's a guy who maybe missed the rotation or it was by design by the offense that gives them an easy lane to the bucket.
Thanks for the call. Maybe we'll take that up with Coach Kerr, but I think it's an interesting point. When you're a step behind, the other team's a step ahead. Sometimes that seems to be strategy. Sometimes, Alan, it's just physical, and you got an older team, and I wonder how much of that is a factor. We'll get into that coming up, as we promised. Coach Kerr is coming up top of the hour. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, and we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It's Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles with you today. We've got Steve Kerr, the coach of the Warriors, coming up at 4 o'clock, and obviously we have a lot to talk to Coach Kerr about. Alan, I want to see what you thought of this. We may have to ask Coach Kerr about this. Last night, after the loss to Oklahoma City, Steph Curry was asked how he feels. And is there anything here more that we need to discuss, or can we just take this at face value? Steph Curry asked how, he's been back 2 games, he was hurt. How does he feel?
Physically feel great, emotionally all over the place.
Now, when I first heard that, I thought, well, he's all over the place because they're losing. I know other people have suggested, whoa, hey, what's going on? To me, it's that simple. It's like physically feels great, emotionally he's really distraught because of this roller coaster season.
Yeah, I that's what I would take from it. I'm not going to go anywhere else with the the personal or anything like that. We have no clue, but just in terms of what's happening on the basketball court, his emotions probably are all over the place, because I think there was a good point that a texter or caller brought up. So much is on his shoulders, and how do you find that balance between, okay, it's hard to figure out what the change was when they go to LA, because you had Klay Thompson doing his thing. You had Jordan Poole doing his thing. Steph Curry comes back. Steph Curry is playing well, but now Jordan Poole is the guy who is having issues, and Steph probably feels, how can we get to a point where I'm going to do my thing? We know how selfless Steph is. How can we do what we need to do, and I can get mine and score there, but we don't lose literally, and also lose in terms of what we're getting from the other guys.
This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Steve Kerr, top of the hour. Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. Sources tell me, Alan, that you think maybe I'm being a little too tough on Jordan Poole.
I think you want him out of here. I want him out of here.
I think he doesn't fit with the way the Warriors do things. And I don't know if I'm not saying it's his fault. Remember when he first got here, and he talked about this. The one thing I'll always say about Jordan Poole is, after his first year, which was terrible, he worked his ass off to make himself an NBA player. There's no doubt about that, and that's very commendable. But he talked about how, hey, when I got here, they wanted me to be a catch-and-shoot guy, like Klay, and I couldn't do it. And that's what they were trying to get me to be, and I had to be me. And I think that's been an ongoing issue with him. The team wants him to be some things that he isn't interested in being, and I think that causes some friction sometimes.
Going back to some of these guys, other 6 men that can score the basketball, but not really too sure if they would have worked with the Warriors. I was joking with you about Eric Paschall before the break, but
good bit, though.
Lou Williams, Jamal Crawford. These are guys that we know can score in this league. But when you did look at them, you thought, do they fit with this version of the Warriors? Probably not. I feel like that's where you're going with this. There's not fitting with a team doesn't mean you can't ball in this league. It just means you don't fit with the team.
Yeah.
But here's my problem,
and plus,
Whitey.
he's just not playing well, and that's part of it too.
No, but here's my problem. So now we're getting a little bit too specific here, because we're saying James Wiseman doesn't fit with the team because of what they're trying to do versus his skill set. You get rid of him. Now
He
we're
had
saying
21 last night, by the way.
Okay, I know, because you had it up in the green room. When I'm trying to get ready, I got to look at Wiseman's stats. So you get rid of Wiseman because he didn't quote-unquote fit. And now we're having conversations about Jordan Poole not quote-unquote fitting. At what point, and I know this team wins championships, so that's all that matters, but it's getting a little bit too specific, huh? It's almost as if we're just trade away all your draft picks because you don't know if these guys are going to fit, just to get guys that you know have been in the league. Hey, Dante DiVincenzo, we know he fits. GP2, we know he fits from what we've seen him do in the league. We're just not going to waste our time with draft picks because we have no clue whether they're going to fit or not.
Fair point. I want to know what you think as to whether he fits or not. Let's get to that. But first, we go to Jesse, 888-957-9570. Jesse in Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Jesse?
Doing well. Thank you guys for taking my call. I just wanted to listen to you guys talk, kind of just, take a step back. I think the Warriors approach every day, it changes. And a guy like Poole, you got to keep him confident every single night. And I think, he's the most, we were so critical of him because everybody wants to compare him to Curry. He's not Curry. He's Jordan Poole. And I think people just got to take a step back and just say, hey, let Jordan Poole be Jordan Poole. And now that Curry's back in the rotation, things are changing every single night. So, big picture, make it to the playoffs, things will still continue to change. And that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, Jesse, the voice of reason. Do you think, am I overstating it? Because to me, I see it plainly. That doesn't mean it's actually there, but to me, I see, and I've always seen with him, just not a great fit. Am I wrong? Is there something I'm missing? I'm judging him too harshly in that regard?
I think he's still young. I think he can become a better fit. I think he's a good fit because Klay Thompson doesn't really... Klay's been doing a lot more creating. Let me start there. But historically, Klay doesn't necessarily create in the way that Jordan Poole can.
He can be a good playmaker when he wants to be.
He can, so. But I think Jordan Poole can too. I think.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying Jordan Poole.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Exactly. I think Jordan Poole just has some really hot games and some really cold games. And I would say this as well, Whitey. Jordan Poole is on this team. They're trying to figure out what they have. They had to pay him the same way you paid the Tyler Heroes of the world, the Tyrese Maxey.
Didn't have to pay him yet, but they did. That's okay.
I wouldn't have, Whitey. You had to.
Why? Why?
Because of what he just did, and then you let him go to the open market. There's nothing wrong with
still
this.
could have matched him. He would have been restricted.
But you can still trade him, like as if you want to do. You can trade him right now.
It depends.
You
I'm
want to
looking
trade
at it. I'm not saying get rid. You literally can't trade. Well, it's very difficult to trade him until the offseason. Go ahead.
The only other thing I'll say is that Steph Curry isn't going to play forever, and Klay Thompson isn't going to play forever. So, unless you don't think that Jordan Poole is good enough to be the future, which is maybe something they're trying to figure out, I don't think that the Warriors right now, if he doesn't fit the Warriors right now aren't going to be the Warriors forever. And if you get rid of a guy because he doesn't fit this version of the Warriors, a young player, you already got rid of one, you're going to get rid of Kuminga next because he doesn't fit?
Well, Kuminga fits. I don't like where you're going. I understand.
But was anybody saying Jordan... Well, I know you were, but was anybody really saying Jordan Poole didn't fit last year?
Well, here's what I would ask you this. Jordan Poole is not playing well this year. And I know maybe that's because of some of the other stuff. But there is the other stuff. He isn't playing well. He doesn't defend. We know that.
Not yet.
Yeah. And there seem to be issues, at least between him and some of the players, and at least between he and Draymond. And it looks like, Steph has expressed exasperation with him as well. So why do I want to keep him? If that's the case, if he's not playing well and there's friction there, why do I want to keep him? I'm not saying there isn't an answer, but I'm asking you, what is that answer?
The only reason I would be on your side is because I think that the value that a trade could bring with Jordan Poole would be great.
Yes.
That's the I cannot disagree with you there. I just feel that what Jordan Poole can bring to this team, and when it does look stagnant, you're happy when if Jordan Poole giveth, Jordan Poole taketh away. That's what it is. And Steph Curry, how many, has he eclipsed 70 games?
Is that the Bible or is that Shakespeare? That's the Bible, right? That's the Bible.
That's the book of A Sizzle. That's what that is.
All right.
That was me on the basketball court back in the day, A Sizzle, Jordan Poole.
Mark Randy just hit his eyes when you said that.
Come on, Mark. It was a good nickname. It was and one times. You remember those days.
Oh, God.
Jordan Poole and what...
A Sizzle?
A Styles.
Yeah,
but when I get on the court, when I get on the court,
right,
it's time to sizzle.
It's even worse that you say the book of A Sizzle. I mean, that's just crossing the line.
What?
He's allowed. He was literally he was a college athlete, so
But it was not basketball.
I know, but still, you got some.
It's fair enough. Yeah. I don't know. Look, Whitey, if you want to move him, then move him. I just think that when Jordan Poole's going well, there are no questions about fit or the future. And when Jordan Poole is going bad, he's like a roller coaster. It's just really high and really low. And I don't know if you ever been to what is it now? It's not called Marine World anymore. What is it? Six Flags.
Six Flags.
It's just Six Flags.
Vallejo,
so if you go to, he's like Medusa. He's like the ride Medusa.
Okay.
It's up and down.
Used to have a great golf course out there, by the way, before they built that place.
There you go.
Lake Chabot in Vallejo. Tremendous. 888-957-9570. Sean in San Francisco joins us, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Sean? Got some comments on the Warriors quote-unquote system?
Hey, yeah, thanks for taking my call. It's been a pleasure listening to you guys. And it's about Jordan Poole and the system, what you guys have been talking about. It seems to me like players that thrive in the system are players that can see shades of gray. meaning they can read and react a lot like with the old Spurs. And what I think was just said about Poole being up and down like Medusa is true, but I think he's more of a black and white type player, and you see it manifest itself in games. You know, it seems like some games he's decided, I'm going to attack. Some games he decides he's going to lay back. And it seems like their system is built for players that can read and react, which, to your point, is hard to find in the draft. But that was my only point. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sean.
No, I really like that point from Sean because, I've said before, Whitey, Jordan Poole, very early in the game, you see what his vibe is going to be. You see what type of swag he's on. Some days he legitimately looks in the mirror and says, I'm just going to be Rajon Rondo, and I'm just passing all day long. I don't feel like shooting today. Other days he decides, I'm going to be the next coming of Steph Curry, and I'm going to shoot every chance I get. And I don't know, I initially thought that maybe it was Steve Kerr having conversations with him and him just being a young player taking it too far. Hey, you need to distribute the basketball. And now Jordan Poole takes it in. The next game, he's just forcing everything, just pass, and he's not shooting at all in a game where they need him to now shoot. In the same way, okay, offensively, coach says I need to do this, so I'm going to only do that. And I think it's a great call by Sean because he can't react. He goes in, taking it back to baseball. Do you guess or do you react? Jordan Poole is a guesser. If it's a curveball, he's guessing curveball, and if they throw a fastball, he cannot react, at least not yet.
On the text line here from the 541, Jordan Poole giveth and Jordan Poole taketh too many bad threes. I don't know, what do you give that? Is that, you like that? Score that?
That's the whole team, though. Too many bad threes.
We'll get to that in just a moment. Steve Kerr coming up as well. You are listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 95.7 The Game, San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, moments away from Coach Kerr. We have him. Thank you, Mark Randy. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Coach, as always, thank you so much for your time. It's Whitey and Alan Stiles today. All things considered, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine. We're hearing from a lot of Warrior fans who are frustrated, of course, as I'm sure you and your staff have been. I have to start, Coach, with the play in which Draymond turned his back on the ball. Speaking of frustration, gave up on the play, failed to get back, although OKC failed to score. It seemed in a way like we were witnessing the opening of to see Draymond doing that, it was like a crack in the foundation of the team. Is that, Coach, in your estimation, is that an overreaction?
Well, it was one of several plays in the first half where I felt we were disconnected, and I think there's no question that it can't happen. Though you have to stay connected throughout every game. There's always going to be moments of frustration. There were a lot of moments of frustration in that game last night, and Draymond knows he was wrong. We talked about it at halftime. He knew he was wrong. He let his frustration get the best of him, and he came back out and competed and played well and played hard in the second half. And these things happen in the course of an 82-game season, and as long as they don't linger, you keep pushing forward.
Coach, it feels like we've had this conversation before. Basically, anytime Steph goes out and he comes back and how it affects Jordan Poole. I'm just curious, is there a conversation that you've had, or are there conversations that you continue to have with Jordan Poole when Steph is out with injury and then comes back? If it's anything like, hey, we know you need to be more aggressive here, or hey, we know you're going back to the bench, but you still need to do X, Y, and Z. Are those conversations that you're still working through with Jordan Poole being a young player?
Well, that's part of coaching, is having individual conversations with your players all the time. So I'm touching base with all of our guys, and Jordan is definitely one of them as a young player who's really talented and who's had a lot of success, but also has a lot of growth ahead of him, which is one of the things that's exciting about JP and where he may be a few years from now. So all of this for him, just like all young players, is part of the experience, of being in the NBA. There's ups and there's downs and there's adversity, and we've had a ton of adversity this year. Jordan has personally had plenty of it, and it's all about how you respond. But the thing that makes a season like this difficult is when you've got guys in and out and you've got stops and starts. It's tough for individual players to find a comfort zone. Find certain lineup combinations, certain roles, certain substitution patterns, because everything's kind of all over the place. And so it's tough on Jordan, it's tough on everybody, but it's his job and it's everybody's job to just keep playing, because it's still the same job. You're still going out there and playing, and you got to make good plays continuously at both ends.
Steve Kerr with us on 95.7 The Game. This may not be fair, Coach, but I know after you went on the winning streak, Ron Adams was on TV, and he was asked, what's going on with the defense? He said, the guys are just playing with more juice. Now, Jordan Poole, to me, in the last couple games coming off the bench, he doesn't seem, it's hard to say sitting at home, but doesn't seem to be playing with much juice. Is he having a hard time finding his way into the game as the sixth man? Is that an issue at all, or am I just way off on that?
No, I think what I just said is definitely a factor for Jordan. It's been tough for him to be in and out of the lineup, to have his rotation changed. But the same goes for Kuminga, and the same goes for Looney, and the same goes for Dante. And, you can go down the list. But what I've experienced in my NBA career, both as a player and as a coach, is when things go well and you have a good season, and you have consistency of health and good play, it's really easy for everybody to fall into a role. And when things are topsy-turvy and you go through adversity, roles change, and it's really hard to find your role and to fill your role when a season is really bumpy. And that's what I see this year. Just a lot of stops and starts, as I said, and changing lineups, and it just makes it difficult on a lot of guys. But that's the way it is, and you got to play through it.
Coach, you have one more game for this 3-game road trip before you come back home, and I'm just curious, obviously, besides guys being in and out of the lineup, the roster doesn't necessarily change when you're home and on the road. Could any of this at this point be mental in terms of when you're on the road, just it's starting to now avalanche into something, we don't play well on the road, and then you play into that maybe mentally, or is it just a physical thing? What could it be?
Well, obviously, we've been looking at this since the very beginning of the season. We started out 0-5 on our East Coast road trip, and that kind of put us behind the 8 ball, and we've been swimming upstream, ever since. I'm mixing my metaphors here, but we've just the slow start contributed to the road woes for sure. And the interesting thing is when you look at the numbers, teams are just shooting the lights out against us from 3 on the road. And then when we get back to Chase, they don't shoot the 3 nearly as well. It's a dramatic difference. Last night felt like one of those games where, man, they were hitting everything. I think at the end of the first quarter, you get the young guy, Jang, who hits a sidestep 3 from 26 feet at the buzzer. He was shooting 25% from 3 going into the game. So you just don't expect that on the road, and yet it's happening. And so we have to look at it and say, all right, is that a fluke? I don't think it's a fluke. I think in general, teams are getting better shots against us on the road than they're getting at home. So that's just about really fortifying your defense at the point of attack. Not having to make as many rotations, keeping the ball in front of you. Just making sure your opponent is getting lesser quality shots than what they're getting.
Yeah, Coach, as fans, we talk a lot about rim protection and rim protection. The best rim protectors, to me, have always been the guys that are able to keep the ball out of the paint in the first place. Mm-hmm. Last night, you didn't have enough of those. So does some of the 3-point numbers other teams are enjoying, does it actually start at the point of attack? And that's where the defense is just not what you need it to be, actually on the ball at times.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. But you have to go into each game with a game plan based on who you're playing. And OKC's not a great 3-point shooting team. They're decent, but not great. Our key going into the game was keeping them off the foul line and keeping them away from the paint. We just didn't want to give up transition layups and half-court layups and fouls. And the game, despite the slow start for us, we had a 4-point lead in the third quarter. So it really was the fouls in the third that got us. I think they shot 14 or 16 free throws in the third quarter alone, and that just changed everything. So we got a little bit away from our game plan. With that said, watching the tape, I thought OKC played incredibly well. I thought they hit tough shots, and I thought we played well enough to win. And just like I did in LA, I thought we played well enough to beat the Lakers, but we didn't do it. So I try to look at it big picture wise. We won 5 in a row at home. We've played well enough to win the last 2 nights, but we didn't. So we've got to maintain our confidence and get back on the horse tomorrow.
Coach, there have been a lot of questions about the amount of threes that the team is taking and the types of threes that the team is taking. How important is shot selection when it comes to getting back and setting up your defense? All missed shots aren't created equally, so a bad 3-point attempt, it can lead to offense or easy offense for your opponent.
For sure. I mean, you guys hear me talk about connecting the game all the time. Connecting the game meaning you get a good shot on offense, you're going to be in good position defensively. And, if you get a stop on defense, you're going to have a better chance to score in transition before the defense can get set up. So the game's got to connect, and that really starts with good possessions offensively, good shot selection. And there's no question we've had games where we've taken some wild threes, some difficult threes. I never look at the total. I don't really care what the total number of threes is per game. I look at the quality. If we're getting good looks for our good shooters, then the more the merrier. But there are times when bad ones are leading to bad defense.
Coach Kerr, as a player or as a coach, have you ever seen anything like what we have in the Western Conference this year with the standings so packed almost from top to bottom, where every day somebody loses a game, someone else wins, and everything's topsy-turvy? Have you ever seen anything like how compacted these standings are in the conference this year?
Never. And I think the play-in tournament has probably added to it. You got more teams now that are going for it at the trade deadline, more teams that feel like they're alive, but still, even with that, you're talking about just a three game difference in the loss column from 4 to 13, whatever it is. It's crazy. It can turn, everything can just flip in 48 hours depending on the results of a few games. So it's remarkable.
Coach, we're going to change the vibe here and talk about something positive. How good has Donte DiVincenzo been for this team, and did you expect this? We know he did some things in Milwaukee, and he struggled with injury and some other things in Sacramento. How good has he been for the Warriors?
Dante's been great. What an addition, and really a good fit with our team because he's a ball mover. He's really aggressive at both ends of the floor. Excellent defender, and he just plays with energy. He's a competitor and a winner, and he fits with any lineup that we play. He can handle the ball, he can play off the ball, and as I said, he moves it along. It's one of the reasons he's been starting with Steph and Clay because he'll get the ball moving side to side, which is the best way to take advantage of those two shooters. So Dante's been fantastic, and I'm thrilled for him because he'll be a free agent this summer, and he's put himself in a great position going forward.
The great Gary St. Jean always says when he comes on the station, if you want to know what the Warrior offense is about, he says 2 things: player movement, ball movement. And certainly Donte DiVincenzo has been all about that. That said, Coach, I've been a little surprised at the last 2 games, even with Steph back. Still, you've had the slow starts offensively. I thought that, when Steph's back, those will take care of themselves there. Were you a little surprised in the last 2 games that, again, the slow starts have plagued your team?
Yeah, I was, and it's one of the reasons we changed the lineup. the last couple of games. But it's tough to figure, especially given that we've got Steph and Clay in the backcourt. Two incredible shot makers, and the success that we've had with this group. It is surprising that we're getting off to these slow starts. So it's something we're looking at and trying to figure out if there's an answer to it, and we'll keep looking.
We appreciate it. And by the way, I know he's only played limited minutes here, but what have you thought of Andre Iguodala's return so far?
Well, Andre's he understands the game at a level that is so crucial for success. I mean, what he does at both ends, even though he's not really scoring, he's just he's connecting our shooters. He's getting the ball to the right people, and then defensively, he's a genius. I mean, he knows exactly what's happening. He's so long and athletic. Even at this age, he's still incredibly athletic, and he gets in front of somebody. That guy is generally not going to get around him, nor is he going to get a good shot over the top of him. So Andre's he's still a hell of a player.
Coach, you face the Grizzlies tomorrow, and obviously there's been a lot going on with Ja Morant, and even last year there were talks about the team not necessarily being better without Ja Morant, but they played really well when he wasn't on the floor. They've struggled a little bit with him being gone. They have lost 3 straight, but how do you keep the team focused and focus on the task at hand, because this team can still be scary without Ja Morant?
Yeah, I think Tyus Jones is one of the best backup points in the league. I mean, he's a fantastic player. He's given us trouble in the past, and they obviously have got plenty of talent when you look at their roster with Bane and Brooks and Jackson and all these guys. So still a very formidable team, well coached, a two-way team, really good defensively, and they can get out and score. So we know it's going to be a tough game tomorrow, regardless of who's out there.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck to you the rest of the way, Coach. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Okay, you too. Thanks, guys.
Steve Kerr with us here on this Warrior Wednesday, 95.7 The Game. I tell you what, Alan, you mentioned the Grizzlies. I don't know if they ever scared me, but I don't have the same level of respect even for them that I had even last year.
Well, and then it came down earlier today, I believe, that Ja Morant is now going to miss 4 more games. So it's kind of spiraling for the Grizzlies so far. I was actually one of the people, Whitey, as everybody said, the Grizzlies are done. The Warriors, they own them. They can get into their heads. We're not worried about the Grizzlies. I was somebody that thought, all right, I think this is starting to border on a little disrespectful to the Grizzlies. But as this thing continues to happen and they continue to lose games, and I know they're going to say the same thing, hey, there's a lot of time left. We're just trying to get used to no Ja. This whole thing has been kind of rough on us, but it's not looking great for them. It's not. But again, if the Warriors can't take care of this, what's everybody going to say? Well, the Grizzlies are pretty good without Ja if the Warriors lose this game too.
Did you see them at all last night against the Lakers?
A little bit.
People in Sacramento going crazy because Memphis lost, so the Kings are like second in the West.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, light the beam.
Light the beam.
Yeah, but the Grizzlies, you get them in the half court as the Lakers did late in the game. And when they're out in transition, they're as good as anybody. You get them in the half court, especially without Ja. And then Dylan Brooks is just clank, clank, clank. And they have a hard time getting shots. I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors have kind of the same type of defense they had for Russell Westbrook. They may have that for Dylan Brooks tomorrow. Like, go ahead. Yeah, everything you say about Trent, go ahead. Whatever you want. Shoot the ball. Because he can't shoot.
No, he's extremely streaky, and most of the time the streak is not happening. But I would keep an eye on Jaren Jackson, because this is what happens, Whitey. And I told Grandy I'm not playing Prize Picks anymore. I'm trying to stop. All right, I'm trying to get clean. I'm trying to stop my Prize Picks. But I'll tell you this much: if there's somebody to always hammer when you're playing Prize Picks or any of these kind of niche apps, always hammer the forward that's above 6'8", 6'9", that's athletic, that the Warriors cannot handle. And Jaren Jackson, it could be Jaren Jackson. We saw Nas Reed. There's always somebody. Take the over. Jaren Jackson's probably going to ball out.
He's a really good player. He just gets in too much foul trouble. But anyway, that should be fun because of all the... Is it a rivalry in your estimation?
It is. Come on. It's more of a rivalry. People are trying to say that Suns-Mavs is a rivalry now. I mean, because of last year and now Luka and Booker getting into it, And when
okay.
Luka said everybody tough when they're up, and then Luka won. Look, we need more rivalries in the NBA. I think that's a problem with the East Coast. There's no Eastern Conference doesn't really have any rivalries. You can put the Mavs and Suns in the rivalry bucket, but number one, come on now.
Yeah, I know the
It's
Warriors and their
Grizzlies.
fans like to say they haven't beaten the Warriors, so it's not a rivalry. But just the fact that they have your attention makes it a rivalry. And yeah, you've been pounding them and probably will continue to do so. But, you know, that game tomorrow, it's, again, for the Warriors, like, you got to win some of these games eventually.
You do. You do.
To win some freaking games.
And that's my thing. If you can't beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are going to be a good team, by the way, they get Chet Holmgren back next year. They're going to have another top pick because they're not winning most of the games unless they play the Warriors.
I like Josh Giddey, too. I don't know about you.
I like Josh Giddey, but if you can't win these games against the Oklahoma City Thunder, I don't care if the Grizzlies don't have Ja or not. All of a sudden, we're going to be sitting here, and I hope we don't, Whitey, but all of a sudden, we're going to be sitting here, and man, those Grizzlies, they sure got hot last night.
No.
What are the chances? They just
Dylan
couldn't
Brooks
miss.
is not getting hot.
They just couldn't miss.
Dylan Brooks is not going like, it was 12 for 17. Eight
never know.
threes. It is not going to happen. You have my personal guarantee on that.
All right.
888-957-9570. Kevin joins us from Pleasanton, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Kev? You're on with Alan Stiles, Whitey Gleason. How you doing?
Hey guys, good job on the interview. It was funny, man. So I'm not a fan. I'm a coach. My son's a coach, D1 coach. My mom was a coach. So I'm just going to make a comment as a coach. Your questions were great. It seemed like you wanted to ask him so much more. So I commend you on a great interview. But I got to tell you, man, some of Steve's answers are so enabling, man, to Draymond. It's a joke. And if my child or any one of my athletes was on a team where a coach enabled a guy, another player, to get away with the crap that Draymond gets, I would pull my kid off the team. Because you're ruining the decorum of the other teammates to believe in the coach, because he's always going to side with Draymond. And it's just frustrating, man, as a coach, and then also putting on my fan hat to listen to what Steve Kerr keeps saying. But Steve's the smartest guy in the room. We all know that, and he's got pedigree because the guy's a winner. However, I just want everybody to know this: Steve has not brought any talent onto the team or developed any talent since he came onto the team. It's been the same three guys, and he's rode that horse all the way, and it's been wonderful. Except the guys are tired now, and he hasn't developed any of the young guys to play within his system. So that's all I have to say, guys. It's going to be a long season. If we get in the playoffs, then we'll do something, but it's going to be a long season next year as well if we keep playing this way.
All right, Kev, thank you for the kind words. Steve Kerr, you have to give him some credit for Kevon Looney, right?
Yeah, and let's not forget they were winning. They were winning championships, so you're not getting lottery picks. And I get they do have them with Moody and Wiseman and Kuminga. Nobody's trying to make excuses for Steve Kerr. I more so want to focus on the Draymond Green comments, because my question is this: if you're having a fight with your wife, or you're having a fight with your spouse, or your parents, whatever it is, you like to keep it in house,
right? And I'm sure Kevin, as a coach, understands that.
You like to keep it in house. So Steve Kerr is not going to come on this show and say, "Oh yeah, I let Draymond have it." Now, whether he let Draymond have it or not, I have no clue. But if he did, or if he didn't, he's not going to come on this show and say, "Yeah, Draymond's in the doghouse."
You're
he's
100%
not going to
right.
do that.
Right? Yeah.
So.
He's not being a good coach if he does that.
Exactly.
So the question is, how really did he handle it? And we don't know. We have to take him at his word.
We don't know. And the other question would be, well, what should he do? What should he do? You want Draymond benched for 4 or 5 games? That's the tough part about having these vets that are future Hall of Famers. They know when they mess up. So Steve Kerr knows he doesn't really have to remind them. So does Steve Kerr have to say, "Hey, well, this is what you have to do in this situation"? "Oh, thanks, coach. I didn't know that I shouldn't do that." Draymond already knows. And I'm not saying there's not a better way to handle it. We don't know how it was handled. We just know that this is what he said to us, and that's what he's supposed to say. Because if he didn't come on and say that, then there's going to be a different group of people saying, "Well, how could Steve throw his player under the bus like that?"
Yeah, he would never do that. The question, the real issue is, how did he deal with it? We don't know, but we just have to draw conclusion on that from the way the team responds. And it looks like the team understands all of that and to a degree accepts Draymond for what he is and his foibles, right? Because so I don't think it's an issue, but you're right. I think I heard someone else, maybe Guru was saying that Steve Kerr is never going to bounce it. That was, he did say there's just no excuse for that. But as far as publicly, coming out and burying Draymond for what he did, that's never going to happen.
Now,
nor should it.
I will say, going back to the Jordan Poole thing, the way we figure out if it doesn't even necessarily mean that Jordan Poole or that Draymond Green, that Steve Kerr, ripped him or whatever the case is. But if we see Draymond do that tomorrow night, or we see him do that in the next couple of games, something similar, then we can ask the question, okay, Steve, Draymond is doing this again. What was said? Or you see Jordan Poole continuing to do some of the things that he does. All right, Steve, we're seeing this thing happen. What is happening behind closed doors? Because clearly it's not improving. So we don't know, but that's also something where we're having a conversation. This has been the subject of probably every show today because Draymond doesn't do that a lot. He might yell at refs. He might yell at his own teammates.
He quit on his team.
He doesn't do that a lot, and that's why we're going to talk about it. But I think because of that, Steve Kerr is not going to sit there and come in here, young man, and we need to talk for an hour on how you did something that you rarely do.
And it's just one of my pet peeves, this notion that Steve Kerr doesn't develop players. You could argue that they didn't do as good a job as they should have on this player or that player. But someone on the text line mentions, GP2, look what he did when he was a Warrior. And we mentioned Looney and Poole to a degree.
Yeah,
look how
Jordan Poole
Wiggins turned his career around. So just that whole notion, Kerr doesn't develop young players. It's just not true. I mean, and how about the guys that you mentioned, Alan, that they drafted when they didn't have very good draft picks? How many of those guys have gone on to shine in other places?
Not many.
I can't think of any.
Not many.
And I'm not going to name them because we don't need to.
Yeah, I wasn't going to.
Yeah. I'd have to put a cap on your Eric Pascal mentions.
So
that's part of
what
it
it
too.
is. I'm going to be honest with you.
Patrick McCaw is not all league, okay?
Three-time champ Patrick McCaw. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah,
the only reason I come at Eric Pascal, and if I have ever met him, I'll tell him to his face. The only reason is because he went to Villanova, I went to Temple, that's really deep down what it is.
Wow.
That's what it is.
He was, I think, with the Warriors, he was second team all rookie in that horrible, horrible year when they were 15-50. He was second team all rookie.
He had and I don't play 2K, but anybody that does, when you hold, the B button too long, he would release that shot. It was right almost when it was on the way down. I mean, he really got to the apex of that jump.
888-957-9570. Susie in Minneapolis, 95.7 The Game. How are you, Susie?
I'm sorry. My name is Posey, so I'm from Minneapolis.
Sozi. I apologize. Sozi. Yeah, my mistake. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. I was listening to the coach, and my question is, people have been talking about Jordan Poole, and I'm not taking anything away from him. I like him, and I respect him, and he's young and talented. But I think this is the first time Warriors has a player whose talent as Poole, because they never had a young talent who can run the offense. Because people mention the coach, he improved players like Looney or Gary Bay Jr. second, because those players, they only play good with the system, but Bull, he runs the all offensive in the second unit. And now it's time where I felt like they can't tell him what to do, because we play ball movement, player movement, and it's hard for him because he keeps the ball way too long and he takes the shot whatever he wants. And now he's not like the rookies. They can't tell him, hey, play this way. And that's where Draymond Green and Ball is, I think.
Gotcha, Sozi. Thank you for the call. We'll address that coming up. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. Also coming up, what is the path back to contention? Is there one? We'll see if we can figure out how the Warriors find their way back there coming up. We are sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic Memory Foam Hybrid or Hybrid Plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors?
Alan Stiles today on 95.7 The Game. Do you want to win 2 tickets to see the Warriors versus the Spurs March 31st? Do you? I like
do.
the Warriors in that one.
Yeah, I do. I do.
All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get 1 entry for every hour you listen. Every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to warriors.com for your tickets now. How long do you think Pop's going to continue to coach?
I don't know, but does nobody care? I know he doesn't care, but when we have this legacy conversation, what a weird ending for his career, right?
Depends if they hit the lottery jackpot or not.
Will he even still be around? Will he be around for that?
Well, that would be my guess, is that's one of the things he's waiting for. If they get Wembanyama, then all of a sudden, hey, we're relevant again. Look at that. And if they don't, then maybe next year is when he goes, see you later. That was fun.
What if they get Scoot Henderson?
To me, he has a chance to be a really good player, but I mean, there's quite a drop off there.
Okay.
You get Wembanyama, you're relevant again. You get Scoot, that's a really good piece that would help you.
So you're saying
nothing against Scoot,
if
but
Pop gets Scoot, just like you said, wow,
if he gets
that guy's
Scoot,
gonna be a really good.
He may Scoot.
He may Scoot.
Yeah,
that guy's gonna be a really good player.
Yes.
I wish you all the best of luck.
I don't know. Maybe. All right. Maybe
Scoot off into the sunset.
It's possible that he actually enjoys what he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
How do you think? How much do you think Steve Kerr's enjoying what he does these days? He sounded a little more, I won't say down, reserved today than he typically does.
Yeah. Well, I think it was just hearing him say he thought the Warriors played the last 2 games well enough to win. That probably makes him feel better than us screaming at our televisions from our couches saying, come on, what are you doing? So if that's how he feels, that's great. But I know that he knows you can feel good about this stuff, but they got to translate to W's, and they got to translate to W's pretty soon. I'm fairly sure, Whitey, I saw 9 road games left and 7 home games.
Yes.
So
yes.
You're going to have to start winning some on the road.
Right. So right now you're 6th. You technically have this, you're tied with Dallas, but they're 5th. You're 6th with the tiebreakers. So you're just a half game ahead of Minnesota for 7th. And I know everyone talks about the standings, but I have to look at them every so often because there's just every day it's something different. And the Warriors prospects just a few days ago, wow, 5th and looking good, and now trending the wrong way and just on the precipice of that play-in again. Nobody wants any part of that.
No, and it went from, can we catch the Suns, to can we just please stay out of the play-in? And I know, Whitey, I know. I'm not going to get duped again. If the Warriors, unless they go undefeated, I'm not getting duped again. Just in terms of just stay out of. All I care about is staying out of the play-in. I don't want to think about anything else. I'm not thinking about a 4 seed, anything like that. I'm just hoping that they can stay out of the play-in. That's my only goal as of right now.
Do you in some ways look at the Thunder, a team that's never won a championship unless you include their Seattle history? Is there some envy there? Because it's all ahead of them. And this Warrior thing,
envy
is, I'm asking.
No.
I didn't say there was.
No.
I'm asking.
No.
Because they got, as you said, Holmgren's coming back at some point, and you got Shea, and you got all these draft picks, and, they've won 3 in a row. They've won 31 games, and the Warriors have 34.
Whitey, what are we doing? Come on.
I just
now.
asked you. I only asked you a question.
Absolutely not. The Warriors, they're trying to finish a back-to-back championship run here. They won it just last year. Steph Curry, he's been banged up and he's older, but he's he's 34 years old. You got Andrew Wiggins whenever he comes back.
Steph has a birthday coming up,
Okay, well, he's going to be 35. I know you want to get Andrew Wiggins. Not Andrew Wiggins. You want to get Jordan Poole out on Jet Suite X, get him out of the country. I know you do.
You agreed with me that if you could get something that you thought would improve the team, you'd be willing to move him. If that's what I said, that's what you said. So how am I the bad guy?
Because I don't necessarily want to move him, and you came into the show, and that was what you want. Alan, we got to talk about getting this guy on a plane. I'll pack his bags. I'll pack them.
888-957-9570. That's not entirely true. Xfinity Mobile text line. Dave's in Piedmont. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dave, what's your idea? How do the Warriors get back on track here?
Hey, guys, appreciate it. There's a lot of talk about Draymond being on his way out. And, he is older, but he's having a good year, and his chemistry with Curry is irreplaceable. So I look at it as maybe an opportunity to sell high on Wiggins. Independent of his last absence, he's had some injuries. He's had some kind of kooky stuff with the vaccine where he wouldn't risk playing. Use some of that money, keep the chemistry with Draymond. I also think that when you look at the roster, the young guys coming up, like Kuminga, they could possibly fill some of that Wiggins role. I don't think there's anybody that's going to fill that Draymond role with the chemistry with Curry. So that's an idea, at least.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate the idea. Draymond, of course, has the option. I mean, if he opts in, you could still trade him, I guess, if he's amenable to that. But I don't, trading Wiggins when his value is high, that ship has sailed, because right now, with everything going on, and hopefully he's fine, his value just wouldn't be very high right now because, aside from all the personal issues, he's been hurt a lot this year.
It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me. Shout out Randy Jackson. It's a no for me. And I get the idea of it, but to be completely honest with you, Wiggins, he did take a pay cut, so that is something where he's not making maybe as much as a lot of people that could be as important to a team like him are making. But I think it's a good point what you say, Whitey, how this was a tough year for him. I don't think this is a year that somebody would say, well, because of this, I don't want Andrew Wiggins. But I do think because of this, somebody could say, one, was this a fluke, or was last year a fluke from Andrew Wiggins? Or two, is Andrew Wiggins another version of Kevon Looney where he looks really good with the Warriors because it's a really good fit? And I don't know how other teams value Andrew Wiggins.
I just think he's still a really good fit on this team, assuming health. And last year he was phenomenal, as we all know, in the postseason. The dunk on Luka. I don't like Luka. That was tremendous. And just the level at which he defended. This year, maybe he's one of those guys for whom it's hard to, man, I just won a championship. That was the ultimate experience of my career. Maybe he's had a hard time getting going again. He hasn't played terribly, but of course he's been hurt. So I'm with you. When I look at this team and I look at things that I would want to do, where I can upgrade, I don't see him as a red flag at all.
I don't. It's just an unfortunate year, and we still don't know what's going on. I am in on this, though, Whitey, and tell me where you're at. I am in on...
I will.
I am in on whenever Andrew Wiggins comes back to have the conversation about Andrew Wiggins coming off the bench. Because we have no clue if he's working out right now. We have no clue what's going on.
So not like a punitive thing, but just depending on what kind of condition he's in, game shape. Is that what you're talking about?
Sure,
yeah,
but
sure.
When I had that take, the Warriors were on a 5-game win streak. If they keep doing this, then when Andrew Wiggins gets in, you need to get on in there because you just need to play. But I was of the mindset of, okay, well, if the Warriors keep rolling and Andrew Wiggins hasn't been playing, not to mess up the chemistry, and Andrew Wiggins is a guy that you can kind of just fit in and fit out, that would be fine. But now that they're losing, you probably need to get Wiggins in there.
Well, we were asking the question, how do they get back? And I know Steiny addressed that today. And please don't tell him I said this. I think he's 100% right. But he said, look, if the Warriors are going to contend, there's no guarantee they will. If these things happen, that doesn't mean they will. But if they're going to have a chance to, they're going to need for Peyton to come back and play like he did last year, and they're going to need Wiggins to come back and play well because both those guys improve you defensively on top of everything else they provide, and that still is the number one issue for this team. If they don't have that, then who knows, but they probably don't have a realistic shot at achieving anything in the playoffs should they get there.
No, and the GP2 piece of it, you would love to have him, but think about it like this. Even when you get GP2 back, now you need him to ramp up. All these guys need to ramp up. And if it's the guy that was trying to get at me on Twitter last night talking about having Wiggins and having GP2, these are humans. This is not 2K.
I agree with you.
Okay? You're not just going to drop them in and they're going to be exactly what they were before injury or before missing time. So you only got 16 games left. And there's no timeline for either of them. So it's almost a pipe dream to me that these guys are going to come back and be what we need them to be in time. Maybe by the second round of the playoffs or maybe by game 4 or 5 of the playoffs, but that's still if they come in now. We still don't know when they're coming in.
Let me pose 2 questions for you. You can answer whichever one you want, of course. One, is it unfair to judge the Warriors as harshly as we are judging them right now because Wiggins hasn't played in a long time, and he's really important to what they do? 2, is this what the end looks like and we just don't realize it yet?
I think.
Which one do you want to go? You can answer both.
I'll answer both.
Okay.
Number one, I say no because I didn't get to catch what Guru probably knows, but I didn't get to catch the line of the Thunder versus the Warriors last night in terms of Vegas because the Warriors should have won that game. I don't want to hear that about.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear that about Andrew Wiggins for that game.
Wiggins or not, all right.
I really don't want to even hear it about the Laker game, but we understand. We don't understand, but we understand in terms of this is probably what happened.
Okay.
With it being Draymond's birthday and they're in LA, things like that. So I don't want to hear that about Wiggins for those losses. Now to your second question about is this the end?
Is this what the end looks like? And we just haven't really processed that yet.
Probably, but it's not the end until it's over, right? Until somebody takes down the Warriors in the Western Conference and they don't even get to a final. You could even argue. Is it even? Here's a question back to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is it over if they lose in the Western Conference Finals? Would you consider that over?
It would be a fine season. It could be over. Just depends what they do next year and beyond. So, yeah, it could be the beginning of the end of the dynasty, whatever you want to call it. But if they got to the conference finals, to me, that would mean they had a really successful season overall.
Yeah, I think to me, the only question of is this over is if they don't even get to the Western Conference Final. If they get bounced in the first or second round, and then I think it's time to have that conversation. If they lose in the finals, I wouldn't have it. And if they lose in the Western Conference Finals, I wouldn't have it either, specifically if they lost to a team that just got put together, like I don't even know, a Pokemon combo card, right? If they lose to the Phoenix Suns, that's who I'm talking about, is that Pokemon card.
Yeah.
If they lose to the Phoenix Suns, then I'm definitely saying, okay, you just need to come back, you need to re-up, you need to figure out a way to combat those guys.
Do you have any of those? Because they're pretty valuable, some of them.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah, I got
Wow.
I got a Charizard, I got a Blastoise.
Wow.
But I don't know what to do with them.
I'll give you $5 for the whole lot of them.
That's never going to happen.
Oh, well, you don't know what to do with them. I'm trying to help you out.
I got to do some Googling, but I got some good ones.
Good.
I
They're
got
in
some
good condition.
ones.
That's the main thing.
They are.
Okay.
They are. Same binder they've been in since 4th grade.
You may actually, I don't know much about that. I know about basketball cards and things, but I know Pokemon. I know some people have made some jack off of that. So good luck to you.
Well, there you
But
go.
I do think it's unfair to assume that the Warriors, even without Wiggins, they should be winning these games. How? Look, they got DiVincenzo starting. Well, he's starting at forward, technically, if you look at the box score, but of course, Clay's playing forward. I mean, and they don't really have a center. They really need Wiggins. And I'm not suggesting that he is derelict in any way for not being here. I'm sure whatever's going on, yes, I hope everything works out fine, and that's more important than basketball. But they miss him. He's really good, and they're not that talented a roster where they can play this length of time without a guy like Wiggins, their most talented wing, and not miss him.
Yeah, and it could be that simple. It could be that simple, not having him. I think the reason it doesn't feel that simple is because when he did come back after the injury and the illness, he didn't look great.
True.
So now, if he had been doing what he was doing at the beginning of this, which is crazy because everybody talks about the 3-point percentage for Andrew Wiggins and how it was the highest in his career at the beginning of the season, but they weren't winning games, Whitey. They weren't winning games even when Andrew Wiggins was balling before injury. So the whole thing has been off all season long, but they do really miss Andrew Wiggins. I'm just not willing to say it's that simple.
The scary thing to me is, another scary thing, is that we saw this season before, and it was 2 years ago, and it was the year, the play-in year, and I know Clay, they didn't have Clay, but I remember the same type of thing where they can't get 3 games, they can't win 3 games in a row, they don't lose 3 games in a row. It was like a lot of the same stuff, up and down and up and down. It was 2 years ago. Then last year they won the championship, and then this year again, up and down and up and down. And you have to wonder if in the future we're going to look at these Warriors and say last year was like, wow, how did they do that? Maybe they're really closer to that team. Right now, what they are is closer to that play-in team that lost those 2 play-in games.
And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm just really glad the Warriors got that championship last year.
Amazing.
I also think that, if you're a Warriors fan, ask yourself how surprised you were when the Warriors did win last season. I was pretty darn surprised. And even with how well they played throughout the season, I was pretty surprised. So if you were surprised, and now they try to come back a year older with a shorter offseason, with losing some of the, you got GP2 back, but he's not on the court. But and then you also lose Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa. It's just not the same team. So if you were surprised last season and you don't know if they're as good as they were last season, this season, should you truly be surprised just based on those facts and not, well, you have they just won last year. We look at it in the positive side of, well, they just won last year. Why can't they do it again? Maybe it's time to look at it in the other way of, well, they just won last year and we were kind of surprised.
Yeah.
So they're not. You talked about the Oklahoma City Thunder and how, well, you can't go any further down than they are now.
You said you envy them.
No, I did not. You said that.
I said you envy them.
Yeah. That they are on the way up.
Yes.
The Warriors are at the top, so they're either going to stay at the top or they're going to go down. That's just what it is.
On the text line here, text of the day nominee from the 510. My 6-year-old says you've got valuable cards. He never pays attention when I listen to you guys, but he heard you talking about Pokemon. So there you go.
Wow, I got something to do this weekend.
Yeah.
There you go. 510. If he knows where to go, tell me where to go to trade them in.
888-957-9570. Ray joins us from the East Bay. Wants to talk about the Dubs, 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Ray?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Real quick. Oh, I hope I'm quick. Listen, the Warriors are in this incredible. We've been talking about it all week and all this if and when, right? If these players come back, we should look like this. When the playoff starts, this is going to happen and that's going to happen. It's all if and when. And I just wanted to, all Warrior Nation, everyone, they've earned it. They gave us the best run in any basketball team can give you. They've earned the chance to, it's over when it's over. Not, mid-season, not at the close to the end. If we go fishing in the first round and we get swept, then we can talk about rebuilding. We can talk about playing these youngsters, minutes and losing. Steph Curry and the rest of the group have earned every if and when till the end of till they're out of breath and done. We can't talk about what they should have did and what they didn't do, what Kerr is not doing. They've given us so much. And as soon as we lose that and pretend like, oh, they're just doing all this wrong, you forget everything like you just said. Look what they did last year. Surprised everybody. So I'm going to ride with them and watch them suck until they are done, until this thing is buried and no more what they can't do and what they haven't done. I've been a Warrior fan for 40 years. So what they've done for the last 10 years, thank you, and I will wait till it's over before I even consider saying anything negative about this squad.
Thank you, Ray. It was nice.
Wow.
Yeah. And it is funny, too. We're talking about the Warriors. Are they dead? They're 34 and 32, and there's some cities in the NBA that most years they would kill for a year like that. But it's funny, to the point you just made about how surprising that was last year. I remember Draymond, after they won the championship, talking about, there's a lot of people that said we couldn't do it. And I was thinking, Draymond, I think you were one of those people. Because I remember him saying, we can't win a championship this way with the young guys. Last year, I'm talking about last year.
Yeah.
And I think even Steve Kerr and or Bob Myers were saying, did you guys think you'd win? And they're like, we didn't think
No.
so. So even they were really surprised that they did it last year. Obviously, they did it to their credit. Flags fly forever. But that was a stunner what they did last year.
It really was. It really was. And people get upset when you say that there's luck involved in anything. Because, no, I worked hard for this. But to win a championship, I think that a lot of things do have to fall the right way. And last year, the Warriors did their thing. But some things fell the right way as well. I think both things can be true. That's not to take anything from the Warriors. A lot has to go well. We look at the other teams and really every pro sport. The chips have to fall in your way in order to win a championship. And then you have to take advantage of your opportunities. This year, Kevin Durant got traded to the Phoenix Suns. Okay?
What?
That's a big deal.
I must have missed that.
It's such a big deal that we don't talk about Kyrie with Luka. That's how big of a deal it is. So I understand what the caller is saying, and everybody, East Bay Ray, everybody, I think, feels like that deep down, but you express it differently. And when you're in the throes of it, you just want more. You want another championship because you know that once Steph Curry and once Draymond Green and once Klay Thompson, once they are gone, whatever version 2 of this is not going to look like what we've had really this past decade. So we understand that, but when we're watching the season, where we're going through and enjoying the ups and downs, yeah, we're going to have some negative things to say, but I don't think it's anybody giving up on the squad. Well, what are we going to do? Be a Clippers fan or a Kings fan? Now, I will say, are there some Kings fans out there?
Good time to jump on that bandwagon.
No, you know,
Alan.
and that's what I was going to say. Are there any Kings fans out there, and you can call them out Warriors fans, any Kings fans out there that maybe were Warrior fans these last couple years, and all of a sudden you see them brush off a Kings jersey? I know they're out there.
I don't know about that. It's funny what Ray said about, staying with it. I'm going to stick with it till it's dead and buried. There's an old saying from Bill Walsh, which I think he got from like Branch Rickey, and that is that you're better off trading somebody in pro sports a year too early than a year too late. But I don't think, in my experience, that doesn't apply to the NBA, because in the NBA, those special guys like a Steph, Tim Duncan, Kobe, Jordan, they're few and far between. To me, when you do have one of those guys, you hang on to them until they're totally spent, because you can't replace them.
Whitey, there's no question. I mean, you're not talking about trading Steph Curry.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that when it comes to those guys, and it applies to a degree to Klay and Draymond, although Draymond could opt out. In other sports, when the team starts to approach the due date or the expiration date, time to move guys. In the NBA, I think you got to hang on to those guys as long as you can.
According to Whitey, unless it's Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole's nowhere near as good as those guys. He's not one of those guys, Alan. Nice try. Coming up, Alan has a football question. That'll be interesting. We continue to take your calls on text. Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-9570. Got to get back to Draymond, too, what he did last night and how it's inexcusable. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to warriors.com for your tickets now.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless fill-in and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their once yearly red tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models and convenient financing, and save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG.
.5.7 The Game.
We've got Steve Kerr for you again coming up about 5:15. Alan Stiles, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason with you on this Warriors Wednesday. And Alan, I also have to remind you that if you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st, I think Alan and I, it's like the only thing we agree on all day is like, well, Warriors should win that game. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. You'll have more chances depending on how long you listen. 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. So you download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. I know you had a football question. Mm-hmm. We may, I don't know if we're going to huddle up with that now because on this Warriors Wednesday, Alan, still a lot of people want to talk about the Warriors and what the heck is going on with the Warriors.
Let's keep riding.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Vince is in San Jose, has some concerns with the Warriors rotation. How are you, Vince?
Hey, I'm doing excellent, fellows. How are you guys doing?
Good, good. How are you going to fix the Warriors rotation?
I don't know if there's much that I can do to fix the Warriors rotation.
Well,
if you have Steve Kerr at 5:15, I want you guys to ask him. Again, I'm looking at Wiseman and I go, why the heck wouldn't you put Wiseman in? Again, it's all a rotation problem. So Looney comes out, Wiseman comes in. All of a sudden, you don't lose any length, you don't lose any size. You still have your rebounders in there. There's just some again, if Steve Kerr, if he's on in 10 minutes, you fellas, you got to ask him the questions. We're only 2 games above 500. This is a team that should be 10 or 15 games above 500, especially with the experience that we have. But, we'll get it going.
All right, thank you, Vince. I'll just say this. Wiseman's not on the team anymore, so it's not like Steve can play him. But one of the reasons they're not 10 games over 500 is because they can't guard anybody. And one of the reasons Wiseman is not here anymore is because he couldn't guard anybody. And, people talk about, the slander of Wiseman. He didn't play very well. He may play better. He put up big numbers last night, as Alan can tell you. But it's not Steve Kerr's fault that when James Wiseman was here, he didn't play very well. I don't know why people can't understand that.
I guess I don't really follow, other centers that come into the league. I'm trying to figure out how far behind Wiseman was defensively than other centers in the league that come in very young. And I think one thing to remember, Whitey, and it's tough because that was the pick that made sense, but he had the situation at Memphis, which I don't even think would be a situation now with the NIL, but that's neither here nor there. But he didn't even get those reps.
No, you're right.
In
you're
college.
Right. You're right.
I'm not. I
have nothing against him. I hope he has a great career.
That's more about the Warriors feeling, Whitey, I talked about my prize picks earlier. You're going to think I'm a degenerate at this point, but
I already do.
That's fair. But that's also me at the roulette table. That was the Warriors. And really not even me at the roulette table because I don't think it was that crazy of a gamble. You're getting a 7-footer that's athletic and can shoot the 3 ball. I mean, he can shoot, period, and can do some, can shoot a little bit from the 3-point area. How could this possibly go wrong? And we saw that it could go wrong. So the Warriors, they took a swing, they took a gamble, but I think they believed it was a calculated gamble because look at what we're working with. We're not taking some Anthony Bennett random pick. This James Wiseman, anybody that needed a center would have taken James Wiseman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they also had the fact that Kevon Looney at that point, coming out of that 15 and 50 year, there was some question as to whether he'd be able to continue playing because he had neuropathy issues, and he figured that out, and he's been great. So you have to view the selection against that backdrop as well. Also, that draft, there are a number of teams who in the first round that year took a player that right now they're feeling like,
Exactly.
But it's just unfortunate when you had the second pick. And on the text line, everyone's now saying, look at his numbers. He just wasn't He wasn't helping the Warriors win games.
No.
So, and he was going to cost a lot of money. So are they going to regret it? I don't know, maybe, but they just didn't have the time and they didn't have the money to continue trying to develop him because that's the bottom line, I think, Alan. He was a lot more raw than they thought he was.
Yeah, and it happens. It happens when you don't have, look, we're figuring out the same thing. I know I've been trying to get to football. We'll probably have to get to it another day, but the draft is just a gamble. And James Wiseman, we all wish him the best. The Warriors, we have to deal with who is on the Warriors team right now. You got to find a way to get Wiggins back. You got to find a way to get GP2 back, and you got to get rolling from there. You're running out of time, and Steve Kerr, we're going to hear again from him 5:15. What you have to do is, lean on your leaders. And Steph Curry, Draymond Green. Now, when Draymond's doing stuff like he did last night, that's tough.
Right.
But you got to lean on them. And even Klay Thompson, who in Steph's absence, he's been more vocal. He's been getting to the rack. He's been doing a lot of different things. So they have the horses in the stable. It's just whether they are going to run or not and whether they're going to win the race or not.
How can we expect the Warriors to turn it around when you have Draymond Green, one of your leaders, pulling the stunt like he did last night?
Need some help now. Final minute here in the first half. And Draymond, that was an oddity. He just stopped playing. And the missed layup, Giddey puts it up and out.
Well, we have to ask Steve Kerr about that. That was, I think it was shocking. I don't think that's an overstatement to say, wait a minute. So Draymond's at the foul line he wants Poole to throw him the ball. Poole doesn't throw him the ball. Poole throws it to Clay. Draymond, in frustration, turns his back on the play, and then Clay throws it to Draymond, who's not looking. And there go the Thunder in transition, which, by the way, 3-on-1, and they couldn't convert.
Right.
Yeah. And then Draymond still wasn't back.
No.
I mean, how, all the talk about, we got to play hard. He gave up on the play. Draymond Green.
I have been accused of reading too much into things, and I'm not trying to do that now, but I will say that seemed like a play where Draymond was trying to make a statement. I don't know what that statement was, but it did seem like I'm going to make a statement. Maybe the statement was, hey, if some of these other guys don't have to play defense, well, I'm not going to either. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But it was very out of character, and going back to some of the conversations we had earlier in the show when it's, well, what do you got to tell Draymond he can't do that. He knows. He's probably going to go on his pod. I think he's going live on his pod at some point today or within the near future, and he's going to say, yeah, that one was on me. We all know that. That's the problem with having these vets.
Got something for you, Alan.
Let's hear it.
Pods. This is from Draymond's pod. This is from October of 2022, though.
Okay.
All right. So just listen to what Draymond had to say last October, and tell me if any of that may or may not apply to last night.
If it's LeBron coming in, if it's a Giannis coming in, because them the games I live for.
Easy. You ready for them?
Easy. It's the nights I show up, and we playing against the sorry
the Sacramento Kings.
I can't play.
Oh, the Kings?
The Kings stink. You name them. OKC right now.
OKC.
Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, the Kings may get better this year, I hope. But it's like, how am I supposed to get myself up like with this engine? And
because you don't play so many big time games,
on this soft Tuesday.
Yeah.
Soft Tuesday, how am I supposed to get this engine up? And by the way, that was actually on Uninterrupted, the shop. It was not on his podcast. A soft Tuesday against OKC. How am I supposed to get up for that game, Alan?
Well, he didn't. It's plain and simple, and that's just no excuse. Look, this is Draymond. I know he said it last season, but even so, Draymond, this is not the KD Warriors where you don't have to. You need these W's.
Right.
You can't look at, and even last season, that's a little different because they got off to that hot start. They had some room to play with some things. That's not this season. So to me, that does not ring the same way. And I think Draymond knows that. It's not that Draymond didn't get up. You only won 7 games on the road. You better be getting up for everybody that you face, because you can't beat anybody. And I think, Whitey, the best team that they've beat on the road, just off the top of my head, I should remember them. I can memorize seven things. There's only 7 of them. I believe it was the T-Wolves. It was the T-Wolves, or there was somebody else maybe in the 3-4 seed that they beat, and that's the best team.
Okay. By the way, last night, having juice for that game didn't appear to be Draymond's issue. He had 11 points, and he had 11 assists. He only had 1 rebound, but he was 5 for 7. So that wasn't really the issue, but he did give up on his team in that moment. And I agree with what you said. The way Draymond played last night, he didn't take that as a soft Tuesday. Because they know right now they've run out of soft Tuesdays.
They're done.
They don't have any more of those.
No more mulligans.
they don't. But that said, to see Draymond of all people, if a younger player did it, you say, you can't do that. You need to learn from that. But Draymond in that moment, well, we'll have to ask Steve Kerr about that, because the championship court veterans are not supposed to be doing things like that.
No. Specifically, when you're so close to playoff time, you should be able to smell it. You are 16 games away, and when you look at your road record and who you have left on the road, all right, this is a game that you absolutely have to have. I don't even care if Ja Morant isn't playing. The Grizzlies are better than the Oklahoma City Thunder without Ja Morant. So maybe they get up for that one. Maybe he's saying the collective we, but there's nobody on this team. Let's look at the other road games that they have. So you got the Clippers. I would typically say, well, they're going to want to get their get back because of what happened the last time they played. But the Clippers have no soul, so I'm not worried about the Clippers. You got to go to Atlanta. You should be able to take care of business. And guess where you have to go back to, Whitey? You got to go back to Memphis. Mm-hmm. Then you have the Rockets, who can be a little squirrely. Then you have the Mavericks, who, that game, Whitey, you better score, because neither team plays defense. Whatever the over is in Warriors-Mavericks, you better take that. It might be, what was it, a couple like a weekend ago, 175 to 176.
Yeah, that was Sacramento.
They
Yeah.
might do that with no overtimes. So these are games you have to have. You still got to go to Denver. You got to go to Sacramento. And then you finish it off with the Trailblazers on the road again. So there's just no time for that. So that might have been how Draymond was feeling in the moment, but you haven't earned that this year, and he knows that.
Yeah, you're right, by the way. They did win at Minnesota 137 to 114 in November. They also had, and I remember the win over Toronto 126 to 110. They won, looking for their road wins now, and Warrior fans remember. And they're
you got to keep scrolling. You better filter that.
They won at San Antonio, of course.
Oklahoma City. So that's 6 right there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I think the T-Wolves was the best one.
And then they won at Houston. The Rockets are so bad.
That's awful. When you say them out loud, it makes it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it even worse.
Yeah. So how can we expect this team to be any better than that? When you look at the road, they should win this game, that game. Understand the game they're playing. But the way this team is so up and down, especially on the road, I don't know if they should win any game or not. I thought the last 2 games, I was on with JD, Warriors this week on Saturday, and I said, hey, these next 2 games are winnable. Well, they didn't win either one of them. So it's another reminder to me. It's like, you just never know with this team.
And they just find, it's almost as if they go in to the locker room and how can we trick off this game? How can we lose this game? It doesn't make any sense half the time. Doesn't make any sense, Whitey.
Mm-hmm. We're going to talk, as we did earlier today, we'll replay for you Steve Kerr, a conversation with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, by the way, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Coach Kerr. Coach, as always, thank you so much for your time. It's Whitey and Alan Stiles today. All things considered, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine. We're hearing from a lot of Warrior fans who are frustrated, of course, as I'm sure you and your staff have been. I have to start, Coach, with the play in which Draymond turned his back on the ball. Speaking of frustration, gave up on the play, failed to get back, although OKC failed to score. It seemed in a way like we were witnessing the opening of to see Draymond doing that, it was like a crack in the foundation of the team. Is that, Coach, in your estimation, is that an overreaction?
Well, it was one of several plays in the first half where I felt we were disconnected, and I think there's no question that it can't happen. Though you have to stay connected throughout every game. There's always going to be moments of frustration. There were a lot of moments of frustration in that game last night, and Draymond knows he was wrong. We talked about it at halftime. He knew he was wrong. He let his frustration get the best of him, and he came back out and competed and played well and played hard in the second half. And these things happen in the course of an 82-game season, and as long as they don't linger, you keep pushing forward.
Coach, it feels like we've had this conversation before. Basically, anytime Steph goes out and he comes back and how it affects Jordan Poole. I'm just curious, is there a conversation that you've had, or are there conversations that you continue to have with Jordan Poole when Steph is out with injury and then comes back? If it's anything like, hey, we know you need to be more aggressive here, or hey, we know you're going back to the bench, but you still need to do X, Y, and Z. Are those conversations that you're still working through with Jordan Poole being a young player?
Well, that's part of coaching is having individual conversations with your players all the time. So I'm touching base with all of our guys, and Jordan is definitely one of them as a young player who's really talented and who's had a lot of success, but also has a lot of growth ahead of him, which is one of the things that's exciting about JP and where he may be a few years from now. So all of this for him, just like all young players, is part of the experience, of being in the NBA. There's ups and there's downs and there's adversity, and we've had a ton of adversity this year. Jordan has personally had plenty of it, and it's all about how you respond. But the thing that makes a season like this difficult is when you've got guys in and out and you've got stops and starts. It's tough for individual players to find a comfort zone, find certain lineup combinations, certain roles, certain substitution patterns, because everything's kind of all over the place. And so it's tough on Jordan, it's tough on everybody, but, it's his job and it's everybody's job to just keep playing, because it's still the same job. You're still going out there and playing, and you got to make good plays continuously at both ends.
Steve Kerr with us on 95.7 The Game. This may not be fair, Coach, but I know after you went on the winning streak, Ron Adams was on TV, and he was asked, what's going on with the defense? He said, the guys are just playing with more juice. Jordan Poole, to me, in the last couple games coming off the bench, he doesn't seem, it's hard to say sitting at home, but doesn't seem to be playing with much juice. Is he having a hard time finding his way into the game as the sixth man? Is that an issue at all, or am I just way off on that?
No, I think what I just said is definitely a factor for Jordan. It's been tough for him to be in and out of the lineup, to have his rotation changed. But the same goes for Kuminga, and the same goes for Looney, and the same goes for Dante. You can go down the list. But what I've experienced in my NBA career, both as a player and as a coach, is when things go well and you have a good season, and you have consistency of health and good play, it's really easy for everybody to fall into a role. And when things are topsy-turvy and you go through adversity, roles change, and it's really hard to find your role and to fill your role when a season is really bumpy. And that's what I see this year. Just a lot of stops and starts, as I said, and changing lineups, and it just makes it difficult on a lot of guys. But that's the way it is, and you got to play through it.
Coach, you have one more game for this 3-game road trip before you come back home, and I'm just curious, obviously, besides guys being in and out of the lineup, the roster doesn't necessarily change when you're home and on the road. Could any of this at this point be mental in terms of when you're on the road, just it's starting to now avalanche into something, we don't play well on the road, and then you play into that maybe mentally, or is it just a physical thing? What could it be?
Well, obviously, we've been looking at this since the very beginning of the season. We started out 0-5 on our East Coast road trip, and that kind of put us behind the 8 ball, and we've been swimming upstream, ever since. I'm mixing my metaphors here, but we've just the slow start contributed to the road woes for sure. And the interesting thing is when you look at the numbers, teams are just shooting the lights out against us from 3 on the road, and then when we get back to Chase, they don't shoot the 3 nearly as well. It's a dramatic difference. Last night felt like one of those games where, man, they were hitting everything. I think at the end of the first quarter, you get the young guy Jang who hits the sidestep 3 from 26 feet at the buzzer. He was shooting 25% from 3 going into the game. So you just don't expect that on the road, and yet it's happening. And so we have to look at it and say, all right, is that a fluke? I don't think it's a fluke. I think in general, teams are getting better shots against us on the road than they're getting at home. So that's just about really fortifying your defense at the point of attack. Not having to make as many rotations, keeping the ball in front of you. Just making sure your opponent is getting lesser quality shots than what they're getting.
Yeah, Coach, as fans, we talk a lot about rim protection and rim protection. The best rim protectors, to me, have always been the guys that are able to keep the ball out of the paint in the first place. Mm-hmm. Last night, you didn't have enough of those. So do some of the three-point numbers other teams are enjoying, does it actually start at the point of attack, and that's where the defense is just not what you need it to be, actually on the ball at times?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. But you have to go into each game with a game plan based on who you're playing. And OKC's not a great 3-point shooting team. They're decent, but not great. Our key going into the game was keeping them off the foul line and keeping them away from the paint. We just didn't want to give up transition layups and half court layups and fouls. And the game, despite the slow start for us, we had a 4-point lead in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. So it really was the fouls in the third that got us. I think they shot 14 or 16 free throws in the third quarter alone, and that just changed everything. So we got a little bit away from our game plan. With that said, watching the tape, I thought OKC played incredibly well. I thought they hit tough shots, and I thought we played well enough to win. And just like I did in LA, I thought we played well enough to beat the Lakers, but we didn't do it. So I try to look at it big picture wise. We won 5 in a row at home. We've played well enough to win the last 2 nights, but we didn't. So we've got to maintain our confidence and get back on the horse tomorrow.
Coach, there have been a lot of questions about the amount of threes that the team is taking and the types of threes that the team is taking. How important is shot selection when it comes to getting back and setting up your defense? All missed shots aren't created equally, so, a bad three-point attempt, it can lead to offense or easy offense for your opponent.
For sure. I mean, you guys hear me talk about connecting the game all the time. Connecting the game, meaning you get a good shot on offense, you're going to be in good position defensively. And, if you get a stop on defense, you're going to have a better chance to score in transition before the defense can get set up. So the game's got to connect, and that really starts with good possessions offensively, good shot selection. And there's no question we've had games where we've taken some wild threes, some difficult threes. I never look at the total. I don't really care what the total number of threes is per game. I look at the quality. If we're getting good looks for our good shooters, then the more the merrier. But there are times when bad ones are leading to bad defense.
Coach Kerr, as a player or as a coach, have you ever seen anything like what we have in the Western Conference this year with the standings so packed almost from top to bottom, where every day somebody loses a game, someone else wins, and everything's topsy-turvy? Have you ever seen anything like how compacted these standings are in the conference this year?
Never. And I think the play-in tournament has probably added to it. You got more teams now that are going for it at the trade deadline. More teams that feel like they're alive, but still, even with that, you're talking about just a three game difference in the loss column from 4 to 13, whatever it is. It's crazy. It can turn, everything can just flip in 48 hours depending on the results of a few games. So it's remarkable.
Coach, we're going to change the vibe here and talk about something positive. How good has Dante DiVincenzo been for this team? And did you expect this? We know he did some things in Milwaukee and he struggled with injury and some other things in Sacramento. How good has he been for the Warriors?
Dante's been great. What an addition, and really a good fit with our team because he's a ball mover. He's really aggressive at both ends of the floor. Excellent defender, and he just plays with energy. He's a competitor and a winner, and he fits with any lineup that we play. He can handle the ball, he can play off the ball, and as I said, he moves it along. It's one of the reasons he's been starting with Steph and Clay because he'll get the ball moving side to side, which is the best way to take advantage of those two shooters. So Dante's been fantastic, and I'm thrilled for him because he'll be a free agent this summer, and he's put himself in a great position going forward.
The great Gary St. Jean always says when he comes on the station, if you want to know what the Warrior offense is about, he says 2 things: player movement, ball movement. And certainly Dante DiVincenzo has been all about that. That said, Coach, I've been a little surprised that the last 2 games, even with Steph back, still you've had the slow starts offensively. I thought that, when Steph's back, those will take care of themselves there. Were you a little surprised in the last 2 games that, again, the slow starts have plagued your team?
Yeah, I was, and it's one of the reasons we changed the lineup, the last couple of games. But it's tough to figure, especially given that we've got Steph and Clay in the backcourt, 2 incredible shot makers, and the success that we've had with this group. It is surprising that we're getting off to these slow starts. So it's something we're looking at and trying to figure out if there's an answer to it, and we'll keep keep looking.
We appreciate it. And by the way, I know he's only played limited minutes here, but what have you thought of Andre Iguodala's return so far?
Well, Andre's he understands the game at a level that is so crucial for success. I mean, what he does at both ends, even though he's not really scoring, he's just he's connecting our shooters. He's getting the ball to the right people, and then defensively, he's a genius. I mean, he knows exactly what's happening. He's so long and athletic. Even at this age, he's still incredibly athletic, and he gets in front of somebody. That guy is generally not going to get around him, nor is he going to get a good shot over the top of him. So Andre's he's still a hell of a player.
Coach, you face the Grizzlies tomorrow, and obviously there's been a lot going on with Ja Morant, and even last year there were talks about the team not necessarily being better without Ja Morant, but they played really well when he wasn't on the floor. They've struggled a little bit with him being gone. They have lost 3 straight, but how do you keep the team focused and focus on the task at hand, because this team can still be scary without Ja Morant?
Yeah, I think Tyus Jones is one of the best backup points in the league. I mean, he's a fantastic player. He's given us trouble in the past, and they obviously have got plenty of talent when you look at their roster with Bane and Brooks and Jackson and all these guys. So still a very formidable team, well coached, a two-way team, really good defensively, and they can get out and score. So we know it's going to be a tough game tomorrow, regardless of who's out there.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck to you the rest of the way, Coach. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Okay, you too. Thanks, guys.
Draymond did have a podcast today, Alan. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game. Thanks to Coach Kerr. I don't know that Draymond addressed what happened last night, but he did address the Memphis Grizzlies. So maybe in a way, he's using what Dylan Brooks said about him to maybe he's hiding behind that a little bit, and rather than addressing what went down last night. So we're looking ahead, I guess, rather than looking back on what was a really shockingly embarrassing moment for the Warriors.
It was, and I think Steve Kerr said exactly what a coach should say: protect your guys, whatever you handle in house. That's exactly where you handle it.
Some of the Warrior fans think that Steve Kerr should have called him out. Thrown him under the bus.
He could have, but why do that to the media? It might be even a little sticky because Draymond is technically part of the media, and he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it himself. And look, he had a lot of things to say about Dylan Brooks, and that's circulating right now, Whitey, as he called Dylan Brooks, among other things, you are not a champ. You are a clown. What did he say? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He had a lot of things, but to be fair, Dylan Brooks, as usual, he started it.
Yes, Draymond said, if you ever wondered why the Grizzlies are now ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They actually are depending on this guy to help them win a championship, and he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. That's where it gets really interesting, says Draymond. Your level of understanding the game of basketball is at a fan level.
Yeah.
And you're running around talking about a dynasty. The dynasty starts after you, not with you. That's just a fact. I know dynasty-like players. They aren't clowns. That doesn't work when building a dynasty. Take it from me. I actually know. Clowns don't work building a dynasty. That's Draymond Green to Dylan Brooks.
That's all fine and good. You better go out and win tomorrow night.
Which of those do you think was the sharpest insult?
Well, I think all the champ stuff, I would assume that the Grizzlies are immune to it at this point. If they're jokes that you've heard time and time again, you get immune to it, whether they're from family or friends or whoever. But when you just call somebody straight up an idiot and just say, at one point he also said, Draymond also said, because Dylan Brooks said something, maybe that's why they like playing with him over there, because of these things that he does. And Draymond says, I don't even know if they like playing with you over there, or something to the effect of they don't like playing with you over there. So when you take shots at the fact that, hey, does my family even like me as much as I think? It might make Dylan Brooks think some type of way, but they've been doing this for so long. I don't know. I think they trade them back and forth, but nobody bats an eye.
Mm-hmm. Next time you speak up on me, says Draymond, to Dylan Brooks, you should do some soul searching. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you are now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. To me, the best, you say you have a fan's knowledge of the game, but to me, the sharpest blow is the dynasty starts after you, not with you.
There were a couple.
Yeah.
And they were all, I can't say factual statements because I don't know that Dylan Brooks is an idiot or not. That is how Draymond feels, right? And look, he's not a champion. And if Dylan Brooks is going to continue to open his mouth and talk about Draymond, even if somebody asks you the question, you don't got to say everything you said about Draymond. So he's asking for it. I just think personally Dylan Brooks doesn't care. And Dylan Brooks, how about this, Whitey? What if Dylan Brooks knows that they obviously play tomorrow night? And what if Dylan Brooks knows that Draymond is more important to the Warriors than he is to the Grizzlies? So if I get Draymond off his game, that's more important than Draymond attempting to get me out of my game. When Whitey earlier in the show, you said that Dylan Brooks can't shoot anyway. And, he's a hacker. And you didn't say he was a hacker, but he did hack GP2 last season. So maybe
dirty player.
Maybe Dylan Brooks is trying to play chess, not checkers, and he's just going to sacrifice that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm reaching here, but
he takes more shots.
Why.
Dylan Brooks takes more shots than anybody on that team except Bane and Morant per game. And he's shooting 39% overall, 32% on threes. He can't shoot.
It's because he's always open, but you got to sit there and think to yourself, Playboy, why are you open?
Yeah, there's a reason why you're wide open.
Why are you open?
Yes, and I would not be surprised if we see the Warriors employ that strategy tomorrow night. Like, we're not guarding Dylan Brooks.
They did a lot of it even in the playoff series, and I think he might have burned them one game.
Yeah.
One game, maybe. If I'm not mistaken, with March Madness coming up, I'm pretty sure Dylan Brooks, he went off in that one of the games where he played for Oregon. I know Grandy's probably can give me all the facts here, but
Grandy's literally wearing an Oregon sweatshirt.
He was hitting threes in that game.
Yeah.
He was hitting threes in that game.
Isn't he the guy that Coach K came over to after they beat Duke, and he told them, like, hey, you don't need to be doing that. And, like, the Oregon coach was a
probably.
Some other coaches were saying, Coach K can't do that. That's not his player. Wasn't that Dylan Brooks?
Yes, that was the 2016 Elite Eight when Oregon dominated Duke.
They did, and I was glad to see him do that. Jordan Bell, right, was on that team.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. But Coach K was, like, admonishing him, and other coaches were saying, that's not your player. You can't do that. Anyway.
Coach Kerr would do that to NBA players. Coach K can do what he wants.
888-957-9570. Buck in Berkeley's been hanging on to talk about Warrior consistency or perhaps the lack thereof. What's up, Buck?
Hey, all right. How you doing today?
Good. What can we do for you?
So I wanted to talk about the keys to consistency for the Warriors. The Warriors' procedures are at best, I need to take this headset off, are at best inconspicuous. You wouldn't even know who they were. Now, Curry needs to intimate, to lead, in terms of to lead one, to gather. He needs to intimate clearly.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Buck. Thanks for hanging on. I wasn't quite following the thread there, and maybe that's on me, but thank you for the call. Thanks for hanging on.
Thanks, Buck.
Yeah, appreciate that. So the stage is set for the for the Grizzlies and the Warriors tomorrow night. I mean, there's certainly no excuse for them rolling out there tomorrow night and looking like they just don't quite have the belly for the fight.
I do think Draymond is very smart in how he times these things. And I don't think it's a surprise that this comes out basically the day before the Grizzlies play the Warriors. And look, we talked about Dylan Brooks playing some type of weird chestnut checkers. Draymond might be doing the same thing. Maybe at this point in Draymond's career, right, he needs to be hyped up. And there is a way to look at this, Whitey, that you could say that the Grizzlies are helping the Warriors because every time the Warriors start to fall asleep a little bit, the Grizzlies wake them up. And I would be surprised if the Warriors don't come out tomorrow with a little hitch in their giddy up, not just because of what Draymond said, obviously because it's the Grizzlies, but a little added something because it is the Grizzlies and Draymond has this back and forth going on and we're going to protect our guys. So I think that this is a separate conversation, but you can make the argument that the Grizzlies have helped the Warriors not get complacent, and just continue to build. I'm not saying they're the reason they won a championship, but you need somebody to poke the bear a little bit, and the Grizzlies are always there to poke the bear.
Yeah, poking the bear indeed. How about this, Alan? Let's say the Warriors win tomorrow. They certainly could. Let's say they win. Maybe it would depend on how they do it, but a win is a win, especially now. A road win over the number 3 seed in the West. If the Warriors win that game, can I save some room for you? You want back on board?
No.
Huh? On the belief buggy? Huh? You want back on board the belief buggy?
If we were talking about Bart earlier, when it's packed on Bart and you try to sneak in and then you can rest back on the door, make a little room for me so I can maybe put a foot in, but I don't need to necessarily board yet, all right? If they do,
that would be a huge win.
Without Ja and Brandon Clark out with the Grizzlies spiraling, I think it's a tough one for the Warriors because I don't know if it would be a huge win, but I do think it would be viewed as another bad loss.
That's one of the things that would make it such a big win is you would continue pounding another nail in the Grizzlies' coffin. Like, this ain't your year and things ain't going your way, and we're going to come kick your ass in your own building.
We have 7 wins on the year. The Grizzlies are 7 away wins on the year. And the Grizzlies are really, really good at home. I think that's another piece of this, Whitey. Even without Ja Morant, the Grizzlies are really good at home.
26-5. Yeah, I guess that's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good. I mean, you reverse that for the pretty much just add a couple more wins for the Warriors away record. So if the Warriors can get this done, sure, I will admit it would be it would be a great victory. But you don't need to make room for me yet.
By the way, didn't you think Coach Kerr was kind of just subdued today? I mean, he was cooperative and fine, but just a little kind of
might be wearing on him a little bit. It's getting to crunch time.
I know. Coming up next, are you feeling about things in this season the way Steph Curry is? That's up next here. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, and we are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again.
to 95.7 The Game.
It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Kevin, Michael, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. Alan, this Warriors season has been so unnerving in some ways that here we are heading down the home stretch. We haven't even talked about the fact that Steph Curry tossed in 40 last night,
right?
And was unbelievable.
Because maybe that's a piece of this, maybe, and I keep on going back to this game, and I know I shouldn't, but when Steph dropped 50 against the Suns or something crazy like that, and I think they lost by 50. So I don't know if the Steph Curry shows are exactly what the Warriors need, because Steph dropping 40 is cool, but when Steph drops 40 but Jordan Poole doesn't show up, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I know Steph did ball out, but there still has to be some more cohesiveness and things coming from different areas of the team, pieces of the team, in order for them to be successful.
Steph says, we all remember the We Believe Warriors. Steph Curry says the Warriors, one thing they can't afford to lose is their belief that they can come back and win this whole thing.
Nobody would say we've played consistent or played our best basketball yet. And that, if you truly believe that our goal is to win a championship and that the reward at the end is great enough to fight through what we've all been through and where we're going to go through these last however many games, we can do it. The confidence has to remain. That's why we lace them up. So we got to get there.
By the way, we just got a note that Kevin Durant is out tonight for the Suns. The Suns are here Monday. Kevin Durant out with a left ankle injury. He slipped in pregame and injured his left ankle, so something to keep an eye on there.
Wow, and that would be nuts because, number one, Kevin Durant, hope you're doing well. Hope it's not too serious. But if he doesn't play, Whitey, that would extend the streak of Kevin Durant not playing against the Warriors since he left at home.
Yeah. Boy, I hope he plays Monday. You're
really
right,
hope
and
he
I understand
plays.
what you're saying. Yeah, and let's see, tonight they are home to Oklahoma City. So, yeah. Kevin Durant looks like he's out tonight. We'll see about his status for Monday. Now, as far as Steph Curry was asked how he feels. He's been back a couple games, and he threw in 40. And I think what Steph Curry says here, I think a lot of Warrior fans, when they look at this team, feel basically the same way.
Physically feel great, emotionally all over the place.
Emotionally all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where it is right now.
Yeah.
That's where Steve Kerr, I think, was to a degree.
Look, this goes back to the Steph Curry of old, where we were not questioning, but there's that one type of competitor. It's the Mamba mentality, or if it's Jordan, and we look at different guys and how they react, and oh my gosh, are they a competitor? Do they have it in them? And Steph, I think, had to answer those questions really early on in his career, not so much now, but I think it's just the ups and downs of Steph doesn't like losing. Steph does not care. When you talk about the selflessness, Steph does not care that he dropped 40. He cares that they are 0-2 from his return in 2 games that he knows that they should have won.
Because that's the Warrior culture. And that's just the way he's wired. But the Warrior culture, he's such a big part of it, such a great fit, because the Warrior culture is we strengthen numbers. We do what we need to do to win. We want to win more than anything. So when Draymond last night lost his cool and got frustrated and turned his back on the ball, led to a turnover, that is counter to everything this team and these veterans are supposed to stand for, and that's why it was so troubling.
Right. And you not getting back, you giving up on your team, you showing up your team.
Yes,
but,
you're right.
To be fair, Steph, even if it was warranted, that Grizzlies game where Jordan Poole took that ridiculous 3, Steph did show up his team too. And he showed up his team to the fact where he got ejected. So nobody has been perfect this season, and I think that is part of Steph saying emotionally all over the place. You got, I can't keep it under wraps. Draymond never can keep it under wraps. Jordan Poole is on it, doing his own thing. Clay is trying to Clay's really been the most steady piece of this. You got Andrew Wiggins. They have no clue when he comes back. I know we see all the videos with Steph and GP2 laughing and having a good time on the bench, but they want to get him off the bench and into the game. So I can completely see where Steph's coming from.
That's a great point you just raised. It reminds me of something I've heard about musicians. If we're on stage and we're playing live and you screw up, You know, it happens.
Yeah.
And I call attention to it, like looking at you, or that's verboten. Musicians, like, you don't do that. And that's essentially what Draymond did last night, what Steph did when he threw his mouthpiece.
Right.
It's like right in front of everybody, showing up your team. I hadn't thought of it that way. You're right. That's awful.
They've all been culprits this season, and they're fighting through it. There's still time, but time is a ticking.
Mm-hmm.
Time is a ticking, and you really got to get back on the right track, and it's not going to be tough in Memphis. It's not going to be easy.
888-957-9570. Robin in San Francisco joins us. Maybe a good way to wrap this thing up. Robin, where are you with the Warriors?
Well,
are you okay?
My dad, I'm gonna start this up. My dad, a couple of things, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is everything okay? We went to you and you kind of hesitated, that little hitch in your get along.
Yeah, because I'm chewing on a taffy.
Okay, sure. That'll do it.
Anyway, my dad, God bless his soul, he's deceased now, but he was a big Raider fan. And, of course, you know, we live in San Francisco for 50 years, so we forgave him. But we used to tease him because they would be really bad. And I said, Dad, what's up with the Raiders? This goes along with how I feel about the Warriors. He would just, picture this, you guys, drop his head down to his chest, and just shake his head both ways. And that's where I am with the Warriors, okay? Simply, they're a 500 team, and I don't see it getting any better. Everyone's reaching for solutions and answers and what they could do better. And sometimes you're just a 500 team. And that is the reality of it, and you're going to be inconsistent. The last thing I want to say is, Alan, I think you touched on something. I'm not saying it's true and what, you know, but did you guys ever notice when Kevin Durant was with the Warriors, whenever he scored, what, was it 40 or so many points, 35, they could see a trend, and the Warriors would lose when he would score anytime over 35 points. And the Warriors would lose. I don't know if there's anything to be said about Steph getting all those points and then they lose. I don't know. But I do see a similarity. And the last thing I want to say is my heart goes out to the families, to the victims in Mexico. Bye, you guys.
Bye. Thank you. I think if there's anything to that, it would be if a Durant back when he was with the team, or Steph, when those guys have to have those big scoring nights, sometimes it means they're filling a void that is there because someone else is not.
Exactly. You don't have, obviously, you haven't had Andrew Wiggins. Jordan Poole hasn't been exactly what you needed. So you don't want to have to deal with that. And it results in a loss. Clay, 23 points. Jordan Poole, 11. Not going to cut it.
Not shooting well. We got the Warriors and the Grizzlies tomorrow about this time. And I'll see you, what are you doing Friday? I'll give it another try.
Why not?
Yeah. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean, an hour of Warriors content after last night's loss in OKC.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your inbox? Staring at spreadsheets but stuck on shattering high scores? Turn any time into game time with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With its large screen, long-lasting battery, and our fastest processor yet, you'll be ready to battle with bosses between meetings with bosses. And even if you rage quit, it'll still be there tomorrow. Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile,
staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business.